awkward situation. Get up, dress yourself, and leave my house immediately. In the bedroom of the villa, Yunrou urged Lu Tian, who lay languidly on the bed. She glared at this man, who was a decade younger than her, with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Last night, feeling despondent, Yunrou had gone to a bar to drown her sorrows, only to be harassed by two ruffians. It was then that this tall and imposing man intervened, intimidating the two petty thugs with his mere presence. Upon returning home, in a drunken stupor, she found herself entangled with this man. Now that she had finally regained her senses, she was overwhelmed with regret for her reckless actions. Lu Tian opened his eyes to behold the voluptuous and elegant woman before him. Ah, don't look! Yunrou suddenly realized she was unclothed and hurriedly gathered her scattered garments, hastily putting them on. You were so uninhibited last night, why are you so shy now? Lu Tian teased, recalling the wild moments they had shared in bed. The memory was undeniably intoxicating. Yunrou's cheeks flushed deeper with embarrassment. Just as Lu Tian finished dressing, he was unceremoniously pushed out of the villa. Wait a moment, Mississippi. Since we've met, could you kindly share your name with me? Just get out of here. I never want to see you again. Lu Tian sighed and turned to leave. At that moment, his phone rang, and he promptly answered. Hello, Mom. What's your instruction? Lu Tian. Have you arrived in Jiangzhou? I got here last night and planned to visit Aunt Sue today. By the way, you mentioned Aunt Sue is a stunning beauty, is that true? Absolutely. Why do you ask? You're not thinking of pursuing her, are you? Of course not. Just a casual inquiry. Heh. Though Aunt Sue is divorced, she still lives with her ex-husband for the sake of her daughter. When you arrive, please be respectful and do not disrupt their normal life. I understand. She has moved several times, and I am unsure of her current residence, so just go directly to her company to find her. All right, I'm on my way. After the call, Lu Tian's expression turned grave. His mother believed he came to Jiangzhou solely to seek Aunt Sue's assistance in finding a job. In truth, it was far more complicated. He had uncovered his father's disappearance was linked to the underground forces of Beishenmen in Jiangzhou. As for whether there were hidden masterminds behind Beishenmen, he had yet to ascertain. Lu Tian's purpose in coming to Jiangzhou was to investigate the circumstances surrounding his father's disappearance and to confront his enemies. 3 years ago, by a stroke of fortune, he mastered the supreme art of Cangyangju. His skills in medicine, martial arts, and mysticism had reached unparalleled heights. He believed his capabilities were sufficient to vanquish his foes. He hailed a taxi from the roadside and headed towards Aunt Sue's company. Meanwhile, Yunrou was in the villa's bathroom, diligently cleansing herself. This scoundrel! Not only did he turn my life upside down, but he also left me covered in his saliva. Fuming at the hickeys adorning her body, she vented her frustration. After her shower, she donned a sharp OL outfit, exuding a mature and dignified aura. Just as she was about to leave for the office, her daughter, Zhao Yuxuan, a 19-year-old girl, arrived at the villa. Though Yunrou was only 36 years old, she had given birth to Zhao Yuxuan when she was just 16, having been tricked into a relationship by her much older ex-husband. Zhao Jinxiang.Su Yunrou sighed. What do you mean you want to break up with him? Your father and I are already divorced. Although we live together for your sake, we are essentially separated. Yunrou felt too embarrassed to reveal the truth to divert her daughter's probing. She quickly changed the subject. Yuxuan, I mentioned before that my best friend's son is coming to stay with us. He will be meeting me at the office today. Why don't you come with me, so I can introduce you too? Zhao Yuxuan scoffed. He must not be doing well out there and wants to mooch off us. Stop talking nonsense, you little brat. I expect you to be polite when you meet him. Yunrou took Zhao Yuxuan with her to the company. Lu Tian was already seated in a meeting room, awaiting Aunt Sue's arrival. She had informed the office in advance to receive him. After approximately 20 minutes, the door swung open, revealing Yunrou and her daughter, Zhao Yuxuan. Upon recognizing Lu Tian, Yunrou was struck dumb with astonishment. No way. Could he be Lu Jie's son, Lu Tian? This was utterly mortifying. Yunrou was on the verge of a breakdown. How would she face Lu Jie after sleeping with her son? The situation was equally unexpected for Lu Tian. This was undeniably awkward. You are Aunt Sue. Yes. Hello. Neither of them dared to mention the previous night's events in front of Zhao Yuxuan, both striving to mask their discomfort. Yunrou turned to Zhao Yuxuan. This is Lu Tian, the son of my friend I mentioned. He is 4 years older than you can call him Brother Lu. Zhao Yuxuan assessed Lu Tian and mused inwardly. He is quite tall and handsome, yet dressed in cheap attire he certainly doesn't seem like a rich heir or a successful individual. Mom, please don't try to matchmake me with this country bumpkin. Zhao Yuxuan was completely mistaken. Yunrou had already shared an intimate relationship with Lu Tian and would never consider pairing him with her daughter. Lu Tian would never accept such a proposition either. Zhao Yuxuan huffed, if you feel embarrassed, then don't stay at my house. Su Yunrou frowned. Yuxuan, how can you speak that way? Lu Tian has nowhere else to stay and must reside with us. Although the events of the previous night left her feeling embarrassed, it was all a misunderstanding. Lu Tian was seeking refuge with her out of respect for his mother. She had to be gracious. However, she knew that facing Lu Tian in the future would be anything but comfortable. Chapter 2. Navigating their relationship. Let him stay in your own villa, Zhao Yuxuan suggested. No, that villa is too close to the company. Sometimes I work late and might need to stay there overnight. It wouldn't be convenient for Lu Tian to stay there. The mention of that villa brought back memories of the previous night spent with Lu Tian. If he were to stay there, she would feel too shy to return. Are you saying it would be more convenient for him to stay here? I think it would be convenient. That's settled then. If you're not happy, go tell your father and see if he can overturn my decision. Zhao Yuxuan stomped her foot in frustration. Her father had always wanted to reconcile with her mother and would likely acquiesce to her wishes. Even if he felt dissatisfied, he would not outwardly oppose her. It seemed that Lu Tian's stay at their home was an unavoidable reality. Humph. So your name is Lu Tian, is it? You must recognize your place. You are merely a commoner seeking refuge among us. Even if you reside under my roof, do not harbor any illusions of integrating into our elite circle. Zhao Yuxuan, with an air of superiority and arrogance, delivered her remarks before storming out of the room in a huff. In the meeting room, only Lu Tian and Su Yunrou remained, and the atmosphere turned awkward. Yuxuan is young and impetuous, often speaking without thinking, but she is not inherently malicious. Please do not take offense. I am not offended. I truly did not expect you to be the Su auntie I sought refuge with. About what happened last night, do not mention it. From now on, you are forbidden to bring it up again. You be quiet. I said not to discuss it any further, and I do not require your responsibility. Once we arrive at my home, do not dare to mention it. Otherwise, I shall have you thrown out. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. From now on, you will work at my company. I will temporarily assign you as my assistant.As for your salary. I must consider the circumstances of other employees before determining it. Rest assured, you will not be shortchanged. Su Yunrou's decision to appoint him as her assistant was intended to nurture his potential. A special favor in essence. Thank you, Aunt Su. Lu Tian nodded appreciatively. Su Yunrou contacted the Human Resources Department to finalize Lu Tian's employment paperwork and arranged for him to have a private office as she settled at her desk. She leaned back in her chair and let out a long sigh. How awkward. How shall I interact with him going forward? Su Yunrou felt a whirlwind of emotions, her mind drifting back to the intimate moments shared with him the previous night. How frustrating. I forbade Lu Tian from mentioning this, yet why can't I help but dwell on it? In her efforts to provide her daughter with a complete family, she had maintained the facade of a 3-person household with Zhao Jinxiong, despite their divorce 5 years prior. She was aware that Zhao Jinxiong had several mistresses outside their marriage. He had never lacked female company during those 5 years. But what about her? She had endured 5 years of emotional and physical solitude. Perhaps feeling this unfairness, coupled with the stifling discomfort, had led to her impulsive actions the previous night. Well, what's done is done. There is no point in regretting it now. After all, I am divorced from Zhao Jinxiong, and given his promiscuity, I am not betraying him. Lu Tian, newly employed, was spared from work duties today out of Su Yunrou's consideration for him. Just as boredom began to set in, he received a phone call. Hello, Lord Lu. The matter you asked me to investigate is beginning to bear fruit? Oh, pray tell. Years ago, prior to the bed.She sect's pursuit of your father, a formidable expert challenged him, resulting in both sustaining severe injuries. Otherwise, given your father's prowess, the bed.She sect would not have been able to contend with him. Who was that expert? Reportedly, he was masked at the time, and I have yet to uncover his identity, but it is said he was the backing behind the bed.She sect. I see. Thank you for your information. Lord Lu, you are too kind. Since you have come to Jiangzhou, might you be interested in establishing your own enterprise? The Tianqing Chamber of Commerce stands ready to assist you. The Tianqing Chamber of Commerce had risen to become the most affluent business organization in the area, thanks to the support of a mysterious benefactor. Yet, few were aware that the enigmatic figure backing them was Lu Tian himself. President Zhang of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce was also making every effort to curry favor with him. I intend to establish a pharmaceutical company. Please make the necessary arrangements. Not a problem. I will initially invest 200 million and ensure that within a week, your company is up and running. Thank you, President Zhang. It is my honor to assist you, Lord Lu. With little to occupy his time, Lu Tian spent the day idly in his office. Meanwhile, Su Yunrou, along with her ex-husband and daughter, resided in a villa community known as Jinxiu Manor. In the villa's living room sat a middle-aged man in his 40s, slightly overweight, who was none other than Su Yunrou's ex-husband. Zhao Jinxiong is Yuxuan not at home? Su Yunrou inquired. She just left to dine with a few friends, Zhao Jinxiong replied. Dining again? Why does she go out to eat every day? Let her be. Her friends are either wealthy or influential. As the daughter of the Zhao family, interacting with those from affluent families is a form of experience for her. Su Yunrou chose not to pursue that topic further and introduced Lu Tian instead. This is the son of Lu Jie, Lu Tian, whom I mentioned to you. Zhao Jinxiong did not rise from the sofa but scrutinized Lu Tian with a critical gaze. Hello, Uncle Zhao. I apologize for the intrusion, Lu Tian greeted with a polite smile. Zhao Jinxiong nodded expressionlessly and offered no further acknowledgement. The villa boasted 3 stories. Zhao Yuxuan resided on the 3rd floor. Zhao Jinxiong and Su Yunrou occupied the 2nd floor. Though, having divorced, they did not share the same room. On the 1st floor, Su Yunrou prepared a bedroom for Lu Tian. As Lu Tian carried his luggage to his room, he overheard Zhao Jinxiong speaking to Su Yunrou in the living room. Yunrou, I must remind you, while it is fine to look after Lu Tian, ensure he keeps his distance from Yuxuan. I have no desire for this country bumpkin to set his sights on our Zhao family's daughter. I scrutinized him earlier, and he appears quite unsophisticated, not someone with a promising future. It seems he is merely drawn to our wealth and influence, seeking to infiltrate high society. A foolish dream. These words irked Su Yunrou. Keep your voice down. Zhao Jinxiong deliberately raised his voice, appearing to address Su Yunrou while, in reality, directing his words toward Lu Tian. Chapter 3. The countenance of arrogance. Lu Tian heard Zhao Jinxiong's remarks. He had already come to the conclusion that Zhao Jinxiong held him in contempt. Prior to this, Zhao Yuxuan had also displayed a strong aversion towards him. Were it not for exceptional circumstances, he would truly prefer to avoid witnessing their disdainful expressions. Lu Tian's unique predicament lies in the fact that the Songyang technique he practices carries certain side effects, subjecting him to the backlash of Songyang's power. After spending the night with Su Yunrou, he realized that she possesses the rare Xian Yin physique, which can assist him in balancing the Songyang energy within him. If he could be in her presence as he was last night, it would not be long before he could completely heal from the side effects of the Songyang force. Even if he were to refrain from any intimate actions, merely remaining close to her would alleviate the onset of the Songyang energy. Thus, despite having the financial means to move elsewhere, he prefers to stay here. Furthermore, he genuinely wishes to take responsibility for what transpired last night. Su Yunrou turned to Zhao Jinxiong and suggested, since Lu Tian has just come to our home as a guest, let us treat him to dinner at a restaurant tonight. Let us dine at home. Zhao Jinxiong replied, not long ago, my father called to inform me that he and my elder brother would be visiting us shortly for an important discussion. Please prepare dinner and make several delicious dishes to properly host them. Understood. Su Yunrou nodded and proceeded to the kitchen. Shortly after dinner was ready, the 2 guests arrived: Zhao Jinxiong's father, Zhao Zhenming, and his elder brother, Zhao Jinxiao. Uncle, brother, Su Yunrou greeted them. Having divorced Zhao Jinxiong, she now referred to his father as uncle. Zhao Zhenming cast a glance at Lu Tian before addressing Su Yunrou. I heard from Jinxiong that a young man named Lu Tian has come to rely on you. Is he the one? Indeed, Su Yunrou replied. I am very close to his mother. That said, I must advise you not to allow him to grow too close to Yuxuan. I would not want him to entertain any notions about her. I understand, and he would not dare do so, she reassured him. That is good. After all, our Zhao family's daughter must marry a young elite from a prominent family, not someone of such humble origins. Upon finishing his statement, Zhao Zhenming shot a warning glance at Lu Tian. Ha, if he possesses any self-awareness, he would certainly refrain from such folly. Otherwise, he would only bring disgrace upon himself. Moreover, should he dare to act inappropriately, our Zhao family would not let him off easily. Zhao Jinxiao chimed in with a laugh, not bothering to glance at Lu Tian again. Lu Tian secretly scoffed. Previously, Zhao Jinxiong had uttered similar sentiments, albeit indirectly, ensuring that he was within earshot. It is said that one cannot enter the same door if they do not belong to the same family. Zhao Jinxiong, along with his father, elder brother, and daughter, exuded a sense of pride and arrogance derived from their affluent lineage. It appeared that mingling with those outside their elite circle would diminish their stature. Let us discuss matters pertaining to the company. We should not allow an inconsequential individual to impede our significant ventures, Zhao Jinxiong asserted. Zhao Jinming nodded and addressed Zhao Jinxiong, saying, President Zhang Wanhai of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce is poised to invest 200 million in establishing a pharmaceutical company. Recently, President Zhang hosted a banquet to which all potential collaborators were invited. Local business owners in the pharmaceutical sector attended to curry favor with the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Jean Hao and I also attended the banquet and, representing the pharmaceutical branch you oversee, successfully negotiated a collaboration with the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinxiong was instantly invigorated. Excellent. If our partnership with the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce proceeds smoothly, the Zhao family has the opportunity to ascend to the ranks of a leading elite family in Jiangzhou. Zhao Jinming added, though that may be true, we must first address a significant challenge if we wish to collaborate successfully with the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Our pharmaceutical enterprise is rather modest in scale, and while I aspire to expand our family's pharmaceutical business, the existing operations of the Zhao family are not amenable to alteration. At this juncture, he turned to Su Yunrou, stating, My plan is to transform your cosmetics company into a pharmaceutical entity under the Zhao Group, thereby enabling us to represent the Zhao family in our dealings with the newly established pharmaceutical company of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Su Yunrou was momentarily taken aback. Are you suggesting that my company be acquired? She inquired. Indeed, Zhao Jinming replied nonchalantly. Zhao Jinxiong interjected, This is a commendable idea. He then directed his words towards Su Yunrou, saying, Yunrou, although we are divorced, we continue to interact as a family. Merging your company with ours would not differ significantly from your current management, and your enterprise would benefit from the Zhao family's support.
Furious, Su Yunrou retorted.
I will never acquiesce to such absurd demands. First, our company has just developed a pure herbal skincare cream, which we are ready to produce. We will not easily alter our business model. Second, do not speak to me of family. Our marital relationship has long since concluded. I maintain this household solely for the sake of our daughter's complete upbringing. Third, my cosmetics company is the fruit of my labor, and I shall not permit the Zhao family to seize control. Zhao Jinxiong found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Zhao Jinming, with a smile, advised Yunrou, I urge you to reconsider. You must understand that the Zhao family, as a second-tier elite family in Jiangzhou, possesses wealth far beyond what your modest cosmetics company can compete with. Should we choose, we could effortlessly absorb your company, and we are willing to negotiate with you out of respect for Jinxiong. While Zhao Jinming professed a willingness to negotiate, his words dripped with veiled threats. His implication was clear. If she refused to relinquish her company, they would employ their familial influence to undermine her business until she capitulated. Father, stop mincing words with her. Zhao Jinxiong interjected, his expression darkening. Su Yunrou, do not misjudge your position. While we have yet to sever ties, it would be prudent for you to comply with our requests. Anger surged within Su Yunrou, mingled with anxiety. Should the Zhao family decide to exert commercial pressure upon her, she would have no means of defense. At that moment, Lu Tian spoke up. Aunt Su, do not fret. With me here, they cannot harm you. He then turned to Zhao Jinxiong, his expression serious. You would do well to avoid antagonizing Aunt Su, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate against you. Impudent! Zhao Jinxiong bellowed. Who do you think you are to speak so brazenly before us? Zhao Jinming ordered. Jinxiong, expel him immediately. Chapter 4. A moment of impulse. Zhao Jinxiong's ire flared. Lu Tian, you have been living off the Zhao family while speaking to us with such disrespect. You are not welcome here. Leave at once. Lu Tian coldly laughed and said, Who has been taking advantage of you at your home? I merely seek refuge with Aunt Su. He then turned to Su Yunrou and urged, Aunt Su, you are not one of the Zhao family. They do not regard you as one of their own. Let us leave this place together. No.
Su Yunrou replied firmly, I cannot abandon Yu Xian.
You need not leave. This villa is under my name, and he lacks the authority to expel you. You! Zhao Jinxiong gritted his teeth in anger. Enough! Zhao Jinming exclaimed, striking the armrest of the sofa as he rose to his feet. He then addressed Su Yunrou, if your company is unable to sustain itself, you may always come to us to discuss the possibility of a merger. Lu Tian took the conversation forward, suggesting, Are you planning to suppress her company? Zhao Jinming completely disregarded Lu Tian, ignoring him entirely as he strode towards the door. Zhao Jinhao patted Zhao Jinxiong on the shoulder and remarked, Your ex-wife lacks appreciation. Do not indulge her before departing from the villa. Lu Tian picked up his phone and called Zhang Wanhai, the president of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. President Zhang, I must inform you that I require your chamber to immediately terminate the cooperation plan with the Zhao Group. After hanging up the call, Lu Tian turned to Zhao Jinxiong and said, The Tianqing Chamber of Commerce is prepared to heed my request and withdraw from any collaboration with your family. There is no need for you to covet Aunt Su's company any longer. Zhao Jinxiong, however, was skeptical of Lu Tian's ability to reach President Zhang, believing that the latter was merely pretending to make a call to intimidate him. Even at this juncture, you continue to put on a show. I feel embarrassed for you. After a mocking tirade, Zhao Jinxiong directed his attention to Su Yunrou, stating, Yunrou, although this villa belongs to you, I will not permit this scoundrel to reside here. If you do not expel him, I shall take my leave. Do as you see fit. Su Yunrou coldly responded. Then go ahead and leave. Zhao Jinxiong was taken aback. He had anticipated that his words would compel Su Yunrou to yield and dismiss Lu Tian. To his astonishment, she stood resolutely by Lu Tian's side without hesitation. I never expected you to sever ties with me for someone else. You wish for me to leave? Very well. Even if I depart this place, I have numerous alternatives. Fuming, Zhao Jinxiong exited the villa, having no shortage of lovers and places to go, and planned to spend the night with his recently won female secretary. Within the villa, only Lu Tian and Su Yunrou remained. Under normal circumstances, Su Yunrou would feel uncomfortable being alone with him. However, with her company facing the threat of being swallowed up, she had little inclination to dwell on their awkwardness. Though I understand you may not be able to assist me significantly, I must express my gratitude for your steadfast support, she said. I can help you. Her mood was dismal. Having eaten little, she remarked that she would retire early and ascended to the second floor. Lu Tian entered his room and retrieved paper and pen. Well versed in the pharmacology of traditional Chinese medicine, he set about drafting a formula for a cosmetics concoction composed entirely of herbal ingredients to present to Su Yunrou. In due time, he intended to have Zhang Wanhai facilitate the distribution of Su Yunrou's cosmetics through the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. This product was certain to create a sensation in the market. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Su Yunrou was drowning her sorrows in the living room on the second floor, consumed by a profound melancholy. By the time he ascended with the completed formula, Su Yunrou was already inebriated. You've arrived. Come, join me for a drink. In her drunken state, Su Yunrou's spirits were exuberant, causing her to forget the awkwardness that lingered between them. As she eagerly reached for the bottle to pour him a drink, Lu Tian intercepted her. Aunt Su, I have prepared a cosmetic formula for you, and we can discuss it later. Later is for another time.
Su Yunrou interjected,
setting aside the formula he had handed her. I cannot believe that you can concoct any meaningful formula. If you truly wish to comfort me, then join me for a drink. With that, Su Yunrou poured another glass of wine for him. Lu Tian chose not to intervene any further and, instead, indulged in a few more drinks, believing that this would encourage his companion to consume less. Su Yunrou, in a hazy state of inebriation, seized the moment to confide her sorrows to him. Although I have divorced Zhao Jinxiong, I have always regarded him as family for the sake of maintaining this household of three. He initially used our emotional discord as a pretext to pursue other women, and indeed he has taken many lovers. I am aware that he has recently become involved with his young female secretary. His anger and subsequent departure surely indicate that he has gone to spend the night with her. Over the years, he has frequently sought pleasure outside our marriage, while I have sacrificed so much to uphold the facade of harmony in our family. Before meeting you, I had never engaged with another man. I have given so much to accommodate him, yet I could never have imagined that he would conspire with the Zhao family against me. I truly feel utterly exhausted. Su Yunrou, the formidable businesswoman, valiantly fought back tears, feeling deeply aggrieved. Lu Tian sat beside her, hesitating for a moment before embracing her. Su Yunrou raised her hand to wrap around his back, and they gazed into each other's eyes. Overwhelmed by her suppressed emotions and fueled by the effects of intoxication, she found herself impulsively drawn to this man with whom she had shared a night of passion. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly delicate. Before long, they succumbed to their desires and shared a fervent kiss. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, Lu Tian, filled with excitement, inquired, "Which room is your bedroom?" Lu Tian carried her into the bedroom and gently laid her on the bed. After drawing the curtains, he approached her once more. Su Yunrou embraced him tightly, passionately responding to his fervent advance. As Su Yunrou had anticipated, Zhao Jinxiong indeed spent the night at his secretary's residence. "Boss, you haven't come by these past few days, and I've missed you dearly," the secretary cooed, swaying her body enticingly before him. It's only been 2 days since I last came. You couldn't bear it? Just wait and see how I make you beg for mercy this time," Zhao Jinxiong declared, lunging forward. 2 minutes later, Zhao Jinxiong lay breathlessly on the bed, having completed his endeavors. "Zhao, you were truly exceptional today, far surpassing your previous performances," the secretary flattered insincerely, deliberately wearing a satisfied expression. Pleased by her praise, Zhao Jinxiong remained oblivious to the scornful thoughts she harbored about him. Just then, his phone rang. Whose call could it be? It wouldn't be from your ex-wife, would it? And if it is, I've long divorced her. She has no say over whom I spend the night with, Zhao Jinxiong replied nonchalantly, picking up the phone to check the number, his expression shifting to one of gravity. It was the external liaison director from the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Why was he contacting him at this moment? Although the collaboration had been negotiated by his father and elder brother, it was Zhao Jinxiong who managed the pharmaceutical subsidiary that would work with the chamber. Zhao Zhenming had facilitated the exchange of phone numbers. If there were matters to discuss, Director Wang would reach out to him directly. With caution, Zhao Jinxiong answered the call, speaking with the utmost respect. However, the other party had already hung up, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. The Tianqing Chamber had just agreed to collaborate with the Zhao family. Why had they suddenly rescinded the partnership? Wait, an epiphany struck Zhao Jinxiong as he recalled an incident. Just before he left the villa, Lu Tian had made a phone call in his presence, demanding that President Zhang of the Tianqing Chamber withdraw from their collaboration with the Zhao Group. At the time, he had dismissed the possibility of Lu Tian having any influence over President Zhang, thinking it was merely bravado. Yet now, the chamber had indeed annulled their agreement. To ascertain the situation, Zhao Jinxiong called Su Yunrou. "Hello? Is Lu Tian with you? Please hand him the phone. I need to speak with him." He's not with me." "Not with you? Then why the hesitation? Also, why do you sound so breathless?" "I was exercising. I'm a bit tired." "What do you need Lu Tian for? Just pass the phone to him. I'll speak to him directly." "Are you trying to threaten or intimidate him? Did you think I would grant you that opportunity?" Su Yunrou retorted coldly before hanging up. Fuming, Zhao Jinxiong gritted his teeth. He then retrieved his father Zhao Zhenming's phone number and dialed, explaining the situation. "What did you say?" Lu Tian called and demanded the Tianqing Chamber cancel our collaboration? "Do you truly believe he possesses such power?" Yet, shortly after his call, the chamber indeed rescinded our partnership. "He is merely a commoner. He cannot wield such influence. This situation cannot possibly be related to him. Then why were we denied the collaboration? The Tianqing Chamber must think that partnering with us would yield insufficient benefits, leading to the cancellation. That seems quite plausible as they are seeking partners in the pharmaceutical field, and our Zhao family lacks significant holdings in that sector. Thus, We must acquire Su Yunrou's company and transform it into a pharmaceutical entity. Only then shall we be truly qualified to collaborate with the Tianqing Chamber. Isn't that a bit excessive? What? Do you feel sympathy for her? Let me tell you, starting tomorrow, our Zhao family will begin to undermine her business until she agrees to merge her company with ours. I will assign this task to your elder brother Jinhao. You need not concern yourself with it. Inside Su Yunrou's villa, after an hour of tumultuous activity, Lu Tian and Su Yunrou finally concluded their affair. Once her emotions settled, Su Yunrou found herself regretting her choices once again. With that thought, she sat up, preparing to don her garments. Lu Tian embraced her from behind. You always seem to enjoy it, so why do you feel so embarrassed to face me afterward? Su Yunrou's cheeks flushed deeper. His words were undeniably true, leaving her without a retort. Since their divorce, she had been single for 5 years. Moreover, prior to that, her ex-husband's lack of ability had deprived her of much joy in that regard. Lu Tian's majestic demeanor allowed her to genuinely experience such joy. However, this also rendered her, who had calmed down and felt embarrassed to confront the situation, even more flustered. Zhao Jinxiong called you to say he wanted to find me. Why did you refuse to let me answer? Lu Tian inquired. Su Yunrou gazed at him with a look of deep resentment. And what about you? At that moment, you were tormenting me so much. What if he had overheard? Lu Tian Dao, you are already divorced. He has no right to interfere in your affairs.
Su Yunrou sighed softly.
I understand, but this makes me quite embarrassed. Lu Tian sighed. Even if she were to know, what difference would it make? Su Yunrou, filled with a mix of embarrassment and anger, exclaimed, You are making me uncomfortable. Please leave at once. Lu Tian nodded, expressing his willingness to take responsibility, emphasizing that the key lay in her willingness to consider the matter thoroughly. After speaking, he dressed and exited the room. Zhao Yuxuan proceeded directly to Su Yunrou's chamber. I caught a whiff of alcohol and noticed 2 wine glasses resting on the coffee table. Are you and my father enjoying a private moment? I inquired. Not at all. Your father is out, and I merely had a few words with Lu Tian while sharing a couple of drinks. She replied. Lu Tian? The mere mention of that scoundrel irks me. By the way, did you arrange for him to stay on the first floor? Yes, it seemed more convenient for everyone. In that case, you must inform him not to wander upstairs. I certainly do not wish for him to disrupt our family's peace. I will talk to him, but you mustn't always target him like this. I simply cannot abide by his lack of ambition, loitering around and indulging in the hospitality of others. Yuxuan, what nonsense are you spouting? He is gainfully employed at my company, hardly loitering about. If you keep this up, just watch how I discipline you. As she passed through the living room on her way to her bedroom on the 3rd floor, she noticed a piece of paper lying on the sofa. It was a cosmetics formula written by Lu Tian for Su Yunrou. Lu Tian believed that Su Yunrou had already concealed the formula. At that moment, Su Yunrou, intoxicated, had entirely forgotten about the matter of the formula. Zhao Yuxuan assumed it might be a work note written by her mother and chose to disregard it. Su Yunrou lay on her bed, lost in thought, her emotions once again becoming intricate. The previous night spent with Lu Tian had already filled her with regret. To her astonishment, she found herself repeating the same actions that very night. This not only deepened her remorse but also added a layer of entanglement. He claimed he was willing to take responsibility for me. It was up to me to decide. What should I do? Suddenly, her expression froze. I had promised not to let him take responsibility. Why am I even considering this? I must remain calm. Calm. She reminded herself to stay composed. Yet her heart grew increasingly conflicted. The following morning, Lu Tian accompanied Su Yunrou to the office. Last night, Su Yunrou had indulged in drink, rendering her oblivious to Lu Tian's earlier gesture of providing her with the formula. That morning, Su Yunrou received a flurry of phone calls, each one either from her company's suppliers or clients. The substance of their conversations was remarkably similar. All were intent on terminating their collaboration with her firm. Su Yunrou understood that the Zhao family had commenced their commercial suppression against her. These suppliers and clients, intimidated by the Zhao family's influence, preferred to incur penalty fees rather than continue supplying raw materials or fulfilling orders.
A sigh escaped Su Yunrou's lips.
If this situation persisted, Her company would be teetering on the brink of collapse. Just as she found herself at a loss, a knock resonated at the door, and Lu Tian entered.
Ansu.
Observing your furrowed brow, it seems the Zhao family has indeed begun to undermine your business? He inquired. Yes. Most of my suppliers and clients have rescinded their partnerships with my company, yet I find myself powerless to change the situation, Su Yunrou replied, her expression a mixture of wry amusement and resignation. Lu Tiandao reassured her, do not worry. I have already made a call to connect you with several suppliers and clients. These companies hold considerable influence, and the Zhao family would not dare to obstruct your collaboration with them. Su Yunrou, however, regarded his words as mere bravado and sighed once more. I understand that you are trying to alleviate my concerns, but such audacious claims only serve to vex me. At that moment, the door swung open again. A young man, resplendent in his attire and exuding an air of confidence, strode into the office. Auntie, are you busy? He inquired. This young man was Zhao Yusong, the son of Zhao Jinhao and the cousin of Zhao Yushuan. I have long since divorced your second uncle, so please refrain from calling me auntie, Su Yunrou replied. My apologies. I am simply accustomed to it. Zhao Yusong chuckled. He cast a sidelong glance at Lu Tian and added, I heard from Yushuan that someone lacking in ability, who only knows how to boast, named Lu Tian, has come to seek your support. That must be him, right? Lu Tian spoke in a nonchalant manner. Yuxian harbors some misconceptions about me. In truth, I possess certain abilities, and I have never been one to boast. He chuckled lightly. Yuxian also mentioned that you are quite conceited. It appears there may be some truth to that. Zhao Yusong sneered, dismissively smiling before ignoring him further. Zhao Yusong, did you come here merely to exchange such barbs? Su Yunrou inquired coldly. She continued, it is your Zhao family who is meddling in this matter. You must be aware of that. Zhao Yusong nodded, cutting through the pleasantries. Let us dispense with trivialities. If you are willing to merge your company with the Zhao family, I assure you that those suppliers and clients will resume their collaborations with you. With that, he placed a contract upon the table. I have prepared the transfer agreement. You should sign it promptly. The longer you delay, the greater your losses will be. Su Yunrou rose in indignation, tearing the contract into shreds and discarding it into the waste bin. What? Are you unwilling to compromise? Do you still harbor any hopes? Zhao Yusong gestured dismissively towards Lu Tian. What do you expect? You cannot possibly be counting on this useless individual for assistance. Zhao Yusong. Su Yunrou pointed towards the door, her voice laced with fury. Get out of here. With a self-satisfied grin, Zhao Yusong retorted, it seems you have no expectations left. Perhaps it is time to consider relinquishing your company. He then turned to leave. Wait, Lu Tian spoke icily. Did you just refer to me as useless? Chapter 6. You have angered me. Zhao Yusong scoffed, regarding Lu Tian with disdain. To me, you are indeed nothing but a waste. Is there a problem with that? The issue lies in the fact that you have provoked my ire, and I shall teach you a lesson. Lu Tian. Let it go. Su Yunrou suddenly exclaimed. Zhao Yusong looked at her. You must be concerned that I might injure him. After all, you know I am one of the 3 great masters of Jiangzhou, a disciple of Zhuo Yi. Su Yunrou turned her gaze to Lu Tian. You are no match for him. Do not stoop to his level. She then directed her attention back to Zhao Yusong, and you should refrain from lowering yourself to his standards. That cannot be. He is the one who claimed he would teach me a lesson, and now I am quite eager to exchange a few moves with him. Zhao Yusong provocatively stared at Lu Tian. You have also incited my wrath. Even if you beg for mercy, I shall not spare you. Lu Tian smiled and remarked, I can tell you are a practitioner, yet it is evident that your strength leaves much to be desired. Humph, dare you speak so boldly? Allow me to demonstrate my true prowess. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Yusong grinned, suddenly launching a powerful punch towards Lu Tian. With a swift motion, Lu Tian opened his fist, sending his opponent staggering backward. Zhao Yusong's face was painted with astonishment. In that fleeting moment, he realized he was no match for Lu Tian. I warn you, if you dare to strike me. Slap. Zhao Yusong intended to threaten his adversary, but before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap met his cheek. What will you do if I do strike you? Lu Tian replied with a cold, mocking laugh. Zhao Yusong, reeling from the blow, was rendered speechless, his bravado evaporating. Su Yunrou, taken aback, exclaimed, "Lu Tian, so you possess martial skills." Lu Tian nodded, albeit slightly. At that moment, the internal phone on the desk rang. Su Yunrou answered the call. "Hello? What? Director Wang from the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce has arrived? All right, quickly grant him access and invite him to my office." Zhao Yusong, who was contemplating a hasty retreat, was taken aback by her words. Last night, the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce had severed ties with the Zhao family. Why would Director Wang suddenly visit Su Yunrou's company? Driven by curiosity, Zhao Yusong decided to remain. Before long, Director Wang entered the office, accompanied by 3 prominent business tycoons. Upon seeing them, Zhao Yusong was utterly dumbfounded. These 3 individuals were titans in the local commercial realm. Su Yuanshan, a magnate in the herbal medicine sector, Chan Dakong, the supermarket king of the Jiangbei region, and Song Kai, the foremost cosmetics distributor in Jiangzhou. Su Yunrou recognized them as well and was equally astonished by their presence. Su Yuanshan spoke first. "Ms. Su, your company's cosmetics are entirely herbal formulations. Coincidentally, our company deals in medicinal herbs. If you have no objections, I would like to offer you raw materials at a favorable price." Chun Dakong added, "I have recently opened 3 large chain supermarkets and plan to allocate a few prime stalls and storefronts to your Yunrou Cosmetics company at a low rental rate for the sale of your products." Song Kai interjected, "As a cosmetics trader, I intend to establish a long-term partnership with your company. This time, I bring with me an order worth 50 million. Please take a look, Ms. Su." With that, Song Kai retrieved a contract and an order from his briefcase and presented them to Su Yunrou. Su Yuanshan and Chun Dakong, in unison, also handed over their prepared contracts. Su Yunrou could scarcely believe that these illustrious business leaders would seek her out for collaboration. She had been troubled by the recent withdrawal of suppliers and clients. Little did she expect such a swift turn of events. A partnership with these titans would ensure greater security for both raw material supply and product sales than before. In essence, the challenges facing her company had been thoroughly resolved. Zhao Yusong stood frozen, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. The Zhao family had exerted pressure on suppliers and clients to withdraw from their collaboration with Su Yunrou in a bid to monopolize her company. Yet now, these 3 tycoons, far more influential than the Zhao family, were forming alliances that the Zhao family could neither prevent nor dare to disrupt. Particularly since these 3 were significant members of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, a force the Zhao family could not afford to provoke. It was Director Wang from the chamber who had brought these business leaders to negotiate collaboration. Clearly, this partnership was facilitated by the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, effectively establishing a collaboration between Su Yunrou and the chamber. Just minutes earlier, Zhao Yusong had been threateningly boasting about his intentions to force Su Yunrou out of her company. Now, he could only watch helplessly as she secured a partnership with the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. For the Zhao family, recently severed from the chamber, this was a resounding slap in the face. Zhao Yusong felt like a mere jester, foolishly seeking attention. Embarrassed, he made his exit. As soon as he stepped out of the office building, he called his father, Zhao Jinhao, to explain the situation. "What? Director Wang has brought those 3 tycoons to discuss collaboration with Su Yunrou?" Zhao Jinhao exclaimed on the other end of the line. "Yes. This could be considered a partnership between the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce and Su Yunrou. I can't fathom why the chamber is showing her such deference. Her small company shouldn't warrant such attention from the chamber. I heard she developed a new skincare cream. It must be this new product that piqued the chamber's interest in her," Zhao Jinhao speculated. "It's surprising that while the chamber severed ties with our Zhao family, they sought collaboration with her instead. Well, since the chamber is merely interested in her new product's market potential, if we can seize control of that product, it will turn into a partnership between our Zhao family and the chamber." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yusong's eyes lit up with understanding. "You're right," Zhao Jinhao continued. "I can't talk right now. I'm in discussions with your grandfather and your second uncle." In the Zhao Group's chairman's office, Zhao Jinhao hung up and detailed the situation to his father, Zhao Zhenming, and his younger brother, Zhao Jinxiong. Zhao Zhenming, slamming his hand on the desk in frustration, declared, "To avoid offending the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, We must immediately cease our pressure on Su Yunrou's company. He then instructed Zhao Jinhao, quickly call those suppliers and clients and restore their collaboration with Su Yunrou's company. Zhao Jinhao nodded and promptly left the office to make the call. Zhao Jinming turned to Zhao Jinxiong and remarked, what Jinhao just said is correct. As long as we can obtain the formula for Su Yunrou's new product, our Zhao family can secure a partnership with the chamber. Although you are divorced from Su Yunrou, she harbors no suspicion towards you. I assign this task to you. You must find a way to acquire that formula. Zhao Jinxiong nodded resolutely. Despite his desire to reconcile with Su Yunrou, he was willing to manipulate her for the sake of family interests. That morning, Su Yunrou signed the collaboration agreement with the three tycoons. She believed that the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce had recognized the market potential of her new product, prompting them to send these businessmen to negotiate. After signing the contracts and exchanging pleasantries, Director Wang led the three tycoons out. Soon after, Su Yunrou received several phone calls from the suppliers and clients who had previously withdrawn, now requesting to resume their collaboration. She surmised that Zhao Yusong had informed the Zhao family of the situation, and fearing the wrath of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, they compelled the suppliers to renew their partnerships with her company. Previously, they had only been coerced by the Zhao family to withdraw. Su Yunrou, not wishing to hold grudges, agreed to resume collaboration with them. Now, the Zhao family shouldn't pose any more trouble for me, right? Su Yunrou sighed in relief, speaking to herself.
And Su,
I told you I had someone help me contact several partners. Now do you believe I wasn't exaggerating? Lu Tian interjected. Stop joking. It must be the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce recognizing the market potential of our new product that prompted them to come to us for collaboration. What does that have to do with you? However, Su Yunrou smiled and added, I understand you meant to encourage me by claiming to have contacted partners, and for that, I am truly grateful. Lu Tian felt somewhat speechless. He was too weary to offer further explanations, lest the other party perceive him as boasting. As the afternoon drew to a close, Su Yunrou extended an invitation to Lu Tian to dine at a restaurant. She had intended to arrange this outing the previous evening, but was unable to do so due to the visit from Zhao Jinxiong's father and elder brother. Subsequently, some conflicts arose, resulting in an unpleasant dining experience. Now, she proposed this meal as a means of atoning for the inadequate hospitality shown the day before. As fate would have it, upon entering the restaurant's lobby, they encountered Zhao Yuxuan and several of her friends, who were also there to dine.
and Su,
A young man beside Zhao Yuxuan greeted courteously. Su Yunrou smiled and nodded, surprised to see them there. Are you all gathering here for a meal? Indeed, a girl responded. She was Lin Mengting, a classmate and close friend of Zhao Yuxuan. Lin Mengting continued, Aunt Su, who is this gentleman beside you? Prior to this encounter, Zhao Yuxuan had already complained to her friends about Lu Tian seeking refuge at her home. Upon learning of Lu Tian's identity, her friends' gazes towards him turned disdainful. Chapter 7. No interest in acquainting him. Oh, it's him, Lin Mengting remarked. Aunt Su, some words I must utter may displease you, but for Yuxuan's sake, I feel compelled to speak. Although Lu Tian presents a decent exterior, he is utterly unworthy of Yuxuan. Please, do not attempt to matchmake them. Su Yunrou was momentarily taken aback. I have never intended to do such a thing. She then cast an irritated glance at Zhao Yuxuan. You must be wildly speculating. Zhao Yuxuan replied, Now that I know you harbor no such intentions, I feel somewhat reassured. Yet, who knows if he might overestimate himself and harbor designs on me. She then turned her attention to Lu Tian. Let me inform you, my admirers are so numerous that I have lost count, each possessing fortunes exceeding millions, and none lacking in appearance. Among the 10 suitors eligible for my consideration, there are young men of wealth, influence, and exceptional capability, qualities you cannot even begin to compare with. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian nearly laughed. Eligible suitors? Aren't they merely a gaggle of sycophants? Zhao Yuxuan added, If you possess any self-awareness, refrain from pursuing me. Otherwise, you will only humiliate yourself. Yuxuan, Su Yunrou's face flushed with anger. Your words are utterly excessive. Apologize to Lu Tian immediately. And Su, please do not be upset. Duan Shaoquan interjected with a grin. Yuxuan is merely cautioning him to recognize his own station, to avoid foolishly attempting what he is unqualified to pursue. Duan Xiaoquan was one of the sycophants on Zhao Yushuan's list of potential suitors, and seeing Zhao Yushuan concerned about Lu Tian's intentions, he regarded Lu Tian as a rival. Lu Tian sighed and remarked, "I sense that there is some misunderstanding regarding my intentions. Allow me to clarify. I harbor no feelings whatsoever for Zhao Yushuan, and I shall never do so." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yushuan suddenly glared at him, exclaiming, "What did you say? You have no feelings for me? Are you implying that my beauty is insufficient to pique your interest?" It appeared she had forgotten that it was she who had threatened Lu Tian, forbidding him from harboring any thoughts of her. Now, upon his declaration of indifference, she felt instead a sense of humiliation. Lu Tian was almost amused to the point of laughter. Had it not been for Su Yunrou's presence, he would surely have hurled a scathing remark at the double standards displayed before him. At that moment, Lin Mengting suddenly announced, "Senior Yi has arrived." The crowd instinctively turned their gazes towards the entrance. A stylishly dressed woman, exuding an air of elegance and aloofness, approached them briskly. "Apologies for my tardiness. I've been rather overwhelmed with company matters. It is truly regrettable to be late for the gathering you organized to celebrate my joining the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce." Yi Qianxue expressed her apologies as she reached them. "Senior Yi, you are too gracious. In fact, we have only just arrived ourselves." Zhao Yushuan replied, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at her. During her university days, Yi Qianxue was a figure of great renown. Gifted with both beauty and talent, she stood apart in both appearance and intellect. Moreover, she hailed from the Yi family, one of the premier affluent families in the region. After graduating, she leveraged a few million in funds provided by her family to embark on a business venture, and within just 2 years, she amassed a fortune exceeding 10 billion. Her remarkable capabilities caught the attention of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, which invited her to become their highest-ranking diamond member. At merely 25 years of age, she was also the youngest diamond member in the chamber. Zhao Yushuan and the other junior sisters regarded her as an idol, aspiring to achieve similar success one day. Meanwhile, the junior males, such as Duan Xiaoquan, admired her as a goddess, yet dared not harbor any fanciful hopes regarding her. "And this lady is?" Yi Qianxue inquired, directing her attention towards Su Yunrou. "Senior, please refrain from calling her sister. She is my mother. You may address her as Aunt Su," Zhao Yushuan clarified. "My apologies," Yi Qianxue responded. "Aunt Su appears far too youthful. I would not have guessed you were Yushuan's mother." With a smile, she then turned her gaze to Lu Tian, asking, "And this gentleman is?" Lu Tian Dao. "Greetings, Sister Yi. My name is Lu Tian, and I am the assistant to Aunt Su." Zhao Yushuan interjected, stating that he is merely a nameless individual temporarily seeking refuge in my home, and there is no need for the senior sister to make his acquaintance. Yi Qianxue glanced at Lu Tian and, seeing he bore no airs of a privileged youth, nor resembled a corporate elite, lost interest in knowing him. As a member of high society, she, though not superficial, found it tiresome to engage with those outside her circle, perceiving it as a waste of time and energy. Out of politeness, Yi Qianxue offered a slight nod to Lu Tian and refrained from further interaction. "Senior Sister Yi, we have reserved a private room. Let us proceed there to converse at our leisure," Zhao Yushuan suggested. "Very well." Yi Qianxue nodded and turned to Su Yunrou. "Aunt, you are dining here as well, so please join us." Su Yunrou smiled awkwardly. "How could I impose? You are all young people. But Aunt is quite youthful too. Come. I have long wished to be acquainted with the esteemed businesswoman that you are," Yi Qianxue insisted. "Well, all right then," Su Yunrou conceded. Though she preferred not to dine with these youngsters, she felt compelled to accept given Yi Qianxue's interest in befriending her, especially considering the latter's status as a member of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Invited, Lu Tian naturally followed Su Yunrou into the private room. The group settled around the dining table, engaging in lively conversation. Yi Qianxue's juniors, including Zhao Yushuan, though young, spoke with great eloquence. "Young master son, I hear your Sun Group has opened 2 new branches. Impressive indeed. Young Master Han, your family's hotel has been rated 4 stars. Perhaps we should dine there next time. I have heard the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce plans to establish a pharmaceutical company. Yushuan, your Zhao Group has a pharmaceutical division, and perhaps a collaboration could be forged. As a diamond member of the Tianqing Chamber, Senior Sister Yi could certainly offer support to the Zhao group. Indeed, Yuxuan, this could be your family's opportunity to ascend among the elite. Listening to her friend's praises, Zhao Yuxuan feigned calmness, though internally she reveled in her burgeoning pride. She occasionally cast glances at Lu Tian, musing, this bumpkin must now realize the disparity between us. His perspective and insights are utterly unremarkable. He does not even qualify to converse with us. At that moment, a knock echoed, and the door swung open to reveal a formally attired gentleman entering the room. Pardon the intrusion, everyone. I am the lobby manager here. One esteemed guest has requested to dine in this private room, and we simply cannot offend him. Might you consider vacating the room? How dare you? Do you think we are insignificant characters? Duan Shaoquan thundered angrily, swiftly rising to his feet and striding towards the lobby manager, raising his hand to strike. Lu Tian coldly stated, indeed, there are patrons attempting to monopolize this place. This manager, fearing to offend, has come to persuade us. What issue does he have? Why resort to violence? Humph! Spare yourself the excuse of weakness. Duan Shaoquan interjected. The private room has been reserved by us. He has no right to compel us to leave. Release me at once, or I shall strike you as well. The manager replied, ladies and gentlemen, I certainly have no desire to offend you. My suggestion to relinquish the room stems from a wish to prevent you from inciting the ire of others and attracting unnecessary trouble. Chapter 8 Encounter with an Enemy. Duan Shaoquan sneered. Do you think we would be afraid? Humph! Summon that patron to discuss matters with me, and witness how I deal with him. The manager sighed as he exited the private room. Zhao Yuxuan cast a scornful glance at Lu Tian, cowardly and trouble-averse. How embarrassing! Lin Mengting remarked, Yuxuan, do not mock him. After all, he lacks wealth, power, and capability. It is only natural for him to feel fear. Duan Shaoquan, with a triumphant grin, added, Mengting is right. One cannot expect a timid individual to possess my fearless demeanor. Before long, another figure entered the room. This time, it was a middle-aged man with a dark expression, exuding an air of menace. It was he, one of the 4 hall masters of bed.She, Shui Yao. Lu Tian had long conducted an investigation into the circumstances surrounding the bed.She sect and immediately recognized Shui Yao. Years ago, his father was pursued by the bed.She sect. With all 4 hall masters involved, including this very Shui Yao, Lu Tian's gaze turned particularly fierce. However, the attention of those around him was not on him. No one noticed the change in his expression. So, you wish to commandeer our private room, do you? Duan Shaoquan, unfamiliar with Shui Yao, seized the opportunity to showcase himself, striding boldly towards Shui Yao. Zhao Yuxuan and others watched with keen interest, eager to see him chastise this oblivious fellow. Stop! After a careful examination, Yi Qianxue recognized Shui Yao. With a resounding slap, Duan Shaoquan was left dazed, his face flushed and swollen. He is Shui Yao, the master of bed.She. Upon hearing Yi Qianxue's words, Zhao Yuxuan and the others were instantly filled with trepidation. Duan Shaoquan stood there, utterly stunned, hastily pleading for mercy, realizing his misunderstanding. Please, Master Shui, I had no idea it was you. But before he could finish his sentence, he received another slap, the other side of his face now equally red and swollen. Shui Yao seized his collar. Was it you who said you would deal with me? Duan Shaoquan trembled in fear. I misunderstood. If I had known it was you wanting our private room, I would have gladly given it to you and even covered the bill. Shui Yao chuckled. That's insufficient. You must kneel and apologize to me. And you all. He surveyed the others. You should have heard that anyone who dares provoke me will find their companions dealt with as well. As his associates, you too must kneel and apologize. Mr. Shui, Yi Qianxue interjected suddenly, you must be aware that I am acquainted with your young master, Xiao Jun. Might you let us off the hook for his sake? So, Miss Yi is present. Shui Yao exclaimed. Miss Yi is our young master Zhao's girlfriend. I shall certainly extend this courtesy to her. Yi Qianxue's expression soured. Mr. Shui, you have misunderstood. I am friends with Xiao Jun, but we are not in a romantic relationship. Ah, I see. Shui Yao nodded, pondering. Has young Master Xiao yet to win her over? It was all a misunderstanding. Miss Yi, please continue your meal. I shall not intrude any longer. With that, Shui Yao turned towards the door, preparing to leave. Stop! Just as Shui Yao reached the entrance, a stern voice called out from behind. The group at the table gasped, their eyes wide with shock as they turned to the speaker, Lu Tian. Realizing everyone was looking at him, he returned his gaze to Lu Tian. Were you speaking to me? Indeed. Lu Tian rose to his feet and approached Shui Yao. Zhao Yuxuan, filled with surprise and anger, stood up and reprimanded him loudly. Su Yunrou hurriedly rushed to Lu Tian's side, exclaiming that Mr. Shui had finally spared them, urging him not to provoke him further. Yi Qianshui coldly warned, Lu Tian, should you dare to stir up trouble, I shall not come to your aid. Shui Yao regarded Lu Tian with a disdainful expression, inquiring what business he had with him. Suddenly, Shui Yao let out a cry of dismay, landing awkwardly on his back. Zhao Yuxuan and the others were left trembling with fear. Lu Tian cautiously glanced at Shui Yao and insisted, Mr. Shui, it was he who struck you. We are not involved. Lu Tian, you scoundrel, utterly incapable yet only stirring up trouble. We are all in jeopardy because of you. Zhao Yuxuan fumed as she approached Lu Tian, raising her hand to strike him. Step away. Lu Tian shot her a cold glare. Help! Help! At Shui Yao's frantic call, several subordinates burst into the private room. He dared to hit me. Make sure to finish him. Shui Yao commanded his men, pointing at Lu Tian with wild abandon. Wait! Yi Qianshui suddenly interjected. Mr. Shui, he instigated this. However you choose to reprimand him is of no concern to me, but I must take my fellow students and Aunt Su out of here. You must not trouble them. With that, Yi Qianshui strode towards the exit, followed hastily by Duan Shaoquan, Lin Mengting, and the other students.
Messieurs,
Please speak a good word for Lu Tian. Plead with Mr. Shui to spare him. Su Yunrou implored urgently. Zhao Yuxuan tugged at Su Yunrou, insisting, Mom, don't get involved with this scoundrel. He brought this upon himself. Indeed. Auntie, let us leave swiftly. Lin Mengting chimed in, assisting Zhao Yuxuan in pulling Su Yunrou towards the door. Zhao Yuxuan called upon their other friends to help drag Su Yunrou outside the restaurant.
Messieurs,
I beg of you, help him. Perhaps your words could convince Shui Yao to let him off.
Su Yunrou pleaded desperately.
Chapter 9. Your subordinates are as inept as you. He laid hands on Shui Yao. Even if I intervene, Shui Yao will not forgive him. Yi Qianshui replied. But you are a friend of Xiao Jun, the heir of bed.She. If you sought his assistance. Ms. Yi, I understand your predicament, yet I must implore you for help. Propose your conditions and I shall strive to fulfill them. Su Yunrou continued to beseech her, tears welling in her eyes. Should anything befall Lu Tian, she would find it impossible to account to his mother. Very well. Yi Qianshui sighed. Aunt Su, I shall assist you this once, but remember, you owe me a significant favor. Su Yunrou nodded gratefully. Thank you, Ms. Yi. Yi Qianshui made a phone call. Hello, Xiao Xiao. I require your assistance. Meanwhile, within the private room, Shui Yao's subordinates were sprawled across the floor in disarray. Lu Tian sat on a chair, his foot pressing against Shui Yao's face. Your subordinates are remarkably weak. Their abilities match your own. Why are you attacking me? Have I offended you? 10 years ago, your bed.She sect hunted down a man named Lu Heng, and you were one of the participants. Lu Heng? Are you his son? Shui Yao scrutinized him closely, noting the resemblance to Lu Heng. Indeed, my quest for vengeance extends not only to you but to the entirety of bed.She sect. You speak boldly. bed.She sect is not something you can triflingly provoke. I advise you to spare me, otherwise. Before he could finish, Lu Tian pressed down harder with his foot, eliciting a series of agonizing cries from Shui Yao. As his words fell, Lu Tian intensified the pressure. Shui Yao felt as if his head might explode. He was certain that should the torment continue, his life would be forfeit, filling him with terror. Why did your bed.She sect pursue my father? I do not know. I merely follow the orders of the sect leader. I heard that before you hunted my father, a formidable master fought him to a standstill. Who was that master? That was our sect's backing. One of the 3 great masters of Jiangzhou. Tan Yuan. Tan Yuan? Where is he now? With that, Lu Tian kicked Shui Yao aside and exited the private room. Shui Yao was sent sprawling against the wall when suddenly, his phone rang. Struggling, he retrieved it from his pocket and answered. Hello, young Master Shao. Did someone named Lu Tian attack you? Yes. Indeed. Yi Qianxue called to persuade me to let him go. But he dared to confront our bed.She sect. I cannot allow that. You must incapacitate him, and in turn, I will feign ignorance of your actions. Upon hearing this, Shui Yao felt overwhelmed and on the verge of tears. Young Master Shao, I wish I could, but I lack the strength. Shui Yao recounted the earlier events in detail to Shao Junhumph. Daring to seek revenge on bed.She sect? A fool's errand. It seems he possesses some skill, but it is not worth involving Mr. Tan. I shall personally confront him tomorrow. Outside the restaurant, Su Yunrou waited anxiously, hoping that the young master of bed.She sect, Shao Jun, would heed Yi Qianxue's advice and spare Lu Tian. Zhao Yuxuan expressed her impatience, saying, in my opinion, Shui Yao should teach Lu Tian a lesson. Let us see if he dares to act so arrogantly again. Duan Shaoquan snorted. He is merely inviting trouble upon himself. A true man should be flexible like I am. At that moment, Lu Tian emerged from the restaurant. Su Yunrou rushed forward, her heart racing. Lu Tian, are you all right? I'm fine. Thank goodness. In fact, it was President Yi who called young Master Shao to advocate for you, which compelled him to let Shui Yao spare you. Su Yunrou led him to Yi Qianxue. Quickly, thank President Yi. Zhao Yuxuan shot him a glance, scoffing, relying on others to resolve your troubles. If there is a next time, you'll have to fend for yourself. Lu Tian was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, you have misunderstood me. My ability to come out is not due to their release. As long as I desire to leave, no one can stop me. Zhao Yuxuan shot him an angry glare, exclaiming, what are you talking about at a time like this? Senior Yi went through great lengths to enlist Xiao Xiao's help in persuading Shui Yao to let you go. And here you are, boasting shamelessly. Have you no sense of shame? Duan Shaoquan interjected. In my opinion, he simply lacks strength yet revels in posturing. Zhao Yuxuan turned to Su Yunrou, stating, given his ungratefulness, you should not have sought Senior Ye's assistance for his rescue. She then addressed Yi Qianxue, saying, Senior Yi, why not make another call and have Shao Jun instruct Shui Yao to give him a good thrashing? Let us see if he dares to act so arrogantly in the future. Su Yunrou waved her hand at them, and then turned to Lu Tian, inquiring, if it wasn't their intervention, how did you manage to walk out unscathed? Lu Tian spoke frankly, asserting with simplicity that Shui Yao and his subordinates were no match for him, having been easily vanquished. Upon hearing this, a wave of derisive laughter ensued. Zhao Yuxuan, visibly irked, couldn't help but join in the mockery before retorting with indignation. Do you think you'll die if you don't boast? Who do you think you are? A master of martial arts? Lin Mengting scoffed disdainfully. It was clearly Senior Sister Yi who requested young Master Zhao's assistance, allowing you to escape. How dare you take credit for it? Su Yunrou also perceived Lu Tian's words as mere bravado, casting a disappointed glance his way. Lu Tian, if you continue to spout such nonsense, I too shall be angered. You owe your safe departure to Lady Yi. You should express your gratitude promptly. Chapter 10. Impulsive again, I do not require his gratitude. Yi Qianxue replied, her expression impassive as she waved her hand dismissively. Had I known he was of such character, I would not have intervened. However, she directed her gaze towards Su Yunrou. Even if he is unworthy of my aid, you still owe me this favor. As Yi Qianxue's gaze swept past Lu Tian, she uttered a derisive comment before turning to leave. Senior Sister Yi, there is no need for you to let him affect your mood. Let us change venues for our gathering. Duan Shaoquan and the others hastily pursued her. Goodness, if you do not expel this scoundrel, who knows what trouble he may bring upon us? Zhao Yuxuan exclaimed angrily, then followed after Yi Qianxue and the others, preparing to relocate their dinner. Lu Tian, I shall not hold this against you. I merely hope you refrain from causing further trouble. Otherwise, I will truly have to see you gone. Su Yunrou declared sternly before turning away. Dressed in a professional outfit, her figure swayed slightly with each step, exuding both confidence and allure with her sharp gait. Lu Tian lingered for a moment before following. In the villa's living room, Zhao Jinxiong sat on the sofa, addressing Su Yunrou. Yunrou, I acknowledge my mistakes. I should not have conspired against your company. I sincerely apologize. Please forgive me. Taking a deep breath, Su Yunrou replied, For the sake of Yushuan, I do not wish to create a rift between us. Let us consider this matter settled. Though she had forgiven him, she preferred not to engage in further conversation and ascended to the second floor. Despite knowing that Su Yunrou and Zhao Jinxiong lived separately, he felt a twinge of jealousy. Upon reaching her room on the second floor, Su Yunrou changed out of her clothes, preparing to bathe in the ensuite bathroom. Just then, the door swung open unexpectedly. Startled, Su Yunrou quickly leaped onto the bed, hastily pulling the covers over herself. Why didn't you knock? She glared at Zhao Jinxiong, who had just entered. Are you preparing to bathe? Zhao Jinxiong inquired, glancing at her discarded clothes. Yes. Please leave. Yunrou, we have been married for so many years. You need not be so reserved in front of me. We are now in a state of divorce, which means things cannot remain as they once were. Zhao Jinxiong grinned, refusing to exit the room and instead approaching her. Su Yunrou's expression shifted to one of alarm. You must not do anything reckless. As he spoke, he reached for the covers she was clutching. Stop. Let go. Su Yunrou grasped the blanket tightly. If you don't release me, I will scream. If Lu Tian hears me, he will certainly confront you. You cannot defeat him. Zhao Jinxiong's anger intensified upon hearing this. Even if I cannot best him, does he dare to strike me? With that, he exerted more force, attempting to pull the covers away. Let go of me, Su Yunrou shouted. Lu Tian, come save me. You are actually calling for help? Zhao Jinxiong loosened his grip on the blanket, preparing to face the impending arrival of Lu Tian. Su Yunrou turned to Zhao Jinxiong directly. Aren't you going to leave already? Zhao Jinxiong glared at Lu Tian. This is a matter between her and me. You have no right to interfere. Lu Tian spoke coldly. You bully Aunt Su, and I shall intervene. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Lu Tian charged forward, delivering a swift kick that sent Zhao Jinxiong tumbling. Lu Tian, stop. Su Yunrou, anxious that Lu Tian might provoke Zhao Jinxiong's retaliation, rushed over to dissuade him. Lu Tian was apprehensive about her potential exposure and hurriedly rushed over to obstruct her. Su Yunrou glared at Zhao Jinxiong, demanding, aren't you going to leave? Zhao Jinxiong, frightened by the confrontation, dared not linger any longer and swiftly fled the room. He was unable to lay a finger on Su Yunrou, nor did he even catch a glimpse of her figure. Nevertheless, the earlier scene had ignited his anger. He called his female secretary, informing her of his intention to spend the night at her place, before departing the villa in search of an outlet for his frustration. Lu Tian gazed from the window on the second floor, witnessing the scene of his departure from the villa. Su Yunrou, enveloped in a quilt, sat with her knees drawn up on the bed. She had not anticipated that Zhao Jinxiong would treat her in such a manner, and as a sense of dread washed over her, a profound melancholy settled in her heart. Lu Tian sat beside her, gently enveloping her in his embrace. Su Yunrou did not resist. Instead, she instinctively rested her head on Lu Tian's shoulder. His earlier presence had bestowed upon her a profound sense of security, allowing her to perceive him as her refuge in that moment. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside. She anticipated that Zhao Yushuan would soon come to discuss Lu Tian's entanglement with Shui Yao. Now, she lay bare beneath the covers, her clothes strewn outside. She certainly did not wish to be discovered in such a state with Lu Tian in the same room by Zhao Yushuan. The footsteps grew nearer. However, there was no time to don her attire or tidy the bed. In her desperation, she urged Lu Tian to hide. Where should I conceal myself? Lu Tian inquired. Gritting her teeth, Su Yunrou lifted the covers and nestled beneath them. Quickly, Lu Tian had no time for further contemplation and promptly complied. Su Yunrou propped herself against the bed, tilting her body to elevate the blanket slightly, striving to prevent anyone outside from discerning the presence of an additional person within. Lu Tian shared the same sentiment as he curled up under the covers, embracing the warmth of his companion. Relishing the exquisite sensation of her body, he instinctively tightened his hold. Su Yunrou, devoid of clothing, found herself in a rather embarrassing predicament, ignited by a fervent rush of emotions. A knock echoed through the room as Zhao Yushuan entered unannounced. Yushuan, what brings you here? I have something to tell you. During the gathering, Senior Yi received a call from Xiao Jun, who mentioned that he suggested Lu Tian should apologize to Shui Yao to put this matter to rest. So you want me to inform Lu Tian of this and persuade him to apologize, right? I will notify him. I have no interest in meddling in his affairs. I share this with you in hopes that you can expel Lu Tian, lest we be dragged down by him. Absolutely not. He came seeking refuge with me. If I were to cast him out, how could I face his mother? Why are you so concerned? A person like him, a nameless nobody, likely has no influence or wealth. He brings us no benefits, only burdens. We should sever ties with them altogether. You insolent girl, if you speak such nonsense again, I shall be the one to throw you out. Enough. I need to rest now. Zhao Yuxuan, unable to retort directly, stormed out in a huff, slamming the door behind her. Lu Tian, you may come out now, Su Yunrou whispered softly. Lu Tian emerged from beneath the covers, yet his arms, wrapped around the other person, remained reluctant to part. Did you hear what Yu Xian just said? She mentioned that Xiao Jun wants you to apologize to Shui Yao. I heard. Aunt Su, you needn't concern yourself with this matter. I can handle it. How do you intend to resolve it? All right. I will reach out to Yi Qianxue and request her assistance in arranging a meeting with Xiao Jun and the others. Given her standing, Xiao Jun should not make things difficult for you. Lu Tian would certainly not apologize to his adversaries. He merely wished to spare Aunt Su from worry, hence he refrained from voicing such sentiments. As he spoke, Lu Tian released his embrace. Su Yunrou, who had temporarily relied on him, found herself struggling against an instinctive impulse ignited by recent stimuli. The moment he loosened his hold, a profound sense of emptiness washed over her. I didn't say anything. Accompanied by her murmured protest, Lu Tian once again enveloped her in his arms, embarking on a passionate conquest. Chapter 11. In order to counter him approximately an hour later, Su Yunrou lay on the bed, utterly fatigued yet wearing a blissful expression. This is too much. I just attended to you, and now you're pulling up your pants and pretending it never happened. Are you? When did I pull up my pants? No. Why would I deny it? I'm merely concerned that if you stay here, you might be discovered by Yuxuan when you leave in the morning. At Su Yunrou's persistent urging, Lu Tian dressed and exited the room, heading down to his own bedroom. The following morning, Lu Tian accompanied Su Yunrou to the office. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuxuan, who was enjoying her summer vacation, rose late. Upon her arrival in the living room on the second floor, her attention was drawn to a piece of paper resting on the sofa. She examined it closely, sensing it was not merely a work note. As she picked up the paper, she glanced at the contents inscribed upon it. What could this be? It appeared to resemble a cosmetic formula. Her mother's cosmetics company had recently developed a skincare cream made entirely from traditional Chinese medicine. This must be the formula for that cream. How careless of her mother to leave such an important document lying around. What if it were to be lost? She casually tucked the formula into her pocket, intending to hand it over to Su Yunrou later. Not long after Su Yunrou settled into her office, she received a phone call. Hello, President Yi? All right, I understand. I will send him to find you right away. Thank you, President Yi. After ending the call, Su Yunrou made her way to Lu Tian's office. Lu Tian, just now Yi Qianxue called. She mentioned she is preparing to take you to meet Xiao Jun. I am afraid I can offer little assistance in this matter. I can only rely on Yi Qianxue to advocate for you. She is waiting outside the company. You should go find her. She is helping you, and you must heed her guidance. As always, Lu Tian was resolute in his refusal to apologize to his adversary. Yet to alleviate Su Yunrou's concerns, he chose to withhold his true intentions. I will go seek out Yi Qianxue now. He understood that meeting Xiao Jun would likely lead to trouble, but this also presented an opportunity for him to confront the heir of the Beishanmen. Outside the Yunrou Cosmetics Company, a Porsche was parked. As Lu Tian arrived at the entrance of the company, he glanced through the open car window and beheld Yi Qianxue seated in the driver's seat. She donned a crisp white shirt paired with a form-fitting pencil skirt that accentuated her graceful figure. The combination of her elegant physique and her aloof demeanor rendered her both striking and alluring. Sister Yi, you have arrived, he greeted. Lu Tian occupied the position of the co-pilot, greeting politely. Aunt Su has informed you of our purpose, has she not? Yi Qianshua's tone was frigid, her expression impassive. Indeed, she has. To be honest, I had no intention of assisting you. It was Aunt Su who implored me, and thus I interceded on your behalf with young Master Xiao. She owes me a favor. Let us put it this way. I shall repay this favor on her behalf. Should you require assistance, you may seek my help. What do you think? You? Do you truly believe you can offer me any aid? I am capable of providing numerous forms of assistance, such as ensuring your safety and offering commercial support. If you encounter any troubles, I can help resolve them as well. Yi Qianxue silently scoffed, reflecting that Zhao Yuxuan's words from the previous day were indeed accurate. This scoundrel possessed no real abilities, merely boasting. She chose not to engage further with Lu Tian, driving him to the entrance of a nightclub. This establishment belonged to the bed.She men and typically operated only during the night. Inside, young Master Xiao Jun and Hall Master Shui Yao awaited their arrival. Upon seeing them, you better show me some courtesy. If you offend them even slightly, I cannot guarantee your safety. Yi Qianxue issued a warning before leading him toward the nightclub. Yijie, wait, what is it? Are you afraid and reluctant to proceed? Of course not. I have a question. Was it Xiao Jun's request for you to bring me here? Yes, why do you ask? If he wishes to meet me, he could simply send a subordinate to notify me. Why must you escort me? It appears he has ulterior motives regarding you. You are overthinking it. Even if he harbored intentions toward me, he would not dare to act recklessly and offend the Yi family. That may not be the case, but fret not. Should he bully you, I shall come to your rescue, regarding it as repaying Aunt Su's favor. Ha! It seems your penchant for boasting is deeply ingrained. I tire of your grandstanding. Come along. Inside the nightclub's grand hall, a young man sat on the sofa opposite them. He was none other than Xiao Jun, the young master of bed.She men. Four menacing individuals flanked him, including Hall Master Shui Yao, representing the 4 esteemed Hall Masters of bed.She men. Surrounding them stood over 20 subordinates, all elite experts meticulously chosen by Xiao Jun from the ranks of bed.She men. Lu Tian had already investigated the situation at Baixing Gate and could recognize Xiao Jun and the 4 prominent Hall Masters. The grand display orchestrated by the other party was evidently intended to confront him. Xiao Jun turned his gaze towards Yi Qianxue, inquiring if he was indeed Lu Tian. Indeed, Yi Qianxue replied, I kindly request that you grant me a favor, Mr. Xiao. Once he offers his apology, let us spare him. Agreed. Xiao Jun rose to his feet and approached Yi Qianxue. Ms. Yi, coincidentally, I wish to discuss a business matter with you. Rest assured, it is a legitimate endeavor. Shall we retreat to a private room for our discussion? He then regarded Shui Yao, instructing, you may remain here to receive Lu Tian's apology. Once he expresses his contrition, you are not to make things difficult for him. Understood. Shui Yao nodded, expressing, I find Brother Lu to be quite bold, and I am eager to forge a friendship with him. Lu Tian had already informed Shui Yao of his intention to seek revenge against the Baixing sect. It was evident that the sect regarded him as a thorn in their side. He discerned that Xiao Jun intended to distract Yi Qianxue, leaving the 4 Hall Masters and their subordinates to confront him. As for whether Xiao Jun harbored ulterior motives regarding Yi Qianxue, that remained unclear for the time being. Unaware of the circumstances, Yi Qianxue was reluctant to confront Xiao Jun directly. Although she did not wish to engage in business discussions, she ultimately nodded in agreement. Ms. Yi, please follow me, Xiao Jun said, gesturing towards a nearby private room. Lu Tian, be courteous to them. If you offend them again, I cannot protect you, Yi Qianxue admonished, following Xiao Jun into the room. Upon entering the private room, Xiao Jun poured a cup of tea for Yi Qianxue and one for himself, raising his cup in a toast to her. Out of courtesy, Yi Qianxue took a sip from her cup. Xiao Jun feigned a cough, refraining from drinking, and a smirk of satisfaction crept across his lips as he mused. Yi Qianxue, despite your repeated rejections, this time I shall have you. The drug I have laced in your tea will soon take effect, and you will find yourself begging me for intimacy. You often present a facade of indifference towards my advances. I am eager to see how you maintain that demeanor once the drug takes hold. Chapter 12. A strike for every move. Meanwhile, in the hall outside the private room, Shui Yao and his companions cast sinister glances at Lu Tian. Heh, you possess quite the audacity to show up, Shui Yao remarked with a grin. Immediately, the members of the bed.She sect began retrieving weapons they had concealed behind the counter, gleaming mountain-cutting knives. They were well aware of Lu Tian's formidable fighting skills, but now equipped with sharp blades and a considerable number of allies, they regarded him with contempt. Daring to seek vengeance against us and even challenge me, we shall take your life, Shui Yao bellowed. Including himself, the 4 hall masters and their subordinates surged forward, brandishing their mountain-cutting knives toward Lu Tian. Enough of this banter. Splendid. I look forward to swiftly dispatching you all so I can deal with Xiao Jun. Lu Tian coldly laughed, and in an instant, he flashed to Shui Yao's side. Before Shui Yao could draw his blade, Lu Tian delivered a powerful punch that sent him flying, crashing into several of his subordinates and propelling him over 10 meters away. Following this, numerous members of the bed.She sect were struck down by Lu Tian, either by his fists or feet, sent reeling through the air. Seated on the sofa in the private room, Yunrou heard the sounds of the ensuing brawl. What on earth is happening? She exclaimed in shock. Although the room had windows, they were on the opposite side, obscuring her view of the hall unless the door was opened. It must be that Lu Tian refused to apologize, and my subordinates are teaching him a lesson.
Xiu Yun remarked nonchalantly.
To ensure his own safety, Lu Tian will undoubtedly apologize. Your subordinates must be unwilling to let him off so easily. Shui Xiao, hurry and tell them to stop. Yunrou rushed towards the door, attempting to open it. However, Xiao Jun blocked her path. Whether he apologizes or not, I will take his life. What? You promised me that you would spare him as long as he apologized. Humph. I never intended to let you off either. However, I won't kill you. I merely plan to make you entirely mine. As he spoke, Xiao Jun gazed at Yunrou with a greedy expression. Yunrou's face blanched in terror. Before coming here, Lu Tian had warned her that Xiao Jun might have ulterior motives towards her. At that moment, she had dismissed his words, never anticipating that they would prove true. Nervously, she took a step back. Xiao Jun, if you dare to harm me, the Yi family will not let you go. The Yi family? Xiao Jun chuckled. Indeed, their power can instill a measure of caution in us at bed.She sect. However, from what I know, your branch within the Yi family has significantly diminished in influence. Although your father is still the head of the family, the real power has shifted to your second grandfather and your cousin. Their faction maintains a favorable relationship with us at bed.She sect. They would never jeopardize that for you. Yunrou was overwhelmed with shock and fury, but more so with anxiety. Suddenly, she remembered Lu Tian's promise to rescue her if Xiao Jun ever bullied her. Lu Tian, come save me. Desperate, she clung to the hope that Lu Tian would be her last lifeline. Yet, as soon as the words left her mouth, she felt a wave of absurdity wash over her. To her, Lu Tian had come here hoping she would assist him with his troubles. How could he possibly save her? Moreover, the sounds of the fight outside had ceased, leading her to believe that Lu Tian had likely been defeated by the 4 main hall masters. Yunrou, you cannot escape my grasp this time. You might as well submit to me. I will be very gentle, Xiao Jun declared with an air of triumph, then turned to lock the door. Bang! In that split second as he turned, the door was kicked open from the outside. Xiao Jun was struck in the face by the door, blood gushing from his nose as he fell to the ground in disbelief, staring at Lu Tian, who stood at the entrance. The turn of events was utterly beyond Yunrou's expectations. The earlier sounds of the fight had been fierce. Lu Tian is standing here unscathed, indicating that Xiao Jun's subordinates have all been defeated by him. You should wait for me outside. Lu Tian turned to Yunrou and said, All right. She realized that her safety entirely depended on Lu Tian, and thus followed his instructions, rushing out of the room. As she entered the hall, she was taken aback by the sight before her. The 4 Grand Masters of bed.She men and their subordinates lay motionless on the ground. Without a closer inspection, she assumed they had all been knocked unconscious. Could it be that I misjudged Lu Tian? Last night, he truly did not rely on my assistance but instead broke through the encirclement of Shui Yao and others with sheer strength? Yunrou pondered within herself. Inside the private room, Lu Tian approached Xiao Jun, who was still sprawled on the ground, unable to rise before Lu Tian's foot landed on his face. I underestimated your strength. This time, I concede. Name your terms. What will it take for you to let me go? Xiao Jun stammered, realizing that Lu Tian had come for revenge against Beishenmen, as Shui Yao must have informed him. Did he truly think I would spare him? Hearing this, Xiao Jun was seized by fear. It was evident that Lu Tian would not let him off so easily. As Xiao Jun began to plead for mercy, Lu Tian suddenly lifted his foot, aiming a kick at his face. Ah! Outside the door, Yi Chenchua heard Xiao Jun's anguished cry. Immediately thereafter, Lu Tian stepped out of the private room and looked at Yi Chenchua. Let us go. With that, he strode directly toward the entrance of the hall. Yi Chenchua hurriedly followed him. Once outside the nightclub, Yi Chenchua suddenly paused, her expression frozen. She felt a wave of heat surging through her body, accompanied by an overwhelming primal urge. How could this be? She recalled the moment when Xiao Jun had offered her tea. She had taken a sip, but Xiao Jun had coughed and set the cup down, likely not having drunk any himself. He must have drugged me, Yi Chenchua deduced, her heart racing with trepidation. The effects of the drug were taking hold. She could distinctly feel that she would soon be unable to restrain this impulse, yearning for a man. Now, there was only one man beside her, Lu Tian. If she lost control, would she be unable to resist? The thought made Yi Chenchua's cheeks flush crimson. The drug's effects were more rapid and intense than she had anticipated. Soon, she lost her reason and lunged at Lu Tian. The events that followed were a blur to her. Meanwhile, inside the private room, Xiao Jun struggled to his feet. The blow from Lu Tian had left him dizzy, and he staggered into the hall. You useless fools! Get up! He shouted, kicking and prodding at the fallen subordinates. Realizing that something was amiss, he quickly assessed the situation. Upon understanding the dire circumstances, his face went pale, and he collapsed back to the ground. The four masters and the other subordinates had all perished. He could hardly fathom that Lu Tian had unleashed such a deadly strike. What was even more terrifying was that Lu Tian had single-handedly taken down so many of his armed and formidable subordinates. Lu Tian intended to draw Tan Yuan out, only to confront both him and Tan Yuan. When Yi Chenchua regained consciousness, she found herself reclining in the back seat of her car, which was parked in a tranquil alley. You are awake, Lu Tian remarked, prompting Yi Chenchua to notice him seated beside her. What? What have you done to me? Based on your previous demeanor, it appeared you were under the influence of a drug that incited impulsiveness. I am aware of that. My inquiry pertains to your actions towards me. Initially, you abruptly lunged at me, pleading for intimacy. Did you take advantage of me? Dear lady, it was you who sought to take advantage of me. How did you respond to that? I pressed your acupoint to induce sleep and then drove you here, a quiet place conducive for my treatment of you. Ah, you actually know acupressure and possess medical skills? Indeed, as soon as I halted the vehicle, you roused and commenced some rather erratic behavior. What did I do? Chapter 13. Master? I can single-handedly take on 100. Yi Chenchua's face flushed with embarrassment, yet she could not quell her curiosity. She yearned to uncover the extent of her erratic actions. You lunged at me, shedding your garments while simultaneously attempting to remove mine, all the while chanting something. Lu Tian recounted. Chanting? What? What did I say? Perhaps it is best you refrain from asking. I fear the revelation may leave you utterly mortified. Ah! Yi Chenchua felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, reluctant to press further. Continue with the subsequent events. Afterward, I once again pressed your acupoint, administering acupuncture treatment. By the time you awakened, I had completed the procedure. You truly only treated me and did nothing else? Of course, you cannot fathom the restraint I exercised, particularly while removing your clothing to perform acupuncture. It was sheer torment. Ah! You undressed me? Is that even a question? How could I administer acupuncture without removing your garments? Yi Chenchua's embarrassment reached new heights. She carefully assessed her body, reassured that she had not been taken advantage of, her heart settling somewhat. Taking a deep breath, she declared, You rescued me from Xiao Jun. Consider it a repayment for the favor owed to me by Aunt Su. For your treatment, I shall compensate you. Name your price. Forget the money. I desire the bracelet on your wrist. Lu Tian could discern that the bracelet worn by the other party was crafted from a rare millennium cold jade. This precious jade not only mitigated the adverse effects of the Cangyang power but also facilitated the enhancement of his cultivation. This bracelet appears quite valuable, yet it should not hold significant worth to you. Consider it a fee for my services. No way. Our Yi family commissioned skilled artisans to create 2 such bracelets. Forming a pair, they are meant to serve as tokens of affection for me and cannot be given away lightly. Ah, I see. I have a suggestion. Why not give me both bracelets? That way you won't need to use them as tokens of affection anymore. Quite a splendid idea, don't you think? You! Yi Qianxue nearly fainted. This scoundrel was utterly shameless, attempting to lay claim to both of her bracelets. Yet, it seems she found some merit in Lu Tian's reasoning. After a brief moment of hesitation, she removed one bracelet and handed it to Lu Tian. I find your proposal acceptable. I shall give you this one for now while the other is at my home. I will bring it to you when I have the opportunity. Really? Is that truly permissible? Lu Tian did not anticipate that his earlier jest would receive the other party's endorsement. He could discern that the individual seemed contemplative, as though harboring some particular intention. However, he refrained from overthinking it. After all, the other had expressed a desire to bestow both bracelets upon him, which hardly suggested an intention to solidify their bond through such trinkets. Moreover, given her haughty demeanor and status as a scion of a prestigious family, it was unlikely that she would develop any affection for him merely because he had showcased a modicum of martial prowess and medical skill. Thank you, Sister Yi. Lu Tian did not decline, extending his hand to receive the bracelet and adorning it upon his wrist. Afterward, he bid her farewell and departed by taxi. Hello, second grandpa. Yes. Xiao Jun attempted to take advantage of me, even going so far as to drug my tea. A friend of mine came to my rescue and taught him a lesson. What do you mean by that? It is my prerogative to refuse him. What wrong have I committed? The other party scolded him fiercely before hanging up the phone. Yi Qianxue, filled with indignation, slammed her fist on the table. Her gaze suddenly turned frigid, and she picked up her phone, dialing a number. Hello, Master Zhua. Do you recall our previous conversation? I have given it considerable thought and am willing to enlist your assistance against bed.She. Very well, a flat fee of 80 million. 80 million? You previously quoted 50 million. The price has increased. Your second grandpa's faction has close ties with bed.She. If I were to dismantle bed.She, it would weaken your second grandpa's influence, which would be beneficial for your family. 80 million is quite a bargain. Fine. 80 million it is. On the other end of the line was Master Zhua, known as Zhua Yi, one of the 3 renowned masters of Jiangzhou. He operated a martial arts school and possessed numerous skilled disciples, confident in his own abilities. Lu Tian, how are things? Have the people from bed.She troubled you? Su Yunrou approached, her expression anxious. Aunt Su, do not worry. Everything has proceeded smoothly. To alleviate her concern, Lu Tian refrained from mentioning his confrontation with Xiao Jun and his associates. Upon hearing that matters were progressing favorably, Su Yunrou assumed that, under Yi Qianxue's persuasion, Xiao Jun and the others had spared Lu Tian, and she sighed in relief. That's good.
Su Yunrou nodded.
Suddenly, her expression froze. Where did you get that bracelet? She had noticed yesterday that Yi Qianxue was wearing a bracelet that looked identical to the one now on Lu Tian's wrist. Oh, this is a gift from Yi Qianxue. What? This bracelet appears quite valuable. Why would she gift you such an expensive item? And Su, are you feeling a bit jealous? How could I possibly be jealous over such a matter? It's not. It has nothing to do with jealousy. I was merely inquiring. Haha. I was just joking. This is a counterfeit I purchased from a street vendor, merely resembling hers. Indeed, it does bear a striking resemblance. Before long, he received a call from Zhang Wanhai, the president of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Excellent. Once I arrive at the headquarters of bed.She, I shall settle accounts with them. Additionally, I have discovered that Tan Yuan, who recently traveled abroad, claimed it was for vacation, but in truth, he has gone into seclusion to enhance his skills. He has reached the master realm. A master? Ha! I could take on 100 of them. As noon approached, Lu Tian received a call from Yi Qianxue. She expressed a desire to meet him to discuss an important matter. When lunchtime arrived, Lu Tian arrived at a private room in a restaurant, the designated meeting place set by Yi Qianxue. To his surprise, in addition to Yi Qianxue, there was a commanding middle-aged man present. From the man's aura, Lu Tian discerned that he was a martial arts master. This is Master Zhua, the head of Tianwei Martial Arts School. I intend to enlist Master Zhua's help against Beishinmen. You have provoked them, and they surely will not let you off easily. You can join forces with Master Zhua to confront them, Yi Qianxue explained. She then turned to Zhua Yi. Master Zhua, this is Lu Tian, the one I mentioned who saved me not long ago. His strength is commendable. He has already defeated the 4 major hall masters of Beishinmen, along with over 20 of their subordinates. Unbeknownst to Yi Qianxue, Lu Tian had already eliminated the 4 major hall masters and their subordinates. To maintain their intimidation, Beishinmen had chosen not to publicize this incident. Zhua Yi chuckled. As far as I know, the 4 major hall masters of Beishinmen are not particularly formidable. If I were to engage them, it would take only half my strength to eradicate them. Yi Qianxue praised. Master Zhua's prowess is merely half a step away from that of a true master. Handling them would undoubtedly be effortless. Zhua Yi cast a glance at Lu Tian and remarked to Yi Qianxue. Thus, from the perspective of a half-step master, even if Lu Tian can defeat them, it's hardly impressive. Chapter 14. The arrogance of the half-step master. Zhua Yi, being a half-step master, though not comparable to a true master, remained significantly powerful. However, from Lu Tian's perspective, the strength of a half-step master was simply insufficient. Hearing the condescending mockery, Lu Tian found it utterly laughable. Yi Qianxue recognized Lu Tian's combat abilities but could not fathom the extent of his strength, viewing him as an ordinary expert, incomparable to someone like Master Zhua. Her intention in suggesting that Lu Tian partner with Zhua Yi against Beishinmen was merely to have him act as Zhua Yi's aide, hoping he might assist in some minor capacity. Zhua Yi bluntly stated, Miss Yi intends for you to be my assistant in confronting Beishinmen. Yi Qianxue explained, Lu Tian, I arranged this for the sake of increasing your odds of success. With Master Zhua present, you will also receive some support. That evening, Beishinmen would host a banquet at their headquarters in his honor. I plan to bring my skilled disciples to confront them. Now that my strength has reached the half-step master realm, he certainly cannot match me. Besides, my disciples are numerous. Those fellows from Beishinmen are but a rabble in comparison. This time I shall surely eradicate Beishinmen in one fell swoop. Yi Qianxue nodded. Then I wish Master Zhua great success. Zhua Yi turned to Lu Tian. Based on Miss Ye's description of your strength, I estimate your abilities to be on par with some of my reasonably skilled disciples. Out of respect for Miss Yi, I will allow you to accompany us against Beishinmen. However, I doubt your capabilities will be of much assistance. My only request is that you do not hinder our efforts. Lu Tian was amused, bursting into laughter. What are you laughing at? Zhua Yi glared at him with a sullen expression. You are merely a half-step master, and yet you dare to boast before me. Is that not amusing? Lu Tian replied with a smile. Zhua Yi slammed the table in anger. Do you think it is easy for a martial artist to become a half-step master? Do you have any idea how hard I have trained to achieve this status? Lu Tian coldly chuckled. That merely indicates your lack of martial talent. Zhua Yi's expression darkened instantly. You, a mere third-rate master, dare to dismiss a half-step grandmaster. Gentlemen, please refrain from quarreling. Yi Qianxue interjected, positioning herself between the two. She turned her gaze towards Lu Tian. You should show a bit more courtesy towards Master Zhua. Lu Tian was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed he who had spoken disrespectfully first. I had anticipated that you would encourage him to treat me with a modicum of courtesy. She was well aware that it was Zhua Yi who instigated the conflict. However, at present, she was counting on Zhua Yi to assist her in dealing with Beishinmen and could not afford to offend him. She did not believe that Lu Tian possessed such formidable capabilities and thus could only regard him as a subordinate, hoping to slightly enhance her own odds of success. Consequently, when a dispute arose between the two, she felt compelled to intervene on Zhua Yi's behalf, asserting, Master Zhua, we are all allies here. We should stand united against external forces. Please do not stoop to his level. Humph, a mere third-rate expert is hardly worth my time to engage with. Lu Tiandao declared. To deal with Beishinmen, I alone suffice. I have no desire to collaborate with him. With that, Lu Tian turned and strode towards the door, preparing to leave. What did you say? Zhua Yi retorted angrily. As a dignified half-step master, I would not dare claim that I could annihilate Beishinmen single-handedly. Where do you, a third-rate expert, find the audacity to speak so presumptuously? Yi Qianxue interjected, gesturing towards Zhuo Yi. Allow me to speak with him. She approached Lu Tian and said, Lu Tian, I acknowledge your capabilities, yet you cannot compare with true masters. In this endeavor against Beishenmen, your role must be to assist Master Zhuo. Lu Tian Dao, what gives you the authority to command me? This, as she spoke, Yi Qianxue raised her hand. Upon her wrist was another bracelet crafted from a millennium of cold jade. Do you not desire my 2 bracelets? I have already bestowed one upon you. If you covet this one, you must heed my words and accompany Master Zhuo as a subordinate to confront the bed.She sect. Lu Tian desperately needed the millennium cold jade to mitigate the side effects of the Zongyang power. If he were to acquire this cold jade bracelet, the alleviation would be even more pronounced. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. All right, I shall heed your advice. Yi Qianxue breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, had I known he would be so uncooperative, I would not have invited him. Did he truly believe he could confront the bed.She sect alone? What folly! Yi Qianxue turned to Zhuo Yi. Master Zhuo, it was all a misunderstanding. Please do not hold it against him. Zhuo Yi waved his hand dismissively. A dignified half-step grandmaster. Do not stoop to argue with a third-rate expert. He took great pride in his status as a half-step grandmaster, often proclaiming it with a sense of superiority. Yi Qianxue addressed Lu Tian. Master Zhuo plans to lead his men to the bed.She sect tonight. I will notify you in advance, and then you can proceed to the Tianwei Martial Arts Hall to rendezvous with them. By Master Zhuo's own words, I am hardly worthy to dine at the same table as this half-step grandmaster, Lu Tian remarked before departing. Zhuo Yi smirked, disdain evident in his smile. At least he possesses a modicum of self-awareness. I, a half-step grandmaster, certainly have no desire to share a meal with such a third-rate practitioner. In the corridor, he spotted Zhao Yuxuan exiting Su Yunrou's office. As they brushed past each other, Zhao Yuxuan suddenly halted and called out to him. Wait, that bracelet you are wearing, why does it resemble Senior Ye's bracelet so closely? Where did you acquire it? I bought it from a street vendor. It merely happens to resemble Senior Ye's bracelet. I knew it. With your meager means, you could only afford such a trinket from a stall. You deliberately chose this style of bracelet to provoke speculation about a romantic connection with Senior Yi. Did you not? Not at all. It holds no significance for me. Just as well. With your current demeanor, no one would believe there could be any development with Senior Yi, nor do you possess the qualifications. You should remove that bracelet at once, for wearing such a style is an affront to Senior Yi. Chapter 15. The King of War Lu Tianxue never anticipated that he would be subjected to such ridicule by Zhao Yuxuan over a mere bracelet. In her quest to assert her status as a scion of the Zhao family and to showcase her elevated position within the upper echelons of society, Zhao Yuxuan sought various pretexts to belittle him. What are you discussing? Su Yunrou inquired. Nothing. I couldn't care less about conversing with him. Zhao Yuxuan cast a disdainful glance at Lu Tian. Su Yunrou paused for a moment. Did you not say you were going to rest in my office for a while? After leaving the office building, Zhao Yuxuan unzipped her luxurious handbag, peered at a stack of documents within, and then zipped it back up. A glint of cunning flashed in her eyes as she made a phone call. Dad, everything is going smoothly. The key to the safe in Mom's office is right in her desk drawer. She had previously asked me to retrieve items from the safe, so I memorized the combination long ago. I have just secured the formula for her company's new product from the safe. Unbeknownst to Su Yunrou, her safe had been accessed, and the formula had been taken. She could hardly fathom that her daughter would brazenly steal something of such significance from her office. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. Initially, Zhao Jinxiong, under Zhao Jinming's orders, sought an opportunity to pilfer the formula. However, after being thwarted by Lu Tian yesterday while attempting to take advantage of Su Yunrou, he realized he had no chance to steal the formula. Thus, he enlisted Zhao Yuxuan's help. Considering the interests of her family, Zhao Yuxuan consented to assist. This reminded her of the formula she had recently discovered on the sofa. When she presented the formula to Zhao Jinxiong, he deemed it not to be the one they sought, for he was aware that Su Yunrou typically stored important documents in her office safe, not carelessly discarding them on a sofa. Nevertheless, he retained the formula, intending to have it verified by a professional later. Hello Qinglong, I need a favor. Master, what are your instructions? Feel free to command. On the other end of the line was Qinglong, the foremost of the 4 war gods. His ascension to this position was earned through sheer strength, all of which was honed under Lu Tian's guidance. Thus, despite being slightly older than Lu Tian, he addressed him as master. I plan to eradicate bed.She today. Arrange for someone to manage the aftermath. That can be arranged. I can call on Zhang Wang for assistance. He is the most influential figure in Zhang. Though, of course, in front of you, master, he cannot compare. Very well, explain the situation to him right away. No problem. Master, there is something I believe warrants your attention. This matter is confidential, but as the pillar of our 4 combat divisions, you are entitled to this knowledge. The 4 combat divisions are named after the 4 mythical beasts: Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. Qinglong, the war god, is the commander of the Qinglong division. The other 3 war gods also aspire to take Lu Tian as their master, reverently referring to him as the king of war gods. What is it? The Dragon War Division, with which we have some affiliation, has dispatched a female warrior to Zhang to secretly investigate a nefarious organization known as the Shadow Gate. Shadow Gate? I have heard of it. This organization operates in secrecy, with few outside their ranks aware of the locations of their headquarters and branches. Indeed, however, the Dragon War Division recently uncovered that the Shadow Gate may have a branch in the Zhang area. If that is the case, it is possible that bed.She, which you are preparing to confront, has some collusion with them. You must exercise caution. Thank you for your warning. By the way, who is this female warrior you mentioned? If I eliminate bed.She and attract the ire of the Shadow Gate, I might have an opportunity to collaborate with her. Her name is Ding Baishuang, 27 years old, unmarried, reputed to be quite beautiful but with a cold demeanor. Beyond that, I am not privy to further details. Lu Tian serves as the pillar of the 4 major power departments, yet his position within the company is merely that of Su Yunrou's assistant. In an effort to justify a salary increase for him, Su Yunrou has also appointed him as her driver. As the workday concluded that afternoon, Lu Tian and Su Yunrou exited the office building together. He intended to escort her home before meeting Zhuyi to confront bed.She. The Zhao family? The one belonging to your ex-husband Zhao Jinxiong? Indeed, the Zhao family is hosting a family banquet tonight, and they have invited me to attend. Wait, Su Aunt, you have divorced Zhao Jinxiong. Why would you still go to their family banquet? Why are you asking so many questions? It's just out of curiosity. Having developed feelings for Su Yunrou, the news of her attending her ex-husband's family gathering sparked a tinge of jealousy within him. The Zhao family previously suppressed my business, but now that I have the backing of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, they are holding this banquet to express their apologies to me out of fear of the chamber's influence. Is that truly the case? Indeed, they once attempted to seize your company. Why do you forgive them so easily? If I sever ties with the Zhao family, Yushuan will be caught in the middle. Although I am already divorced from Zhao Jinxiong, I wish to maintain this family for Yushuan's sake and avoid a complete fallout with the Zhao family. Why don't you consider your own well-being? Do you intend to continue living this way, feeling wronged? What grievances do I have? I can see that you are emotionally burdened and lonely. It's evident. I am not as distressed as you think. Su Aunt, stop hiding it. When I spend the night with you, I can sense your feelings. Be quiet. If you bring that up again, I will have you expelled from the company and thrown out of the house. Lu Tian sighed helplessly. It seemed that as long as the other party had not completely lost hope in the Zhao family, it would be impossible to sever ties with them. Lu Tian escorted Su Yunrou to the Zhao family mansion. Lu Tian, why not stay for dinner? No, I shall dine elsewhere and return to fetch you once your meal is complete. Are you feeling jealous? Indeed. Lu Tian, listen to me. You are still so young. There is no need to squander your time on me. I do not consider this a waste of time. Lu Tian offered a faint, bittersweet smile before turning to depart. Su Yunrou's expression was intricate, as if the long-dormant depths of her heart had begun to stir, producing a subtle ripple. Lu Tian arrived at the Tianwei Martial Arts Academy. Prior to this, he had received a call from Yi Qianxue, instructing him to meet here. Zhuyi selected 25 of the most skilled disciples from his school to accompany him. Yi Qianxue expressed her concerns. Master Zhuo, the Baixing sect has a considerable number of members. Can we achieve success with such a small group? Zhu Yi smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. My disciples are undoubtedly more capable than any third-rate expert. We are more than equipped to deal with that rabble. When mentioning the third-rate expert, Zhu Yi cast a glance at Lu Tian. One disciple interjected, Master, Zhao Yusong just called, expressing his desire to join us. Zhu Yi scoffed. Him? With his limited abilities, he would merely become a burden to us. Let him stay where he is comfortable. At that moment, Zhu Yi received a call. Hello? All right, I understand. After hanging up, he turned to Yi Chenxue. The subordinate I sent to gather intelligence just informed me that Tan Yuan has already arrived at the bed.She sect headquarters, where the sect leader, Xiao Li, and his son, Xiao Jun, are also present. I will lead our team to deal with them. Yi Chenxue nodded. Please exercise caution. Chapter 16. Will you not spare me? You lack the strength. Lu Tian followed Zhu Yi and the elite members of the Tianwei Martial Arts Hall to the headquarters of the bed.She sect. The sect master, Xiao Li, was hosting a banquet to welcome their benefactor, Tan Yuan. Core members of the bed.She sect, including Xiao Jun, were also present. Mr. Tan, we have discovered that Zhu Yi intends to take action against us. He is employed by Yi Chenxue, declared Xiao Li, the sect master, as he addressed Tan Yuan in the banquet hall. Tan Yuan chuckled disdainfully. It appears Zhu Ye's intelligence is somewhat outdated. He must remain unaware that I have already attained the mastery level. Otherwise, he would not dare oppose me. This is fortuitous. I have long been at odds with him. Even if he did not seek me out, I would have pursued him. Now he has come to his own demise, sparing me the effort. Xiao Jun, seated beside them, interjected, Mr. Tan. Once we have dealt with Zhu Yi, you must assist me in eliminating Lu Tian. Not only did he strike me down, but he also dispatched our 4 esteemed hall masters and numerous subordinates. He must not be spared. Tan Yuan's expression revealed his disdain. I have heard of nearly every true master within the martial arts realm, yet I have never encountered the name Lu Tian. I suspect he is merely a third-rate fighter. The 4 hall masters must have been insufficiently skilled to have fallen to him. I hardly regard him as a threat. After we eliminate Zhu Yi, I shall effortlessly dispose of him as well. At that moment, a subordinate approached to report that Zhu Yi and his disciples had arrived. Tan Yuan instructed Xiao Li to order the gates opened, allowing them entry into the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Yi and his disciples arrived at the grand courtyard of the bed.She sect headquarters. Lu Tian followed closely behind the ranks of disciples from the Tianwei Martial Arts School. Xiao Li, Xiao Jun, and their formidable ally Tan Yuan awaited them with a cadre of subordinates. Tan Yuan chuckled and remarked, Are you here to confront me? Zhu Yi nodded, declaring, Not only do I intend to confront you, but I also aim to dismantle your entire bed.She sect and seize your assets. At this moment, Xiao Jun noticed Lu Tian standing among the martial arts disciples. Lu Tian, I did not expect to see you here, Xiao Jun coldly stated. Are you worried about our retaliation, thus aligning yourself with Zhu Yi? Ha! By aligning with him, you will meet your demise even sooner. Zhu Yi interjected, Xiao. At this juncture, you still dare to boast? While I perceive Lu Tian's strength as lacking, he is currently my subordinate, and with my presence, your defeat is inevitable. Allow me to be candid. My prowess has ascended to the threshold of a half-step grandmaster. I can extend you a chance for mercy. Dissolve the bed.She sect and relinquish your assets, and I shall spare you. However, Zhu Yi cast a glance at Tan Yuan, adding, As for you, I cannot allow a tiger to return to its mountain. You must be rendered powerless. No sooner had he spoken than Zhu Ye's form trembled violently, and a surge of energy erupted from him, creating a gust that swirled around his body. This was a deliberate display of his half-step grandmaster strength, intended to intimidate the members of the bed.She sect. He believed that showcasing his power would compel them to plead for mercy. Yet, his words and actions elicited laughter from the opposing side. Zhu Ye's expression darkened. What are you laughing at? Do you think my half-step grandmaster strength is a facade? Absolutely not. Xiao Li chuckled. We simply find it absurd that you, a mere half-step grandmaster, would dare to flaunt your prowess before Mr. Tan. Impudence. Zhu Yi replied coldly. Your words reveal your ignorance of the terrifying strength of a half-step grandmaster. I assure you, Even your patron Tan Yuan cannot match me. Unexpectedly, Tan Yuan laughed even louder. Zhuo Ye's face twitched with rage. Tan Yuan, as a martial artist, you should recognize the vast disparity in our strengths. I am well aware, Tan Yuan retorted, you, a mere half-step grandmaster, are destined to be soundly defeated before me. What did you say? You dare to underestimate the might of a true half-step grandmaster? Watch as I topple you within 20 seconds. Furious, Zhuo Ye charged at Tan Yuan, swinging his fist with intent. Tan Yuan smirked disdainfully and countered with his own punch, directly meeting Zhuo Ye's strike. A tremendous force emanated from their clash, causing Zhuo Ye to be thrown back in shock, landing over 10 meters away, and due to inertia, he slid to the feet of the disciples. Lu Tian took 2 steps forward, looking at him with a smile. Master Zhuo, you said you would knock him down within 20 seconds, and the time hasn't elapsed yet. Come on. Zhuo Ye was so enraged he nearly spat blood. Indeed, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, not from anger, but due to the beating he received from Tan Yuan. Several disciples helped Zhuo Ye to his feet. Staring in shock at Tan Yuan, Zhuo Ye exclaimed, "How could your strength be so formidable? Have you reached the master realm?" Tan Yuan replied with a smug smile, "You didn't truly believe that my trip abroad was merely a vacation, did you?" Zhuo Ye's expression changed dramatically. "I see now. You secretly went into seclusion to cultivate." Tan Yuan nodded with a grin. "Do you have any last words to share?" Zhuo Ye shivered. "Are you planning to kill me? Of course. If I don't eliminate you, why would I let you leave a last testament? Not just you, but your disciples shall not escape either." Upon hearing this, Zhuo Ye and his disciples were filled with terror. "Mr. Tan, if you would spare us, I am willing to hand over all my assets to the bed.She sect." "Ha ha ha. If I eliminate you, I can still acquire your assets. Mr. Tan, let us discuss this amicably. You are magnanimous. Please spare us." The disciples quickly joined in, pleading, "Mr. Tan, have mercy." Zhuo Ye noticed that Lu Tian did not join in the pleas and became furious, fearing he might be implicated. "Lu Tian, you must plead for mercy too. I'm not afraid of him. Why should I beg for mercy? You, a third-rate expert, how dare you speak so boldly? Hurry and plead for mercy, or I won't spare you." "Spare me? You lack the strength to do so. Impudence. I am a half-step master. You, a half-step master, are here to plead for mercy? You truly disgrace the title. You dare mock me? Watch how I teach you a lesson." Enraged and humiliated, Zhuo Ye clenched his fists, ready to confront Lu Tian. Chapter 17. The master before me is a featherweight. Zhuo Ye had just raised his fist, but before he could strike, Lu Tian's palm had already swiftly landed a heavy slap across his face. The crisp sound resonated as Zhuo Ye was sent reeling. The force of the slap was considerable. Half of Zhuo Ye's face turned red and swollen, burning with pain. Previously, he had thought Lu Tian to be a mere third-rate expert. Yet how could a third-rate expert strike faster than him? Clearly, Lu Tian's strength far exceeded his expectations. Nevertheless, this did not lead Zhuo Ye to believe that Lu Tian was superior to him. After all, he had already been injured by Tan Yuan, significantly diminishing his own prowess. Once considering Lu Tian to be a third-rate expert, he now regarded him as at best a second-rate expert. "He has some skill, but it is still far from enough to deal with me," Tan Yuan remarked with a chuckle. Lu Tian smiled faintly and walked directly towards him. "Soon you shall realize whether it suffices." Zhuo Ye was suddenly taken aback. "Lu Tian, do you dare to confront Master Tan? This is tantamount to seeking death. If you value your life, do not drag us down with you. If you are wise, hurry and plead for mercy alongside us." He hastily called out to Tan Yuan. "Master Tan, we have already submitted to you. Lu Tian's conflict with you is his own affair. It has nothing to do with us. I implore you not to vent your anger upon us." Although Tan Yuan had already declared he would eliminate them, he still hoped that, by pleading, he might secure a chance for survival. Tan Yuan disregarded him, casting a scornful glance at Lu Tian. Shaoli chuckled with satisfaction. "Lu Tian, do you realize we will not spare you? Do you wish to die with a semblance of dignity?" Xiao Jun continued. "He has slain our 4 hall masters and injured me. He is undoubtedly aware that even if he begs for mercy, we shall not let him off. Tan Yuan regarded Lu Tian with a cold smile. I have heard you are the son of Lu Heng, come seeking vengeance against us? Lu Tian nodded slightly. Why did you pursue him back then? Tan Yuandao replied. That matter is one you must address with Master Xiao. I am not deeply involved in the affairs of Beishanmen. My sole responsibility is to collect their dues and assist them in eliminating their foes. However, you shall soon meet your demise at my hands, leaving you no opportunity to uncover that information. With that, a sinister smile crept across Tan Yuan's face as he lunged toward Lu Tian, promptly launching a fierce punch in his direction. Lu Tian launched a strike in response. The two combatants mirrored the earlier exchange between Tan Yuan and Zhuo Yi, engaging in a direct clash of fists, testing their strength against one another. With a resounding crash, a force far more potent than that witnessed in the previous encounter between Tan Yuan and Zhuo Yi erupted from the point of their collision. Both remained firmly planted in place, neither yielding an inch. Have we reached an impasse? Could it be that you, too, are a master of martial arts? Tan Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when he sensed something amiss. An overwhelming force emanated from his opponent's fist, enveloping him in an instant. He felt as though his entire being had been ensnared by this formidable power, rendering him utterly immobile, unable even to collapse. A master stands before me, yet falls with a mere strike. As Lu Tian's voice faded, an immense surge of energy erupted from his hand, simultaneously infusing the formidable power of Songyang into his force. Tan Yuan, realizing he was no match for Lu Tian, hastily begged for mercy. However, before he could utter the final word of his plea, the energy imbued with Songyang's might obliterated him into ashes. With a single punch, merely a single punch was sufficient to reduce a master-level expert to dust. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, were left in a state of disbelief, having never seen or heard anything like it before. How? Is this even possible? Can such a feat be accomplished solely through martial prowess? Zhuo Yi, trembling with astonishment, muttered to himself. He had previously regarded Lu Tian as a mere third-rate fighter, and after being struck by Lu Tian, he thought him a second-rate contender. Now, with the display of power Lu Tian exhibited, he could no longer categorize him within any tier, fundamentally reshaping his understanding of martial arts. He found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe Lu Tian's profound and inscrutable strength. Recalling how he had previously looked down upon Lu Tian, Zhuo Yi felt a flush of embarrassment, as though an invisible hand had slapped his face. Many members of the Beishanmen were so terrified they collapsed to the ground. Xiao Jun fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Xiao Li endeavored to maintain an appearance of composure but was inwardly gripped by fear. Lu Tian approached Xiao Li and inquired, "Why has your Baixing sect pursued my father?" Xiao Li, visibly anxious, replied, It was the Shadow sect that instigated my actions. I heard that initially, the Shadow sect dispatched numerous skilled fighters to besiege your father, inflicting injuries upon him. Subsequently, when your father fled to Jiangzhou, the Shadow sect contacted me, offering a bounty to ensure his assassination. Despite his injuries, your father's prowess remained formidable, prompting me to enlist Tan Yuan to confront him. After Tan Yuan had significantly depleted his combat strength, I then led the members of Baixing's sect in pursuit. Ultimately, he managed to escape, and we are left unaware of his whereabouts. Lu Tiandao, who is the representative of the Shadow Gate that you have been in contact with? Xiao Jun shook his head repeatedly, saying that person was masked at the time. I have no idea who he is. I could only discern that he was a man of average build. The Shadow Gate operates in secrecy, and I know nothing about their affairs. Master Lu, regarding your father's matters, this is all I know, and I have disclosed everything to you. Before he could utter the word spare, Lu Tian's fist had already struck him with tremendous force. Boom! Xiao Li was instantly reduced to ashes. At the same time, Xiao Jun, who had been kneeling behind Lu Tian, suddenly drew a knife from behind and charged toward Lu Tian. Lu Tian, having discerned Xiao Jun's movements through his aura, abruptly pivoted and unleashed a punch that struck first. Xiao Jun was engulfed by the force of the attack and the power of Songyang, reduced to a cloud of dust. Witnessing this spectacle, the members of Beishanmen were struck with terror, some so frightened that they soiled themselves, collectively falling to their knees in supplication. Yi and his disciples were equally astounded, rendered speechless by the unfolding events. At that moment, a cadre of warriors surged into the courtyard of the bed.She headquarters. Leading them was a middle-aged man exuding an air of authority and gravitas. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yi was initially taken aback, followed by an overwhelming shock that washed over his countenance. It was the king of Jiangbei, Su. Mr. Lu, I shall take charge of the ensuing matters. I will ensure that those from bed.She who should be apprehended are captured, and those who merit judgment are judged, Su stated with courtesy. Very well. I appreciate your efforts. Lu Tian patted Su's shoulder before stepping out the door. Yi and his disciples hurriedly followed suit. From the brief exchange between Lu Tian and Su, they discerned that Lu Tian not only possessed unfathomable strength, but also held an identity and status that were beyond imagination. Chapter 18. Upside-down justice. Master Lu, I previously failed to recognize your greatness and have offended you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness and hope you will not hold my ignorance against me. Yi apologized cautiously, his voice trembling with anxiety. You are merely a half-step master. You are not worth my time, Lu Tian replied dismissively. As Lu Tian spoke, he did not pause in his stride. Yi was momentarily taken aback, feeling an echo of familiarity in his words. It soon dawned on him that he had previously mocked Lu Tian with similar remarks when he had deemed him a mere third-rate expert. Overwhelmed by shame, Yi felt utterly humiliated. It seemed that Mr. Lu preferred to keep his true prowess under wraps, opting for an air of modesty. Given that Mr. Lu was concealing his strength, they must not divulge his earlier display of might. Otherwise, he might take offense, and the consequences would be dire for them all. Yi warned his disciples, who promptly nodded in agreement. He was eager to cultivate a connection with the influential Lu Tian. Yet his prior arrogance had already soured Lu Tian's perception of him. Reflecting on his past disrespect towards Lu Tian, Yi felt an intense urge to chastise himself. He began to contemplate how he might extend an olive branch to Lu Tian and seek his forgiveness. An idea soon struck him. He recalled hearing from Yi Chenxue that Lu Tian resided at Su Yunrou's home. Although Su Yunrou had divorced Zhao Jinxiong, she maintained close ties with the Zhao family. Coincidentally, Zhao Yusong, the young master of the Zhao family, was his disciple. He resolved to first win over the Zhao family, then gradually approach Lu Tian through them. With his determination solidified, Yi settled into the back seat of the car and instructed his disciple, who was driving, to head to the Zhao family. He had learned that the Zhao family would be hosting a banquet that evening and was prepared to attend. Meanwhile, after departing from the bed.She headquarters, Lu Tian placed a call to Zhang Wanhai, the president of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Hello, Master Lu. What can I do for you? How much do you know about bed.She's enterprises? Our chamber has been closely monitoring the local business landscape and is aware of bed.She's situation. They had engaged in numerous unscrupulous activities in the past, but in recent years they have shifted to legitimate operations, with most of their businesses now above board. I have already dismantled bed.She. Would you be interested in seizing their legitimate enterprises while the opportunity presents itself? That is certainly feasible. Their strength is rather weak and easily manageable. Given Master Lu's unfathomable prowess, it is understandable that you would find them manageable. I estimate their legitimate assets to be valued at approximately 3 billion. Once I acquire these assets, they will all be entrusted to you. I have no need for those enterprises. Simply provide me with the cash. 3 billion, you say? When the enterprises are yours, I would require 20 billion in return. Absolutely. Thank you, Master Lu. Our chamber has over 100 billion in liquid assets, and we can transfer the 20 billion to you immediately. Zhang Wanhai was remarkably efficient. Shortly after hanging up, he promptly transferred the 20 billion to Lu Tian's bank account. Lu Tian has successfully eradicated the bed.She sect and uncovered some intelligence, revealing that the shadowy organization behind the assassination of his father was the Shadow Gate. Earlier this afternoon, the Dragon Warrior also contacted him, mentioning the Shadow Gate and suggesting that its branch might be located in the Jiangbei region. The female warrior of the dragon, Ding Baishuang, has arrived in Jiangbei to investigate the movements of the Shadow Gate's branch. It appears that if an opportunity arises, he should indeed seek collaboration with this formidable female warrior. After all, as a member of the dragon, she undoubtedly possesses a professional intelligence team. If a partnership can be established, he he would gain access to a wealth of information pertaining to the Shadow Gate. Lu Tian made his way to the Zhao family. Yunrou had gone to the Zhao family for a banquet, and by this time the event was likely drawing to a close. He had not anticipated that the Zhao family would seize this occasion to confront Yunrou. Upon her arrival at the banquet, the Zhao family members greeted her with great courtesy and warmly invited her to take a seat. Shortly thereafter, the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Zhenming, accompanied by Zhao Jinhao and Zhao Jinxiong, arrived at the scene, trailed by the younger Zhao Yusong and Zhao Yuxuan. Out of respect for the elder Zhao Zhenming, Yunrou stood to greet him. "Do you know why I have organized this banquet?" Zhao Zhenming inquired. "I heard it was to apologize to President Su." A Zhao family member interjected. "No." Zhao Zhenming shot a glance at Yunrou, firmly denying the claim. Yunrou was taken aback, filled with doubt and anxiety. In truth, the real purpose of this banquet is to celebrate our Zhao family's impending success in establishing our own cosmetics line. At this juncture, Zhao Zhenming turned his gaze to Yunrou. "I can surmise that the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce is keen on your company's new product formula, which is why they wish to collaborate with you. However, our Zhao family possesses a skincare cream formula that is by no means inferior to yours. Jinxiong, show her our formula." Zhao Jinxiong stepped forward, retrieving several copies of the formula from his pocket and handing them to Yunrou. As Yunrou examined the details of the formula, it struck her like a thunderclap in her mind. This was indeed the formula for her company's new product. After over a year of dedicated effort from her team, they had painstakingly developed the skincare cream formula. Yet, before production could even commence, the formula had been stolen. "This is clearly the formula for my company's new product. How did you come by it?" Yunrou demanded vehemently, her face flushed with anger. "Do not speak recklessly. This formula was developed by us. How could it possibly belong to your company?" Zhao Zhenming asserted, adopting an indignant demeanor. "Yunrou, you claim this formula is yours, but I could just as easily assert that you have pilfered ours." Zhao Jinhao echoed with a serious expression. Suddenly, Yunrou had a realization and fixed her gaze on Zhao Yuxuan. "Yuxuan, did you take the formula from my office safe?" "No. Besides, this formula belongs to the Zhao family. How could it possibly be yours?" Zhao Yuxuan countered, her guilt apparent as she avoided meeting Yunrou's eyes. "Stop concealing the truth. You were the only one who visited my office while I was out, the only one who knew where I kept the safe key and the password." Yunrou was convinced that Zhao Yuxuan had taken the formula. She had never imagined that her own daughter would betray her, filling her heart with profound disappointment. "Cloud Row, you have no evidence. Do not speak out of turn." Zhao Jinxiong interjected. Yunrou clenched her fists. "You are their accomplice and have no right to accuse me." She glared at Zhao Zhenming and the others. "Do not revel in your triumph. I can prove that this formula belongs to my company. If you attempt to claim it as your own, I will surely sue you." "Ha! Then do show us your proof." Zhao Jinhao scoffed. Yunrou picked up her phone and made over 10 calls, preparing to summon her research and development team to testify on her behalf. After more than half an hour, the members of the team arrived, not staggered but all at once, as if they had conspired to come together to confront her. Yunrou requested them to affirm that the formula was developed under her leadership. "The formula you mentioned is indeed ours. However, the true employer behind its development is the Zhao Group," one team member clarified. "Correct. President Su was merely representing the Zhao family in a supervisory capacity. Although we are employees of President Su, our true employer in this matter is the Zhao family," another added. "Thus, this formula rightfully belongs to the Zhao family, and we can all attest to that. President Su, if you wish us to commit perjury, we shall not oblige. Indeed, we all uphold professional ethics and would never assist you in deception," the researchers declared in unison, asserting that the formula belonged to the Zhao family. Yunrou was taken aback, her heart racing with disbelief. Clearly, her research team had been bribed by the Zhao family to distort the truth. Their simultaneous arrival indicated they had prearranged their strategy against her. Now she found herself isolated and besieged. The betrayal of her team deprived her of the opportunity to clarify her position and mount a counterattack, while the slander from these traitors painted her, a victim, as a thief of the formula. Yunrou, at this juncture, you need not continue to defend yourself," Zhao Zhenming remarked. "Without the support of our Zhao family's formula, your company will inevitably lose the favor of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. It is only a matter of time before your collaboration is terminated. Zhao Jinhao added, perhaps even those suppliers and clients who have just resumed their partnerships with you will reconsider. Under ordinary circumstances, suppliers and clients would not retract their agreements. Zhao Jinhao's words were clearly intended to further suppress Su Yunrou's company. Let us proceed this way. You should merge your company with ours. In doing so, we shall overlook your intentions to appropriate our formula. And for the sake of Jinxiong and Yushuan, we can allow you to serve as the vice president. Zhao Yushuan turned to Su Yunrou. Mom, please consider this seriously. If you agree to reconcile with my father and merge your company with the Zhao family, it will practically belong to you. We are still family. You. Why did you hit me? I am merely acting in the interest of our family. What wrong have I committed? You are merely concerned with your own interests. My family is also your family. No, you are more preoccupied with your identity as the cherished daughter of the Zhao family, yet I have already severed ties with them. From the moment you conspired against me on their behalf, you no longer regarded me as part of the family. I have always been the beloved daughter of the Zhao family. What is wrong with me serving my clan? Why do you blame me? Do you wish to sever our mother-daughter bond over this matter? How cruel of you! Zhao Yushuan remained indignant and resentful. As Su Yunrou exited the villa, she encountered Lu Tian, who had come to escort her. Aunt Su, what is the matter? Have you been crying? Lu Tian hastened forward, his brow furrowed with concern. Woo-woo! Su Yunrou felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, and at last succumbed to her tears. She wiped her eyes, yet could not contain her sobs. If you refuse to speak, I shall inquire with the Zhao family. Follow me. Lu Tian grasped her hand and rushed towards the Zhao family mansion. Su Yunrou suddenly gasped in surprise and exclaimed anxiously, who says I cannot stand up to them? If they dare to bully my woman, I shall make them pay dearly. Lu Tian did not release his grip, nor did he halt his pace. Upon hearing these words, Su Yunrou's face flushed with embarrassment, yet her heart was warmed by a sense of gratitude. Lu Tian, please let go of me. I must first explain the specifics of the situation, she urged anxiously as they approached the entrance of the Zhao family residence. She felt quite embarrassed at the thought of being seen by the Zhao family members holding hands with Lu Tian. Lu Tian came to a halt. Su Yunrou recounted the unfolding events, and as he listened attentively, she slipped her hand from his grasp. Upon finishing her narration, Lu Tian stepped through the gates of the Zhao family's estate. You can't help me. Su Yunrou, anxious for his safety against the Zhao family, hurriedly followed him. Chapter 20. Why so strong? They could surmise that Lu Tian intended to stand up for Su Yunrou. However, in their eyes, Lu Tian was ineffectual and could not possibly contend with them. No way. Is my mother truly considering letting this good-for-nothing assist her? Zhao Yushuan remarked. Lu Tian arrived at the banquet hall with Su Yunrou. Yunrou, what have you brought him here for? He is not welcome here. Tell him to leave. Zhao Jinxiong exclaimed sternly. Lu Tian cast a cold glance at Zhao Zhiming and the other core members of the Zhao family, declaring, impudence. Who do you think you are to cause a ruckus in my Zhao family? Zhao Jinhao retorted with a frigid tone, then turned to Zhao Yusong, instructing, Yusong, expel him. Following this, she looked at Zhao Yusong, saying, cousin, I have long found him displeasing. Please help me teach him a lesson. However, Zhao Yusong was engulfed in apprehension. Earlier that morning, he had engaged in a contest with Lu Tian, only to be sent sprawling by a single slap. He was more eager than anyone to deal with Lu Tian, yet his own strength was insufficient. At that moment, Zhao Yusong's phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was his master, Zhuoyi. I must take this call, he exclaimed, concerned that Lu Tian might take the opportunity to confront him, and hurriedly stepped outside to answer. Lu Tian gazed at Su Yunrou and inquired, who are the product developers that betrayed you? They are the ones, Su Yunrou replied, gesturing towards the more than 10 individuals seated at one of the dining tables. These individuals had already allied themselves with the Zhao family and had been retained by Zhao Zhiming to partake in this banquet. Who holds the most authority among them? That individual she indicated. His name is Huang Ruofa, and he is the leader of this research and development team. Lu Tian nodded slightly and strode directly to the dining table, casting a frigid glance at Huang Ruofa. Whose formulation is that new product? After all, listen closely. I have but one question. If your answer does not meet my expectations, I shall not be courteous towards you. Humph. Who do you think you're intimidating? I have already aligned myself with the Zhao family and hold Su Yunrou in disdain. What are you, to dare posturing before me in the presence of the Zhao family? Lu Tian's gaze darkened as he suddenly seized Huang Ruofa by the hair, toppling both him and the chair to the ground. You dare to strike. Ah! Just as Huang Ruofa was about to issue a fierce retort, Lu Tian crushed his leg with a swift kick, eliciting a chilling scream of agony. The Zhao family members were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. None of them had anticipated that Lu Tian would dare to resort to violence in this setting. You possess quite the audacity. How dare you in my Zhao family? Smack! Zhao Jinhao bellowed furiously, but before he could finish his sentence, Lu Tian delivered a resounding slap to his face, sending him tumbling backward. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Lu Tian dared to strike at the core member of the Zhao family. Su Yunrou felt a surge of fear. She understood that Lu Tian was standing up for her, yet she could scarcely fathom his impulsive act of directly slapping Zhao Jinhao's face. Zhao Jinhao held a position in the Zhao family that was only subordinate to the family head, Zhao Zhenming. There was no doubt that the Zhao family would not let this transgression slide. Su Yunrou was unafraid of being implicated by Lu Tian, but she did not wish for him to invite trouble upon himself in his attempt to defend her. Several guards stationed outside, alerted by the commotion, rushed into the banquet hall. Dispose of him, Zhao Jinxiong commanded the guards, pointing a finger at Lu Tian. The guards surged forward, only to be swiftly felled by Lu Tian's formidable strikes. Zhao Zhenming and the others were left utterly astonished. Zhao Yuxuan was rendered speechless. How could this so-called waste possess such fighting prowess? Yet, it was not long before she dismissed him with a sneer. Humph! There is nothing remarkable about this. Given his demeanor, even if he possesses some martial skills, he is merely a third-rate fighter. If he truly had exceptional martial arts expertise, he would not have sought refuge with my mother, serving as her assistant. Lu Tian, do you dare to create a ruckus in my house? Are you seeking death? What? Do you still wish to be taught a lesson by me, you defeated foe? Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Zhao Yuxuan and the others were momentarily taken aback. Lu Tian referred to Zhao Yusong as a defeated foe. Could it be that they had engaged in a contest, resulting in Zhao Yusong's loss? Lu Tian, do not revel in your triumph. My master just called, announcing his imminent visit to my home. He shall arrive shortly. My master, Zhuoyi, is a master of the half-step realm, and you are no match for him. With the news of Zhuo Ye's impending arrival to Zhao's residence, Zhao Yusong's confidence surged. Su Yunrou gently nudged Lu Tian's arm, urging, let us depart swiftly. As she spoke, Lu Tian placed his foot upon the still intact leg of his opponent. I implore you, cease your assault. I am willing to disclose the truth. Huang Ruo stammered, the formula belongs to Yunrou Cosmetics Company. It was a member of the Zhao family who offered us each $1 million to distort the truth. Lu Tiandao, do you have any evidence to substantiate this matter? Huang Ruofa replied respectfully. The signed formula documents can serve as proof, however. Those documents were stolen by members of the Zhao family. Lu Tian cast a glance at Zhao Zhenming and demanded, bring forth the formula documents you have pilfered. Take heed. I shall only utter this once. Should you refuse to comply, your fate will mirror his. Zhao Zhenming was instantly seized by a tremor, for his aging limbs could scarcely endure such turmoil. Lu Tian, do you wish to persist in this uproar? Zhao Yusong glared at Lu Tian, declaring, my master, Zhuoyi is soon to arrive. He is a formidable figure, a half-step master. While you possess some skill, your meager prowess pales in comparison to a half-step master. Should you continue this commotion, your outcome will be even more dire. If you desire leniency from us, now is the time to kneel and beg for our forgiveness. Zhao Yusong threatened coldly. A sinister smile etched upon his face as he gazed at Lu Tian. With a resounding slap, Zhao Yusong fell to the ground. One side of his face flushed red. I am conversing with your grandfather. What business do you have meddling here? Depart at once. Lu Tianhan spoke coldly, delivering a single kick that sent Zhao Yusong sprawling against the wall. Enraged, Zhao Yusong seethed with fury. However, out of respect for Lu Tian's formidable strength, he dared not utter any threats, at least until his master, Zhuoyi, arrived. Zhao Yuxuan had initially contemplated joining in with a few threats of her own, but upon witnessing the scene, she was immediately struck with fear and hastily retreated. Lu Tian cast a glance at Zhao Zhenming, inquiring whether he would return the formula willingly or prefer to engage in a confrontation. His tone was devoid of emotion, yet the brilliance in his eyes grew increasingly sharp. Zhao Zhenming simmered with resentment, but more so with trepidation. With a reluctant sigh, he turned his gaze towards Zhao Jinhao, urging him to surrender the formula. Zhao Jinhao's lips twitched slightly as he retrieved the formula from his briefcase and handed it over to Lu Tian. Lu Tian handed the formula to Su Yunrou, asking her to verify whether these documents were accurate. Lu Tian gazed at the Zhao family members obstructing his path, commanding them to step aside. The Zhao clan members hurriedly cleared a way for him and Su Yunrou. As Lu Tian and Su Yunrou exited the banquet hall, making their way towards the courtyard entrance, they encountered an unexpected arrival. Zhao Yusong's master, Zhuoyi, accompanied by a throng of disciples. Chapter 21. I am not so easily convinced. Zhao Yusong, upon spotting his master, rushed forward with palpable excitement. Master, just a moment ago, an insolent individual, relying on his meager skills, caused a disturbance at our banquet. I was no match for him. I beseech you to teach him a lesson. Zhao Zhenming, leading a cadre of family members, also approached with reverence. Master Zhuo, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. It is indeed a privilege to have such a half-step master grace our gathering. The Zhao family will certainly extend a warm welcome to you. However, there has been a disturbance, and we implore you to intercede on our behalf. Zhao Yusong turned to Lu Tian, a smirk gracing his lips. Now that my master has arrived, prepare yourself for a reckoning. Zhao Jinxiong chimed in. Lu Tian, with Master Zhuo here to uphold our dignity, why don't you hand over the formula promptly? Zhao Jinxiao added. Should he dare to lay a hand on me, even if he surrenders the formula, I shall not let him off the hook. Zhao Yuxuan taunted. Lu Tian, you were so imposing just now. Let us see if you can muster the same bravado again. The surrounding Zhao family members joined in, hurling derisive remarks at Lu Tian. In their fervor to mock him, they failed to notice the beads of sweat forming on the brow of their supposed ally, Master Zhuo, who was becoming increasingly anxious. Zhuoyi was on the verge of despair. He had attended the Zhao family's banquet to curry favor with Lu Tian, yet now the Zhao members were urging him to confront Lu Tian, an utterly dire predicament. Zhao Yusong urged Zhuoyi, Master, just incapacitate him. We will deal with him later. Preposterous. You wish to incapacitate Mr. Lu? Do you not fear that I shall be the one to incapacitate you first? Zhuoyi thundered, delivering a resounding slap to Zhao Yusong's face. Zhao Yusong fell to the ground, utterly bewildered. The unexpected turn of events left Zhao Zhenming and the others in a state of profound shock. Su Yunrou also found it hard to believe that Zhuoyi would side with her and Lu Tian. She realized that their alliance stemmed from Zhuoyi's regard for Lu Tian. Mr. Lu, I am here to assist you in dealing with them, Zhuoyi offered courteously. Su Yunrou interjected, Master Zhuo, please spare them, for my daughter is also a member of the Zhao family. Very well, Zhuoyi acquiesced with a nod. Lu Tian could certainly surmise that Zhuoyi initially intended to support the Zhao family, primarily to curry favor with him. However, he found Zhuoyi's arrogance, stemming from a modicum of strength, to be exceedingly distasteful. Especially when faced with someone more formidable, he would grovel in submission. He held no interest in accepting the other's overtures and chose to ignore him entirely. Zhuoyi, left unacknowledged, wore an expression of embarrassment but dared not intrude further. Well, if there's nothing else, I shall not impose. Zhao Yusong struggled to rise from the ground, cautiously facing Zhuoyi. Master, why did you strike me? I struck you precisely because of you. Zhuoyi's words fell sharply as he delivered another slap, sending Zhao Yusong reeling. From this moment forth, you are no longer my disciple. You have been expelled from my tutelage, Zhuoyi admonished sternly, leading his disciples away from the Zhao family residence. Zhao Zhenming and the others stood in stunned silence. Why would Zhuoyi assist Lu Tian? Was it merely because Lu Tian possessed commendable martial skills and garnered Zhuo's admiration? They could conceive of no other rationale. Su Yunrou shared a similar sentiment. Nodding, she cast a disappointed glance at Zhao Yuxuan before departing alongside Lu Tian. Zhao Jinming and the others remained frozen in place until the ringing of a mobile phone jolted them back to reality. It was Zhao Jinhao's phone. He glanced at the number and answered urgently. What? Is that true? Wonderful. Zhao Jinhao's eyes lit up, expressing gratitude before ending the call. Let us not wallow in despondency. I bear good news, Zhao Jinhao declared, turning to Zhao Jinming. Father, do you recall the handwritten cosmetic formula that Yuxuan entrusted to us? Zhao Jinming hesitated momentarily. The one she found on the sofa in our second-floor living room? Yes, I remember. Zhao Yuxuan interjected, puzzled. That formula must have been left behind by my mother. Why has she never mentioned it? Zhao Jinxiong suggested, perhaps the formula holds little significance for her. Maybe so, Zhao Jinhao chuckled. If that's the case, I must say she has greatly underestimated its worth. I consulted a friend knowledgeable in pharmacology about the formula, and he just called with his insights. He believes it resembles a shower gel formula. But this particular shower gel possesses immense value and can purify the marrow and cleanse the hair. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinming and the others were visibly excited. If the shower gel can indeed purify the marrow and cleanse the hair, it could yield unimaginable profits for us, Zhao Jinxiong remarked. He then turned to Zhao Yuxuan. You must not disclose our acquisition of this formula to your mother. Zhao Yuxuan nodded. I understand. I will prioritize the family's interests. Zhao Jinming smiled. Perhaps our Zhao family can seize this opportunity to forge a partnership with Jiangzhou's largest pharmaceutical group, the Yan family. Indeed, Zhao Jinhao agreed. The Yan family is one of the two premier families in Jiangzhou. If we can secure their support, even the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce will have to regard us with respect. Su Yunrou had already severed ties with the Zhao family, and Zhao Yuxuan, unwilling to forsake her identity as the Zhao family's daughter, would undoubtedly not side with her. The incident of Zhao Yuxuan aiding the Zhao family in pilfering her formula left her feeling profoundly disheartened. Reflecting on her steadfastness in remaining with the family for Zhao Yuxuan's sake after her divorce, only to be betrayed, filled her with immense sorrow. Su Auntie, please do not dwell on it. They have betrayed you. You do not deserve to grieve for them. Lu Tian understood that his attempts at persuasion would not alleviate the other's distress. However, apart from urging words, he could conceive no other means of consolation. Do I appear to be sorrowful? Su Yunrou feigned nonchalance, yet Lu Tian could discern the forced smile she wore. Aunt Su, they have bullied you so. Allow me to seek retribution on your behalf. No need for that. You have already assisted me immensely, and I wish to sever any ties with them. Yet I am not so easily placated. With that, Lu Tian seized his phone and dialed Zhang Wanhai. President Zhang, I implore you to utilize the influence of the Chamber of Commerce immediately. Block the supply of raw materials to the Zhao family company and obstruct their sales channels. Lu Tian is employing the very tactics that the Zhao family previously used against Su Yunrou, turning their methods back upon them. After hanging up the phone, Lu Tian turned to Su Yunrou, declaring, They dare to bully you. I shall ensure they pay the price. Su Yunrou offered a faint smile, replying, You still have such a talent for comforting others. She harbored doubts about Lu Tian's ability to engage in conversation with President Zhang of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, believing him to be merely trying to ease her worries. Lu Tian, do you recall what transpired this morning when Director Wang of the Tianqing Chamber, accompanied by 3 business owners, finalized a partnership with me? What did you say back then? I remember. I asked if you wished to celebrate with a drink. Very well. A celebration it shall be. I will also prepare a few dishes. Lu Tian understood that the other party sought to momentarily escape their inner turmoil through the indulgence of alcohol. To oppose them, given their current predicament, might lead to complete devastation. Therefore, he chose to acquiesce, offering solace amidst their revelry born of pain. He couldn't help but recall the previous 2 nights spent together, entwined in the aftermath of intoxication. Would tonight mirror the experiences of those earlier evenings? Chapter 22. Draw the curtains. Lu Tian. Hurry up. Why are you so slow? As Lu Tian busied himself in the kitchen, Su Yunrou called from the dining table. Only 1 dish remains. Prior to this, Lu Tian had already prepared 2 exquisite dishes, artfully arranged on the table. Tempted by the enticing colors and aromas, Su Yunrou, feeling somewhat ravenous, could not resist picking up her chopsticks to sample the food. "Delicious!" she exclaimed. To her surprise, he was not only capable of cooking, but also did so with remarkable skill, indicating he must have frequently indulged in culinary endeavors. This marked Su Yunrou's first experience in this home, enjoying a meal prepared by another. In the past, while living with Zhao Jinxiong, he had never stepped foot in the kitchen. This sparked an involuntary comparison between the two men. Zhao Jinxiong, often full of self-importance, was egocentric, using his dedication to work as an excuse to neglect her. In contrast, Lu Tian exhibited a tender attentiveness and a willingness to stand up for her, his formidable presence far surpassing that of Zhao Jinxiong. "What am I thinking about this for?" Su Yunrou's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, Lu Tian entered the dining area, carrying another freshly prepared dish. "That's 3 dishes, but we still need a bowl of soup. I'll make another. Don't bother. Don't think I'm unaware. You want me to drink more soup and less alcohol? Humph. I want to drink now, so don't stop me." "All right, as you wish." By the end of the meal, Su Yunrou was quite inebriated. "Lu Tian, come. Let us have another drink." "Su auntie, you're drunk. Don't you want me to be intoxicated? The more inebriated I become, the more opportunities you have." When Su Yunrou drank, she found it hard to control her emotions, becoming remarkably uninhibited. This was a stark contrast to her usual composed demeanor. "Please, Su auntie, don't be silly." "Who's being silly? Don't think I'm oblivious to your thoughts. You want to spend the night with me, don't you?" I admit I would very much like that, but if you do not agree, I certainly wouldn't pursue it." "Humph. You've already spent 2 nights with me. And tonight you wish for the same. Be careful not to wear yourself out." "Haha. You needn't worry about me. I am confident in my stamina, as long as you can keep up." Lu Tian's words were devoid of any exaggeration. His profound and enigmatic cultivation granted him an extraordinary prowess that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. "Ha! Then accompany me for a drink. Should you succeed in keeping me entertained, I might just acquiesce." Lu Tian was momentarily taken aback. Although he had witnessed Su Yunrou's exuberant demeanor when intoxicated, it was the first time he had seen her exhibit such captivating charm. Could it be that Aunt Su sought to relieve her stress through indulgence? At that moment, Lu Tian's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was a call from Yiqianxue. "Aunt Su, please hold on for a moment. I need to step outside to take this call." He surmised that Yiqianxue had likely heard about the downfall of the bed.She sect and wished to inquire about the details of their confrontation. Lu Tian wished to spare Su Yunrou from concern, thus refraining from discussing the matter in her presence. Upon entering the courtyard, he answered a phone call. "Hello, Sister Yi. I have heard that the bed.She sect has been annihilated. Indeed, it was I who orchestrated their downfall.
Donod jest.
I have been informed that it was the king of Jiangbei, accompanied by a multitude of warriors, who eradicated the bed.She sect. The king of Jiangbei merely followed my directives, handling the subsequent affairs. The true force behind the destruction of the bed.She sect was, in fact, me." "Lu Tian, could you refrain from boasting? I have already spoken with Zhuo Yi, and he conveyed that even he is no match for Tan Yuan. It was a formidable expert who ultimately vanquished Tan Yuan." Lu Tian found himself somewhat speechless, for it seemed that Zhuo Yi believed he was reluctant to reveal his true capabilities, thus refraining from declaring him as the formidable master. Yiqianxue continued, "That master must certainly have been arranged by the king of Jiangbei. Do not flatter yourself." Lu Tian sighed, indifferent to others' opinions, stating that he was too weary to explain. "What brings you to call me?" he inquired. Yiqianxue replied, "Tomorrow evening at 7. I will host a business cocktail party at the Longxian Pavilion, which is under my family's name. Your assistance in dealing with Beishan men would solidify our alliance, and I cordially invite you to attend the soiree. At that time, I shall present you with another bracelet." Upon hearing that she intended to gift him another Millennium Cold Jade bracelet, Lu Tian readily agreed. "I will be there punctually." As he approached the dining table, he noticed that Su Yunrou had already consumed both her glass of wine and his. When she reached for the bottle again, he swiftly seized it from her grasp. "Aunt Su, you've had enough. You can't drink anymore." To prevent her from indulging further, Lu Tian poured out the remaining wine. You scoundrel! Su Yunrou exclaimed, playfully punching his shoulder. Allow me to assist you to a place of rest. Lu Tian intended to assist her to the bedroom. However, she resisted his efforts. In a moment of desperation, he lifted her effortlessly and carried her toward the bedroom. Just as he laid Su Yunrou upon the bed and attempted to rise, she seized his collar with one hand while the other continued to strike at his shoulder. Aunt Su, please stop this, he implored. I will not cease. You scoundrel, how dare you spill my wine? Do you have any idea how precious that wine is? I will not let you off easily. With Lu Tian's strength, it was certainly easy for him to break free. However, unexpectedly, she persisted, entangling herself around him with both her arms and legs. Lu Tian was pulled forward, his body pressing against hers. Aunt Su, with both your hands and feet engaged, how do you intend to strike me? Are you planning to headbutt me? Do you possess the skill of Iron Head? A chuckle escaped her lips. Can't you see that I am quite furious? At this moment, your antics have made me laugh, which is rather embarrassing. The two exchanged laughter and gazes. In her drunken state, Su Yunrou's smile appeared even more enchanting. Lu Tian was momentarily taken aback. Tonight, may I stay here? Su Yunrou bit her lip lightly. Her cheeks flushed as she turned her head away. First, please draw the curtains. Upon uttering those words, she was astonished by her own decision. If one were to seek a justification, it would be that, in her profound sorrow, spurred by intoxication, she craved the more direct comfort from this solitary man who cared for her. What's the rush? Look at you, so lacking in resolve. You are too beautiful. I wish not to waste a single moment. Wasting time? I merely asked you to close the curtains. I didn't imply that you should stay the night. Su Yunrou jested. This. Lu Tian was oblivious to her teasing, instantly wearing a look of dejection. Su Yunrou smiled with playful amusement and said, All right, I was just joking. You can certainly stay here tonight. As for me, she paused for a moment, then continued with a mischievous grin, of course. I will also be spending the night here. Lu Tiansong let out a sigh. Su Yunrou had just teased him to the brink of despair. Fortunately, she ultimately provided the response he had longed for. Chapter 23. What a coincidence. However, her earlier antics left Lu Tian somewhat displeased. Su Yunrou paused. Why are you sleeping? You told me to sleep here. It seems quite reasonable for me to be lying in bed now, doesn't it? You! Is that truly how you interpret my words? Su Yunrou recognized that he was upset due to her earlier teasing and was now sulking. Did I misunderstand? You instructed me to sleep here. Was there another implication? All right, enough of the nonsense. I shouldn't have teased you. I apologize, is that acceptable? Fine, I forgive you. Now, let us sleep. Are you deliberately playing the fool? Didn't you want me to sleep? Then tell me, what do you wish for me to do? I understand now. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinxiong had once again spent the night at his female secretary's residence. Zhao, why do you look so troubled? Have you encountered some vexing matter? She inquired sweetly while perched on his lap as he sat on the edge of the bed. Just serve me properly and stop asking so many questions. Zhao Jinxiong replied with a hint of impatience, before pushing the secretary onto the bed. Years ago, he had divorced Su Yunrou under the pretense of emotional discord, seeking the freedom to indulge in affairs. Yet, he ultimately realized that those lovers merely provided fleeting novelty. Their charm and allure paled in comparison to Su Yunrou. Hence, after much contemplation, he desired to rekindle their relationship. However, this reconciliation did not entail remarriage. He simply wished for her to share his bed again. Presently, with Su Yunrou severing ties with the Zhao family, he understood that reconciliation was impossible. This truth filled him with rage, which he then vented upon his secretary. After about a minute of release, the secretary internally cursed him as a fool, while outwardly complimenting. Zhao, you remain as formidable as ever. Half an hour later, Zhao Jinxiong's phone rang. It was his father Zhao Jinming calling. He promptly answered. Hello, have you once again gone to your secretary's place? Yes. Is there something wrong? Several key suppliers and clients have called to inform me that they intend to terminate their cooperation with us. How could this happen? Did we offend them? Do we even need to ask? It must be Su Yunrou seeking revenge on us. requesting the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce to suppress our business. It is hardly surprising that the chamber is interested in her company's new product potential and agreed to assist her. Su Yunrou? Humph, that wretched woman. Showing no regard for past ties and opposing our Zhao family. Zhao Jinxiong, typically self-centered, failed to consider how the Zhao family had previously schemed against and bullied Su Yunrou. I am currently discussing countermeasures with your elder brother. The preliminary plan is to seek support from the Yan family. They are at odds with the Tianqing Chamber, which will allow us to leverage their power to retaliate against the chamber and Su Yunrou. Good. I support this course of action. Zhao Jinxiong donned his clothes, increasingly infuriated, and before leaving he called Su Yunrou. After several seconds of waiting, she finally answered. Hello, Su Yunrou. Did you instigate the Tianqing Chamber to suppress our Zhao family's business? No, I have no ties with you anymore. Do not contact me again. Stop pretending. It must be you seeking revenge against us. Wait, your tone sounds. Zhao Jinxiong's expression shifted dramatically as he sternly demanded, Are you with a man? Su Yunrou initially wanted to deny it, but his accusation ignited her fury. Thus, she retorted, I am divorced from you. Even if I am with a man, it is none of your business. Before the call was severed, Zhao Jinxiong vaguely heard a scoff from the other end, infuriating him to the point of smashing his phone to the ground. Logically, having divorced Su Yunrou, he had no right to meddle in her private life. They were no longer a couple, and she was not dishonoring him. Yet, driven by lustful desires, he harbored a lingering wish to reclaim her, and learning that she had a man by her side enraged him immensely. He quickly deduced who that man might be, thinking to himself, Lu Tian. It must be Lu Tian. No wonder Su Yunrou insisted on keeping him at home, claiming to accept his refuge. In truth, she regarded him as her own gigolo. Zhao Jinxiong resolved to seek an opportunity to deal with Lu Tian. What? Your ex-wife has another man? Inquired the female secretary. No, it's a misunderstanding. Please refrain from further questions. Zhao Jinxiong replied impatiently. He yearned for Su Yunrou, yet Lu Tian was able to be with her. This predicament left him feeling humiliated, making it difficult to share with others. The following morning, Su Yunrou found herself regretting her actions from the previous night. However, this time, she did not expel Lu Tian from the room, nor did she bring up the events of last night again. In order to spare her any embarrassment, Lu Tian refrained from mentioning the incident. The two of them dressed and exited the bedroom, presenting themselves as if nothing had transpired the previous night. While at work, Su Yunrou requested Lu Tian's assistance in organizing company documents. Although their interaction was that of a boss and her assistant, an air of awkwardness lingered. That afternoon, Lu Tian received a call from the security guard at the company entrance, informing him that a woman had come to see him, claiming to be his senior sister. His senior sister. He had only met her once, and that was in his childhood, so the memory was rather faint. When he was 10, his father had left to evade pursuers, not wanting to endanger him and his mother. 3 years later, his father visited them, accompanied by a female disciple. This disciple, being 4 years his senior, was addressed as his senior sister. Shortly thereafter, his father departed with her. He later learned from his mother that the senior sister had joined the military. Following his father's disappearance, they remained unaware of her situation. He did not even know her name, as he had been too young at the time to think to ask. Thus, when he suddenly learned that his senior sister had come to find him, Lu Tian was quite exhilarated. He stepped outside the company where, not far away, a graceful and ethereal woman approached him, her demeanor exuding a cool elegance. Lu Tian recognized the person before him. It was indeed his senior sister. She sported shoulder-length hair and donned a slightly fitted suit, exuding both competence and an air of elegance. The senior sister scrutinized him for a moment and remarked, Lu Tian, you have grown. In contrast, Lu Tian found it easier to recognize her, as when he first met her a decade ago, she was already 17. Now, at 27, her appearance had changed little, yet her demeanor and poise radiated a more mature charm. Senior sister, it has been a long time. I heard you joined the military, but I still do not know your name, Lu Tian inquired. I am Ding Baishuang, currently serving as the deputy commander of the Dragon Warrior Division, she replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian was utterly astonished. Such a coincidence was truly remarkable. Not long ago, the Azure Dragon War God had called him, mentioning that a female warrior king named Ding Baishuang, hailing from the Dragon Battle Department, had arrived in the Jiangbei region to investigate the movements of the Shadow Gate. Upon learning of his father's disappearance and its connection to the Shadow Gate, Lu Tian contemplated the possibility of collaborating with the renowned female soldier. To his astonishment, this formidable warrior turned out to be his senior sister. Chapter 24. The senior sister's reminder. I have heard that all members of the Dragon Battle Department are of the highest caliber, akin to warriors of the kingly level. It is truly remarkable that you have become one of them, Lu Tian praised. My current achievements are a testament to my master's guidance, Ding Baishuang replied. As the son of our master, I had hoped you would also achieve great success. Alas, she sighed, if our master were to know of your lack of ambition, he would undoubtedly feel disheartened. Lu Tian was momentarily taken aback by the words. What was the meaning of this? Even if his senior sister was unaware of his capabilities, how could she presume he was lacking in ambition? Sister, do you harbor some misunderstanding towards me? Misunderstanding? I am well aware that your arrival in Jiangzhou is to seek refuge with a wealthy woman, even playing the role of her kept man. Do you consider this a misunderstanding? This is certainly a misconception. The wealthy woman you refer to is Aunt Su, isn't it? Our relationship is not as you imagine. What kind of relationship is it then? Would you dare claim that there is no romantic involvement between you? I distinctly saw you escort her home the night before last, only departing the following morning. The night before last? So you have been investigating me all along. I was inquiring about Master S' disappearance and took the opportunity to look into your affairs. I never anticipated you would turn out to be so disappointing. Sister, you truly misunderstand my relationship with Aunt Su. I am not her kept man. Not a kept man? Perhaps you are her boyfriend? Do you truly expect me to believe that? Well, why not summon her here so we can confront this directly? If she claims you are her boyfriend, I shall apologize. At present, Su Yunrou was still uncertain about how to navigate her relationship with him. Given her current mindset, she certainly would not regard him as her boyfriend. What's the matter? Afraid to confront it. This matter is rather complicated. Suffice it to say, I am definitely not her kept man. I have no interest in your excuses. Your success or lack thereof is of no concern to me. I came to remind you of something. What is it? Being with Su Yunrou will inevitably expose you to the upper echelons of society. If you encounter members of the Lung family, keep your distance. Why? Are you familiar with the Shadow Gate? It is a clandestine and nefarious organization. I have recently uncovered that the martial arts Lung family has colluded with them, so avoid any entanglements with the Lung family to prevent unnecessary trouble. With that, Ding Baishuang turned to leave. By the way, there is one more thing I must convey to you. Years ago, Master instructed me to marry you in the future. I did not give it much thought at the time and simply agreed. I am uncertain whether Master has mentioned this to you. If he has, consider it a jest. Your current lack of ambition does not meet my standards for a partner. I have no intention of pursuing anything with you. If my words offend you, then strive to reclaim some dignity and cease this descent into mediocrity. However, even if you manage to alter my impression of you, I still shall not be with you. After all, the disparity in our positions is insurmountable, and no amount of effort on your part will bridge that gap. My words may sound harsh, but I intend for you to recognize reality and remain grounded. Recognize reality? It seems to me you merely wish to flaunt your accomplishments before me. Lu Tian felt a surge of dissatisfaction, unable to suppress his internal grievances. He had initially anticipated a delightful reunion with his senior sister, hoping to reminisce and discuss their collaboration against the Shadow Gate. However, it seemed she regarded him with indifference, dismissing any notion of connection. Naturally, he would not impose his warmth upon her coldness. Ding Baishuang approached a car parked by the roadside and settled into the rear seat. The subordinate responsible for driving swiftly departed. At that moment, Ding Baishuang received a phone call from a subordinate of the Battle Dragon. Ding Ye, I have just learned that tonight, the young master of the Lang family's collateral line, Lung Haokong, will be attending the banquet hosted by Yi Chenxue. Should we investigate? No need. The Lung family is in secret collusion with the Shadow Gate. Lung Haokong is merely a collateral member of the Lung family and may not be privy to the details. If we proceed with an investigation, we are unlikely to uncover any leads and may inadvertently alert them. Lu Tian received crucial intelligence from his senior sister, indicating that the Cold family of the martial arts world had conspired with the Shadow Sect. He called Zhang Wanhai, the president of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, to inquire about the Cold family's general situation. Zhang Wanhai explained that the Cold family was one of the two premier families in Jiangzhou, and their power significantly surpassed that of the other leading family, the Yan family. As afternoon approached, signaling the end of the workday, Yi Qianxue had phoned him the previous night, inviting him to a business banquet hosted by the Yi family, promising to gift him a millennium-old cold jade bracelet. Upon arriving at the hall of the venue, Lu Tian spotted several familiar faces. Zhao Yuxuan and her companions, who were all juniors of Yi Qianxue, specifically there to show support for her. Zhao Yuxuan and her friends noticed Lu Tian as well. Lu Tian, what brings you here? Zhao Yuxuan inquired with evident hostility. Her tone sharp. Yi Qianxue invited me, Lu Tian replied. Lin Mengting interjected. Could it be that he knew we would be here and came to seek attention? How dare he come? Zhao Yuxuan glared at Lu Tian. Do you even know why Senior Yi is hosting this banquet? I doubt you do. Let me enlighten you. She aims to court the local elite and solidify her family's standing within the Yi clan. Although Senior Yi hasn't set any standards for the guests, those attending this business banquet are either wealthy or influential. After all, those who feel they lack sufficient means wouldn't dare show up. With neither wealth nor power, what audacity do you have to attend this gathering? Your monthly salary wouldn't even cover a bottle of wine here. Do you imagine you can mingle with the powerful and integrate into high society? I see nothing but self-humiliation in your actions. Just as Zhao Yuxuan was delivering her scornful remarks, Yi Qianxue arrived, adorned in an exquisite evening gown, gracefully approaching them. Chapter 25. Truly incredible. Zhao Yuxuan and her companions greeted Yi Qianxue politely. Senior Yi, you all have come. Thank you for supporting me. Yi Qianxue responded warmly. Senior Yi, you are too kind. Duan Shaoquan remarked with a smile. It is our honor to support you and the Yi family. Yi Qianxue smiled and turned her attention to Lu Tian, asking, Mr. Lu, did you come with them? No, Zhao Yuxuan interjected. We wouldn't stoop to bringing him along. Senior Yi, during our previous dinner, we were nearly dragged down by him. He is inexperienced and might cause trouble or embarrassment at such a significant event. He should be thrown out. Moreover, Zhao Yuxuan pointed at Lu Tian's wrist. Senior Yi, look, he is wearing the same style of bracelet as you. But he bought it from a street vendor. It seems he purposely wants to take advantage of you psychologically. This is an insult to you. He shouldn't just be thrown out. He should be taught a harsh lesson. Yi Qianxue's expression turned displeased. You have misunderstood. That bracelet was a gift from me to Mr. Lu. Zhao Yuxuan and her companions were left speechless, bewildered by the revelation. What on earth is happening? Was that bracelet worn by Lu Tian a gift from Senior Sister Yi? How could that possibly be? That bracelet is crafted from a millennium-old cold jade. How could Senior Sister Yi bestow such a precious item upon him? It is utterly inconceivable. They had also heard of another matter. The Yi family had fashioned 2 such bracelets, intended as tokens of affection for Yi Qianxue. To think that Yi Qianxue would give the bracelet meant for such a purpose to Lu Tian. Does that not imply that Lu Tian is her boyfriend? Yi Qianxue is the daughter of the illustrious Yi family. Given her esteemed status, how could she choose a man like Lu Tian, who possesses neither wealth nor influence, as her partner? Nevertheless, regardless of the reasons, Lu Tian's current standing and position are beyond their reach. Zhao Yuxuan and the others, recalling their previous mockery of Lu Tian, felt an invisible slap to the face. Yi Qianxue turned to Lu Tian and said, Please take a seat and rest for a moment. I must go greet other guests. Lu Tian found a seat in the grand hall of the banquet. Zhao Yuxuan and her companions stood at a distance, watching him with resentment. What is so impressive about him? Zhao Yuxuan huffed. Even if he has become Senior Sister Ye's boyfriend, it doesn't prove his capabilities. Why act so smug? As the only daughter in her family, Senior Sister Yi, in her quest to inherit the family business, would likely choose a partner merely to bring a man into her household. In my view, She must have selected him precisely because he lacks any remarkable abilities, posing no threat to her standing at home. Frankly, she probably finds this good-for-nothing easy to manipulate, which is why she has him as her boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuxuan's companions found her reasoning quite convincing, deepening their disdain for Lu Tian. A young man who had just arrived, passing by them, overheard their conversation and suddenly furrowed his brows, halting in his tracks. Young Master Yen. Zhao Yuxuan and her friends greeted him courteously. This young Master Yen had a prestigious background, being the scion of one of the two top families in Jiangzhou, the Yen family. Yen Shufei turned his gaze toward them. What were you just saying? Yi Qianxue has a boyfriend? Yes. Duan Shaoquan gestured toward Lu Tian, who was seated a little farther away. That's him. His name is Lu Tian, and he's without money, power, or any capabilities. Senior Sister Yi, with her outstanding qualities, is with someone like him. We all feel it's a pity for her. Upon hearing this, Yen Shufei's expression darkened immediately. He waved his hand, leading two bodyguards directly toward Lu Tian. You must know that Senior Sister Yi has two major suitors. One is Xiao Jun, and the other is Yen Shufei. Last night, the Bed.She men were eliminated by the forces led by the king of Jiangbei, and Xiao Jun was also taken down, with Yen Shufei losing his equally matched rival. It's unexpected that a worthless individual would seize the opportunity first. He must be quite displeased. He will not let Lu Tian off easily. We are in for an interesting show, Duan Shaoquan remarked with a gleeful expression, turning to his friends. Wait, I have a hypothesis. Lin Mengting interjected, to my knowledge, neither Xiao Jun nor Yen Shufei has won Senior Sister Yi's favor. Perhaps she is merely having Lu Tian pretend to be her boyfriend to dissuade Yen Shufei from pursuing her? That's plausible. Zhao Yuxuan chimed in. Even if Senior Sister Yi intended to find a man to enter her family, she wouldn't choose someone as unrefined as Lu Tian. At this moment, Yen Shufei and his two bodyguards had already approached Lu Tian. After a brief discussion, Zhao Yuxuan and her companions, driven by curiosity, also moved closer. Yen Shufei sat opposite Lu Tian. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yen Shufei, the heir of the Yen family. Hello, I am Lu Tian. Yen Shufei continued. I have heard that Mr. Lu is Yi Qianxue's boyfriend, and I must confess that I am pursuing her as well, making me your rival in love. Young Master Yen, you misunderstand. I am not Yi Qianxue's boyfriend. The moment those words escaped Lu Tian's lips, Zhao Yuxuan and the others around him erupted in laughter. Surely, you are afraid of young Master Yan's retribution and dare not admit it? Zhao Yuxuan mocked with a sneer. Lin Mengting added with a laugh. It's only natural for him to be afraid. A nameless individual like him would undoubtedly feel immense pressure facing someone of young Master Yen's stature. Duan Shaoquan chuckled. That's certainly true, but he wears the token of love gifted by Senior Sister Yi. Even if he doesn't dare to admit it, it's futile. Lu Tian's expression turned grave as he asserted, I shall reiterate, I am not Yi Qianxue's boyfriend. Yi Qianxue has resorted to enlisting someone to impersonate a boyfriend solely to reject the arranged commercial marriage imposed by her family. This is her choice, and out of respect for her decision, I shall not interfere. However, I would advise you not to indulge in fantasies of developing a relationship with her, for you lack both the capability and the qualifications. Duan Shaoquan interjected. Rest assured, we shall keep a vigilant watch over him. Should he dare to overestimate himself and harbor intentions towards Sister Yi, we will ensure he receives his due lesson. Lin Mengting added, as long as he possesses a modicum of self-awareness, he should comprehend that he is utterly unworthy of Sister Yi. Zhao Yuxuan remarked, perhaps this toad aspires to court a swan and has already set his sights on Sister Yi. Lu Tian furrowed his brows and cast a cold glance at them. I have not provoked you, yet here you are mocking me. Do you not find that exceedingly rude? From this moment forth, should any of you dare to ridicule me again, do not expect me to remain courteous. Chapter 26. The dread of the martial arts clan rude to us? Are you not merely relying on Senior Sister Yi, trying to flaunt your false authority before us? Zhao Yuxuan scoffed. Senior Sister Yi only asked you to pretend to be her boyfriend. Do not immerse yourself too deeply in this role. Lin Mengting tugged at Zhao Yuxuan. There is no need for us to stoop to his level. Continuing this quarrel will disrupt the order of the gathering and tarnish senior sister Ye's reputation. Meng Ting speaks wisely, Duan Shaoquan added. Moreover, since senior sister Yi has asked him to play the role of her boyfriend, out of respect for her, we should not hold him accountable for much. Yan Shufei cast a disdainful glance at Lu Tian but chose to ignore him thereafter. Duan Shaoquan, eager to curry favor, turned to Yan Shufei. Young Master Yan, in the past, Xiao Jun also pursued senior sister Yi. Now that he has been eliminated, no one possesses the strength to compete with you. The latter part of his statement was deliberately directed at Lu Tian, implying that he lacked the capability to rival young Master Yan. Lu Tian is neither the boyfriend of Yi Qianxue nor does he intend to pursue her. However, this statement greatly pleased Yan Shufei, a smug smile curling at the corners of his lips. After a while, Yi Qianxue, having greeted the other guests, approached. Yan Xiao has also arrived. Thank you for your support. Of course I would attend the banquet you hosted, but it seems there are fewer guests than I anticipated. Many people are reluctant to offend my second grandfather's faction, so they dare not show up to support me. It appears that the destruction of Beishimen has had little effect on their faction. Yi Qianxue sighed, continuing, I had hoped to use this business banquet to garner more allies and stand against my second grandfather's faction, but it seems I have underestimated the situation. Yan Shufei replied, Qianxue, you should be aware of my intentions towards you. If our families were to unite, my Yan family would undoubtedly have the strength to help your father secure the position of the Yi family head and topple your second grandfather's faction. Yi Qianxue smiled awkwardly. Yan Xiao, please do not jest. My future plans involve finding a man to marry into our family. As a distinguished young master of a top-tier family, it would be improbable for you to take on the role of a son-in-law. She held no particular fondness for Yan Shufei. Her polite refusal stemmed from a fear of offending such a prominent figure. Yan Shufei countered, I understand your intentions are to ensure your family's control over the Yi family. However, the Yi family's fortunes are on the verge of falling into your second grandfather's hands. If you choose a man of little capability to marry into the family, you will not only fail to preserve the family fortune but also struggle to maintain control. As he emphasized the phrase a man of little capability, it was evident he aimed this remark at Lu Tian. Nevertheless, Lu Tian had no aspirations for any development with Yi Qianxue. Thus, the words bore no provocation for him. At that moment, one of Yi Qianxue's subordinates rushed to her side. Miss, your uncle has arrived. Yi Qianxue's expression changed dramatically. It must be her second grandfather who sent him to thwart her efforts in attracting allies at this banquet. A middle-aged man and a young man entered the hall. They were Yi Qianxue's uncle, Yi Xiao, and her cousin Yi Baiqing. The two strode confidently into the banquet, flanked by a throng of subordinates. Yan Shufei said, Qianxue, do not worry, I will help you drive them away. I hope you will seriously consider my proposal of a union. Yi boss, let's have a word, Yi Xiao sneered, approaching Yan Shufei. I didn't expect Yan Xiao to come support my niece. Since you are aware of my presence, do not disrupt things here, or I shall not spare you. Is Yan Xiao trying to intimidate me? So what? If you are afraid, you may as well leave. You are not welcome here. As Yan Shufei rebuked Yi Xiao, Zhao Yuxuan and others were whispering among themselves. Yan Xiao can single-handedly suppress Yi Xiao and the others with his commanding presence. How impressive! Zhao Yuxuan praised, harboring a secret admiration for Yan Shufei, yet believing herself unworthy of him due to their differing social standings. Indeed, the Yan family behind him is one of the two premier families in Jiangzhou. Lin Mengting added. Zhao Yuxuan nodded, acknowledging that Yan Xiao possessed both resources and strength, which truly exuded authority, unlike some individuals who lacked wealth, influence, and ability, merely boasting and overestimating themselves. At this juncture, she cast a disdainful glance in Lu Tian's direction. Does Yan Xiao intend to leave no room for retreat? Yi Xiao inquired in a low voice. Heh! Yan Shufei scoffed. You are not worthy of me considering an escape route. How about if I join? A voice echoed from the entrance. A robust young man strode directly towards them. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yan Shufei instantly felt a chill. Duan Shaoquan, Zhao Yuxuan, and others were also taken aback. Although the Lung family is on par with the Yan family as one of Jiangzhou's top families, the Lung family as a martial arts family, possesses far greater strength than the Yen family. That won't be the case. Lung Haokong is merely a collateral member of the Lung family. He certainly wouldn't dare provoke Yan Xiao easily, and Yan Xiao would not fear him. Zhao Yuxuan, enamored with Yan Shufei, defended him, though she secretly felt anxious for his safety. Yi Chenxue was utterly alarmed. She had thought that, after the fall of Beishanmen, her faction would be able to stand against her second grandfather's faction. Little did she know, her second grandfather's faction had found a new ally. Moreover, the martial arts prowess of the Lung family far surpassed that of Beishanmen. Lu Tian had little acquaintance with Yi Chenxue and was indifferent to the strife among the Yi family members. His sole purpose for being here was to retrieve the promised token of gratitude from Yi Chenxue, the Millennium Cold Jade Bracelet. However, the presence of the young master of the Lung family rendered him unable to remain a mere observer. According to the intelligence provided by his senior sister, the martial arts-oriented Ling family had connections with the Shadow Gate. His father's disappearance was tied to the Shadow Gate, making the Lung family a crucial point of investigation and a potential adversary. He had devised a plan to draw out the influence of the Shadow Gate by confronting the Lung family. Chapter 27. You give me money, I help you drive them away. Lung Haokong sauntered over leisurely, positioning himself beside Yi Xiao and Yi Baiqing, casting a provocative glance at Yan Shufei. Yan Shufei, do you intend to oppose me? Young Master Lung, it's a misunderstanding. You are aiding the Yi family and I am doing the same. We are allies after all. Ha ha ha. Yan Shufei, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, forced a sycophantic smile. Prior to Lung Haokong's arrival, he had exuded an air of dominance, issuing threats toward Yi Xiao and the others. Yet upon Lung Haokong's entrance, he immediately cowered, feeling as though he had become a mere buffoon, his face burning with embarrassment. Yan Shufei's behavior disappointed Zhao Yuxuan. Has he really submitted so quickly? Is this the Yan Xiao I know? Just moments ago, she had praised his imposing demeanor, only to witness this? Yi Chenxue regarded Yi Xiao and Yi Baiqing coldly. What do you intend to do? We share the same goal as you, which is to garner allies. Yi Baiqing replied with a smile, surveying the guests around him. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, the Yi family has split into two factions. If you choose to ally with us, we assure you will not be treated unfairly. However, should you wish to support Yi Chenxue's faction, you will become our adversaries. Of course, you may also choose to remain neutral. I will not trouble you for that. I present you with three options. Either support us, exit the premises, or stand with her and become our foes. The choice is yours. As Yi Baiqing's words faded, several guests hurriedly departed. Out of respect for the Yi family, most guests were hesitant to side with Yi Chenxue, leading to a considerable number leaving the gathering. A few, motivated by self-interest, opted to align with Yi Xiao. Zhao Yuxuan and her companions were left stunned. They were friends of Yi Chenxue, yet their apprehension towards the Lung family prevented them from offering support. However, leaving now would seem disloyal. Yan Shufei found himself in an even more precarious position. He had been pursuing Yi Chenxue and had recently vowed to stand by her side. Yet, upon the arrival of the young master of the Lung family, he faltered. Supporting Yi Chenxue would undoubtedly invite a harsh rebuke from Lung Haokong, leading to a loss of face. Conversely, fleeing outright would not only ruin his reputation but also tarnish his image. Yi Chenxue seethed with indignation at the aggressive stance of her uncle's faction and the young master of the Lung family. Yet, feeling powerless against them, she could only watch as they reveled in their triumph before her. Yi Jie, give me 1 million, and I will help you drive these troublemakers away. This statement struck like thunder, leaving the crowd in stunned silence as they turned their attention toward Lu Tian, the speaker of the unexpected words. Lu Tian intended to confront the Lung family in order to expose the Shadow Gate, which had clandestine ties with them. Under the guise of assisting Yi Chenxue for a fee, he not only concealed his true intentions but also stood to gain some profit. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yi Xiao and others erupted into laughter. Zhao Yuxuan mused inwardly. This rascal, once again, is recklessly courting trouble. Due to her resentment towards Lu Tian for the chaos he caused at the Zhao family yesterday, Zhao Yuxuan secretly hoped that he would provoke the young Master Lung, allowing him to receive a lesson. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so brazenly before young Master Lung? Yi Baiqing sneered. Lung Haokong was clearly taken aback by someone daring to assert they would drive him away, momentarily stunned. Then, with a sinister grin, he turned his gaze towards Lu Tian, exclaiming, "You seek your own demise." Lu Tian disregarded him and directly addressed Yi Qianxue, saying, "Sister Yi, if you are unwilling to pay me, I shall take my leave. 1 million, is it? I accept your offer. However, you must first drive them away before I render my payment." Infuriated, Yi Qianxue was eager to retaliate against her foes. She recognized Lu Tian's formidable fighting prowess, yet she remained uncertain whether he could triumph over Lung Haokong. If he could, it would serve as a much-needed release of her pent-up frustration. Should he falter, allowing Lu Tian to intervene would still signify her unwavering resolve to confront her adversaries. After all, it was Lu Tian who proposed to be compensated for this task, so she would not be burdening him. It's settled then. This task is rather simple for me. Prepare the funds quickly, Lu Tian declared. Lung Haokong, instantly infuriated, felt deeply humiliated by those words. After uttering a threat, "You are courting death," he launched a punch at Lu Tian. Zhao Yuxuan and the others, despite having come to support Yi Qianxue, were subtly relishing the prospect of witnessing Lu Tian's inevitable defeat, their anticipation palpable. Bang! Lu Tian launched a direct punch, colliding with the fist of Lung Haokong. The ensuing scene left the onlookers utterly astonished. Lung Haokong was sent flying by a single blow, crashing into Yi Baiqing, who stood behind him. The two tumbled to the ground, rolling several times. Lung Haokong sustained dislocations in his wrist, elbow, and shoulder from the impact. Yi Zhao's expression shifted dramatically, while Zhao Yuxuan and others were equally shaken, their hearts racing in trepidation. Although Lung Haokong was merely a collateral member of the Lung family, and his strength paled in comparison to that of the direct descendants, he was nonetheless a practitioner of the martial arts lineage of the Lung family, and his prowess was not to be underestimated. Yet, Lu Tian had managed to defeat him with a single punch. Yi Qianxue was equally taken aback. Despite her prior knowledge of Lu Tian's formidable skills, the power he had just demonstrated surpassed all her expectations. Yi Xiao grimaced, seething, "Do not revel in your victory. Having struck cold Xiao, the Lung family will surely not let this go unpunished. Lu Tiandao, I have no interest in your trivialities. If you wish to avoid a confrontation, I suggest you leave promptly," Yi Xiaohan coldly retorted. "Humph. Do not presume that your strength intimidates us. We have the support of the Lung family." Slap. Lu Tian's slap interrupted his words. "Did you not hear what I said? If you do not wish for me to take action, then leave at once." Yi Xiao dared not act arrogantly any longer. Lung Haokong, emboldened by the reputation of the Lung family in martial arts, had intended to utter a few harsh words. However, fearing that Lu Tian might strike again, Yi Xiao hastily helped Lung Haokong and Yi Baiqing to their feet, and they left the banquet in disgrace. Yan Jianfei, feeling embarrassed by his earlier cowardice, quickly took his leave as well. The guests, realizing that staying was futile, departed one by one. "Lu Tian, you have truly landed yourself in serious trouble," Zhao Yuxuan exclaimed. "You struck young Master Lung. The Lung family will undoubtedly spare no effort in dealing with you. Senior Yi will be implicated because of you." She then turned to Yi Qianxue, saying, "Senior Yi, you should not have listened to the scoundrel's instigation to confront young Master Lung. He is putting you in danger." Duan Shaoquan looked at Lu Tian, saying, "Do not think that defeating Lung Haokong makes you exceptional. Lung Haokong is merely a distant relative of the Lung family. His strength does not rank within their core members. If a key member of the Lung family were to intervene, you would be utterly helpless. You may believe you have assisted Senior Yi in driving away an adversary, but in truth, you have brought her even greater trouble." Lin Mengting and others also began to criticize Lu Tian. "Leave," Yi Qianxue suddenly said coldly. Chapter 28. A raised Zhao Yuxuan glared at Lu Tian. "Senior Yi has commanded you to leave. What are you still doing here? Get out." Suddenly, a sharp slap landed on Zhao Yuxuan's face. She looked bewildered at Yi Qianxue, who had just struck her. Duan Shaoquan and the others were taken aback, gasping in shock. "Senior Yi, why did you hit me?" Zhao Yuxuan asked cautiously. "Lu Tian is my esteemed guest. You should treat him with respect," Yi Qianxue replied sternly. Moreover, I did not tell him to leave, but rather you all. Zhao Yuxuan and the others were left speechless, momentarily frozen in confusion. Leave, Yi Qianxue raised her voice. Zhao Yuxuan and the others shivered, their faces filled with embarrassment as they left the hall, heads hung low. Yi Qianxue sighed and sat down in a nearby chair. She motioned to a few subordinates, saying, "You may step outside for a moment. I need to speak privately with Mr. Lu." The subordinates nodded and exited the hall. Yi Qianxue turned to Lu Tian, saying, "Thank you for standing up for me." Lu Tian chuckled. "I ought to express my gratitude to you. After all, with just a slight display of my skills, I managed to earn 1 million from you." "You?" Yi Qianxue replied with a hint of melancholy. "Are you reminding me to pay?" "Indeed," Lu Tian affirmed with a serious nod. "And there is another bracelet that you owe me." He then proceeded to share his bank account details. Yi Qianxue transferred the 1 million to him and handed over the bracelet. "Thank you." Upon receiving the money and the bracelet, Lu Tian prepared to take his leave. "Wait," Yi Qianxue called after him. "Is there anything else?" After a moment's hesitation, Yi Qianxue said, "I would like to ask for your assistance. Could you possibly pretend to be my boyfriend?" In an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, she quickly provided her reasoning. Both her parents and her second grandfather were eager for her to enter into a marriage alliance with another prominent family. Each party sought to fortify their own standing within the Yi family, desiring her to represent the family in a union with a closely allied clan. However, due to the adversarial nature of the two families, their preferred marriage candidates differed. Regardless, they viewed Yi Qianxue merely as a pawn to safeguard their interests. Unwilling to be used as such and possessing her own convictions, she aspired to take the helm of the Yi family as its sole daughter. Her plan was to find a capable man to marry into the family, thus assisting her in managing the family business. Before that, however, she intended to first find a man to masquerade as her boyfriend, thwarting her parents' and second grandfather's ambitions for her to enter a marriage alliance. After explaining her motives, Yi Qianxue added, "I have chosen you to play the role of my boyfriend because you possess certain skills and some medical knowledge, which lends you a degree of competence, thereby making it easier to gain my family's approval." Lu Tian replied without hesitation, "I'm afraid I must decline." Yi Qianxue was taken aback. "Given my circumstances, having someone pretend to be my boyfriend would undoubtedly enhance your reputation. Why would you refuse? Reputation? I couldn't care less. What matters to me is whether this arrangement brings me any advantage." "You wish to discuss monetary matters, don't you?" "Monetary matters? Are you suggesting that I should engage in a conversation about emotions? Even if you were willing, I might not be inclined to participate." "What a scoundrel!" Yi Qianxue silently lamented. "With my standing, if I were to announce that I was seeking someone to impersonate my boyfriend, I would undoubtedly attract a multitude of talented suitors. Yet this fellow only concerns himself with personal gain, even proclaiming his reluctance to engage emotionally. Such a lack of appreciation. Fortunately, he merely stated he might not be willing, which isn't a definitive refusal. Otherwise, I would feel even more humiliated. Wait, what am I thinking? I never intended to discuss feelings with him. Why should I be concerned about his willingness? It's all this scoundrel's fault. I'll pay you 1 million to pretend to be my boyfriend. Surely you can't find a more suitable candidate than me temporarily? Yes, but why do you ask? I'm merely reminding you that I possess the leverage to negotiate with you. If you wish for my agreement, the price must increase. How much do you desire? 5 million per month, and I won't entertain any negotiations. You can negotiate with me yet deny me the same courtesy? Do you not find that unfair? However, this arrangement is to my benefit. If you deem it unjust, then do not hire me. I am not desperate for this money." "Very well. 5 million a month. I accept your terms. By the way, I have another condition. You're only to pretend to be my boyfriend in front of my family. Correct?" "Agreed, that is acceptable. Let us finalize this. Please pay me the first month's fee." "Do you only recognize monetary compensation?" "Certainly not. I am not so mundane. In addition to money, I also appreciate gold, silver, and jewels." Yi Qianxue was left speechless, thinking to herself that he was even more kitsch than merely valuing money. She truly could not identify anyone more suitable than Lu Tian. Otherwise, she would have long sent this money-obsessed individual far away. At that moment, Footsteps echoed from the entrance. A graceful middle-aged woman entered the soiree. "My mother is here," Yi Qianxue exclaimed. She hurriedly turned to Lu Tian and said, "You must start pretending to be my boyfriend right now. Be sure not to let her realize you are merely acting." Lu Tian nodded, assuring, "Having accepted your payment, I shall diligently assist you, ensuring that your expenditure yields exceptional value." At that moment, Yi Qianxue's mother, Xiaozueran, approached them. "I heard that your second uncle brought the young master of the Lung family here to stir up trouble, so I rushed over to see for myself." After surveying the desolate scene, Xiaozueran remarked, "It appears they have successfully disrupted this banquet." Then, casting a curious glance at Lu Tian, she inquired, "And who might he be?" Yi Qianxue replied, "He is my boyfriend." Taken aback for a moment, Xiaozueran looked at Lu Tian and said, "To be chosen by my daughter, you must possess commendable qualities. Which family do you belong to?" "Lu Tian Dao. I hail from the Lu family of Yunhai City." The Lu family of Yunhai City? Though not exceedingly distant from Jiangzhou, it is also not particularly close. Xiaozueyan has a general understanding of the prominent families in Yunhai City. Upon careful contemplation, she realizes that among the distinguished households in Yunhai City, there is no family by the name of Lu. "What business does your Lu family engage in?" "We do not partake in any business. My mother is a physician at a hospital, and I serve as an assistant to the owner of a cosmetics company." You do not come from a prestigious family, yet you dare to claim descent from the Lu family?" "I bear the surname Lu. Asserting my affiliation with the Lu family is quite reasonable, is it not?" "Quite reasonable. In fact, it is exceedingly reasonable. However, you are not a scion of a noble house and thus lack the qualification to become a son-in-law of our Yi family." Chapter 29. Special evidence. Yi Qianxue was taken aback, never anticipating that her mother would deduce so easily. Nevertheless, she remained steadfast in her denial, insisting, "He is not pretending. He is my boyfriend. I previously informed you and my father that I intended to select a man to marry into our family. The scions of aristocratic families cannot marry in. Hence, I must choose a man of little background. He may lack a notable lineage, but he possesses martial skills, medical knowledge, and considerable capability. That is why I chose him." Xiaozueyan replied with a cold laugh. "Neither your father nor I have consented to your notion of marrying a man into the family." Then, she turned to Lu Tian. "I am uncertain whether your relationship is genuine, but in any case, I do not permit your association. If you are willing to part ways with Qianxue, I will offer you 200,000. "Absolutely not. My feelings for her cannot be quantified in monetary terms. For her sake, I shall never bow to wealth." Lu Tian spoke with fervor, his words resounding with passion. Yi Qianxue internally scoffed, thinking, "What a show! Is it not merely that he finds 200,000 insufficient? I would gladly offer 5 million a month for your services." Naturally, you would not stoop to 200,000. In truth, while Lu Tian had a fondness for wealth, he was steadfast in his principles. He had committed to assisting Yi Qianxue in the charade and intended to uphold his promise. Even if Xiaozueyan offered him a greater sum to withdraw, he would remain resolute. "What is your price to part ways with her?" Xiaozueyan inquired. Yi Qianxue felt a surge of panic. She dreaded the possibility of Lu Tian stating a figure. If that occurred, regardless of whether her mother was willing to pay, she would be unable to continue having Lu Tian pose as her boyfriend. In a moment of desperation, she steeled herself and declared, "This isn't merely a matter of money. In truth, I have already." Xiaozueyan's expression darkened. "Already what?" Yi Qianxue took a deep breath. "I have already crossed the line with him." "What?" Xiaozueyan paused, but soon deduced that the other party was fabricating a story. "Impossible. You are so reserved. Even if he were truly your boyfriend, you could not have progressed to that stage so swiftly." I speak the truth. We have indeed. Already. Stop the pretense. Your hesitance betrays your deception." Yi Qianxue felt a wave of anxiety. It seemed nearly impossible to maintain her ruse. At that moment, Lu Tian interjected, "Qianxue is not lying. It is simply that matters of this nature are difficult for her to articulate directly." Xiaozueyan chuckled. "I can see through her falsehood. Your defense is futile. Lu Tian Dao. I can present evidence to prove that she did not lie." Xietzuoran was taken aback for a moment. Evidence? Lu Tian nodded slightly. There was a rather inconspicuous birthmark on the upper part of Qian Shui's thigh. If nothing had transpired between them, he would never have noticed such a detail. Shi Chui ran, suddenly taken aback, was well aware of her daughter Yi Qian Shui's condition. What Lu Tian had just described about Yi Qian Shui's characteristics was entirely accurate. Yi Qian Shui's face flushed with embarrassment. She recalled the incident when she had been drugged by Xiao Jun and how Lu Tian had treated her. At that time, she had lost consciousness and was unaware of the treatment process. However, Lu Tian had mentioned that he had to remove her clothing to administer acupuncture. Lu Tian undoubtedly noticed the distinct traits she possessed. It appears this scoundrel not only gazed upon her form but did so with considerable scrutiny. Xietzuoran, her face etched with anger, directed her gaze towards Yi Qianxue. I truly did not anticipate that you would so easily surrender yourself to a man. You have profoundly disappointed me. I have, in fact, been in a relationship with him for quite some time. Never mind. I am rather traditional. Since you have progressed to this stage, I shall not impede your romance. However, should your father oppose your union, I shall not advocate on your behalf. Still somewhat vexed, Xietzuoran delivered these words in a scolding tone before departing from the venue. I have aided you in evading scrutiny. Lu Tian gazed at Yi Qianxue with a cheerful smile. Yi Qianxue, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger, returned his gaze. The memory of having been seen in her most vulnerable state by him resurfaced, intensifying her irritation as he now wielded it as evidence against her. Yet, upon deeper reflection, she recognized that it was precisely this incident that had allowed him to assist her in evading trouble. He called Su Yunrou, only to learn that she was out shopping at the mall. Shortly after, he received a call from Zhang Wanhai, the president of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Zhang conveyed two important matters. Firstly, the establishment of his pharmaceutical company was nearing completion. However, he cautioned that some challenges might arise. The Yan family, engaged in a similar line of business, had been scrutinizing the developments of this new enterprise, likely due to their concerns regarding potential impacts on their own pharmaceutical interests, prompting them to attempt to suppress Lu Tian's venture. Secondly, he informed Lu Tian that the Li family from the provincial capital would be hosting an antique auction in Jiangzhou tomorrow evening. The auction was to take place at the Fenghua Club, established by the Li family in the area. Aware of Lu Tian's keen eye for treasures and his penchant for uncovering hidden gems, Zhang Wanhai thought it prudent to share this news, suggesting that Lu Tian might wish to take an interest in the upcoming auction. Lu Tian was indeed intrigued and prepared to visit the auction site the following day. Given his prowess, he hardly regarded the opponent as a threat. Should the Yan family dare to provoke him, he would effortlessly deal with them. Just a few minutes later, a dozen burly men armed with clubs suddenly leaped over the wall and burst into the villa's courtyard. Lu Tian stepped into the courtyard, casting a frigid gaze upon them. Initially, he surmised that it might be a retaliation for having struck a young master from the collateral branch of the Lung family. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned from the demeanor of those before him that they were not martial artists and were unlikely to be sent by the martial arts sect of the Lung family. Without uttering a word, these thugs charged towards him, ready to engage in combat. Lu Tian struck down a thug with a swift blow, seizing the weapon from his grasp. In an instant, a flurry of strikes ensued, sending the assailants tumbling to the ground. Who sent you? Lu Tian demanded coldly. It was Zhao Jinxiong who paid us to deal with you. The thugs, frightened by the beating, hastily revealed their employer. Where is he now? Lu pressed. He instructed us that after incapacitating you, we should proceed to room 6 at Lanya Bar to collect our reward. He is likely already there. Get lost. Lu Tian opened the courtyard door and forcefully kicked them out, sending the henchmen tumbling away in a flurry of panic. Zhao Jinxiong, who had previously conspired with the Zhao family to frame Su Yunrou, had now sent people to deal with him. This infuriated him greatly, and he resolved to confront the matter immediately at the 6th private room of the Lanya Bar. Upon arriving, Su Yunrou sat on the sofa, her icy gaze fixed on Zhao Jinxiong, who sat across from her. He remarked that he wished to discuss the matter of her severance from the Zhao family. Su Yunrou, seeking closure on this issue, had come to the meeting. Since you have severed ties with our Zhao family, I assent it true that you are most concerned about Yushuan? Zhao Jinxiong inquired. Su Yunrou nodded, acknowledging that Yushuan placed great importance on fame and fortune and would undoubtedly remain with the Zhao family as their esteemed daughter. If she chooses to acknowledge me as her mother, I am willing to care for and support her. I only hope our relationship remains untainted by any connections to the Zhao family. Zhao Jinxiong sighed. You cannot let go of your daughter. Can you truly relinquish the bond we have shared for 2 decades? A cold smirk appeared on Su Yunrou's lips. You were the one who let go first. Let us both find peace in our own lives from now on. Yunrou. Zhao Jinxiong suddenly seized her hand in a fit of emotion. Su Yunrou was taken aback. Let go of me. She attempted to shake off his grip, but his strength was overwhelming. Is it because you have found another man that you no longer wish to reconcile with me? Zhao Jinxiong's emotions shifted from excitement to anger. Even if I had no other man, I would not consider reconciling with you. Su Yunrou had received Zhao Jinxiong's call while entangled with Lu Tian the previous night. She surmised that he had overheard the commotion during their conversation and realized she was with a man at that moment. Is that man Lu Tian? No. Su Yunrou was reluctant to reveal that the man in question was indeed Lu Tian, fearing the awkwardness it would bring. Humph, even if you deny it, you cannot deceive me. Zhao Jinxiong ground his teeth. I have always wanted to reconcile with you. Yet you scorn me, and now you've taken up with a younger man. Is it his youth and vigor that you find so appealing? I can still show you that I am just as formidable as before. Su Yunrou felt a mix of shame, anger, and fear, but could not help but internally scoff. You were never that impressive back then. As Zhao Jinxiong advanced menacingly, Su Yunrou anxiously retreated. What? What do you intend to do? I told you, I want to show you my prowess. Just as his words fell from his lips, a furious Zhao Jinxiong pushed her down onto the sofa. You bastard! Let go of me! Su Yunrou struggled desperately, but against Zhao Jinxiong's overwhelming strength, she found herself utterly powerless. Just as he began to tear at her clothing, the door was suddenly flung open. Zhao Jinxiong was startled, his expression one of shock as he gazed at the figure of Lu Tian, who had just stormed into the room. Bang! Lu Tian wasted no time and delivered a powerful punch to Zhao Jinxiong's face. Ah! Zhao Jinxiong let out a gruesome scream, tumbling backwards and immediately gushing blood from his nose, his face a canvas of lacerations. Anzu, are you all right? Lu Tian inquired as he helped Su Yunrou to her feet. I'm fine. Fortunately, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, Su Yunrou, still shaken, tidied her clothes while speaking in a voice tinged with tears. Zhao Jinxiong realized that the thugs he had hired had fallen into Lu Tian's hands and had betrayed him. In a moment of desperation, he struggled to rise and fled the private room. Damn it! Don't run! Zhao Jinxiong was knocked to the ground, crying for help as he scrambled away in a frantic escape. Lu Tian delivered a forceful kick, sending him rolling, and rushed forward to continue his assault with a flurry of punches and kicks. It was nighttime and the bar was bustling with patrons. The commotion drew the attention of those nearby, along with a few vigilant security personnel. Help! Help! Zhao Jinxiong cried out in desperation. Cease this at once. Several security guards hurriedly approached. Do you have any idea whose bar this is? How dare you cause a ruckus here? My apologies, I shall take this lesson outside. Lu Tian adheres firmly to his principles. To avoid disrupting the bar's business, he intends to take Zhao Jinxiong outside for further admonishment. You are not allowed to leave. Our rule here is that anyone who dares to strike another must face the consequences. We witnessed you attacking him, therefore he may depart, but you shall not. As Lu Tian converses with the security personnel, Zhao Jinxiong seizes the opportunity to hastily escape. Su Yunrou anxiously interjects. Everyone, please listen. The person who fled earlier was attempting to take advantage of me, and my friend only intervened to teach him a lesson. However, the security staff retort, we did not observe that individual taking advantage of you. We only saw your friend strike him. You are being unreasonable, she protests. Perhaps we are, but we certainly uphold our rules. Your friend fought here, and according to our regulations, he must face the repercussions. A woman in her 30s, clad in a striking red dress, interjects with authority. She descends the staircase with a leisurely grace, her wavy hair cascading over her shoulders, and her form-fitting attire accentuating her alluring silhouette, radiating both charm and intimidation. Lan Ye, The security personnel greet her with respect. Su Yunrou is taken aback, realizing that the men refer to her as Lan Jie, leading her to suspect that this is Nielan, known as the Rose with Thorns. Her suspicions prove correct. Nielan is indeed the enigmatic figure who arrived in Jiangzhou 3 years ago and swiftly ascended to become a powerhouse in the local dining and entertainment industry. Numerous competitors have attempted to undermine her, only to be defeated and absorbed by her burgeoning enterprise. Her beauty and fierce demeanor have earned her the moniker Rose with Thorns. It is rumored that even the formidable Lang and Yen families dare not provoke her lightly. Su Yunrou had heard of Nielan's reputation but did not anticipate that this bar was her establishment. Nielan approaches her subordinates, her expression inscrutable as she directs her gaze at Lu Tian. It has been at least 2 years since anyone dared to fight in my bar. According to our rules, anyone who fights here must lose a hand before they can leave. Will you choose to lose your left hand or your right? I choose to defy your rules, Lu Tian declares boldly. The room falls into stunned silence. Has he lost his senses or gone mad to challenge the authority of the Rose with Thorns? Nielan remains expressionless, yet her eyes gleam with an icy intensity. Her subordinates, eager for action, are poised to strike at her command. Disable both of his hands, Nielan orders nonchalantly. Just as her men surge forward, a commanding voice calls from the entrance. Stop! The voice belongs to a formidable and graceful woman, Ding Baishuang, Lu Tian's senior sister. Stand down. Upon hearing Ding Baishuang's command, Nielan instructs her subordinates. Lu Tian is somewhat surprised by his sister's arrival. It seems she is acquainted with this formidable woman. Ding Baishuang turns her attention to Lu Tian, noting, "It appears I have arrived just in time. Otherwise," Lu Tian interjected, asserting that otherwise, they would all be left in disarray, and you have indeed come to their rescue. You, Ding Baishuang retorted angrily, you truly overestimate yourself. She then turned to Nielan and remarked, Boss Nie, my junior brother enjoys boasting. Do not take him seriously. This remark nearly left those present in a state of bewilderment. It was evident to all that Nielan had intended to let the newly arrived lady off the hook out of courtesy. Yet this fool, emboldened by his senior sister's support, dared to act pretentiously in front of her. An utter absurdity. Chapter 31. Allowing him to stay, the ensuing events unfolded in a manner that surprised everyone. Nielan, who typically concealed her emotions, displayed unmistakable anger. However, after receiving a warning glance from Ding Baishuang, she quickly masked her ire. The onlookers, unfamiliar with Ding Baishuang, could surmise that she possessed significant influence. I shall spare him this time, Nielan stated coldly. Shouldn't you express your gratitude to Boss Nie for her leniency? As she spoke, Ding Baishuang glanced at Lu Tian, only to discover that he had already escorted Su Yunrou out of the bar. That rascal! I must teach him a lesson about manners at the next opportunity. Ding Baishuang fumed. She turned to Nielan. I have pressing matters to discuss with you. Nielan nodded and led her to her office upstairs. What is it you wish to discuss? There is an opportunity to provoke the Lung family and the shadow gate behind them, but I require your assistance. Ding Baishuang, you cannot seriously consider me your informant? And if I do, you have no choice. If your formidable enemies come after you, you will need our protection from the battle dragon. Until then, it is in your best interest to heed my instructions. Very well, what do you require of me? Tomorrow evening, there will be an antique auction hosted by the Li family of the provincial capital at the Fenghua Pavilion. There is an auction item known as the Qilin plaque, and I need you to acquire it at all costs. Why? How does this relate to your investigation of the Lang family and the Shadow Gate? The Shadow Gate has long coveted this treasure, and they will undoubtedly enlist the Lang family's assistance to obtain the Qilin plaque. This is the opportunity one mentioned to draw them out. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. What is your senior sister's background? Why does even the fierce Rose extend her courtesy to her? Su Yunrou inquired with curiosity. She studied martial arts under my father and is 4 years my senior, which is why I refer to her as senior sister. As for her current situation, I am not well acquainted with it. My senior sister is here to investigate the Shadow Gate secretly. To protect her confidentiality, Lu Tian will not disclose any information about her. In truth, he himself is not very well informed about her affairs. Even the knowledge of her investigation into the Shadow Gate was relayed to him by the Azure Dragon War God. However, you were rather reckless at that time. Fortunately, Nielon spared you trouble out of respect for your senior sister. It was Nielon who was being unreasonable. I merely exchanged a few words with her. Besides, I am not afraid of her. You are always so impulsive. You must assess your own capabilities. I am indeed assessing my capabilities. Zhao Jinxiong sent thugs here to deal with me. After I knocked them down, I intended to inquire about Zhao Jinxiong's whereabouts to confront him, but unexpectedly, I ended up rescuing you. That scoundrel is utterly outrageous. Su Yunrou recounted her reasons for meeting Zhao Jinxiong. She had severed ties with the Zhao family, but her only concern was for her daughter, Zhao Yuxuan. At the mention of Zhao Yuxuan, Lu Tian felt a wave of disdain. That wretched girl was both foolish and malicious. He refrained from criticizing Zhao Yuxuan in front of Su Yunrou, instead offering a few words of consolation. After finishing her grooming, Su Yunrou retired to her room to rest. Lu Tian was similarly attired, clad only in a pair of boxer shorts, as he reclined on the bed. Su Yunrou, her cheeks flushed, cast a glance at his robust physique and gently covered him with the blanket. After extinguishing the bedside lamp, she lay down beside him. Suddenly, she froze, a wave of panic washing over her. No, this cannot be right. How did he end up in my room? I actually allowed him to stay overnight. What was even more absurd was that she felt no sense of strangeness about it, even going so far as to tenderly cover him with a blanket. It was evident that after sharing a bed with him for 3 consecutive nights, she had grown accustomed to this arrangement. At that moment, Lu Tian turned over and embraced her. Su Yunrou felt a rush of warmth despite her embarrassment. Although she still perceived Lu Tian as lacking in capabilities, his concern and companionship made her unconsciously rely on him. This provided her with a sense of security, while simultaneously stirring within her an indescribable affection. That night, Lu Tian merely held her as they slept, refraining from any further actions. He wished to take responsibility for her, ensuring she did not perceive him as merely yearning for her physical presence. Just then, Su Yunrou's phone rang. Upon checking, her expression shifted dramatically. It was her mother calling for a video chat. You must leave at once. I cannot allow her to see us in the same bed. There is no need for me to go. I assure you I will stay out of view and silent. Fine, but you must keep your word. Su Yunrou propped herself up against the nightstand and answered the call. Since it was a video call, she switched to speaker mode for the other party to see her better.
Hello, Lu Ye.
Xiaorou, have you already gone to bed? I apologize for disturbing your rest. No need for such formality, Lu Jie. I just got into bed and haven't started resting yet. I just wanted to check in on my son and see how he is doing over there. Oh, he is doing quite well. Rest assured, I will take good care of him. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, she was taking very good care of him, even to the extent of sharing a bed. Su Yunrou noticed his amused expression and immediately realized he had deliberately misinterpreted her words, prompting a mix of embarrassment and anger as she shot him a glare. Yunrou, what are you looking at? Is there someone beside you? No. I was just checking to see if the window was closed. You've gone to bed, so you must have already drawn the curtains. How could you still see the window? Xiaorou, your face is flushed. It seems there is indeed someone beside you. Have you found a boyfriend? No. Lu Jie, please don't joke. I'm not joking. Xiaorou, you needn't feel embarrassed. You have been divorced for quite some time. It's high time you found a boyfriend. I truly do not have a boyfriend. There is no one beside me. Then dare you prove it? Turn your phone camera toward the other side of the bed and let me see if anyone is there. Chapter 32. Utterly embarrassed at this point, Su Yunrou was genuinely at a loss for words. She certainly could not bring herself to turn the camera toward Lu Tian. Although her relationship with him could be considered above board, she felt too shy to let anyone else know, especially his mother. Yet, if she did not turn the camera, it would be tantamount to admitting there was indeed a man beside her. Yes, I have found a boyfriend. How mortifying. She then noticed Lu Tian's triumphant smile, his expression brimming with self-satisfaction. Xiaorou, with your excellent qualities, the man you found must be quite remarkable. That guy? Hardly. He is not only unattractive, but he also lacks ambition. I can't believe it. Lu Tian felt dizzy. You may disregard my capabilities and label me as unambitious, but how could you possibly deem me unattractive when I possess such charm? It was then that he noticed Su Yunrou casting a provocative glance in his direction. He understood that her previous remarks were intentionally meant to provoke him. With your outstanding qualities, how could you settle for a man of lesser stature? You are being too modest. He truly is of little merit. Long-term settlement? Have you secured employment here? No, I plan to open a clinic over there. Since I am unfamiliar with the area, I may rely on your assistance. That is certainly agreeable. When do you intend to arrive? In approximately half a month. By then, we can converse thoroughly, and I can also see what your boyfriend looks like. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. Take some rest. After hanging up the phone, Su Yunrou shot an indignant glance at Lu Tian. Aunt Su, the unattractive man you just mentioned, you weren't referring to me, were you? Humph, I certainly was. I believe you are indeed unattractive. What of it? A playful smile danced at the corners of Su Yunrou's mouth as she feigned provocation. That's splendid. I called you ugly, yet you appear so pleased? Because you were describing your boyfriend at the time, which implies that you regard me as your boyfriend. You! Scoundrel! Su Yunrou felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, yet she couldn't conjure a retort. Once she lay quietly on her bed, her thoughts became increasingly tangled. She realized that she had seemingly acquiesced to a romantic relationship with Lu Tian. Otherwise, she would not have allowed him to share the same bed with her tonight. However, this tacit acceptance left her feeling perplexed. After all, he is Lu Jie's son. Just on that account, it felt inappropriate to pursue any development with him. Yet, if she did not wish to advance their relationship, then what did her current acceptance of this romantic dynamic signify? Lu Tian had come to seek her support, serving as her assistant, and was considerably younger than she. If she did not regard him as a boyfriend, could it be that she viewed him merely as a gigolo? At this thought, Su Yunrou's heart quivered, and she ardently endeavored to refute it within herself. It cannot be. I certainly do not consider him a gigolo. I am not a frivolous woman. How could I possibly regard him as such? Su Yunrou's emotions grew increasingly intricate. The more she pondered, the less she knew how to navigate her relationship with Lu Tian. The following morning, Lu Tian took leave from Su Yunrou and stepped out of the company. He made his way to the headquarters of Tianxing Commerce, the Tianxing building. Yesterday, Zhang Wanhai called him to inform that the establishment of his pharmaceutical company was nearing completion. The company would primarily focus on the production and operation of traditional Chinese medicine. Lu Tian's visit to the business association was primarily to provide several formulas for traditional Chinese medicines for his newly established company. Given his profound expertise in the medical field, the formulas he crafted would undoubtedly surpass the efficacy of existing counterparts in the market. Zhang Wanhai convened the members of the association for a meeting, aiming to assign them tasks to prepare for the official operation of this new enterprise. Concurrently, Zhang Wanhai had also recruited several new employees to assist in the establishment of the company. Many prominent families in the region, eager to gain the favor of the Tianxing Business Association, were willing to have their younger members join the organization. The young scions of these affluent families took pride in securing positions at the Tianxing Business Association, viewing it as not only an opportunity for personal growth but also a means to elevate their family's status within elite circles. Ye Vianwu, a diamond member of the association, also attended the meeting. Upon her arrival, several reception staff members greeted her. One employee exclaimed, Yi Shuejia. Yes, I passed their new employee recruitment. Today marks my first day at work. I heard that most applicants did not pass the assessment. It is quite remarkable that you were successfully hired. Congratulations. Thank you, Yi Shuejia. I shall head to the meeting now. Let us talk when I have time. With that, Yi Chenxue made her way to the conference room. Duan Shaoquan and several other young nobles, who had recently started working, continued to welcome the arriving members. Lu Tian? What brings him here? Duan Shaoquan felt a deep disdain and contempt for Lu Tian. Lu Tian, what business do you have here? This is the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce. Many esteemed entrepreneurs yearn to enter, yet lack the qualifications. You, a nameless nobody, dare seek validation here? Perhaps you are unaware of how many privileged scions aspire to work here, but are deemed unworthy. Well, congratulations on your apparent greatness. With that, Lu Tian prepared to bypass the man and proceed to Zhang Wanhai's office.
Halt!
Many entrepreneurs lack the qualifications to enter, and you are even less deserving. By the way, you're not here to seek out Sister Yi, are you? Haha. Sister Yi must have seen your lack of ability and resorted to having you masquerade as her boyfriend. Do you truly believe yourself to be someone significant? Sister Yi is a diamond member here of noble status. She is entitled to be here, but you are not. Duan Shaoquan then turned to a few wealthy young men beside him, saying, You should recall when I mentioned that there was a good-for-nothing who sought to curry favor with Yu Xian's mother, someone who boasts without merit, right? He pointed at Lu Tian. The good-for-nothing I referred to is him. Laughter erupted from the wealthy young men in unison. Duan Shaoquan looked at Lu Tian with scorn. What are you still doing here? Seeking attention? I have members to attend to. Do not obstruct my path. Get out. Chapter 33. The slap in the face. You dare insult me? I offer you two choices. First, apologize. Did I hear you correctly? You asserted you would expel me from the chamber? Duan Shaoquan feigned shock, prompting laughter from his rich companions. Lu Tian, you consistently spout grandiose claims. Do you not feel embarrassed? Is your only skill in boasting to grasp at relevance? Enough of your prattle. Are you certain you will not apologize? Apologize? You lack the standing to demand it. You stated you had two choices. Why not disclose the second? I am quite curious about what audacious request you, a mere fool, could possibly propose. At this point, Lu Tian's gaze darkened. The second choice is akin to the first, with one addition. I shall compel you to apologize through force. Smack! Duan Shaoquan was struck and sent sprawling. His affluent companions were taken aback. To dare strike someone within the headquarters of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. This was not merely audacity. It was courting disaster. You dare strike me? Duan Shaoquan, filled with indignation and rage, shouted, Security, come here. I know you are formidable, but the security here are skilled fighters. Besides, I have heard that the mysterious mogul backing our Tianqing chamber will arrive today. When he does, your fate will be far worse. At that moment, several security personnel arrived. Duan Shaoquan pointed at Lu Tian. He just assaulted me. This is a provocation against our chamber. We cannot let this slide. The chamber's president, Zhang Wanhai, had just arrived with several subordinates. President Zhang, your timing is impeccable. He just attacked. Master Lu, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. I was delayed by traffic, causing you to wait. Please forgive me. Buzz. Duan Shaoquan and his companions were left in stunned silence. Why was President Zhang of the Tianqing chamber addressing the man they dismissed as a nobody with such reverence? What? Master Lu is our pillar of support at the Tianqing chamber. You insolent fool! How dare you provoke him? Do you wish to endanger our entire chamber? Crash! Duan Shaoquan, horrified, collapsed weakly to the ground. The young men who had mocked Lu Tian were equally terrified. They had heard whispers of a mysterious figure backing the Tianqing chamber. But now they realized that this very figure was the man they had belittled, Lu Tian. The security personnel were filled with trepidation. They had not recognized Lu Tian before. Had President Zhang not arrived in time, they might have engaged in conflict with him, leading to unimaginable consequences. Master Lu, I realize my error. Please spare me. Once Duan Shaoquan regained his composure, he quickly knelt, trembling and pleading with a quivering voice, drenched in cold sweat. The young men who had once mocked Lu Tian hurriedly followed suit, begging for mercy. Mr. Lu, I wish to first understand the situation so that I may address them with reason. Very well, you may inquire with them. Is that correct? Zhang Wanhai asked coldly. He surveyed the wealthy young men. You dared mock Master Lu. I shall expel you from the chamber. Now, each of you shall strike yourselves 100 times. Afterward, you may leave. He then turned to the security personnel, fixing them with a stern gaze. Should any of you strike lightly, you will take their place. The sound of slaps echoed repeatedly. Duan Shaoquan was utterly dumbfounded. President Zhang, I implore you. Smack! His plea was cut short by a slap from Zhang Wanhai. You too shall strike yourself 100 times. And remember, if you lack the courage to do so, I will have security assist you. With no hope of mercy, Duan Shaoquan dared not resist the demands and mimicked the others, striking himself fiercely across the face. Zhang Wanhai instructed the security personnel to oversee the humiliating spectacle and invited Lu Tian to his office. Here are the formulas for several proprietary medicines I have devised. Please pass them to the pharmaceutical developers to produce according to these specifications. Once completed, I will personally inspect the results. Excellent. I have already recruited a renowned pharmaceutical research team. Once they arrive, I will hand over the formulas. Zhang Wanhai took the formulas and added, "There is an important matter I have yet to report to you." "What is it?" Lu Tian inquired. "This morning, I received a call from young Master Yan Shufei of the Yan family. He expressed his intent to invest 50 million in our newly established pharmaceutical company and will be meeting with me today to discuss the investment." Zhang Wanhai's expression grew serious as he continued. He also mentioned that if we do not comply with his demands, he has ways to ensure our new company cannot operate. Chapter 34. The arrogant troublemaker the Yan family is one of the two premier dynasties in Jiangzhou, both immensely wealthy and deeply rooted. Master Lu, you may not be able to contend with them. While Zhang Wanhai regarded Lu Tian as the chamber's protector, he knew little of Lu Tian's overall capabilities. In his view, Lu Tian was merely a powerful enforcer. The Yan family's wealth and influence far surpassed that of the Tianqing chamber, and they had the means to deploy even more formidable experts against Lu Tian. Thus, Zhang Wanhai doubted Lu Tian could be a match for the Yan family. "Do not worry, I have it under control. You should proceed to the meeting with the members. When the Yan family representatives arrive, simply allow them entry to meet me." Seeing Lu Tian exude such calmness, Zhang Wanhai felt somewhat reassured, though a tinge of concern lingered. However, at this moment, he could only choose to believe in Lu Tian's strength. "It is truly unfortunate. Had you not mocked Mr. Lu, we would not have been entangled in this predicament. This cannot be entirely blamed on me. You all laughed alongside me. Let us speak amicably, brothers. Please do not fight. I implore you." Duan Shaoquan lay on the ground, bruised and battered, struggling. The wealthy youths had calmed down somewhat, yet the thought of being expelled from the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce cast a shadow over their faces. Each of our families had opportunities to collaborate with the chamber. It is all due to this foolish individual that we are in this situation. We have merely been humiliated. It is quite fortunate that we are not facing further repercussions. Indeed, we have provoked the powerful figure backing the Tianqing chamber. The mere thought of it fills us with dread. Speaking of that powerful individual, I never anticipated he would be so young. I had not heard of Mr. Lu's name before. Could he be deliberately concealing his strength? That is certainly a possibility. Therefore, we must never disclose that Mr. Lu is the benefactor of the Tianqing chamber, or we may all meet our doom. Correct. We must keep this matter under wraps. And you? Before long, Yan Jia's young master, Yan Shufei, arrived at the Tianqing chamber with 2 bodyguards. The security at the entrance stopped them, stating they needed to call the president first for a report. However, Yan Shufei, not waiting for their report, ordered his bodyguards to take action. These 2 bodyguards were top-tier experts. The security personnel were no match for them and were quickly overpowered. Yan Shufei had already discovered that all the members of the Tianqing chamber were present for a meeting today. Thus, he led his bodyguards straight to the conference room. Kicking the door open, Zhang Wanhai, who was presiding over the meeting, was startled. The chamber members seated around the conference table were equally taken aback. The security personnel who had just been overpowered called Zhang Wanhai to inform him of the situation. "Yan Shufei, you are being excessively ruthless," Zhang Wanhai exclaimed in anger. Yan Shufei smirked and replied, "I merely wish to give you a warning, to let you know my capabilities. Let us dispense with trivialities. I am prepared to invest 50 million in your newly established pharmaceutical company. This matter is non-negotiable. If you refuse, our Yan family will regard the Tianqing chamber as our enemy. We have always been ruthless towards our adversaries. The investment agreement is already prepared. If you are wise, you will sign it now." Yan Shufei slammed the contract on the conference table, casting a grim look at the chamber members. "If you choose not to sign, you should consider withdrawing from the Tianqing chamber to avoid being implicated." Yan Shufei also noticed Yi Qianxue among them. Just yesterday, before Yi Qianxue had Lu Tian pretend to be her boyfriend, he had already presumed they were acting as a couple. This realization made him understand that Yi Chenxue would never accept his advances. He no longer harbored any illusions about her and even felt some resentment. Thus, when he threatened them, he did not spare her a kind glance. Yan Shufei darkly glared at Zhang Wanhai. Will you sign this agreement? Give me a clear answer now. I am not the owner of this pharmaceutical company. You should have heard that this company was founded by our chamber's benefactor. He is currently in my office, and he has stated that if you come, you should discuss this matter with him. Zhang Wanhai, aware of his inability to contend with Yan Shufei, could only follow Lu Tian's instructions to have Yan Shufei speak with him. Ha! I have heard that the mysterious benefactor supporting you possesses great power. You mentioned he is in your office, correct? I shall pay him a visit. I am eager to see what he possesses to contend with our Yan family. Yan Shufei seized the investment agreement and, flanked by his bodyguards, stormed out of the conference room. Zhang Wanhai felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. To maintain morale, he forced himself to appear calm and continued the meeting. Yan Shufei and his bodyguards swaggered into the president's office. What are you doing here? Yan Shufei exclaimed in shock upon seeing Lu Tian seated on the sofa. Yet, how could someone deemed worthless possibly be the support behind the Tianqing chamber? Yan Shufei realized he had previously underestimated Lu Tian. He had witnessed Lu Tian defeat Lung Haokong yesterday, but Lung Haokong was merely a collateral descendant of the Lung family and lacked access to the family's martial arts heritage. His skills were not particularly formidable. Thus, to Yan Shufei, Lu Tian's victory over him was not impressive. With his two bodyguards being top-notch experts, he still did not regard Lu Tian as a threat. I have heard that the newly established pharmaceutical company is yours. Our Yan family intends to invest 50 million in shares. You would do well to comply. And what if I refuse? Refuse? Then your fate will be dire. If you are wise, you will sign this agreement quickly. Yan Shufei tossed the agreement towards Lu Tian. Lu Tian seized the agreement and crumpled it into a ball, hurling it at Yan Shufei's face. Chapter 35. The contest of wealth and connections. Yan Shufei erupted in fury. Beat him until he begs for mercy. With his command, two bodyguards immediately charged towards Lu Tian, brandishing their fists menacingly. Lu Tian delivered two swift kicks, sending the two bodyguards tumbling to the ground, incapacitated for the moment. Yan Shufei, taken aback, instinctively retreated a couple of steps, but soon regained his composure. You are more formidable than I had anticipated. However, no matter how skilled you are, how many can you take on alone? The Yan family can dispatch more and stronger experts to deal with you. We shall see. With that, Yan Shufei turned to leave. Did I permit you to depart? Lu Tian's voice was cold. Yan Shufei smirked. If you don't want me to leave, do you really dare to engage me? You witnessed my reprimand of Lung Haokong yesterday. If I dared to strike him, do you think I would hesitate to strike you? A chill ran down Yan Shufei's spine as he recalled the incident with Lu Tian and Lung Haokong, causing his anxiety to resurface. Regardless of how dismissive he was of his opponent, Lu Tian was undeniably more skilled, and in this context he could not afford to provoke him. If you dare to lay a hand on me, the Yan family will stop at nothing to exact revenge. Unwilling to concede, he sought to intimidate Lu Tian by invoking the Yan family's name. Your Yan family's strength pales in comparison to the Lung family. I fear the Lung family not at all. Why should I fear you? You truly underestimate the situation. Do you believe that your martial prowess grants you the power to contend with us? That is sheer folly. Yan Shufei laughed mockingly, adding, martial strength is merely a part of overall capability. Your wealth and connections cannot compare to those of the Yan family. If you rely solely on martial prowess, you are no match for us. Wealth and connections. Lu Tian pondered. Yan Shufei mistook Lu Tian's contemplation for intimidation, and his confidence surged. You just tore up the agreement I prepared, throwing it in my face, and assaulted my bodyguards. I intend to settle this score. If you wish for my leniency, you must agree to my investment demands in your new company and kneel to apologize. Should you refuse, I will unleash the full force of the Yan family's wealth and connections to deal with you and the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. At that point, the Tianqing Chamber will undoubtedly be obliterated. And as for you, your life will be in grave peril. A sinister smile played on Yan Shufei's lips as he issued his chilling threat. Lu Tian smiled and said, Do you really think I am afraid? Yan Shufei chuckled and replied, Are you not afraid? If you were wise, you would realize that you cannot contend with me. Lu Tian let out a cold laugh and swiftly slapped the opponent across the face. Yan Shufei was sent staggering, a mix of shock and fury surging within him. You! How dare you strike me again? Lu Tiandao, you wish to engage in a discussion regarding wealth and connections. Do you? Very well. Let us compare our strengths in these two realms. As he spoke, Lu Tian produced a black card from his pocket and placed it upon the armrest of the sofa. This is... Yan Shufei gazed at the card, his expression transforming in an instant. The Emperor card of the Global Business Alliance. This card is issued by the foremost commercial organization in the world, the Global Business Alliance. It is bestowed upon individuals of greater power to attract them to their fold. To possess this Emperor card signifies that one's influence surpasses even that of the Global Business Alliance. In the entire world, the number of individuals who hold this card is estimated to be fewer than 100. Yan Shufei was instantly drenched in cold sweat, and without hesitation, he knelt down. Although he did not know much about Lu Tian, the mere presence of this black card convinced him that with a single word, the other could annihilate the Yan family. The wealth and connections of your Yan family hold no significance before me. Lu, Mr. Lu, I beseech you to overlook our past transgressions and spare the Yan family. If I were to spare you, what benefit would it bring me? I understand that Mr. Lu is undoubtedly not in want of money, yet one always desires more. We are willing to offer compensation in exchange for your forgiveness. Your Yan family intends to invest in my company, correct? If you transform that investment into a form of unreciprocated financial support, I shall grant you mercy. No problem. Thank you, Mr. Lu. I briefly reviewed the investment agreement you prepared, which states that you intend to invest 500 million, correct? Therefore, your Yan family shall unconditionally contribute 500 million to support my company. Upon hearing this, Yan Shufei nearly collapsed in shock, almost spitting blood. The agreement he prepared indeed stated an investment amount, but it was 5 million, not 500 million. He could not believe that Lu Tian had made an error, yet, in his desperation to plead for mercy, he dared not refute. Although the Yan family possessed considerable wealth and influence, 500 million was by no means a trifling sum for them. He called his father, Yan Kai, the head of the Yan family, who was typically composed in crises. However, upon hearing that Lu Tian possessed the Emperor card of the Global Business Alliance, the usually unflappable Yan Kai trembled, nearly dropping his phone. 500 million, you say? The funds you can mobilize should amount to that much. Transfer it to him immediately. Hurry! Yan Kai wasted no time, urging Yan Shufei to expedite the transfer. If they angered Lu Tian, their losses would only escalate. Mr. Lu, please provide me with your bank account details. I will transfer the funds right away. You shall transfer the money directly to the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. They will utilize it to operate my new company. Very well. I will now seek President Zhang in the conference room and request him to accept the funds on behalf of the chamber. Merely providing the funds is insufficient. You must also kneel and apologize to them. Yes. I shall comply with Mr. Lu's wishes. At that moment, Yan Shufei's two bodyguards had struggled to their feet. Yan Shufei led them to the conference room to find Zhang Wanhai. With Lu Tian no longer present, he departed from the headquarters of the chamber. A knock echoed in the conference room. As Zhang Wanhai opened the door, he was taken aback to see Yan Shufei kneeling on the ground. President Zhang, esteemed members of the chamber, I apologize. The entire assembly was astounded. What transpired? How could the previously arrogant Yan Shufei be begging for mercy? Everyone was momentarily at a loss, including Zhang Wanhai, who found it hard to believe. President Zhang, our Yan family will no longer pursue investment in your new company. We are willing to offer 500 million in unconditional support for your venture. This declaration left Zhang Wanhai and others utterly speechless, with many members doubting their own hearing. Just moments ago, Yan Shufei had contemptuously declared his intention to confront the mysterious benefactor of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Yet only a few minutes had passed and here he was, kneeling and offering financial support. It was evident that the mysterious benefactor had intervened, thoroughly intimidating Yan Shufei. This also indicated that the Yan family was far from a match for this enigmatic ally. Chapter 36. How solitary is invincibility? Zhang Wanhai was equally astonished. Lord Lu is undoubtedly the guardian deity of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Wanhai, representing the chamber, graciously accepted the 500 million transfer from Yan Shufei. Yan Shufei, in return, expressed an abundance of flattery before taking his leave. Earlier, Zhang Wanhai had concluded a meeting with the members. As they exited the chamber's grand building, the members, including Yi Qianxue, animatedly discussed the events that had just transpired. Their curiosity grew about the enigmatic benefactor of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Who could be this extraordinary figure? Upon leaving the chamber, Yi Qianxue made her way to her parked vehicle. Just as she opened the door, she spotted Lu Tian standing by the passenger side. Lu Tian, what brings you here? She inquired. I was about to wait for the bus when I noticed your car parked here. I assumed you were heading to your company and could give me a ride, he replied. I am asking you, how did you end up in this place? I had some matters to attend to at the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, and I took the opportunity to teach Yan Shufei a lesson for causing a disturbance there. You must have been present when he knelt in the conference room to apologize. It was I who instructed him to do so. You! Can you please change this annoying habit of boasting? I speak nothing but the truth. Yi Qianxue, of course, remained skeptical, pondering inwardly. Everyone was discussing the recent events as they left. Lu Tian must have overheard their conversation and grasped the general situation, using it to embellish his own image. However, why did he come here? Could it be that he heard I was attending a meeting and specifically came to seek me out? Surely, he doesn't harbor feelings for me and intends to take advantage of pretending to be my boyfriend as a pretext for a date? Yi Qianxue shot him a glance, choosing to bypass the previous topic. I can offer you a ride in my car, but you must agree to one condition. What is it? My mother already believes we are in a relationship. She has mentioned it to my father, and he wishes for me to arrange a time for you to meet him. You can't be serious about wanting me to meet your father right now? That is precisely my intention. My father is at the Yi Corporation. I'll take you to see him first, and then I'll drop you off at your company. How does that sound? Fine, after all. I am only masquerading as your boyfriend to appease your family. I will have to meet him sooner or later. Understood. But I must remind you that we are merely pretending to be a couple. Do not take it to heart. Of course, I'm more concerned that you might take it seriously. At that point, my father will undoubtedly discuss career matters with you. You can embellish a bit. It will enhance your accomplishments in his eyes, and he may regard you more favorably. But I am not skilled at boasting. Heh, you're not adept at boasting? Perhaps you are merely unskilled at making grandiose claims sound modest? Yi Qianxue imparted a few more words of caution before driving him to the Yi Corporation. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at the Yi Corporation. Lu Tian followed Yi Qianxue to the chairman's office. Inside the office sat a middle-aged man, who was none other than Yi Qianxue's father, Yi Wei. Father, I have brought Lu Tian, it is he, Yi Qianxue introduced. Yi Wei nodded, scrutinizing Lu Tian with a discerning gaze.
Lu Tian yore asimile, politeli adressing Yi.
Hello, esteemed father-in-law. Yi Wei immediately frowned. You have just begun courting Qianxue, and you dare to call me father-in-law? How presumptuous. Lu Tian. Yi Qianxue also appeared somewhat irked. She shot Lu Tian a glare and added, hold off on calling him father-in-law. For now, just refer to him as uncle. My apologies. Lu Tian replied cheerfully, I lack experience in being someone's boyfriend, so I hope for your understanding. Observing his nonchalant demeanor and playful expression, Yi Wei's impression of him diminished significantly. Please, take a seat. Yi Wei gestured towards the sofa, speaking with a hint of impatience. Lu Tian sat on the sofa, with Yi Qianxue beside him. The ensuing events unfolded as Yi Qianxue had anticipated. Yi Wei indeed initiated a conversation with Lu Tian regarding his career. Given the remarkable qualities of Qianxue, it is evident that you must possess a commendable career. However, to my knowledge, you are merely an assistant at a company. In truth, I have other ventures, such as my intention to establish a pharmaceutical company. I hope that his forthcoming performance will satisfy my father. Planning to start a pharmaceutical company? When do you expect this enterprise to commence operations? In about a week. I believe you have heard that the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce is preparing to launch a pharmaceutical company. In fact, I am the proprietor of that company. It appears that the Yi Group also engages in some pharmaceutical business. We could collaborate in the future. Bang! Yi Qianshua's mind erupted with disbelief. You fool. Even if boasting is your forte, how could you exaggerate so absurdly? That pharmaceutical company is specifically established for their enigmatic benefactor by the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Many from the elite circles are already aware of this matter, and my father has known for quite some time. Claiming this as your own is merely a bid for attention. Yi Wei certainly perceived him as a braggart, regarding him as nothing more than a buffoon. Yet, Yi Wei refrained from directly exposing him, opting instead to continue the conversation in hopes of further embarrassing him, thus providing more justification to separate him from Yi Qianshue. I have heard of that company. It is said to have invested 200 million. Did you contribute that sum? It was the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce that provided the funds. Nonetheless, I supported them and aided in generating even greater profits. Yi Qianshue could scarcely endure his words any longer. This scoundrel, how could he become increasingly far-fetched? You support the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce? Surely, you lack even the qualification to step through its doors. I have heard from Qianshue that you possess medical knowledge and martial arts skills. Could you elaborate on your proficiency in these areas? To be honest, I find it challenging to quantify, for my skills in both medicine and martial arts have reached an immeasurable height. If I must encapsulate it in a single phrase, I can only say that invincibility is indeed a lonely state. Bang! Yi Qianshue struck the armrest of the sofa, rising in exasperation. Continue your boasting here. She scolded Lu Tian and stormed out of the office. Chapter 37. In pursuit of Lu Tian's favor, Yi Wei also believed that Lu Tian was merely posturing. However, his spirits were remarkably high. He was confident that given his daughter Yi Qianshue's attributes, she could never be involved with someone so inept and boastful. Thus, he surmised that Lu Tian and Yi Qianshue were merely pretending to be a couple. This realization left him with little to fret about. You are deluded, Lu Tian retorted. Yi Wei exploded with rage. How dare you curse me? Lu Tian Dao. I am referring to your actual condition. Just now, I observed your complexion and discerned that you are indeed unwell. You exhibit clear signs of kidney deficiency. Yi Wei was taken aback. How could he perceive this? Lu Tian continued, your condition is rather unique and not easily remedied. However, I can indeed cure you. Really? Yi Wei's eyes brightened as he excitedly inquired. His situation was indeed quite exceptional, having sought numerous treatments without success. Lu Tian discerned his symptoms and assured him that he could provide treatment. Although he was somewhat skeptical, he was also filled with hope. Lu Tian took out a needle pouch, proclaiming, I can provide you with acupuncture treatment, and you will be cured on the spot. Yi Wei, eager for healing and driven by a spirit of experimentation, consented to let Lu Tian perform acupuncture on him. As the needles were skillfully inserted, Yi Wei could distinctly feel his energy surging. Upon the completion of the treatment, he was invigorated, filled with an overwhelming sense of vitality and enthusiasm. Lu Tian put away the silver needles. Uncle, how do you feel? He patted Lu Tian on the shoulder and said, Good son-in-law, you are truly remarkable. Lu Tian was momentarily taken aback. You refer to me as your son-in-law? Of course.
Yi chocolate.
You are Qianshue's boyfriend, so naturally, you are my son-in-law. Yi Wei was in high spirits, contemplating inwardly. With such exceptional medical skills, my son-in-law is bound to achieve great success in the future. Many affluent magnates are surrounded by beautiful women, which can easily lead to exhaustion. Lu Tian is indeed a master in treating kidney deficiency, and it would surely be effortless for him to garner their support. In doing so, I can further solidify my standing within the Yi family. It appears that Qian Shue's intention to have him marry into the family is a commendable choice. With this thought, Yi Wei's spirits soared even higher. Lu Tian was unaware of what Yi Wei was contemplating. He merely sensed that the latter's elevated spirits were a result of having his kidney deficiency successfully treated by him. Yi Wei continued, although son-in-law, you spoke quite grandly back then, your medical skills are truly not to be dismissed. They are indeed remarkable. Lu Tian politely remarked, Uncle, you flatter me. Yi Wei pretended to be dissatisfied, saying, Why call me uncle? Call me father-in-law. Lu Tian. As soon as she opened the door, she was taken aback to see the two of them laughing and joking with their arms around each other. Yi Qianshue was momentarily stunned. What was going on? Why was her father so warm towards him? Could he not see that he had been boasting? Son-in-law, our Yi family group is hosting a banquet the day after tomorrow to celebrate our net assets surpassing 20 billion. You must come. This should be an internal family banquet for the Yi family. As I am not a member, it would be inappropriate for me to attend, right? What's inappropriate about it? You are Qinshu's boyfriend, practically a member of our family, fully qualified to attend. Who says you aren't? Alright, do come by often. Yi Qinshu finally regained her composure, deciding to arrange for a driver to take him home. Internally, she mused. It seemed her father hadn't realized that he was merely bragging. He must have thought he was as impressive as he claimed, which explained his enthusiasm. Her father was so easily deceived. The venue was the Yan family mansion. Yan Ka, the head of the Yan family and father of Yan Shufei, convened an urgent family meeting. He first addressed the family members regarding Yan Shufei's recent scandal at the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, where he had been humiliated. Then, he made a significant announcement. A marriage alliance with the Zhao family. He proposed that Yan Shufei represent the Yan family and marry Zhao Yuxuan, the daughter of the Zhao family. The family members were taken aback. The Zhao family was merely a second-tier affluent family. How could they allow their esteemed young master to marry a second-tier heiress? Many family members, including Yan Shufei, expressed their discontent. What do you know? This decision is made entirely for the future of our family. Although we are still uncertain of Lu Tian's true background, he possesses the Emperor card of the Global Business Alliance, indicating his wealth and status far exceed our reach. Lu Tian lives with Su Yunrou and works as her assistant. On the surface, it appears he is relying on her, but in reality, he is likely her protector, possibly even involved with her romantically. Zhao Yuxuan is Su Yunrou's daughter. If Shufei can engage with Zhao Yuxuan, Lu Tian may look favorably upon our Yan family due to his connection with Su Yunrou. Therefore, my arrangement is actually to win Lu Tian's favor. If we can gain Lu Tian's support, the wealth and status of the Yan family will rise to unimaginable heights. After hearing Yan Kai's reasoning, the previously doubtful family members became invigorated. They urged Yan Shufei to prioritize the family's future by marrying into the Zhao family. Very well. Yan Shufei readily agreed. This would not only elevate the Yan family's status in high society but also solidify his own position within the family. However, we must remain cautious. Lu Tian possesses extraordinary abilities, yet chooses to work as Su Yunrou's assistant, clearly concealing his true strength. Thus, we cannot disclose anything about Lu Tian's abilities to anyone, especially not to the Zhao family. If anyone inquires about our intention behind the marriage alliance, we will simply state that Shufei has taken a liking to Zhao Yuxuan. Upon hearing the head of the family's advice, Yan Shufei and the others nodded in agreement. Yan Kai then personally visited the Zhao group to propose the marriage on behalf of the Yan family. Zhao Zhenming, the head of the Zhao family, who valued fame and fortune, readily accepted the proposal. After Yan Kai presented the proposal, the Zhao family members expressed even greater excitement than the Yan family. Zhao Yuxuan, who also valued status and had long harbored feelings for Yan Shufei, eagerly agreed to the engagement. Chapter 38. The auction. Zhao Yuxuan temporarily left the conference hall, excitedly calling her best friend Lin Mengting to share the news. Is it true? The Zhao family and the Yan family have arranged an engagement for you and Yan Shufei? Absolutely true. I have never deceived you. By marrying into the Yan family, your Zhao family will surely soar. That's a given. You better treat me well from now on. Yes. You've always admired Yan Shufei. Now your wish is fulfilled. Those suitors of yours must be quite disheartened. Humph. I couldn't care less about them. They were so eager to court me that it nearly drove me mad. Ha! Now you say it's annoying, but when they were showering you with attention, you felt quite accomplished. You even had 10 of them on your backup list. I was merely testing them. I am very devoted, and from now on, I'll focus solely on Yan Xiao. As for those backup candidates, they can go wherever they please. He seems to have lost patience trying to win me over. Recently, I called to invite him to the auction hosted by the Li family tonight, but he turned me down and told me not to contact him again. The auction? Where is it held? I want to go too. It's at the Fenghua Convention Center. I plan to invite Yan Xiao to go with me. It'll be our first date. You should come too, to get acquainted with Yan Xiao and better integrate into his upper-class circle. Alright, we'll meet then. After finishing the call with Lin Mengting, Zhao Yuxuan dialed her mother, Su Yunrou. Mom, I have some news that will surely astonish you. What news? Don't scare me. Don't worry, it's good news. The Yan family has proactively sought a marriage alliance with the Zhao family, and Yan Shufei and I have reached an engagement. What? This is hard to believe. Why would the Yan family, as a top-tier family in Jiangzhou, seek a marriage alliance with the Zhao family? Because Yan Shufei has feelings for me. That's what the Yan family said. I'm still a bit uneasy. Mom, you don't need to worry about me. I know what I'm doing. Besides, even though our Zhao family may not have the wealth of the Yan family, we won't be led around by the nose. Perhaps I was overthinking it. Congratulations to you both. Mom, I have a suggestion. How about you reconcile with Dad? Absolutely not. Don't even suggest it. I won't have anything to do with him again. What are your plans then? Are you going to find another man? I don't know, maybe. But if you find another man, our family will be hard-pressed to return to the way it was. I have no intention of returning. I've already said I won't have anything to do with your father. Zhao Yuxuan sighed, realizing she couldn't persuade her mother, but she was determined to find another opportunity to do so. I have another suggestion. Could you please kick Lu Tian out of the house? Not possible. You don't live at home now. Even if you dislike him and rarely see him, why should I kick him out? Because if Yan Shufei and I are dating, he will certainly care about my family situation. If he discovers that Lu Tian, who has no money, power, or capability, has been lingering around you, it will inevitably tarnish our family's reputation. That won't happen. Lu Tian is just my assistant. Even if he is around, it won't impact anything. Mother, I implore you to heed my counsel. Even if the Yan family remains indifferent, my association with the young master of the Yan family renders the presence of that unsophisticated fellow in our home quite embarrassing for me. Yuxian, when did you become so materialistic? Do you not perceive that such demands are rather excessive? Wherein lies my excess? That rustic Lu Tian is unworthy of remaining in our abode. Zhao Yuxian attempted to continue the argument, but the other party had already terminated the call, incensing her to the point of nearly hurling her phone. At that moment, her cousin Zhao Yusong entered the courtyard, informing her that their grandfather was summoning her. Grandfather Zhao Jinming assigned her a task. Upon your arrival there, you must ascertain who authored the formula for the herbal bath lotion you discovered on the sofa. We have established that this formula holds substantial value, and we are eager to invite its creator to join the Zhao group. The Yan family, soon to be allied with us through marriage, operates within the pharmaceutical industry. If we can persuade that individual to provide us with additional valuable traditional Chinese medicine formulas, we could leverage the Yan family's commercial channels to expand the Zhao family's pharmaceutical business. You have always prioritized the interests of our family. I trust you will accept this assignment? Zhao Yuxian promptly nodded in agreement, affirming her commitment. Inwardly, she mused, I shall seize this opportunity to expel that scoundrel Lu Tian from our home. As the afternoon workday concluded, Lu Tian drove Su Yunrou to the villa before departing. He proceeded to the auction event at the Fenghua Pavilion. Yesterday, Zhang Wanhai had informed him about an antique auction scheduled to take place at the Fenghua Pavilion. Lu Tian possessed an exceptional talent for discerning treasures and had long harbored the intention of visiting the auction, hoping to stumble upon a hidden gem. Meanwhile, the formidable Nielan, renowned as the Ruthless Rose, had also made her way to the Fenghua Pavilion to align with the strategy devised by the female warrior Ding Baishuang. Ding Baishuang's plan entailed having her acquire a specific item slated for auction, the Qilin plaque, to provoke the Cold family into action. Zhao Yuxuan had already arranged to meet her close friend Lin Mengting at the auction venue. After locating a suitable rendezvous point, they proceeded together to the Fenghua Pavilion. Zhao Yuxuan also reached out to Yan Shufei, who agreed to join them and would meet directly at the auction. The setting was the grand residence of the Cold family. A middle-aged man, known as Leng Tai and the head of the Cold family, stood before a gathering of martial artists. Leng Tai was assigning tasks to these warriors, emphasizing the immense value of the Qilin plaque, which would undoubtedly attract numerous bidders and escalate the price to staggering heights. I was resolute in my desire to acquire the Qilin plaque, yet I was reluctant to part with my money. Therefore, I planned to dispatch individuals to the auction to assess the situation and discern who might secure the Qilin plaque. Subsequently, I would arrange for an ambush outside to seize the Qilin plaque for myself. Should anyone dare to obstruct my acquisition of the Qilin plaque, they would face dire consequences. Following this, Lung Tai elaborated on a more intricate strategy before personally leading the martial artists towards the Fenghua Pavilion. As the Grand Hall prepared for the impending auction, it was already teeming with distinguished guests, predominantly influential figures from the business realm, all gathered to partake in the auction. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this auction could potentially unleash a tempest of bloodshed and chaos. When Lu Tian arrived at the Fenghua Pavilion, the auction was on the verge of commencing. A woman clad in a form-fitting leather outfit, exuding an air of dominance, approached him. It was none other than Nielan, known for her fierce reputation, who had nearly clashed with him the previous day. I didn't expect to encounter you here, Nielan remarked with a playful smile. Are you also here to attend the auction, Boss Nye? Lu Tian inquired. Indeed, but let me give you a word of caution. I intend to acquire an item known as the Qilin brand. Do not bid against me or else. Heh! Nielan replied in a tone laced with veiled threats. Although she did not state it outright, her implication was unmistakable. Should you dare to compete with me, I will not show you mercy. With a disdainful glance directed at Lu Tian, she led her 3 subordinates to the front row. The seating arrangement here was not reserved in advance. Rather, it was a first-come, first-served basis. The closer the seats were to the front, the better one could discern the quality of the auction items, prompting most early arrivals to choose seats closer to the stage. Having arrived quite late, Nielan found only the last row available. However, many guests seated in the front, eager to curry favor, hastily relinquished their seats upon her arrival. Thus, Nielan and her 3 subordinates settled comfortably in the front row. Lu Tian occupied a seat in the last row. At that moment, Zhao Yuxuan and her friend Lin Mengting entered the auction hall. We are late. Only the last row has seats available. Lin Mengting exclaimed. Do not fret. My boyfriend Yan Shufei will be arriving shortly. Once he arrives, the guests seated in front will undoubtedly scramble to offer us their seats upon seeing the esteemed young master of the Yan family. As she spoke, Zhao Yuxuan cast a disdainful glance at the guests seated ahead of them. They had temporarily settled in the last row when they noticed Lu Tian sitting nearby. Lu Tian, what brings you here? Lin Mengting inquired with a hint of confusion. Zhao Yuxuan scoffed dismissively. What is there to ask? The guests here are either affluent or distinguished. He is so eager to integrate into high society. It is clear he is here seeking recognition. Lin Mengting suddenly understood. I had thought he was here to bid. Bid? You overestimate him. Zhao Yuxuan replied with a derisive smile. Continuing, even the least expensive items here start at hundreds of thousands. Do you truly believe he can afford that? Lu Tian felt a sense of melancholy. Why was it that he consistently encountered Zhao Yuxuan and her companions in bustling gatherings? What troubled him further was Zhao Yuxuan's persistent display of haughty disdain towards him. Lu Tian, please change your seat and keep your distance from us. Zhao Yuxuan exclaimed. Indeed, you should swiftly relocate. Lin Mengting chimed in. Yuxuan's boyfriend will be arriving soon, and if he sees an insignificant person like you lingering by her side, it would undoubtedly embarrass her. It would be wise for you to retreat at once. Lu Tian let out a cold laugh and remarked. Do you understand the principle of first come, first served? I arrived before you, so if anyone is to yield their position, it should be you. Zhao Yuxuan shot him a glare and retorted. Don't think that just because my mother favors you, I will show you any courtesy. If you know what is good for you, be a bit more polite to me. Lu Tian couldn't help but chuckle. After all, you had never been courteous to me, yet you had the audacity to expect me to be polite to you. At that moment, a voice came from the side. Yuxian. Zhao Yuxian excitedly turned towards the sound. Yan Xiao, you've arrived. Yan Sufei had just arrived, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, the very same 2 who had been effortlessly taken down by Lu Tian the previous day. Zhao Yuxian stepped forward to greet him, warmly linking her arm with Yan Sufei's. Lin Mengting also approached, politely offering her greetings. Yan Xiao. Zhao Yuxian then introduced Yan Xiao. This is my dear friend, Lin Ruoting. We met at the party hosted by senior sister Yi. Yan Sufei nodded and inquired, were you 2 chatting with friends just now? He had noticed Zhao Yuxian and Lin Mengrou conversing with a man at their table. Since he was not directly facing the man, he could not discern his identity. "He is certainly not our friend," Lin Mengting remarked, casting a disdainful glance towards Lu Tian. Zhao Yuxian added, "Yan Xiao, you should have met him yesterday at the gathering hosted by Senior Sister Yi. He is the one who, relying on Senior Sister Ye's backing, was acting all high and mighty in front of us." Lu Tian. Yan Sufei was suddenly taken aback, turning his gaze towards Lu Tian. Indeed, it was him. Yan Sufei's heart raced with fear. After all, he was a super mogul wielding the Emperor card of the Global Business Alliance. Just that morning, he had been on his knees begging for mercy in front of him. Yet, his girlfriend dared to speak disrespectfully in front of such a formidable figure. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap Zhao Yuxian. Lu Tian was somewhat astonished. Judging by Zhao Yuxuan's demeanor, it was evident that the boyfriend she referred to was none other than Yan Shufei. This truly took him by surprise. "Did you not anticipate this? Young Master Yan is indeed my boyfriend," Zhao Yuxuan proclaimed proudly as she gazed at Lu Tian. Lu Tian smiled and nodded, genuinely surprised. "Congratulations to you all." At that moment, a guest seated in the front noticed Yan Shufei. The guest quickly stood up and courteously offered, "Young Master Yan, please take my seat. My position is closer to the front. Come and sit here. And the two ladies beside you, please join us as well. We are more than willing to give up our seats." Observing the guest's respectful deference towards Yan Shufei, Zhao Yuxuan felt a sense of pride swelling within her. With a triumphant smile, she provocatively glanced at Lu Tian. "Look at how esteemed young Master Yan is. You, a mere bumpkin, even if you manage to infiltrate the upper echelons, would only serve as a backdrop for young Master Yan." Lin Mengting chimed in with derision. To say he's merely a backdrop is already flattering. I doubt he even qualifies to carry young Master Yan's shoes. Yan Shufei was utterly infuriated. Zhao Yuxuan and Lin Mengting were not just mocking Lu Tian. They were undermining his own stature. Nonetheless, their behavior confirmed one thing for Yan Shufei. Lu Tian was indeed deliberately concealing his true capabilities. Otherwise, how could Zhao Yuxuan, daughter of Su Yunrou, look down upon Lu Tian so disdainfully? Yan Shufei shot a fierce glare at Zhao Yuxuan and Lin Mengting. "You both should speak more respectfully to Mr. Lu." The two were taken aback. Zhao Yuxuan, bewildered, asked, "Young Master Yan, why are you speaking up for him?" Lin Mengting was equally confused, unable to fathom why Yan Shufei would defend Lu Tian. "You two, apologize to Mr. Lu immediately," Yan Shufei commanded coldly. Chapter 40. The bidding Zhao Yuxuan and Lin Mengting thought they had misheard. Young Master Yan was actually asking them to apologize to someone they deemed beneath them. Zhao Yuxuan protested, "We are all daughters of noble families. Why should we apologize to someone so insignificant and without power?" Lin Mengting added, "Young Master Yan, do you think he is someone remarkable, which is why you are being so courteous? In reality, apart from a bit of martial skill, he is utterly worthless. Even if he can fight, he stands no chance against your two bodyguards. To put it bluntly, he is a good-for-nothing. You need not regard him highly." Yan Shufei was instantly enraged, gritting his teeth. "How dare you insult Mr. Lu?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he slapped Lin Mengting across the face. Humiliated before so many people, Lin Mengting burst into tears. Zhao Yuxuan was left trembling with fear. To her, being associated with Yan Shufei felt like climbing a lofty mountain, and she was acutely aware of his moods. She could not comprehend why Yan Shufei was treating Lu Tian with such respect. However, she feared Yan Shufei might turn his ire towards her. Vanity gripped her heart, as she dreaded the thought of him breaking off their relationship in a fit of rage. Yan Shufei's actions left the other guests in utter shock. Even Yelan was taken aback, her interest peaking as she turned her gaze towards them. "Apologize," Yan Shufei barked. Zhao Yuxuan quickly turned to Lu Tian. "I'm sorry." Lin Mengting hastily echoed the apology. Yan Shufei cautiously approached Lu Tian, bowing respectfully. "Mr. Lu, I have reprimanded them. Please do not hold it against them." Lu Tian coldly chuckled, dismissing the matter as mere antics of a jester, unworthy of his concern. The term jumping clown struck Zhao Yuxuan and Lin Mengting as particularly harsh. Zhao Yuxuan, being Yan Shufei's girlfriend, had anticipated a confrontation between Yan Shufei and Lu Tian over such words. To her surprise, Yan Shufei responded with a broad smile, exclaiming, Mr. Lu speaks the truth. He then turned his stern gaze towards Zhao Yuxuan and Lin Mengting, admonishing them to promptly express their gratitude for Mr. Lu's forgiveness. Almost in despair, they complied, bowing respectfully. Thank you for your forgiveness, Mr. Lu. Yan Shufei continued with courtesy, Mr. Lu, with so many people in the front offering their seats. Why don't you take one? No need, Lu Tian waved his hand. I am content here. Zhao Yuxuan cautiously suggested, Shufei, should we move to the front? No. Yan Shufei sternly rebuked, if Mr. Lu refuses to go, how can I? He then took a seat in the last row. Zhao Yuxuan and Lin Mengting exchanged bewildered glances and followed suit.
Moments later.
A young man clad in an exquisite suit, exuding an imposing aura, approached the guests at the front. Young Master Li. The guests greeted politely. This young Master Li was none other than Li Zhengfeng, the host of the auction, hailing from the prominent Li family in the provincial capital. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for your support.
Li Zhengfeng beamat.
Soon, his smile faded, and he continued with a more serious tone. I won't bore you with pleasantries. I must make one thing clear. Everyone present has the right to bid on the upcoming auction items. His statement carried a hint of admonition. However, his demand ensured the fairness of the auction, leaving some domineering bosses feeling displeased. Yet, faced with the might of the Li family, they dared not voice their grievances. The auction commenced officially. An auctioneer stepped onto the stage to preside over the event. The first item for bidding is this metallic disc. According to our expert appraisers, this is a divination disc, approximately 100 years old. The starting price is 200,000. Bidding may commence. After the auctioneer's introduction, he awaited bids from the audience. The auction items would be presented in ascending order of their starting prices, meaning that this metallic disc was the least expensive item available. Many business owners had brought along professional appraisers. These appraisers unanimously deemed the disc to hold little value, perhaps not even worth 100,000. Naturally, the owners lost interest, and for quite some time no one called out a bid. The auctioneer began to feel awkward, stating, if no one bids within a minute, I will move on to the next item. Wait, Lu Tian waved his hand. He had closely observed the disc and realized it was not a divination tool at all but rather a spirit-gathering plate. This artifact could gather spiritual energy, detectable only by martial artists who had reached the pinnacle of mastery. However, even those at this level could only sense spiritual energy but not collect it. Some peak martial artists would utilize collection artifacts, like the spirit-gathering plate, for their cultivation. Such treasures were rare and hard to come by. Even if one had the funds, acquiring them was a challenge. With Lu Tian's capabilities, he could indeed collect spiritual energy, but possessing the spirit-gathering plate would allow him to gather even more, accelerating his cultivation. Upon confirming the item's true nature, Lu Tian immediately called out, I bid 200,000. His declaration drew laughter from many guests, who thought to themselves, spending 200,000 on a disc worth less than 100,000? Truly a fool with money. I bid 250,000. Suddenly, Nielan from the front row interjected. Upon hearing her bid, the guests quickly stifled their laughter. They might mock the foolish spender, but they dared not ridicule Nielan. 250,100, Lu Tian countered. This prompted another wave of laughter from the guests. The auctioneer interjected, Sir, according to our rules, each bid must increase by at least 10,000. Lu Tian let out a sigh and declared, 260,000. Nielan smiled and countered, 400,000, 410,000, 600,000, 610,000, 800,000. At that moment, a subordinate disguised as a member of the War Dragon leaned in to whisper to her. Nielan smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. I have it all under control. In her heart, she pondered, this scoundrel, who caused a ruckus in my bar yesterday, has been arrogant due to the backing of his senior. It is time to teach him a lesson. Clearly, he is determined to secure this metal plate. Thus, I shall drive up the price, compelling him to spend a considerable sum, serving as his lesson. Chapter 41. Do not provoke me. Lu Tian and Nielan continued their bidding war. The price had escalated to 2 million, a figure proclaimed by Nielan herself. With each successive bid, the guests surrounding them gasped in astonishment. An item they deemed worth a mere 100,000 was being bid up to 2 million, 5 million. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd, not that of Lu Tian, but rather Yan Shufei. Yan Shufei turned to Lu Tian and declared, "Mr. Lu, I shall compete with her for this bid. I will purchase this metallic disc and present it to you." His words sent a wave of shock through the room. Zhao Yuxuan and Lin Mengru were particularly taken aback, their hearts racing with disbelief. Why would the esteemed heir of the Yan family seek to curry favor with someone they considered insignificant? Nielan furrowed her brow and announced, 6 million. Without a moment's hesitation, Yan Shufei countered, 10 million. Nielan's expression turned grave as she nodded, choosing not to raise her bid further. Her intention had been merely to target Lu Tian, never anticipating that Yan Shufei would intervene, thus thwarting her scheme against Lu Tian. Yan Shufei acquired the spirit-gathering disc, and after settling the payment, he presented the disc to Lu Tian. Seated nearby, Zhao Yuxuan and Lin Mengting were increasingly astounded. Just yesterday at the gathering hosted by Senior Sister Yi, Yan Shufei had treated Lu Tian with such disdain. Yet today, he was going to great lengths to win Lu Tian's favor. Now, Yan Shufei had even spent 10 million to purchase this auction item as a gift for him. This revelation made Zhao Yuxuan and Lin Mengting realize that Lu Tian was certainly not the obscure figure they had previously assumed him to be. The auction continued, with over 20 more items being sold in quick succession. Lu Tian exhibited little interest in the relatively commonplace antiques and refrained from participating in the bidding. His initial intention was to procure a jade pendant as a gift for Su Yunrou. However, no jade pendants were available for auction here. As the final item, the Qilin plaque, was unveiled. It captivated Lu Tian's attention, invigorating his spirit. Though seated in the last row, he was able to perceive through his spiritual sense that the Qilin plaque harbored a substantial amount of true energy. This energy was sufficient to propel him to a new realm of cultivation. Having reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement, he found himself stymied. To transcend this peak and attain the foundation establishment stage, he required a considerable reserve of true energy to breach the barrier. Unfortunately, most of his own true energy was expended in suppressing the side effects of the Zhangyang force, leaving him with insufficient energy to overcome this bottleneck. If he could harness the power contained within the Qilin plaque, he would be confident in his ability to surpass the pinnacle of Qi refinement and elevate his cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. The auctioneer had set the starting price of this Qilin plaque exceedingly high at 30 million, making it the highest starting price of all items in the auction. Numerous patrons present expressed interest in the Qilin plaque. However, they could not discern the true energy within. Their appreciation stemmed solely from its antiquarian value, deeming it quite precious. It was likely that the Li family, acting as the auctioneers, was unaware of the true worth of the Qilin plaque. Otherwise, they would have either raised the starting price further or been reluctant to part with it. "I bid 30 million. Nielan was the first to raise her paddle. 31 million. Lu Tian declared. The auctioneer interjected, "Sir, our regulations stipulate that for items with a starting price exceeding 10 million, bids must increment by no less than 1 million. Lu Tian nodded. 31 million. 32 million. A businessman chimed in. Other bidders eagerly joined the fray. 33 million. 34 million. 35 million. Before long, the price soared to 40 million. 50 million.
Nielan suddenly declared.
Her intention in calling out such a lofty bid was to signal to the other businessmen that she was willing to pay an exorbitant price for the Qilin brand, thereby discouraging them from further bidding. Indeed, her strategy proved effective, as those who had previously shouted their offers fell silent. 51 million, Lu Tian announced. Nielan furrowed her brow, contemplating, if I continue to bid against him, the young master of the Yan family may still assist him in the bidding. At that point, even if I manage to acquire the Qilin brand, I will have spent far too much. This is simply not worth it for me. It would be wiser to withdraw from the bidding and approach him later to buy it once he has secured it. Although he is a junior to Ding Baishuang, she is not by his side at the moment. With my reputation as the vicious rose, he should be sufficiently intimidated. I doubt he would dare to refuse me. She then quietly shared her plan with the 3 members of the Battle Dragon who were posing as her subordinates. These Battle Dragon members were assisting Ding Baishuang with her tasks, and had no time to concern themselves with other matters, as long as Nielan could obtain the Qilin brand. The other bidders were puzzled by Nielan's abrupt withdrawal from the auction, yet they gave it little thought, as it was not their concern. Mr. Lu, I can cover this amount for you, Yan Shufei offered politely. Very well, Lu Tian readily agreed. He could afford the sum, but he preferred to save the money. Yan Shufei paid the amount, and the Qilin brand was now in his possession. With that, the auction came to an end, and the guests gradually dispersed. Li Zhengfeng, the young master of the Li family from the provincial capital, retreated to a private lounge within the venue. Yan Shufei courteously bid farewell to Lu Tian and also exited the venue. Zhao Yuxuan followed Yan Shufei, eager to inquire why he had shown such deference to Lu Tian. Lu Tian did not hasten to depart. He remained seated in the last row, clutching the recently acquired Qilin token. To the casual observer, he appeared to be merely resting, yet he was actively channeling his inner energy to absorb the vital essence contained within the token. Only after fully assimilating the essence and storing it in his dantian did he prepare to leave. At that moment, Nielan, accompanied by 3 members of the battle dragon disguised as her subordinates, approached Lu Tian. Who would have thought that Yan Shufei would place a bid on your behalf? Yet, upon reflection, it is hardly surprising. You are Su Yunrou's assistant, and her daughter Zhao Yuxuan is Yan Shufei's girlfriend. It is only natural for Yan Shufei to assist you in light of the Zhao family's and Su Yunrou's influence. However, I must caution you. Although the Yan family is one of the 2 premier aristocratic families in Jiangzhou and possesses greater wealth than I, they cannot match my overall strength. If it were not for the young master of the Li family forbidding any exertion of pressure during the auction, Yan Shufei would never have dared to compete with me. I share this with you to convey that you cannot afford to provoke me. Now, I intend to purchase this Qilin token from you, and I strongly advise against any refusal. Nielan spoke with an air of threat. If you are willing to pay 100 million, I will sell you the Qilin token, she declared. 100 million? You acquired the Qilin token for 51 million and now demand 100 million from me? If you find the price excessive, you need not purchase it, she countered. Do you realize that you are offending me? I am merely negotiating this business deal, and you would do well not to provoke me. Otherwise, you shall surely regret it. Spare me your bluster. I have long been informed of your situation by your senior sister, and know well that you lack any real ability. Dealing with you will be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. Chapter 42. Each with their own plans. My senior sister does not understand me. Her assessment holds no value. If you genuinely believe I am easy to handle, you are gravely mistaken. Lu Tian earnestly reminded Nielan, yet she scoffed at his words, dismissing him as boastful. No matter how much you brag, you cannot intimidate me. It only serves to amuse me. With a hint of disdain, Nielan continued, now, let us discuss the matter of the Qilin card. Although you acquired it for 51 million, that was funded by Yan Shufei's money. Hence, irrespective of how much I pay you for it, you stand to profit regardless. So, what sum do you propose? Lu Tian inquired. I shall offer the price I bid during the auction, 50 million. Are you suggesting that the amount you offer is less than what I paid for the Qilin card? Lu Tian countered. I reiterate that money was provided by Yan Shufei on your behalf. No matter the amount I offer, you are guaranteed a profit. Yet I wish to earn more, 100 million, no negotiations. Should you continue to threaten me, I may raise my offer. You truly are oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Nielan aimed to continue her intimidation, but was interrupted by her phone ringing. She answered, what is the situation on your end? Were you able to secure the Qilin card? Alas, the Qilin card has been purchased by your junior. What? The base price for the Qilin card is exorbitant, and if there were a bidding war, the price would only escalate. How could he possibly afford it? Someone is financing him. It's a long story. I intended to buy the Qilin card from your junior, yet he is demanding an outrageous price of 100 million. This scoundrel is thwarting my plans at a crucial moment. Out of respect for you, I am attempting to negotiate with him. Otherwise, I would have dealt with him already. Enough. Time is of the essence, and we cannot allow this matter to delay our actions. You must first secure it for 100 million. Understood. After hanging up, Nielan glared at Lu Tian with fury. 100 million, is it? I am willing to offer that amount, and you shall have your moment of regret. Lu Tian promptly provided his bank account details, and upon receiving the transfer from the other party, he relinquished the Qilin token, which had long since lost its vital energy. Nielan, unaware of the secret that the Kirin token once contained, found this knowledge inconsequential. Her desire for the Kirin token stemmed solely from her intention to align with Ding Baishuang's operational strategy. After acquiring the Kirin token, Nielan hastily departed the venue with 3 members of the Battle Dragon team. Lu Tian had little to occupy himself with and thus exited the venue. Meanwhile, Li Zhengfeng, the young master of the Li family, was resting his eyes in a lounge at the conference center. At that moment his phone rang. "Hello, father, what is it? Has the auction concluded?" "It has, and the proceedings went exceptionally well. All items were sold at commendable prices. Did the metal plate, which we set at the lowest reserve price, also find a buyer?" "Indeed. Someone purchased it for a staggering 10 million. "What? Oh dear. What troubles you?" "This is my fault. I should have invited the master of the Fenghuang sect from the Shenmen to appraise our items sooner. Could it be that this metal plate possesses some extraordinary quality?" The master of the Fenghuang sect reviewed our auction pamphlet, and from the photographs alone, discerned that it was not merely a divination tool, but rather a treasure for collecting spiritual energy. "Ah, this. It must be immensely valuable, then?" "Indeed, such a rare and sought-after artifact is invaluable. Could even fetch a price exceeding 100 million. Do not fret. Given the esteemed reputation of the Li family in the provincial capital, does he dare to refuse my request? If he declines to return that treasure, I shall not hesitate to assert my position." Li Zhengfeng then reviewed the surveillance footage from the conference center's parking lot and observed Lu Tian entering a car before driving away. He promptly gathered his convoy and pursued Lu Tian in the direction he had taken. Ding Baishuang's specific plan was to first lure the Lung family into attempting to seize the Qilin tablet. She was confident in her ability to defeat the martial artists of the Lung family. When the Shadow Gate saw that the Lung family had failed to acquire the Qilin tablet, they would undoubtedly intervene personally. At that moment, she would lead more dragon warriors to confront the agents of the Shadow Gate and use this opportunity to further investigate their activities. Lu Tian had already sensed that a convoy was tailing him. Meanwhile, on Nielan's side, the member of the dragon warriors responsible for driving had pulled over to the roadside. Not far ahead, 4 vehicles were parked side by side in the middle of the road, blocking their path. From the 8 vehicles in front and behind, over 20 martial artists emerged, rushing towards them. Nielan, accompanied by 3 elite dragon warriors, exited the vehicle. Blocking their way was none other than the head of the Lung family, Lung Tai. At the rear, leading the blockade, was Lung Tai's son, Lung Baiyu, the direct descendant of the Lung family. Both Lung Tai and Lung Baiyu were well-known figures in Jiangzhou, and Nielan could easily recognize them. Of course, Nielan's reputation as the Vicious Rose was not unfounded. The father-son duo from the Lung family also recognized her. "Nielan, hand over the Qilin token, and I can grant you a swift death," Lung Tai declared with a smile. Nielan was taken aback. "You intend to kill me?" "Indeed."
Ling Tai nodded.
"I am not merely here to seize the Qilin token. I have also accepted a bounty of 50 million from your enemies to take your life."
Nielan gasped in shock.
"So, my enemies have discovered my whereabouts?" Lung Tai nodded again. "As I said, hand over the Qilin token, and I will grant you a quick end. You cannot obtain the Qilin token, nor can you kill him." Suddenly, 4 figures approached them. At the forefront was a striking woman clad in fitted attire, the vice commander of the dragon warriors, Ding Baishuang. Chapter 43. More experts. Lung Tai and his companions did not recognize Ding Baishuang and were unaware of her affiliation with the dragon warriors, speculating instead that they were either Nielan's subordinates or collaborators. "Attack!" Without further ado, Ding Baishuang commanded, initiating battle with the foes. She led her 3 subordinates to confront Lung Tai and his group, while the 3 dragon warriors accompanying Nielan engaged with Lung Baiyu and his pursuers. As the 2 sides clashed, Ding Baishuang and Lung Tai faced off in a one-on-one duel. Lung Tai, a martial arts master, was renowned alongside Tan Yuan and Zhuo Yi as one of Jiangzhou's 3 greatest experts. Although Tan Yuan had attained the master level before being defeated by Lu Tian, he was only at the initial stage of mastery. Lung Tai had reached that level years ago and had not ceased his training, far surpassing Tan Yuan in strength. Ding Baishuang, as the vice commander of the dragon warriors, had also achieved the master level, standing at its pinnacle. Bang! In a clash of fists, she sent Lung Tai staggering back several steps. Clearly, Lung Tai was no match for her, yet he smiled with satisfaction. "Ha-ha," Ding Baishuang frowned. "What are you laughing at? Big sister, watch your 5 o'clock." One of Ding Baishuang's subordinates suddenly shouted. Ding Baishuang was taken aback, swiftly glancing in the direction indicated by her subordinate. A young man was already charging towards her, delivering a punch aimed at her chest. She recognized him as Lang Baiyu, the young master of the Lung family. The attack was executed with such swiftness that it caught her off guard, leaving her no time to evade or block. Bang! The blow struck Ding Baishuang's chest. Despite her attempt to use internal energy for defense, she sustained significant injury, being thrown back over 10 meters and spitting blood. Though caught by surprise, from the force and speed of Lang Baiyu's strike, Ding Baishuang could discern that his true strength was undoubtedly superior to Lung Tai's, perhaps even on par with her own. Now injured from the ambush, she was no longer a match for Lang Baiyu and might not even be able to contend with Lung Tai. "Aren't you the top expert of the Leng family? Why is your son stronger than you?" Ding Baishuang asked Lung Tai in astonishment. "Because my son wields our family's hidden ultimate technique, which we do not easily expose," Lung Tai replied with a grin. "Do you know how the title of Jiangzhou's 3 greatest experts was established? It was a rumor propagated by our Lung family. Among the 3 experts, I am the only one from the Lung family, leading people to naturally assume I am the top expert, thus concealing my son's true strength." Ding Baishuang realized her oversight. She had mistakenly believed Lung Tai to be the foremost expert of the Lung family, feeling confident in her ability to handle him, which led her to bring only a few subordinates for this operation. "You handle this woman. I will take care of Nielan."
Leng Tai instructed Leng Baiyu. "Nielan."
"We will hold off the enemy. You must escape quickly," Ding Baishuang shouted, pointing in the direction they came from. "We have even more formidable experts following behind to support us. Flee that way." She then re-engaged with the martial artists from the Lung family alongside her subordinates. Nielan had no time to ponder. She hurriedly followed the indicated escape route. Lung Tai turned to Lung Baiyu.
"Pursue Nielan.
"If they truly have stronger experts backing them, it will be up to you to handle them. We can take care of matters here." Lung Baiyu nodded and immediately chased after Nielan. Several dragon warriors attempted to block him but were swiftly defeated, nonetheless buying Nielan precious moments to flee. In truth, Nielan suspected that there were no stronger experts backing her at all. It was merely Ding Baishuang's ploy to encourage her to escape and intimidate the enemy. This road was quite desolate, and her greatest hope was to encounter a passing vehicle to make her escape. Fortune favored her as she indeed spotted a car approaching. "Stop! There are assassins ahead. If you pass by, they will kill you," Nielan shouted, waving her arms urgently. The car came to a halt. Inside, Lu Tian rolled down the window. "It's you!"
Nielan exclaimed in shock.
"Boss Nye, did you just say there are assassins ahead?" Lu Tian inquired. "Yes." Nielan hurriedly pulled at the rear door, only to find it locked. Lu Tian did not allow her to board the vehicle and exited himself, only to find the road behind them blocked as well. A shiver ran through Nielan as she glanced back. Indeed, several cars approached from the distance, drawing closer and then coming to a halt in parallel. In reality, the vehicles trailing behind belonged to Li Zhengfeng, the young master of the Li family. However, Nielan, unaware of the true circumstances, mistakenly believed that they were once again surrounded by the warriors of the Lung family. Lu Tian was aware that the convoy behind belonged to the Lung family, yet he remained oblivious to the identity of the assassins that Nielan had mentioned, who stood in their path. However, with his formidable prowess, he felt no trepidation whatsoever. In contrast, Nielan believed herself to be utterly cornered, letting out a sigh as she lamented, "I am doomed now." Lu Tian jestingly teased, "Have you laid an egg? Is it possible for you to lay eggs?" Nielan retorted angrily, "I have no mood for your jokes. Are you aware that your current predicament is as perilous as mine?" At that moment, Lung Baiyu had already driven over, parking his vehicle a short distance ahead before stepping out. "Nielan, you can no longer escape my grasp," Lung Baiyu remarked coldly with a sinister laugh. "Lung Baiyu, if I hand over the Qilin token to you, would you spare my life?"
Nielan implored.
"No. You are doomed this time," Lung Baiyu replied nonchalantly. Li Zhengfeng and his subordinates had disembarked, preparing to approach, but upon seeing Lung Baiyu, they immediately halted. Why is the young master of the Lung family here? Let's assess the situation over there first. In terms of overall strength, the Li family from the provincial city was superior to the Lung family. However, the Li family was not a martial arts clan, and Li Zhengfeng was not a martial arts expert. If Lung Baiyu chose not to show him any respect, Li Zhengfeng would find himself at a disadvantage in this scenario, potentially even suffering a loss. Lu Tian was already aware of the collusion between the Lung family and the Shadow Gate, having conducted an investigation into the Lung family's circumstances, and recognized Lung Baiyu. The Lung family was also his adversary, which is why he had previously targeted the collateral relative, Lung Haokong, under the pretense of assisting Yi Chenxue, for which he received 1 million from her. This time, he merely replicated his previous approach but elevated the price. Nielan, you have consistently opposed me, which has been quite irksome. However, if you are willing to offer me 50 million, I shall, for the sake of that sum, take action against him and simultaneously save your life. Chapter 44. A punch to subdue the enemy. What did you say? You will deal with him? Ha! Nielan laughed in anger, continuing, do stop posturing. He is a top-notch expert, and you cannot intimidate him. Lung Baiyu turned to Lu Tian, stating, even if you choose not to confront me, I will ensure your silence permanently. However, I truly did not anticipate that you would audaciously claim the intent to oppose someone of my caliber. Lu Tian coldly laughed. Do you wish to take my life? You are courting death. Lu Tian, stop pretending. Nielan exclaimed, I am the one who has put you in jeopardy, and for that I sincerely apologize. He will undoubtedly not spare me, but you still have a chance to plead for mercy. I advise you to do so without delay. Lu Tiandao, are you jesting? How could a powerful individual ever beg for mercy from the weak? You! Nielan found herself at a loss for words in response to his statement. Cold Baiyu's expression darkened as he retorted, do you dare to label me as weak? If you were aware of my mastery at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level, you would surely refrain from making such claims. El Tiandao, in my perspective, there is little distinction between a peak master and a mediocre practitioner. Should either engage with me, they would be effortlessly vanquished in a single strike. You scoundrel, might you refrain from such empty bravado? Nielan could no longer bear to listen. This fool dares to utter such baseless boasts in the presence of a peak master, as if courting death. Cold Baiyu's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Do you dare to compare me, a dignified peak master, to a mere mediocre practitioner? I shall eliminate you. No sooner had the words left his lips than a palpable aura of menace enveloped him as he advanced toward El Tian and Nielan.
Anxiously, Nielan stepped backward.
To her astonishment, El Tian also retreated alongside her. You! Nielan cast a contemptuous glance in his direction, bewildered. You just proclaimed your intent to confront him. Why are you now retreating? Have you succumbed to fear? Lu Tian smiled and said, I wish to continue our conversation. He is about to make his move. Do you not intend to invest 100 million for my protection? I agree. Nielan replied eagerly, as long as you can safeguard me, I will grant you 100 million. To be candid, Nielan still suspected that Lu Tian was merely boasting. However, at this critical juncture of life and death, she was unwilling to forego any opportunity that might ensure her survival, choosing instead to place her faith in the possibility. Excellent. Allow me to dispose of him first, and then I shall collect your payment. With that, Lu Tian strode confidently towards Lung Baiyu. Yet, Nielan turned and fled. Though she believed that Lu Tian's confrontation with Lung Baiyu was tantamount to courting death, it afforded her a precious moment to escape. She had just noticed that the figures blocking her path were not warriors from the Lung family. Instead, she recognized the leader as Li Zhengfeng, the young master of the Li family from the provincial capital. There was no time to ponder why the Li family was pursuing Lu Tian. With no better retreat available, she had no choice but to flee towards the Li family's ranks. Meanwhile, the murderous intent in Lung Baiyu's eyes intensified as he suddenly quickened his pace, having amassed his strength into a fist, ready to deliver a lethal blow to Lu Tian. Lu Tian maintained an expression of calm detachment, yet his fists were clenched tightly. With a resounding boom, the two launched their respective attacks. There were no extravagant moves, To put it simply, cold white feather delivered a punch, and Lu Tian responded in kind with his own. Although Lu Tian's strike came a fraction late, his fist was undeniably swifter than his opponent's. As Lung Baiyu's fist was just beginning to rise with intent, Lu Tian's blow had already landed squarely upon his chest. With a sickening thud, Lung Baiyu expelled a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backwards. The tremendous force propelled him into the vehicle parked by the roadside, shattering the windshield and leaving a significant dent in the car's frame. With a clang, Nielon, who was racing towards the Li family's encampment, heard the commotion behind her. It was not until she reached the safety of the Li family's territory that she paused, cautiously glancing back. What she beheld left her utterly astonished. Could it be that Lung Baiyu, the hidden powerhouse of the Lung family, had been bested by Lu Tian? Did Ding Baishuang not assert that her junior brother possessed little skill? How could he exhibit such formidable strength? Nielon recalled Lu Tian's earlier assertion that his senior sister did not truly comprehend his abilities. Now, it appeared that the truth had been revealed. The exchange between Lu Tian and Lang Baiyu differed significantly from the previous skirmish involving Ding Baishuang and Lang Baiyu, particularly given that Ding Baishuang had fallen victim to a surprise attack. Nevertheless, it was evident to Nielon that Lu Tian's prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of Ding Baishuang. Lung Baiyu could certainly empathize with that realization. Lu Tian's formidable punch left him utterly defenseless. He was a vital secret weapon of the Lung family, only to be unleashed in critical moments. Until now, he had never truly engaged anyone in combat. To his astonishment, his first foray into battle resulted in his defeat at the hands of his adversary. This humiliation struck deeply at his previously unshakable pride. Observing Lu Tian's victory, Nielon, who had fled moments earlier, felt a pang of embarrassment. Li Zhengfeng and his companions, having witnessed the recent confrontation, were left shaken to their cores. Young Master Li, did you not see how he incapacitated the Lung family's young master with a single strike? Even if we joined forces, we would be no match for him. Indeed, young Master Li, while he remains unaware of our presence, we should make our swift escape. His subordinates unanimously urged him to retreat. The matter is far from resolved. Why would we withdraw?
Li Zhangfeng returta, visibly insensa.
What? His subordinates gasped in shock. Who suggested that? Li Zhengfeng replied with a stern countenance. I merely believe that the metal plate, sold to Mr. Lu for 10 million, was exceedingly overpriced. As a gesture of goodwill, I intend to refund him. A sigh of relief spread among his subordinates. Young Master Li's wisdom is unparalleled. The Li family's wealth in the provincial capital may not rank among the elite, yet their overall strength is formidable in the entire Jiangbei region, largely due to their extensive connections, particularly with martial arts experts. The Li family is deeply invested in the martial arts domain, adept at discerning the movements of various martial factions. Few are aware that Lung Baiyu is a concealed master of the Lung family. However, this information had long been uncovered by the Li family. Thus, witnessing Lu Tian effortlessly defeat Lung Baiyu with a single punch left Li Zhengfeng profoundly astonished. He immediately resolved to cultivate a relationship with Lu Tian. Chapter 45. I am the god of war, do you believe it? Meanwhile, Lung Baiyu, having been struck with such force that he became embedded in the vehicle, lacked the strength to extricate himself. Struggling, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and called his father, Lung Tai. Hello. They indeed have formidable experts on their side. I am no match for them. Just as he uttered these words, he slumped, breathless, and the phone slipped from his grasp. Boss Nia, we have a deal for 100 million. Payment can be made now, correct?
Nielan nodded vigorously.
Provide me with your bank account number, and I shall transfer the funds immediately. Reflecting on his previous disdain and threats toward Lu Tian, Nielon felt a wave of anxiety as he faced him, cautiously transferring the funds. Oh no! Nielon suddenly exclaimed. I forgot to inform you. Your senior sister Ding Baishuang has been injured. In order to cover my escape, she is valiantly battling the enemy with her subordinates. Lu Tian was suddenly startled. Where is she? Take me there quickly. Nielon replied, just follow this road straight ahead, and take a left turn at the bend to get there. Lu Tian drove towards the designated location with Nielon. Li Xiao, should we follow them? One of his subordinates inquired of Li Zhengfeng. Li Zhengfeng shook his head. No need. Mr. Lu has likely noticed our surveillance, yet he has chosen to disregard us, which suggests he is preoccupied with matters of greater significance. We shall seek him out another time. Ding Baishuang and her subordinates were sitting on the ground, utterly exhausted. Their recent confrontation with the enemy had left them at a disadvantage. However, after a phone call, Lung Tai hastily departed with the warriors of the Lung family. The specifics were that Lung Tai had received a call from Lang Baiyu, revealing that a more formidable opponent was present. Fearing for their safety, he fled with his men in haste. Nevertheless, Ding Baishuang and her team were oblivious to the details. When Lung Tai received the call and inquired if the situation had been resolved, it was likely that it was indeed his son, Lung Baiyu, who had reached out. If Lung Baiyu had indeed resolved the issue, Lung Tai would not have retreated. Indeed, it was quite possible that Lung Baiyu faced an insurmountable challenge and relayed this information to his father, prompting a swift withdrawal out of concern. As the subordinates discussed the matter, Ding Baishuang appeared contemplative. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated her expression as she asked, "Have you heard of the god of war?" "The god of war? I have heard whispers. He is said to be the master of the Azure Dragon god of war." One subordinate responded. Another added, "I've heard that the White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise gods of war also wish to become his disciples." Another subordinate speculated, "If he comes to Jiangzhou, could it be to assist us?" Ding Baishuang replied, "I cannot say for certain. Our commander is also in the dark, yet we cannot dismiss this possibility. Therefore, I surmise that it is quite likely the god of war is covertly aiding us." Her subordinates nodded in agreement, acknowledging her conjecture. At that moment, Lu Tian arrived in his vehicle. He parked and, along with Nielon, exited to assess the situation. Lu Tian hurriedly approached Ding Baishuang and inquired, "Sister, are you unscathed?" "I am fine," Ding Baishuang replied, momentarily taken aback. "What brings you here?" "Lu Tiandao, Boss Nye mentioned that you are engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy. I was concerned for your well-being, so I came to see you." Ding Baishuang did not express gratitude to Lu Tian. Instead, she began to complain. "What purpose do you serve in coming here? Do you possess the strength to assist me? If the enemy does not retreat, you may only become a burden to us." Lu Tian was quite displeased. He could surmise that it was the call made by Lung Baiyu to his accomplices before his demise that had instigated their cowardly retreat. Ironically, it was he who had saved his senior sister. Yet, she scolded and ridiculed him without discernment. "Do you even comprehend why they fled?" "It was my intimidation that drove them away," Lu Tian asserted. "You?" Ding Baishuang scoffed with derision. "You truly have a knack for embellishing your own significance. It was the masterful expert who secretly supported us and defeated Lung Baiyu that frightened the other enemies into retreat." Lu Tian let out a sigh, stating that the master who could have supported them was absent. It was merely by chance that he encountered Cold Baiyu pursuing Boss Nye, intending to silence him. He had intervened and eliminated Cold Baiyu, thereby saving Boss Nye, who could attest to this. Upon hearing this, Ding Baishuang looked at him incredulously before turning to Nielon and inquiring, "Did you witness him defeating Cold Baiyu with your own eyes?" "I think I saw it,"
Nielon replied.
"Seeing is seeing. Not seeing is not seeing." "What do you mean by think I saw it? In other words, you did not witness their confrontation?" "Yes." "Thus, you cannot be certain that it was he who defeated Cold Baiyu." "I believe it was he who vanquished Cold Baiyu, for it is inconceivable that anyone could accomplish such a feat in such a brief span without my awareness and then vanish. Someone could indeed achieve that. The god of war certainly could. I received intelligence from above, confirming that the god of war is in Jiangzhou. It must have been he who covertly assisted us and eliminated Cold Baiyu." Having said this, she turned her gaze upon Lu Tian. "Now, do you still have the audacity to pretend to be a master before me?" "Lu Tiandao, I proclaim myself the king of warriors. Do you believe me?" "You!" Ding Baishuang, infuriated, felt an impulse to strike him. "You are utterly unreasonable." "Humph, I have long informed you that my master has suggested we unite in marriage. Yet you treat it as mere jest. I have previously cautioned you, your lack of ambition does not meet my standards for a partner. Furthermore, our accomplishments are vastly divergent. No amount of effort on your part can bridge that gap. Once more, I have spoken harshly, which I did not desire. It is your incessant posturing that has compelled me to advise you to recognize your limitations. Lu Tian was nearly driven to laughter by the situation. I harbor no such thoughts towards you. It is you who are being overly sentimental. I do not mind your theatrics, but I wish to avoid seeing you put on airs before me. Lu Tian, you scoundrel, how dare you speak to me like that? Are you looking for a fight? Ding Baishuang feigned an attack on Lu Tian, but several of her subordinates quickly restrained her. Nielan, caught in the middle, urged, please, let us not quarrel. This place may not be safe. It would be prudent to leave first. Humph! Ding Baishuang glared at Lu Tian. If you weren't my junior, I would certainly make you regret those words. Subsequently, under her direction, she, Lu Tian, and 2 of her subordinates took Lu Tian's car, while the other 4 subordinates accompanied Nielan in her vehicle, departing the scene. Ding Baishuang deemed Lu Tian to possess little strength and, despite her aversion towards him, decided to ensure his safety by escorting him to the splendid Joshou Garden community. After arriving, he took a shower and made his way to the 2nd floor, standing at the door of Su Yunrou's room. "And Su, it's me. You rascal, coming to find me at such a late hour." The door swung open to reveal Su Yunrou, who gazed at him with a hint of melancholy. Clad in a light fabric nightgown, she could not conceal her graceful and alluring figure, exuding an enchanting charm. Just a glance at her ignited a fire within Lu Tian, who eagerly embraced her. Chapter 46. Leaving the door open, Su Yunrou's face flushed instantly. "Please, do not act like this. Lu Tiandao, we have come this far. Why do you hesitate to confront it?" He sat on the edge of the bed, holding her as she perched on his lap. Su Yunrou blushed, unable to meet his gaze. The previous misunderstandings should be left behind. Let us not repeat them. Even if it began as a misunderstanding, what about the moments that followed? In those instances, you did not reject me. At times, you even seemed to indulge me. You... Stop right there. I acted in a moment of impulse, and I always regret it afterward. You are evading the issue. Is it because my mother is a good friend of yours that you feel embarrassed? So what if it is? If my mother were to discover our relationship, I would have no face left to confront her. You need not worry about that. My mother is not obstinate. As long as our feelings are mutual, she will not stand in the way of our being together. That may be so, but I cannot overcome my own inner turmoil. Ah! Lu Tian gently laid her down on the bed, causing her to gasp in astonishment, further deepening her sense of embarrassment. Calm down, Lu Tian. You should be the one to maintain your composure. Reflect on our earlier conversation. You have indirectly acknowledged your feelings for me, yet you shy away from confronting them. I haven tea. Look at how unconvincing you sound, unable to hide your true emotions. With that, Lu Tian leaned in and kissed her passionately. Su Yunrou was still reluctant to admit her feelings for him, but in the face of his ardent advance, she found herself unconsciously embracing his back, responding to him. Wait! Su Yunrou suddenly grasped his hand as he attempted to untie the belt of her robe. What's wrong? Lu Tian asked, puzzled. The Zhao family intends to court that individual to provide more formulas for their company. Forget it.
Su Yunrou retorted.
Can you imagine how mortified I would be if my daughter found out I was involved with a man only slightly older than her? However, if we are to be together, this is a reality you will inevitably have to confront. I never said I wanted to be with you. You may not have explicitly stated it, but your actions have spoken otherwise. Why else would you have responded to me just now? I want tea leave. Since you lack the courage to face reality, I shall accompany you in confronting it. Lu Tian's words stirred a sense of emotion within Su Yunrou. However, it was not long before a wave of embarrassment washed over her. I haven tea even contemplated facing it myself, so there is no need for you to accompany me. If I am by your side, you will dare to confront it. This is not a matter of courage. As I stated, it is simply a reluctance to face it. Yes, for now I wish to avoid it. No, you must not come. I must. If I were to waver, you would possess even less courage to confront this matter. You scoundrel. Fine, I concede to your insistence. Hear us the deal. You stay in the room, and when Yuxian goes upstairs to rest, I will descend to find you. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian nodded vigorously in agreement, planting a kiss on her cheek before bursting into laughter and exiting the room. As he stepped into the living room on the first floor, she shouted loudly, "Lu Tian, come out here." From the second floor, Su Yunrou heard her cry and came downstairs to investigate. "What's going on?" Lu Tian inquired. "Stop pretending to be foolish in front of me," Zhao Yuxuan retorted angrily. "I have already inquired with young Master Yen about why he is so afraid of you. After much questioning, he finally divulged that it's because you possess the Emperor card of the Global Merchant Alliance. How could a good-for-nothing like you possibly acquire the favor of the Global Merchant Alliance? You must have forged a fake card to deceive young Master Yen. I have already exposed you in front of him. He now realizes he has been duped, so brace yourself for his retribution." Lu Tian Dao. "I did not deceive him. The Emperor card of the Tianxia Merchant Alliance in my possession is authentic. It was bestowed upon me by the leader of the Tianxia Merchant Alliance to curry favor." "Damn it!" Zhao Yuxuan erupted in anger. "What are you? Merely a worthless fool. How dare you speak so audaciously?" Lu Tian's expression darkened instantly. "Zhao Yuxuan, you ought to be grateful that you are Su Yi's daughter. Otherwise, I would certainly strike you until you weep." Zhao Yuxuan continued her tantrum. "What, trying to intimidate me? Dare you lay a finger on me? How dare you?" Slap! Su Yunrou's hand struck Zhao Yuxuan's face, interrupting her tirade. Zhao Yuxuan, clutching her reddened cheek, protested indignantly, "Mom, why did you hit me?" Su Yunrou replied coldly, "If you insult him again, I shall continue to strike you. Since you believe he is deceiving Yen Xiao, either provide evidence to expose him or reflect on whether there might be a misunderstanding. Yet you come forth hurling insults and humiliation at him. Do you possess no sense of decorum?" In Zhao Yuxuan's presence, Su Yunrou maintained an aura of authority. Zhao Yuxuan felt too intimidated to retort, yet her heart brimmed with discontent. Much like her father, Zhao Jinxiong, she had always been self-centered, never seeking the root of problems within herself. After being reprimanded, she still did not perceive her behavior as excessive. Instead, she felt somewhat wronged. With a scornful glare directed at Lu Tian, she declared, "Do not get too pleased with yourself. Yen Xiao and I will certainly settle the score with you." With that, Zhao Yuxuan stormed towards the staircase, ascending to her third-floor abode. Su Yunrou sighed and turned to Lu Tian. "I overheard your conversation and grasped the general situation. Did you truly deceive Yen Xiao?" "No," Lu Tian replied, producing the imperial card from his pocket. "This card was bestowed upon me by the Tianxia Business Alliance. I know you might not believe it, but it is the truth." Su Yunrou, somewhat irked, responded, "I cannot ascertain the authenticity of this card, but I am certain that the Tianxia Business Alliance would not gift you such a card. The Tianxia Business Alliance is a premier global commercial consortium. You are not a magnate of the business world, so how could you possibly know anyone from the alliance?" While Yuxuan's words were indeed excessive, you should also reflect upon your own behavior. I understand your desire to achieve greatness, but such aspirations must be earned through diligent effort. This pretense of grandeur may grant you temporary esteem, yet it will ultimately exact a toll. As Lu Jie's son, I feel reluctant to chastise you too harshly, but you must grasp the fundamental truths I have shared. Contemplate my words carefully." With that, Su Yunrou prepared to ascend the stairs as well. Lu Tian was instantly filled with excitement and exhilaration. "Then I shall leave the door open for you." Aunt Su had just reprimanded him, leading him to believe that she would not seek him out that evening. However, upon hearing her intention to visit his room, he was overwhelmed with joy. Chapter 47. Fulfilling promises, Su Yunrou temporarily retreated to the room on the second floor. Lu Tian arrived in his room, awaiting the arrival of his counterpart. During this period of anticipation, he harnessed his cultivation abilities to sense the vital energy he had acquired from the Qilin card. He then proceeded to channel this energy for his training, preparing himself to breach the barrier of the foundation establishment stage. If all went smoothly, he would shatter the peak of the Qi refinement stage by tomorrow, attaining the foundation establishment realm. Location: the Cold family mansion. The body of Cold Baiyu was brought into the hall. The family head, Cold Tai, and others surrounded the scene, each bearing expressions of sorrow and indignation. The hidden experts of the Cold family had fallen in their first encounter, leaving them heartbroken and unwilling to accept such a fate. They were unaware of who had slain Cold Baiyu, but it was evident that this individual possessed strength far exceeding their own. Such formidable mastery rendered the cold family powerless to contend against it. However, they had the support of the Shadow Gate behind them. At that moment, a man in his 30s, clad in a suit and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, entered the private room. Despite his seemingly refined demeanor, he was notorious for his ruthless reputation. His name was Chao Yuanfeng, a prominent figure from the provincial city and the external liaison for the Jiangbei branch of the Shadow Gate. Accompanying him was a young man with an air of sinister charm.
Mr. Gao.
Even amidst Cold Tai's profound anger, he addressed Chao Yuanfeng with utmost courtesy. I have heard from my subordinates that your hidden expert has been eliminated. It seems your so-called prowess is not as formidable as you claim. This remark pierced Cold Tai's ears, yet he dared not respond with fury. Baiyu's strength had been considerable, but his opponent's power was evidently beyond that. Who was his adversary? We do not know. None of us were present at the time. By the time we discovered his corpse, the area was devoid of anyone. He was pursuing Nielan. Correct? Indeed, it must have been the expert beside Nielan who killed my son. Your son has been slain. You must be deeply saddened. However, this does not alter the reality of your failed endeavor. The leader is quite disappointed in you. Please, Mr. Chao, convey to the leader our plea for another chance. Although we have lost our strongest combatant, we possess wealth and can offer substantial compensation to secure assistance from other experts. We will surely obtain the Qilin card. The Qilin card has lost its value to the Shadow Gate. Ah, why is that? The leader wished to acquire the Qilin card for its vital energy. An expert of supreme caliber stands guard over Nielan. Such a master surely senses the vital energy within the Qilin card and has likely claimed it for themselves. I apologize for failing the leader's expectations. The leader suspects that this was a meticulously planned operation aimed at countering the Shadow Gate. Otherwise, the Cold family would not have suffered such a disastrous defeat. I concur. Given Nielan's prowess, she could not orchestrate this alone. Someone must have directed her to collaborate in this operation. Regardless of who is orchestrating this, it poses a significant threat to the Shadow Gate. The leader has tasked me with neutralizing this risk. At this juncture, Chao Yuanfeng turned to Cold Tai and commanded, from this point forward, I shall direct the ensuing operations, and the Cold family must fully cooperate with me. By what authority do you command us? Cold Haokong, a junior member of the Cold family, stepped forward, glaring defiantly at Chao Yuanfeng. Chao Yuanfeng chuckled, then turned to the young man beside him, instructing him to demonstrate why he commanded such authority. The young man nodded, producing a palm-sized circular disc from his inner pocket. Suddenly, the disc emitted a radiant blue light. This is an array disc. He is a master of mystical arts. Cold Tai exclaimed in surprise. The array disc, utilized by masters of mystical arts for deploying formations, was a vital weapon for such practitioners. Soon after, a formation seal corresponding to the patterns on the disc was unleashed upon Cold Haokong's head. Cold Haokong was immediately overwhelmed by an immense pressure, forcing him to kneel, and soon he was prone on the ground. The pressure showed no signs of abating, and Cold Haokong cried out in anguish, fearing he would be crushed under the weight. Cold Tai and the others gasped in horror, hastily pleading with Mr. Chao to command the young man to relent. Are you not going to apologize to Mr. Chao immediately? Cold Tai admonished sternly.
Mr. Gao, I'm sorry.
I will not dare to question you again. Spare my life. Cold Haokong trembled as he begged for mercy. The master of mystical arts smiled, retracting his mystical energy, and the formation seal dissipated. Cold Haokong sighed in relief, rising from the ground and retreating to the side. Allow me to introduce you. This is Gao Han, the eldest disciple of the Feifeng sect of the mystical arts, though he has since withdrawn from the sect to ally with me, Chao Yuanfeng declared. Master Gao, a pleasure to meet you. Cold Tai responded courteously. He then addressed Chao Yuanfeng with renewed politeness. The Cold family is willing to comply with your directives.
Location: Su Yunrou, Sevilla.
As Lu Tian was engrossed in his training, a gentle knock resonated through the air. It was me, Su Yunrou called softly from outside. Lu Tian concealed his cultivation and approached the door, opening it with anticipation. Su Yunrou honored her promise to visit him, filling him with immense excitement.
And Su.
You have come, he exclaimed. Su Yunrou cast him a lingering glance filled with unspoken feelings. I feared you might succumb to the urge to seek me out, so I came to find you. Lu Tian invited the other party into the room. Su Yunrou sat at the edge of the bed. Lu Tian sat beside her, naturally wrapping his arm around her shoulders. Su Yunrou blushed and shot him a glare. I have just given it some thought and come to understand your predicament. Lu Tian found himself enveloped in confusion. My grievances? What grievances do I possess? What precisely are you attempting to convey? Su Yunrou inhaled deeply, her expression softening. Since you sought refuge with me, you have encountered numerous individuals and affairs within the upper echelons of society. Yet, many within this circle regard you with disdain. The more this occurs, the stronger your desire to showcase yourself. However, lacking wealth, influence, or any remarkable talents, you have resorted to posturing to assert your presence. I reprimanded you back then, perhaps wounding your pride, and for that I extend my apologies. Nonetheless, I implore you to abandon this path. This time, you boldly impersonated an influential figure courted by the Tianxia Business Alliance, and your actions have been excessively reckless. If those from the Tianxia Business Alliance discover this, it will be challenging to rectify. Su Yunrou still held misconceptions about him, yet her earnest admonition warmed his heart. He understood that even if he were to clarify, she would remain unconvinced, so in an effort to alleviate her concerns, he chose to acquiesce to her words. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Aunt Su. You're welcome. From now on, you must remain grounded. You are my assistant. As long as you exert effort, I shall assist you in your career. Excellent. I shall strive diligently alongside you. Why did you emphasize the last word? You scoundrel. I am discussing serious matters, and you dare to jest with me. That is an injustice. I merely wish to express my determination. I harbored no other intentions. You have misinterpreted my meaning. Very well. Let us consider it a misunderstanding on my part. From now on, you must endeavor to work diligently with me on your tasks. I understand. I shall not only work well with you but shall also attend to you in daily life. As they spoke, Lu Tian continued to embrace her shoulders with one arm while the other encircled her slender waist, gently laying her down upon the bed. Chapter 48. More acceptable reasons. Su Yunrou's face flushed once more, her eyes glistening with a hint of reproach as she gazed at Lu Tian. You rascal! Why are you so eager at this moment? Not long ago, when I visited your room, you did not possess such a delightful fragrance. You must have taken a shower just now. Was it in preparation for spending the evening with me? You cease your nonsense. I bathe regularly. It is merely a coincidence that I finished bathing before coming to find you. However, when I last visited your room, you had donned a bathrobe and appeared ready for bed, not as if you were about to take a shower. I simply changed my mind and decided to bathe later. You scoundrel, stop mocking me. Lu Tian once again displayed his formidable presence, having entangled himself with Su Yunrou for approximately an hour. Afterward, Su Yunrou, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the bed, desiring nothing more than to remain still. Lu Tian lay beside her, resting his head on her shoulder. Why is it that every time I know I will regret it, I still do not refuse him in advance? Could it be that I have truly developed feelings for him, yet feel too embarrassed to confront these emotions? No, that cannot be the case. I must be overthinking. We have only recently met, and I have always resisted any potential development between us. I wouldn't easily harbor romantic feelings for him. Perhaps it truly is because I feel empty and lonely. Wait, if that is the case, does it not imply that I am a rather frivolous woman?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
I am far too conservative for that. Even though he hasn't been of much help, he has given me courage and a sense of security. I have allowed him to take advantage of my vulnerability. Yes, it must be that way. Su Yunrou found this rationale easier to accept and thus chose to believe it. Location: Yan Family Mansion. Yan Kai, the head of the Yan family, once again summoned family members for an impromptu meeting. The main topic of the last meeting was to win over Lu Tian, but now that plan has been scrapped. Hearing Yan Kai's words, the members of the Yan family exchanged glances, their faces filled with confusion. Yan Kai looked towards Yan Shufei. You explain it to everyone. Yan Shufei's expression was somewhat grim. I was fooled by Lu Tian. Yesterday, he presented the Tianxia Business Alliance's Emperor card before me, which startled me and caused me to momentarily overlook the possibility that it might be fake. Zhao Yuxuan remarked, Lu Tian's family is not affluent, nor does he possess any notable background. He came to Jiangzhou purely to seek refuge with Su Yunrou. How could such an unknown figure possibly gain the favor of the Tianxia Business Alliance? I doubt he even qualifies to associate with its members. Therefore, that so-called Emperor card must be a forgery. As for why he seems to be closely allied with the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce, it is likely because Zhang Wanhai recognized his martial prowess and simply recruited him as a bodyguard. We, the Yan family, need not regard him with any seriousness. Yet, I fell for his tricks and went out of my way to curry his favor. Just thinking about it makes me seethe with frustration. Yan Shufei's agitation grew as he spoke, culminating in him slapping his own face in anger. Listening to his account, the expressions of the Yan family members shifted repeatedly, their ire intensifying. This scoundrel dares to pose as a big shot in front of our Yan family. We cannot let him go unpunished. Let us proceed with our original plan to seize the pharmaceutical business of the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce and, in the process, eliminate Lu Tian. Furthermore, our previous alliance with the Zhao family was aimed at winning over Lu Tian. Now that we know he is unworthy of such efforts, we need not pursue that union any longer. Let us promptly annul the engagement. Indeed, given our Yan family's standing, even if we retract the engagement, the Zhao family would not dare to object. Yan Kai waved his hand, signaling for silence. First, allow me to finish speaking. The plans you mentioned will be put on hold for now. There is a matter of greater importance at hand. He turned once more to Yan Shufei. You should clarify things for everyone. Yan Shufei nodded. Zhao Yuxuan is quite invested in our relationship. She even divulged some of the Zhao family's business secrets to me. She mentioned that the Zhao family has obtained a formula for a shower gel that possesses cleansing properties. However, due to the Zhao family's limited pharmaceutical scale, it is challenging for them to produce it promptly. Our Yan family's pharmaceutical industry is currently at a bottleneck. If we can acquire this formula and commence production, it will undoubtedly allow us to break through and reach new heights. Thus, my plan is to temporarily maintain the engagement with the Zhao family. Once I find a way to secure their formula through this alliance, I can always dismiss Zhao Yuxuan later. After hearing his plan, the members of the Yan family expressed their support and began discussing how to leverage the alliance to outmaneuver the Zhao family. The following morning, Su Yunrou awoke to find it was already 7:30. How could it be so late? It's all this scoundrel's fault for exhausting me so much that I overslept. With this thought, Su Yunrou cast a resentful glance at Lu Tian, who was still asleep beside her. After this rest, she had completely dozed off and only just awakened. Su Yunrou sat up and hurriedly dressed. Hearing her movements, Lu Tian opened his eyes. Aunt Su, you're awake. Today is the weekend. We don't have to work. Why are you in such a rush to get up? Of course, if my daughter discovers that we slept together, where would I put my face? You are worrying unnecessarily. Even if she finds out, so what? I would actually prefer she knew, so she could call me godfather. You scoundrel, stop being ridiculous.
Su Yunrou finished dressing,
Got out of bed, and hurriedly exited the room. As she stepped out of the bedroom, she encountered Zhao Yuxuan, who had just come down the stairs. Zhao Yuxuan paused for a moment. Mom, did you just come out of Lu Tian's room? Su Yunrou struggled to maintain a calm demeanor. Today is the weekend. I don't need to go to the company. There are some matters I wanted to discuss with Lu Tian, so I went to his room to talk. Really just discussing company matters? Chapter 49. Enhancing Strength. Su Yunrou felt a surge of anxiety. The way she asked, could it be that she had discovered something? If she guessed that I spent the night in Lu Tian's room, it would be too embarrassing. However, even if Zhao Yuxuan had figured it out, Su Yunrou would be too ashamed to admit it. Apart from company matters, what else could there be? Don't you find this question rather tedious? Su Yunrou continued to feign calmness, adopting a slightly authoritative tone. Oh, I thought you were going to scold him for fooling around with Yan Xiao. Upon hearing this, Su Yunrou sighed in relief, realizing she had misunderstood Zhao Yuxuan's suspicions. How could that be? I actually hope Yan Xiao gives him a good lesson. You! Just do me a favor and help speak on his behalf, alright? Stop defending him. This scoundrel is incompetent yet always stirs up trouble. He should face a serious setback to realize how foolish and ignorant he is. Yushuan, you are being prejudiced against him. No, I simply have a clearer view of his arrogant demeanor than you do. I don't even know what to say to you. That's because you cannot find a reason to criticize me. However, you went to assign tasks to Lu Tian while wearing only a nightgown. Don't you feel embarrassed? How could I possibly wear just a nightgown? I had another outfit underneath. What? You only had one outfit underneath? Ah well. In any case, I was quite covered, and I wouldn't expose myself in front of him. You needn't worry about me, even though you are of a certain age. It is unlikely he has any thoughts about you, but you should still be cautious. Yunrou was left speechless, thinking to herself, I am just over 30. What do you mean by of a certain age? You still suggest he has no thoughts about me? He is far too interested in me. Where are you going?
Yunrou inquired.
I have an appointment with Yen Xiao to go out for breakfast. Zhao Yushuan waved her hand and then left the villa. Yunrou ascended to the second floor. As for the matter mentioned by Zhao Yushuan regarding Yen Xiao potentially seeking retribution from Lu Tian, she remained relatively unconcerned. After all, Yen Xiao was involved with Zhao Yushuan, making him her future son-in-law. If she intervened to persuade him, he would likely show her the courtesy of not holding Lu Tian accountable. Not long after Lu Tian awoke, he received a phone call. It was from Yi Wei, the head of the Yi family and the father of Yi Qianxue. 2 days prior, Lu Tian had masqueraded as Yi Qianxue's boyfriend to meet with Yi Wei. During that encounter, he discerned Yi Wei's condition of kidney deficiency and successfully treated him, thereby earning Yi Wei's admiration. On that day, Yi Wei extended an invitation to him, revealing that the Yi family's net assets amounted to 200 billion. He was invited to a banquet held today in celebration. The purpose of Yi Wei's call was to remind him to attend the banquet at the Yi residence this afternoon. Lu Tian planned to depart for the Yi family at 11 o'clock in the morning. Prior to this, he had spent most of his time in his chamber, cultivating and utilizing the vital energy he had acquired from the Qilin token the day before to surmount the final barrier of the Qi refinement stage. After 2 hours of relentless effort, he finally broke through this last obstacle, stepping into the foundation establishment realm. This achievement not only depleted the vital energy obtained from the Qilin token but also drained much of his own. He would require at least 3 days of recuperation to fully restore his energy. Having attained the foundation establishment stage, he felt as though he had undergone a profound transformation. The most evident sensation was that his vital energy seemed to have become an intrinsic part of him, allowing for a more fluid manipulation. He also distinctly perceived a significant enhancement in his cultivation level. Upon further introspection, he noted a remarkable increase in the power of his Zongyang energy. However, this development came with both advantages and disadvantages. On one hand, the heightened Zongyang energy would facilitate his rapid advancement in cultivation. On the other hand, a stronger Zongyang energy would also amplify its side effects. Now, with this notable enhancement in his Zongyang energy, the likelihood of its manifestation had also increased. Although his cultivation had risen, the excessive expenditure of vital energy in his recent endeavor left him vulnerable. Should the Zongyang energy manifest at this moment, it would be quite challenging for him to suppress it with his current reserves. Nevertheless, based on his own experience, he estimated that even if the Zongyang energy were to erupt, it would likely be several hours before that occurred. With Yunrou, who possessed the Xianyin physique, by his side, he felt reassured regarding the potential outburst of his Zongyang energy. Lu Tian had originally planned to depart at 11 o'clock, but unexpectedly, before the hour arrived, Yi Wei sent a driver to escort him. After exchanging a brief greeting with Yunrou, he left the villa and took the Yi family's vehicle to attend the banquet. The principal attendees of this gathering were shareholders of the Yi group, including many members of the Yi family. The host of the event was the head of the family, Yi Qianxue, and her mother, Xie Zuoyan, were also present. To their surprise, as the meal was about to commence, the shareholders had yet to arrive. In fact, they had gathered at the residence of Yi Qianxue's second grandfather, Yi Hongnan, from another branch of the Yi family. In the conference hall, an elderly man, over 60 years of age, sat at the head of the meeting table. He was Yi Qianxue's second grandfather, Yi Hongnan. Over the years, Through meticulous planning and scheming, Yi Hongnan had effectively marginalized Yi Wei's authority within the family. Although Yi Wei held the nominal title of family head, his influence had waned significantly compared to that of Yi Hongnan. Even Yi Hongnan's son, Yi Xiao, and grandson, Yi Baiqing, wielded more authority than Yi Wei. Among those present were many long-standing shareholders of the Yi Group, alongside newly welcomed investors. "Let us first get acquainted," Yi Hongnan stated. Just as he finished speaking, a knock echoed through the room. A middle-aged man entered politely. It was Zhao Jinxiong, a core member of the Zhao Group. "I apologize for my tardiness," Zhao Jinxiong said courteously. "Please take a seat," Yi Hongnan invited him. Turning to the others, Yi Hongnan continued, "This gentleman, Mr. Zhao, is well known to you all. He is also one of our new shareholders. In a bid to undermine Yi Wei's faction, he had courted many business leaders akin to Zhao Jinxiong, who readily accepted his overtures in hopes of receiving his favor." Following this, Yi Hongnan convened the meeting to outline his forthcoming plans. Upon its conclusion, he glanced at the clock and remarked, "The banquet is about to begin. Everyone, follow me and act according to my strategy. This time, I am resolute in my intention to usurp Yi Wei from his position as head of the family." Yi Xiao expressed his concerns, stating, "I am somewhat apprehensive. I have heard that Yi Wei has invited Lu Tian to the banquet." "Lu Tian?
Yi Hongnan queried.
Is he not the one you mentioned previously, who clashed with the Cold family side branch, Leng Haokong, as well as that other individual of yours?" Yi Xiao nodded, adding, "It is rumored that Yi Chenxue is currently involved with him, though it could merely be a ruse for her to feign a relationship. He possesses martial skills and might assist Yi Wei in countering us." "Do not worry," Zhao Jinxiong interjected. With a dismissive smile, he continued, "I am somewhat familiar with this Lu Tian. He possesses some martial arts skills, but I suspect he has only dabbled in unorthodox practices. My daughter, Zhao Yuxuan, informed me that before the fall of the Baixing sect, Lu Tian had incurred the wrath of its leader, and it was Yi Chenxue who intervened on his behalf, thus resolving the matter. If he were truly formidable, he would not need to rely on Yi Chenxue for assistance. Hence, I believe he is merely a third-rate fighter. As long as you surround yourselves with capable martial artists, he will pose no threat to you. As for other competencies, he lacks any notable prowess. His family is devoid of wealth and influence. Otherwise, he would not be serving as an assistant to my ex-wife, Su Yunrou. He himself is of little merit. Yet he often speaks grandiloquently. I do not regard him as a worthy opponent, and you of the Yi family need not concern yourselves with him." The mention of Lu Tian irked Zhao Jinxiong, who had surmised the nature of Lu Tian's relationship with Su Yunrou, much to his dismay. He sought to exploit Yi Hongnan and the others to deal with Lu Tian. After hearing his account, Yi Hongnan and the others regarded Lu Tian as a minor player, thus alleviating any concerns they held. Yi Hongnan surveyed the group and declared, "Let us proceed to the banquet. As long as you adhere to my plan, our faction will successfully seize control of the Yi family, and rest assured, I shall not treat you poorly." As they exited the conference hall, Yi Xiao remarked, "I remain uncertain. I have dispatched Baiqing to gather intelligence. It has been confirmed. It was Leng Baiyu, the legitimate heir of the Cold family, who died last night. The Cold family is presently preoccupied and has not sent any martial artists to assist us." Upon hearing this, Yi Hongnan and the others were taken aback. How did he meet his end? Yi Hongnan inquired with alarm. It is said that while cultivating inner strength, he became overly ambitious and was struck by a surge of energy, resulting in his sudden demise. The Cold family would likely keep the incident surrounding the theft of the Qilin plaque and the assassination under wraps, fearing that news of Leng Baiyu's death would undermine their authority. Therefore, they falsely claimed he had perished due to improper cultivation. Yi Hongnan sighed and continued, "I had tasked you with courting the scion of the Li family in the provincial capital. How has that endeavor fared?" Yi Baiqing displayed a troubled expression, stating, "Not long ago, I visited Li Zhengfeng at the Fenghua Hotel with generous gifts. Yet he refused to meet with me and merely sent an assistant to convey a few words before dismissing me." Yi Hongnan smiled wryly, acknowledging, "This is hardly surprising. Given his status as the eldest son of the Li family, he would hardly deign to accept our overtures. Let us set such matters aside for now. Onward to the banquet." We shall address other concerns once we have secured control of the Yi family. Meanwhile, the driver sent by Yi Wei had arrived to escort Lu Tian to the Yi residence. Yi Qianxue was already waiting at the entrance. She had only intended for Lu Tian to pose as her boyfriend and had not wished for him to attend the banquet. It was Yi Wei who insisted on inviting Lu Tian and insisted that she greet him at the door. Lu Tian approached Yi Qianxue, who nonchalantly remarked, "You need to masquerade as my boyfriend in front of the Yi family, so refrain from calling me Sister Yi. Simply refer to me as Qianxue." "Understood. Qianxue, please, lead the way." Yi Qianxue guided him to the banquet hall. The hall was adorned with dozens of tables, yet only a handful of guests were present. At that moment, Yi Wei approached with a broad smile. "Son-in-law, please take a seat." "Uncle, you should sit first." "Why call me uncle again?" "It's father-in-law." Yes, father-in-law." Yi Qianxue's mother, Xie also arrived at the scene. She graciously stated, "Son-in-law, feel free to treat this place as your own home. There's no need for formality." Lu Tian recalled that Xie had previously held a rather dismissive attitude towards him. However, it did not strike him as peculiar that she was suddenly courteous to him now. Having cured Yi Wei's kidney deficiency and helped him regain his vitality, it was only natural for Xie to feel a sense of gratitude towards Lu Tian, the one who had restored her father's vigor. Yet, the unexpected cordiality from her parents, who now regarded Lu Tian as a prospective son-in-law, left her feeling perplexed. Her most plausible conjecture was that Lu Tian's impressive boasting had somehow convinced her father of his capabilities, leading him to believe that Lu Tian could safeguard their family. Her father, in turn, communicated this assessment to her mother, who adopted the same perspective. Nonetheless, she found this speculation somewhat far-fetched, as it was unlikely that her father would be so easily swayed. Yet, aside from this, she could conceive of no other explanation. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in with urgency. "Master, we have investigated thoroughly. Those shareholders have been summoned by your second uncle, Yi Hongnan. Moreover, Yi Hongnan has welcomed numerous new shareholders. Now, he and his family are en route to our location with those shareholders." Upon hearing this report, Yi Wei immediately felt a surge of anxiety. This time, Yi Hongnan would undoubtedly retaliate against their family. He had previously recruited many new shareholders without my consent. Yet, I am powerless to contest him. More than half of the shareholders support him, and they will certainly back his decisions. These new shareholders are essentially working for him, which will only amplify his influence and increase his control over the shares. Once his holdings surpass mine, he will undoubtedly seize my position as head of the family, which is ultimately the goal of his scheme. His sudden gathering of shareholders must be aimed at executing his plan to usurp power during this banquet. Xie turned to Yi Qianxue. "As a member of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, could you not seek their backing for us?" Yi Qianxue replied, "It is possible, but it would be futile. Even if the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce arranges for more businessmen to support us, the only way we could enlist their assistance would be to invite them to become supporting shareholders. However, the majority of the original shareholders are aligned with my second grandfather, and they will certainly not permit these businessmen to invest in the Yi family." Yi Wei sighed deeply. "It seems I cannot retain my position as head of the family." Xie added, "Moreover, should Yi Hongnan become the new head of the family, he will undoubtedly expel our family from the clan." The members of Yi Wei's family, along with the few shareholders who sided with them, grew increasingly anxious. Lu Tian appeared remarkably relaxed and said, "Do not worry. In my view, they are quite easy to handle. If they dare to cause trouble, I shall take care of them." Yi Qianxue shot him a glare. "What time is it? You still have the mood to boast here? This is none of your concern, so refrain from speaking." In truth, both Yi Wei and Xie did not believe that Lu Tian could be of any assistance. Their admiration for him stemmed largely from seeing him as a potential asset. However, in their eyes, Lu Tian currently held no real power. At that moment, the entrance of the Yi family mansion became quite lively. Yi Hongnan, Yi Xiao, and Yi Baiqing, along with Zhao Jinxiong and other supportive shareholders, stormed through the gates with great fervor. Chapter 51. Suppression and exclusion at the banquet. Yi Hongnan led the group into the banquet hall and directly addressed Yi Wei, saying, "Look at how many people are by my side. Does it not strike you as peculiar?" They are all shareholders of our company. Some are old shareholders whom you might recognize, while others are new recruits I have recently brought on board. Therefore, you shouldn't object, should you? Yi Wei simmered with resentment. He certainly had objections. Yet, even if he did, he found no justification to counter his opponent. He knew that Yi Hongnan had recruited many new shareholders, but he had not anticipated such a multitude. Previously, he had held the most shares in the Yi Group. Now, with so many new shareholders, who all followed Yi Hongnan's directives, if they transferred their shares to him, Yi Hongnan would surpass him in holdings. Consequently, his position as head of the family would be jeopardized. Please take your seats. This banquet was specifically organized for the shareholders, and in the face of them, Yi Wei could only feign a welcoming demeanor. However, the shareholders did not sit down immediately. Instead, they all turned their attention towards Yi Hongnan. Please be seated, Yi Hongnan finally prompted, and only then did the shareholders find their places. This was a prearranged tactic to undermine Yi Wei while simultaneously asserting his own authority. Though Yi Wei, as the head of the Yi family, had little power, he still had to preside over the banquet in his capacity as family leader. Welcome, dear shareholders, to celebrate our company's net assets exceeding 200 billion. The moment Yi Wei finished speaking, several shareholders began to voice their opinions. However, rather than supporting Yi Wei, they praised Yi Hongnan and his faction. In my opinion, the remarkable growth of the Yi Group is primarily due to the adept leadership of our esteemed predecessor. Indeed, the contributions of other members from the Yi predecessor's lineage are also substantial. One could say that the current glory of the Yi Group is sustained by the support of those from the lineage of Yi predecessor. Dozens of shareholders aligned with Yi Hongnan expressed such sentiments, completely sidelining Yi Wei and his family, who were regarded with barely a glance. This rendered Yi Wei's countenance exceedingly awkward. As the head of the Yi family, he was treated as mere decoration. I propose a toast to our esteemed predecessor. One of the new shareholders, Zhao Jinxiong, suggested. Cheers. The other shareholders echoed, raising their glasses in salute to Yi Hongnan. After finishing that toast, Zhao Jinxiong added, how about we toast to our boss as well? The shareholders again concurred and raised their glasses. To Yi Wei's dismay, Zhao Jinxiong and others did not even glance in his direction, directing their toasts instead toward his cousin, Yi Xiao. Yi Wei stood frozen in place, utterly embarrassed. After that toast, Zhao Jinxiong proposed another toast to the young master of the Yi family. They then raised their glasses to Yi Baiqing. The entire scene unfolded before Lu Tian's eyes. Although he was merely posing as Yi Qianshua's boyfriend, having accepted payment from her, he could not simply stand by. However, he refrained from acting hastily, choosing instead to observe how these buffoons would continue to prance about. After 3 rounds of toasts, Zhao Jinxiong and others continued to flatter Yi Hongnan's family. Yi Hongnan waved his hand with a smile. You are all too kind. Please, do not be so formal. Let us eat. Zhao Jinxiong seized the opportunity. Yi predecessor, why are you seated here? That place is truly meant for you. He gestured toward the main seat at the largest table in the hall. That seat was designated for the head of the Yi family. Upon hearing this, many shareholders chimed in, insisting that Yi predecessor should occupy that position.
Please, do not jest.
Yi Hongnan laughed. That is the seat of the head of the Yi family. How could I presume to sit there? What? A shareholder feigned astonishment. Isn't Yi predecessor the head of the Yi family? Surely, Yi predecessor is the head of the Yi family, right? Is there another person holding that title? Another shareholder interjected. Zhao Jinxiong continued, in the entire Yi family, who else could be more deserving of being the head than Yi predecessor? I believe this position should rightfully belong to you. The Yi family is a prominent force in Jiangzhou, holding significant status within the elite circles. These magnates could hardly be ignorant of who the head of the Yi family was. Although Yi Wei's authority had been usurped by Yi Hongnan, and he had lost influence externally, his title as head of the Yi family remained common knowledge. Zhao Jinxiong and others were clearly aiding Yi Hongnan in suppressing and marginalizing Yi Wei, the true head of the Yi family. What nonsense are you all spouting? A man in his 30s slammed the table in anger. He was Yi Wei's brother-in-law, Xie Deshang, a staunch supporter of Yi Wei. Xie Deshang continued, I do not care if you genuinely do not know who the head of the Yi family is. I solemnly tell you that the head of the Yi family is my brother-in-law, Yi Wei. Yi Wei? Zhao Jinxiong feigned surprise, so he is the head, but in my view, Yi predecessor is the true backbone of the Yi family. I concur. Many shareholders echoed their agreement. Zhao Jinxiong continued, such an important position as head should be occupied by the capable. I believe Yi predecessor should assume the role of head. If Yi predecessor leads the Yi family and the Yi group, we shareholders would feel much more secure. The shareholders completely disregarded Yi Wei and his family as they pushed for Yi Hongnan's ascension. With Yi Hongnan's backing, they clearly had no regard for Yi Xiao, the supposed head of the family. Yi Hongnan felt a surge of satisfaction. The shareholders had unwittingly led the conversation to his desired topic. And now it was his time to shine. Everyone, may I have your attention for a moment? Once the shareholders quieted down, Yi Hongnan continued, I appreciate your support. I am eager to create more benefits for all of you, but some matters cannot be forced. The chairman of the Yi group is determined by who holds the most shares, and naturally the head must also be the chairman. Since I do not possess a substantial number of shares, I am not qualified to assume that position. As he finished speaking, his son Yi Xiao exchanged glances with the shareholders. Zhao Jinxiong, the most adept at currying favor, was the first to respond. Esteemed shareholders, if we were to sell our shares to Elder Yi, I am confident that his holdings would surpass those of Yi Wei. Consequently, Elder Yi would be entitled to assume the position of the new head of the Yi family. Once Elder Yi assumes this role, we can reinvest the profits from the share sales back into the Yi group. What do you all think? As soon as Zhao Jinxiong concluded his remarks, he was met with overwhelming support from the shareholders, who eagerly raised their hands in agreement. I am willing to sell my shares to Elder Yi and support him as the family head. Chapter 52. You are not qualified to sit here. Yi Hongnan observed the unfolding events with great satisfaction, as they aligned perfectly with his expectations. However, he feigned a troubled expression. If all of you were to sell your shares to me, I could indeed surpass my cousin Yi Wei. Yet, would it not be unjust for me to usurp his position as head of the family? We understand Elder Ye's sentiments. Yet you must also consider the future of the Yi group. The shareholders urged, Elder Yi, everyone supports you. Please acquiesce to our request. At this juncture, Yi Xiao interjected, Father, with so much support from everyone, you cannot disappoint them. I believe you should accept the role of family head. Indeed, Grandfather, Yi Baiqing chimed in, for the sake of the family and the shareholders' interests, you must take on this position. Yi Hongnan feigned reluctance, then sighed dramatically. For the future of the Yi family and the welfare of our supporters, I could preside over the family. However, given my advanced age, I fear I may be unable to fulfill the responsibilities adequately. How about this? Yi Xiao, you take up the mantle of family head, and I shall assist you as a family elder to stabilize the situation. A splendid idea, Yi Baiqing exclaimed, and Zhao Jinxiong and the others echoed their support. Yi Hongnan's initial plan was to elevate his son Yi Xiao to the position of family head. In his prime, with his backing, it would be easier to secure their branch's control over the Yi family. Yi Xiao pretended to hesitate before saying, since everyone is so supportive, if I were to decline, it would be tantamount to ingratitude. Very well, I shall reluctantly accept the role of family head. At that moment, the attention of the crowd shifted to Yi Wei, who had been overlooked until now. Yi Baiqing smiled and said, Uncle, why not announce your relinquishment of the family head position while all the shareholders are present? This banquet had been orchestrated by Yi Hongnan, whose intention was to leverage this opportunity to compel Yi Wei to step down. As the chairman of the company, Yi Wei was acutely aware of the new shareholder stakes. He understood that once Yi Hongnan acquired their shares, his own holdings would be diminished, thereby jeopardizing his position as chairman. Losing that position would inevitably lead to his loss of the family head role. The relentless pressure from the opposition left Yi Wei seething with anger, yet he found himself powerless against them. The vast enterprise of the Yi family was established by his late father, and he was unwilling to relinquish the family head position so easily. Xie Zuoran and her daughter Yi Qianxue shared his sentiments, yet they too felt helpless. Yi Hongnan and Yi Baiqing no longer concealed their satisfaction, eagerly awaiting Yi Xiao's ascension to the family head position amidst applause from the shareholders, who were prepared to cheer. As Yi Xiao approached the chair, He shot a provocative glance at Yi Wei before taking his seat. Suddenly, a figure darted to his side and, before he could sit, kicked him off balance. The room fell into stunned silence. Yi Hongnan and the others were filled with shock and fury as they glared at the assailant, Lu Tian. You are not qualified to sit here, Lu Tian said coldly. Then he turned to Yi Hongnan and the others. If you wish to control the Yi family, you must first contend with me. Zhao Jinxiong retorted sharply. Are you merely skilled in martial arts? With so many business owners present, who does not have a few martial artists among their bodyguards? Even if you are formidable, can you take on several opponents? Moreover, Elder Yi has brought numerous bodyguards with him. If you are wise, you will kneel and apologize, then await your fate. Lu Tian coldly chuckled. Zhao Jinxiong, do you still dare to boast before me? Have you allied yourself with Yi Hongnan, thinking yourself capable now? Do not put on airs in my presence. Zhao Jinxiong gritted his teeth and retorted. Were it not for the regard I hold for my ex-wife, Su Yunrou, I would have dealt with you long ago. Lu Tian's gaze darkened. How dare you mention Aunt Su? Fortunately, I arrived just in time that day. Otherwise, you would have taken advantage of her. I left you battered and bruised. Are you seeking another beating? Zhao Jinxiong felt the heat of embarrassment as his misdeeds were pointed out publicly. Humph, that time was my loss. However, now you face Elder Yi and his companions. They are not someone you can provoke. With that, Zhao Jinxiong turned to Yi Hongnan. Elder Yi, disregard his nonsense and have your bodyguards teach him a severe lesson. Lu Tian Dao. Yi Hongnan, you cannot provoke me. If you do not wish to regret your actions after I deal with you, then take Zhao Jinxiong and depart. What did you say? Zhao Jinxiong retorted angrily. You are doomed, and yet you dare to speak to Elder Yi in such a manner? Yi Baiqing turned to Yi Hongnan. Grandfather, instruct your subordinates to take care of him. Yi Hongnan, his expression darkened, nodded grimly and commanded several bodyguards. First incapacitate him. Wait, Yi Wei hastily interjected. I am willing to relinquish the position of family head. I implore you to spare Lu Tian.
Impossible.
Yi Shao just knocked down interjected. Zhao Jinxiong, with a smug expression, turned to Lu Tian. I have long wished to settle scores with you. After Elder Yi and the others are finished with you, I will not let you off either. Yi Chenxue urged Lu Tian. You must leave this place immediately. With your skills, you might just escape. If you remain here, we will be unable to protect you. Lu Tian wore a relaxed smile, asserting, I have mentioned before that they are easily dealt with. If they are so simple to handle, why should I flee? You. Do not be so self-assured. Depart at once. Yi Chenxue urged anxiously, wishing to avoid implicating him. He cannot escape.
Yeshao Grojlet.
Before we arrived at the banquet hall, I had arranged for several subordinates to guard the entrance, specifically to settle the score with him. This time he has attacked me again, and I intend to address both old and new grievances. Just then, a subordinate stationed outside rushed into the hall, exclaiming, A guest has arrived. It is the young master of the Li family from the provincial capital, Li Zhengfeng. What? Yi Hongnan paused in astonishment, soon revealing a look of delight. He turned to Yi Shao. The young master must be considering our offer, thus coming to show us support. Yi Shao nodded. Excellent. Let us go welcome young Master Li. Yi Baiqing glanced at Lu Tian. Once we have attended to young Master Li, we shall deal with you. Chapter 53. Treat him as a joke. Yi Hongnan, along with his son, grandson, and the family members and shareholders backing them, promptly exited to greet Li Zhengfeng. The Yi Wei family grew increasingly tense. They had never anticipated that the young master of the Li family would come to support them. Yi Wei sighed. Now, we truly have no retreat. Xie Zuoyan expressed her indignation, yet felt powerless. Yi Chenxue remarked, even the young master of the Li family has been swayed by them. They are indeed exerting tremendous effort to seize control of the family. Lu Tian interjected, suggesting that Li Zhengfeng was likely not present to offer them support. Yi Chenxue turned to him and remarked, Our family has little connection with the Li family from the provincial capital. If Li Zhengfeng is here, cannot be merely to support Yi Hongnan. Could it possibly be to champion you? Lu Tian nodded, acknowledging that they were likely here to show support. Yi Chenxue glared at him. Did you not discern that my previous remarks were a rebuttal to your assertions? How dare you embellish your own reputation? Qianxue, do refrain from speaking so much, Yi Wei admonished. He then turned to Lu Tian. Yi Xiao and the others have no intention of letting you off easily. Take advantage of their distraction while they attend to the young master of the Li family and make your swift exit from this place. Lu Tian Dao, if I leave, who will assist you in dealing with them? Xie Zoran retorted sharply. Enough with your pretentiousness. Depart at once. Yi Qianxue glanced towards the door, letting out a sigh. It was too late. Li Zhengfeng, the young master of the Li family, arrived at the banquet hall, surrounded by Yi Hongnan and others. In the presence of the young master, Yi Hongnan and his companions displayed utmost reverence. Upon seeing Li Zhengfeng's arrival, Yi Hongnan chided Yi Wei's family. Why aren't you greeting young Master Li promptly? Yi Xiao shot a furious glare at Lu Tian. I will deal with you later to prevent any disturbance to young Master Li's mood. Li Zhengfeng felt a surge of alarm. He had come to this banquet specifically to curry favor with Lu Tian, only to discover that someone from the Yi family dared to disrespect Mr. Lu. Yi Xiao glared at Lu Tian before turning to Li Zhengfeng with a sycophantic smile. Young Master Li, the situation is such that, with everyone's support, I am about to replace Yi Wei as the head of the family. Yet this Lu Tian audaciously opposes me. To avoid affecting young Master Li's mood, I shall deal with him later. With that, Yi Xiao waved to the bodyguards to take Lu Tian away and confine him in the storeroom at the back. Insolence. Li Zhengfeng erupted in anger, his voice a thunderous reprimand. Yi Xiao was taken aback, and before he could comprehend the situation, Li Zhengfeng's hand had already struck his face. Yi Hongnan and Yi Baiqing stood frozen in shock. The shareholders supporting them were equally dumbfounded. Wasn't Li Zhengfeng there to visit Yi Hongnan's faction? Why did he suddenly strike Yi Xiao? Who do you think you are to disrespect Mr. Lu? Li Zhengfeng fumed. Do you realize I came here to visit Mr. Lu? How dare you provoke him in my presence? That is a direct affront to me. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, delivering another resounding slap to Yi Xiao's face. This declaration left Yi Hongnan and the others trembling in fear. What was happening? Young Master Li had actually come to visit Lu Tian? This revelation was utterly unexpected for Yi Wei's family, leaving them momentarily speechless. Li Zhengfeng courteously addressed Lu Tian, Mr. Lu, it is utterly ridiculous for them to presume to trouble you. Dealing with these insignificant clowns is hardly worthy of your personal involvement. Allow me to handle it. Very well. Lu Tian nodded, thus saving me the trouble. He then turned to Yi Wei's family and said, let us sit back and enjoy the show. Yi Wei's family exchanged bewildered glances, finding the situation hard to believe. According to Li Zhengfeng's words, it was not worth Lu Tian's effort to handle Yi Wei and his ilk personally. He was willing to take it upon himself. What did this signify? It indicated that, in Li Zhengfeng's eyes, Lu Tian was the more formidable force, positioning himself as Lu Tian's subordinate. Lu Tian. What virtues or abilities does he possess that can command such respect from the young master of the Li family? Yi Wei and the others were perplexed. Following Lu Tian's suggestion, they found their seats and awaited the unfolding drama. With the young master of the Li family present, Yi Hongnan and his companions dared not act recklessly. Li Zhengfeng surveyed Yi Hongnan and the others, inquiring who would first elucidate the matter at hand. I will. I am well versed in the particulars. Zhao Jinxiong, the most adept at ingratiating himself with the powerful, raised his hand. He was uncertain why Li Zhengfeng had chosen to side with Lu Tian, but he knew that having offended Lu Tian, he would not be easily forgiven. Given the current momentum, he needed to swiftly dissociate himself from Yi Hongnan's family to mitigate the repercussions. Thus, he divulged the entirety of Yi Hongnan and others' scheme to usurp power in great detail. Once Zhao finished, Li Zhengfeng turned to Yi Hongnan, asking, is this accurate? Yi Hongnan, sweating profusely, cautiously replied, yes, it is. Your family's fortune was established by Yi Wei's father. You are reaping the benefits while coveting their inheritance? Were it not for Mr. Lu's backing, you likely would have succeeded by now. He then glared at Zhao Jinxiong and the other shareholders. Zhao Jinxiong and his peers felt both anxious and embarrassed, instinctively lowering their heads. Li Zhengfeng continued, you have allied with Yi Hongnan for profit, bullying others alongside him, and share his shamelessness. Ironically, you stand to gain nothing and are instead likely to be dragged down by him. He fixed his gaze solely on Zhao Jinxiong. You, in particular, are truly despicable. I hear your ex-wife, Su Yunrou, has a good rapport with Mr. Lu. Had you shown Mr. Lu a modicum of respect, he might have offered your family some consideration, given that your daughter is a scion of the Zhao family, yet you chose to assist others in their vendetta against him. What a splendid hand you squandered, and you are foolish enough to think you could gain from this. After unleashing his tirade, Li Zhengfeng delivered a resounding slap to Zhao Jinxiong's face. Zhao Jinxiong, who had always viewed Lu Tian as an adversary, felt utterly humiliated to be struck in front of his foe. Li Zhengfeng's words made him realize that Lu Tian's identity and status surpassed his comprehension. He became acutely aware that while he had flaunted his arrogance and scorned Lu Tian, the latter had likely regarded him as a mere jest. Chapter 54. How did you end up in my room? Li Zhengfeng turned to Zhao Jinxiong and the others, asking, do you now understand what is required of you? The shareholders who had previously supported Yi Hongnan, whether new or old, nodded in unison. Understood. We shall divest our shares immediately. Yi Hongnan's plan had entailed luring them in as investors only to buy out their shares, thus positioning himself as the largest stakeholder in the Yi Group. Their withdrawal at this juncture signified the complete failure of his coup. Li Zhengfeng then directed his attention to Yi Hongnan. If you dare to harbor any further ambitions regarding the position of the Yi family patriarch, I will be the first to ensure your downfall. Yes, absolutely. Yi Hongnan, Yi Xiao, and Yi Baiqing hurriedly responded with respect. Your presence is no longer required here. Leave. After signing the agreement, Li Zhengfeng dismissed them with a wave. Though the Yi family harbored animosity, they dared not show any dissatisfaction and vacated the banquet in shame. Thank you, young Master Li, for rendering us justice. The Yi family expressed their gratitude politely. You ought to express your thanks to Mr. Lu, Li Zhengfeng replied. I sought to befriend Mr. Lu, which is why I intervened on your behalf. However, even if I had not, Mr. Lu's capabilities would have sufficed to handle them effortlessly. The Yi family exchanged glances, bewildered. Could it be true that Lu Tian possessed such strength? As they pondered this, Li Zhengfeng presented a check worth 60 million. Mr. Lu, you purchased 2 items from our auction for a total of 60 million. I am returning this amount to you as a token of my sincerity in establishing a friendship. Are you suggesting that you measure the value of friendship by monetary means? No, that is certainly not the case. Haha, merely jesting. Given your earnestness, it would be impolite of me not to accept this gift. Lu Tian accepted the check handed to him. Li Zhengfeng breathed a sigh of relief. The acceptance of this sum indicated a willingness to forge a friendship with him. Why do you think young Master Li would befriend Lu Tian? Xie Zuoran quietly inquired of Yi Wei. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Wei responded, I surmise that young Master Li, much like myself, suffers from kidney deficiency, which Lu Tian has remedied. It is said that young Master Li is quite the charmer. Surrounded by women, perhaps he will find himself exhausted to the point of kidney deficiency once more, necessitating Lu Tian's healing touch. Thus, it is only natural that he would desire the companionship of someone like Lu Tian. Xie Zuoran nodded, but suddenly paused, her expression turning blank as she fixed her gaze upon Yi Wei. Be honest, have you been secretly flirting with women behind my back, leading to your kidney deficiency? Have not. I shall overlook your past antics, but now that Lu Tian has cured your kidney issues, you must refrain from such escapades in the future. Indeed, I shall not. From now on, I shall only indulge in flirtations with you. Are you admitting to your previous liaisons? Well, you did say you wouldn't hold my past against me. You must keep your word. Listening to her parents' conversation, Yi Qianxue was at a loss for words. She finally comprehended why they held Lu Tian in such high regard. It turned out that her father and mother were considering their own happiness. However, this realization also made her aware that Lu Tian's medical skills surpassed her expectations. At least in the realm of treating kidney deficiency, he was remarkably proficient. Li Zhengfeng did not partake in the meal, exchanging a few polite words before taking his leave. After all, this was a gathering within the Yi Group, and it was inappropriate for him to linger. Many shareholders who had previously supported Yi Hongnan fled alongside him. The scene was left with only the Yi family, Lu Tian, and a few shareholders who had consistently backed Yi Wei. Consequently, the atmosphere of the banquet felt somewhat subdued, yet it remained exceedingly pleasant. Yi Wei, in high spirits, draped an arm around Lu Tian's shoulder, repeatedly referring to him as son-in-law, while continuously toasting in his honor. Lu Tian possessed quite a commendable capacity for alcohol, yet he could not withstand the relentless consumption. By the conclusion of the banquet, he was thoroughly inebriated. The Yi family estate comprised 3 villas, and Yi Wei warmly invited him to one of them, arranging a room for him to rest. Son-in-law, you should take a moment to recuperate. Should you require anything, simply instruct the servants, Yi Wei said with politeness before gracefully exiting the room. Lu Tiangang lay on the bed, inhaling a delicate fragrance emanating from the sheets. As he surveyed the room's arrangement, he found it excessively exquisite and immaculate, not resembling a mere idle space. His gaze was drawn to a pair of women's slippers placed at the doorway. Could it be Yi Qianshua's room? Just then, the door swung open, and Yi Qianshua strode into the room. Lu, what are you doing in my room? Get out, she exclaimed, her face a mixture of embarrassment and anger, pulling him up from the bed and attempting to usher him out. Wait, your father brought me here, saying I should rest, he protested. And what of it? Regardless, I forbid you to stay in my room, she retorted. You had better reconsider. Your parents already believe we have taken our relationship to the next level. If you force me out, they will undoubtedly suspect that we are merely pretending to be a couple. Yi Qianshua shot him a resentful glance, followed by a heavy sigh. She indeed found it inconvenient to expel Lu Tiangang. Furthermore, to avoid raising her parents' suspicions, she felt equally reluctant to vacate the room. I am quite inebriated. If you have no objections, I shall rest, he murmured, suddenly feeling as though he had forgotten something important but unable to recall what it was. Soon, he drifted off into a hazy slumber. Yi Qianshua cast a sorrowful glance at him before lying down on the other side of the bed. Lu Tian was abruptly awakened after sleeping for over 3 hours, startled by a sudden searing pain emanating from his body. He sat up in bed, wide-eyed and alarmed. What happened? Exclaimed Yi Qianshua, who had been resting with her eyes closed, startled by his sudden movement. Lu Tian finally realized what he had forgotten. Earlier in the morning, he had anticipated that the power of the Cangyang within him would manifest around this time. He had only been aware that something seemed amiss, but he never imagined it was something so grave. The intense heat coursing through him was a result of the sudden eruption of the Cangyang power. With the current amount of true energy he possessed, he was insufficiently equipped to suppress the backlash of the Cangyang energy. The only solution lay in a woman, to alleviate this predicament. Ideally, if the woman were of the Xianyin constitution, it would be even better. However, even if she were not, could still provide some relief. Lu Tian urgently implored Yi Qianshua, expressing his pressing need to seek assistance from Yunrou. No sooner had he spoken than a searing force surged towards his chest, causing him to violently expel a mouthful of blood. What is happening to you? Shall I send someone to take you to the hospital? Yi Qianshua exclaimed anxiously. My situation is rather peculiar. I must find Aunt Su for help. Please take me there quickly. I believe you are in greater need of a hospital right now. This is not an issue that can be resolved in a hospital. I can only seek assistance through a woman. Yi Qianshua recognized that Lu Tian was not jesting in this moment of urgency. She understood the implications of his request for a woman's help, particularly in reference to Yunrou, which revealed the nature of his relationship with her. Lu Tian spat out fresh blood once more, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Lu Tian, given your dire condition, is there still time to seek out Yunrou? I don't know. I hope there's still a chance. You may not last until then. Yi Qianshua's face flushed, and taking a deep breath, she declared, I can assist you. Chapter 55. A game turned real. Are you truly willing to help me? The adverse effects of the celestial yang power on Lu Tian have escalated to a perilous extent. Hence, it is certain that he yearns for Yi Qianshua's assistance. If I were to withhold my aid and you were to perish here, it would weigh heavily on my conscience. Yi Qianshua's face flushed an even deeper shade of crimson as she placed her hand upon her garment's fastenings, preparing to loosen her attire. With a bashful glance directed towards Lu Tian, she implored, you. Please turn around and, while you're at it, remove your clothing as well. Lu Tian nodded and turned around to remove his garments. Shortly after he had undressed, he heard Yi Qianshua's voice behind him, saying, I am ready. Her tone quivered with nervousness and shyness, and her breath quickened. Lu Tian turned around and discovered that the other person had already nestled under the covers. Beside the bed lay the clothes that had been discarded. Upon his turning, Yi Qianxue also caught sight of his physique, instantly blushing with embarrassment. Lu Tian burrowed under the covers, embracing the other party. Before anything had formally commenced, he was already ignited by the exquisite sensation of their bodies intertwined. Yi Qianxue grew increasingly anxious and bashful, causing her body to tremble slightly. Observing her reaction only fueled Lu Tian's impulsiveness further. Lu Tian nodded slightly, affirming his resolve. "Are you truly prepared to be with me?" Before he could finish his sentence, his voice abruptly faltered, as he struggled to contain the overwhelming power of the Zongyang surging through his body. Observing the anguish etched on his face, Yi Qianxue hastily interjected, "I have made my decision. This is my first time, so please be gentle." Lu Tian Dao, "I will." Yi Qianxue nodded, taking a deep breath before lifting her hand to embrace his back. After a tender yet ambiguous prelude, Lu Tian finally breached her defenses. This was Yi Qianxue's first experience with a man in such a manner. However, she did not resist. Instead, she clung tightly to Lu Tian, striving to acclimate herself. As she grew more accustomed, her body instinctively responded, and she unconsciously began to reciprocate his advances. On another note, Zhao Jinxiong, having failed to ingratiate himself with Yi Hongnan or use Yi Hongnan to deal with Lu Tian, found himself humiliated before Lu Tian, which left him seething with resentment. Zhao Zhenming convened a meeting with the core members of the family to discuss this matter. Zhao Jinxiao, Zhao Yusong, and Zhao Yuxuan were also present. How could this happen? The Yen family had recently approached us with a proposal. Why have they suddenly called off the engagement? This is clearly a mockery of us. Zhao Jinxiong ground his teeth in frustration. The Yen family has not only called off the engagement. Zhao Jinxiao, equally furious, continued, "They have also taken the formula for our shower gel." Zhao Jinxiong was taken aback, his expression changing drastically. That formula was treated as a commercial secret. How did the Yen family acquire it? It was Yuxuan who revealed the formula to Yen Shufei. Zhao Zhenming interjected, his anger boiling over. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have trusted Yen Shufei." Zhao Yuxuan, who had been shrinking away, wept profusely. She sniffled and continued, "At first, I only wanted to showcase our company's prospects in front of young Master Yen, so I mentioned the new formula." He claimed that the Yen family was in the pharmaceutical business and had many experts who could help improve this formula, but they needed to see the content first to make adjustments. Trusting him, I showed him the formula, only to be cast aside immediately afterward. Shortly thereafter, the Yen family called off the engagement. Fists clenched, Zhao Jinxiong seethed. The Yen family is being excessively arrogant. In his fury, he felt powerless. The Yen family was a top-tier local aristocracy, while his family was merely a second-tier one. They could not afford to provoke them. Zhao Jinxiong glared at Zhao Yuxuan, saying, "You are utterly incompetent." Zhao Yuxuan, feeling wronged, cried, "This is not entirely my fault. The Yen family clearly had ulterior motives. They must have already been aware of the formula when they proposed marriage, intending to obtain it. Even if I hadn't disclosed it to Yen Shufei, with the Yen family's resources and our trust in them, they would surely find another way to acquire it." Zhao Jinxiao, irate, retorted, "It's pointless to talk about it now. The formula was found by Yuxuan. We cannot prove it belongs to us. If we compete for it, we cannot win against the Yen family, and we will have to swallow our anger." Zhao Jinxiong nodded. "It seems we must accept our loss." "Wait." Zhao Zhenming suddenly had a thought and looked at Zhao Jinxiong. "Didn't TU invest in the Yi family's group? You could ask Yi Hongnan to speak to the Yen family on our behalf. Perhaps they would show him some respect and refrain from seizing our formula." He then recounted what had transpired at the Yi family banquet, naturally mentioning how the young master of the Li family had assisted Yi Wei's family in dealing with their issues to curry favor with Lu Tian. Zhao Jinxiong continued, "It seems we have underestimated Lu Tian. Perhaps he truly possesses significant connections. You think too highly of him." Zhao Jinxiao replied. "Before he sought refuge with Su Yunrou, you hadn't he moved out of her place. Didn't she mention anything about him?" Zhao Jinxiong responded. "She did mention that Lu Tian doesn't have a strong background. He came here simply to seek employment through her. Then that settles it, Zhao Jinshao said. As for the young master of the Li family trying to please him, it's likely for the same reason as the young master of the Yan family. They were fooled by that fake Tiandi Shangming Emperor card. But is the young master of Li really that easily deceived? Zhao Jinxiong found it hard to believe. Zhao Jinming speculated, perhaps that card is just convincingly crafted. After all, even the young master of Yan was deceived, so it wouldn't be surprising if the young master of Li fell for it too. Zhao Yuxuan nodded. I have always known that Lu Tian lacks real ability. Thus, he could not possibly have garnered the young master of Li's support based solely on merit. He must have been deceiving him. After careful consideration, Zhao Jinxiong remarked, it appears I have been blind to the situation. Thanks to your reminders, I now realize I too have been misled. Zhao Jinming interjected. Let us set him aside for now. I just recalled something. At this, Zhao Jinming turned to Zhao Yuxuan. After you picked up that formula in the villa's living room, did your mother inquire about it? Zhao Yuxuan shook her head. No. She seemed entirely unconcerned about the missing formula. Zhao Jinming addressed the group. Don't you find this strange? Zhao Jinxiong replied. I hadn't thought much of it before, but now that you mention it, I find it quite unusual. Zhao Jinxiao agreed. Indeed, it is strange. How could such a valuable formula simply vanish without her caring? Even if she has a backup, she should still be worried about it falling into someone else's hands. Zhao Yusong added. Yes, it is very odd. Could it be that formula doesn't belong to her? Zhao Yuxuan questioned. If the formula isn't my mother's, could it belong to Lu Tian? That's hard to fathom. A person like Lu Tian, who lacks real ability and only brags, could hardly have such a valuable formula. Zhao Jinming proposed. Let me share my hypothesis. I suspect Su Yunrou possesses another formula, one of the same type but more advanced and valuable. If she has a superior formula, the one she has would be deemed obsolete. Thus, losing it wouldn't trouble her. Upon hearing his analysis, Zhao Jinxiong and the others were enlightened and expressed their agreement with this conjecture. With a sly smile, Zhao Jinming concluded, as long as we acquire a more advanced formula from Su Yunrou, we need not concern ourselves with the Yan family stealing the previous one. Chapter 56. Nielan's persuasion. Upon hearing Zhao Jinming's words, Zhao Jinxiong and the others immediately perked up. Although Su Yunrou had severed ties with their family, since Zhao Yuxuan was her daughter, in a sense, Su Yunrou still remained one of their own. Before long, they devised a strategy to outmaneuver Su Yunrou. In the grand residence of the Yi family, within Yi Qianshua's villa, after approximately an hour of tumultuous encounters, Lu Tian successfully subdued the backlash of the Zongyang power. Yi Qianshua, drenched in fragrant sweat, lay on the bed. Feeling shy, she turned her body, lying with her back to Lu Tian. Lu Tian glanced at the crimson stain on the bedsheet and remarked, Thank you. I never expected that our charade would turn into something real. Yi Qianshua offered a faint, bittersweet smile and replied, It was never my intention to be with you in such a manner. I merely could not bear to witness your demise before my very eyes. Lu Tian Dao. If I were to say that I am willing to take responsibility for you, would you believe me? Yi Qianshua smiled bitterly once more. And what about Su Yunrou? The moment you mentioned seeking her assistance, I already realized that there was a romantic connection between you two. Can you truly be responsible for both of us simultaneously? Lu Tian hesitated, torn between his desires and the weight of his words. He yearned to confide in his companion that as an aspiring immortal, should he achieve success in his cultivation, he would transcend the mundane realm and could shoulder the responsibilities for as many women as he wished. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that his identity as a cultivator was beyond the grasp of the other's understanding. Revealing such a truth might lead them to perceive him as delusional. Moreover, he remained uncertain about his own potential for success in this pursuit. Yi Qianshua took a deep breath and continued, We are merely pretending to be a couple. This unexpected turn of events has led to genuine feelings, but I have no intention of pursuing a relationship with you, nor do you need to feel obligated to me. Lu Tian Dao. I cannot promise you anything at this moment, yet if you desire me to take responsibility for you, you may reach out to me at any time. Lu Tian was driven to Su Yunrou's residence by a driver arranged by Yi Qianshua. He refrained from disclosing the events that transpired between him and Yi Qianshua to her. The backlash from his celestial power sounded enigmatic, and it was unlikely that Su Yunrou would believe him. Revealing such information at this moment would only deepen her misunderstanding of him. Shortly thereafter, an unexpected visitor arrived. Nielan. Su Yunrou felt a twinge of anxiety. Surely she was not here to confront him about the earlier conflict at the bar? No, Lu Tian reassured her with a smile. There is no need to worry. After that incident, I met her again, and she no longer harbors any animosity towards me. Nielan, clad in leather and exuding an aura of authority, appeared quite imposing. However, upon entering the living room and facing Lu Tian, she displayed an unexpected courtesy. Mr. Lu, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour, but I have something of great importance to discuss with you. What is it? He inquired. It pertains to the matter you have been investigating. How about we step out for a meal and discuss it over dinner? Su Yunrou interjected. There is no need for that. I can prepare something to eat myself. Lu Tian followed Nielan out of the villa. Su Yunrou wore a solemn expression, contemplating the conversation that had just transpired between the two. Nielan had mentioned the matter that Lu Tian was investigating. What exactly is Lu Tian investigating? Could it be? Su Yunrou's expression faltered as she murmured to herself. Is it possible that he is probing into the mystery of his father's disappearance? This is exceedingly perilous. Before he approached me, Sister Lu had already warned me not to mention this matter to Lu Tian, fearing that it would incite his curiosity to investigate. Lu Tian and Nielan found a restaurant within the community. To facilitate their discussion, they requested a private room. As soon as they entered, Lu Tian spoke candidly. You mentioned my investigation. Do you know what I am looking into? Of course I do. Nielan replied. You are investigating the Shadow Gate. Your father's disappearance is connected to it. Who informed you? Lu Tian inquired. No one told me, but I am aware that your senior sister is investigating this matter. Given your capabilities, I assumed you were involved as well. Then enlighten me, what capabilities do I possess? You were able to defeat a concealed master of the Lung family with a single punch. Does that not count as a skill? Since you say that, when I mentioned this to my senior sister, why did you refuse to vouch for me? At that moment, I truly did not witness it myself. It was only later, while inquiring with the young master of the Li family, that he claimed to have seen you kill Lung Baiyu. You specifically sought him out to ask about this. Not exactly, he came to me first. He wanted to recruit you and sought information about you. So I casually asked this question. I did not provide him with any details about you as I do not know you well enough. He visited me as well. It seems he discovered my whereabouts on his own. Now that you have come to me claiming to provide intelligence, are you also attempting to win me over? Indeed. I have enemies who wish to eliminate me, and I want you to be my support. The condition is that I provide you with information related to the Shadow Gate. Your senior sister is collaborating with you. The intelligence you possess must have been provided by her to facilitate your cooperation. Correct? Yes. My collaboration with her involves me aiding her in her endeavors while she serves as my support. However, I now believe you are more suitable to be my ally. Very well, I accept your proposition. Now, please share the intelligence you have for me. Subsequently, Nielan relayed the information she had obtained from Ding Baishuang to Lu Tian. In summary, through the actions deployed by the Qilin brand, the influential figure of the province, Chao Yuanfeng, had been revealed. Chao Yuanfeng visited the Lung family, and the members of the Lung family followed his orders, leading to speculation that he serves as the liaison for the Shadow Gate. Before Chao Yuanfeng departed from the province, he also paid a visit to the prestigious Bai family, suggesting a possible connection between them and the Shadow Gate. The Bai family is notably recognized as one of the 3 prominent families in northern Jiangbei, a distinction earned through their profound heritage and strength, far surpassing the 2 top families of Jiangzhou, the Lung and Yan families. Nielan provided some background information on Bai Yun, the matriarch of the Bai family. Bai Yun, a 36-year-old woman, known as Madame Bai, has remained single since the passing of her husband, Chang Meng, who was the leader of the Jiangbei Martial Alliance during his lifetime. His contributions were significant in elevating the Bai family to its current esteemed status. After Chang Meng's death, Bai Yun took over the management of the Jiangbei Martial Alliance, wielding master-level strength and possessing considerable influence. However, in recent years, as many skilled practitioners emerged from Jiangbei, Her authority over the alliance has diminished significantly. From this perspective, it appears that the Bai family is not colluding with the Shadowgate. Otherwise, Bai Yun could leverage the Shadowgate's power to consolidate control over the alliance. If there were any connection, it would likely be one of opposition. Not long ago, Bai Yun arrived in Jiangzhou. Given that the headquarters of the Zhongbei Martial Alliance is located in Jiangzhou, her visit may be aimed at consolidating the martial forces of Zhongbei. The revelations Nielon shared were of considerable value to Lu Tian. If Bai Yun is indeed in opposition to the Shadowgate, he might consider collaborating with her. Chapter 57. An unusual situation. Su Yunrou turned to Lu Tian. Let's go to your room. I have something important to discuss with you. Noticing her serious demeanor, Lu Tian anticipated that the matter at hand would be significant. Lu Tian brought her to the room. What is it? Su Yunrou inquired as she sat on the edge of the bed. When Nielon came to look for you, she mentioned the matter you are currently investigating. What exactly are you looking into? Lu Tian hesitated for a moment before speaking. I shall not conceal it from you any longer. I am investigating the clues surrounding my father's disappearance. Indeed, I was not mistaken. Su Yunrou, in a commanding tone, declared, This matter is far too perilous. You must cease your investigation immediately. Lu Tian was momentarily taken aback. Do you possess some knowledge regarding this matter?
Su Yunrou replied.
Your mother has also looked into this issue. At that time, she was accompanied in her investigation by another individual, Bai Yun, the head of the Bai family. Bai Yun and her husband, Chang Meng, were very good friends with your father. Subsequently, Chang Meng was tragically murdered, prompting your father to seek vengeance. His inquiries revealed a connection to a mysterious force known as the Shadowgate. As a result, the operatives of the Shadowgate became aware of your father's investigation and began to target him, leading to his disappearance. Bai Yun sought to avenge her husband, while your mother was desperate to uncover your father's whereabouts. They shared a common adversary in the Shadowgate, which led them to collaborate on the investigation. Despite their efforts, they uncovered no valuable leads but realized that the Shadowgate was far too powerful for them to contend with. Fearing that further inquiries might jeopardize their families, they were compelled to cease their investigation. I assisted them with minor tasks at the time, which is how I became acquainted with the general situation. Before you came to seek refuge with me, your mother had called to instruct me not to disclose any information regarding your father's disappearance, as she wished to shield you from danger. I never anticipated that you would undertake your own investigation into this matter. If something were to happen to you, how would I explain it to your mother? I now command you to immediately cease your inquiries. Lu Tian was determined not to abandon the investigation. To spare Su Yunrou from worry, he concocted a feeble excuse. Aunt Su, you misunderstand. I am not investigating this matter. It is actually Nielon who is cooperating with the official investigation of the Shadowgate. She approached me to gather information since she heard that my father had previously looked into it. I truly do not know the specifics and was unable to provide her with any leads. Hearing this, Su Yunrou remained skeptical. Is what you said true? Of course. He replied. Then I will temporarily believe you. I will keep a close watch on you. If I find out that you are still investigating, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Su Yunrou warned, rising to leave. And Su, why not stay in my room tonight? You rascal! What are you plotting this time? Nothing. I merely want you to stay here. Nothing more. If nothing more, then why should I stay here? Is it only when I intend to do something with you that I would stay? I just mentioned it casually. Yuxuan is at home. We should maintain some distance to prevent her from discovering our situation. Even if she finds out, what of it? You might be indifferent, but I would find it quite embarrassing. Zhao Jinxiong has already guessed about us. Perhaps he has informed Yuxuan. Impossible. He would consider it disgraceful and would not speak of it to others. So, do you truly wish to be with me? I have not contemplated that matter for now. For now? When do you intend to consider it? I do not know. You are evading, though you have never given me a clear answer. You have never outright rejected me, indicating your inclination to be with me, yet you are simply too shy to confront it. Enough. I do not wish to discuss this now. I cannot wait any longer. Please give me a definitive answer. Just tell me whether you accept my feelings. As I said, I have not considered it for the time being. With that, Su Yunrou opened the door and exited the room. You have certainly thought about it. If you continue to evade, I will come to your room. You scoundrel! Can you lower your voice? Yu Xuan is upstairs. What if she hears? I do not wish to wait any longer, nor do I want you to remain in such turmoil. It would be better for both of us to face it sooner. Please give me a little more time. Let me think it over properly, and I will give you an answer in 3 days. 3 days later, during which Su Yunrou neither visited Lu Tian's room nor allowed him to seek her out. As work commenced that day, Lu Tian eagerly inquired whether she had reached a decision. Su Yunrou replied that she was close to making up her mind and would provide him with an answer after work. Until then, Lu Tian felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety. At the end of the workday, he approached Su Yunrou's office. And Su, have you made your decision? Su Yunrou nodded, just as her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, she recognized it as Zhao Yuxuan's call. She answered, "Hello?" Instead of Yuxuan's voice, a man's voice came through. "Your daughter is in our hands. If you do not want her to come to harm, you will comply with my demands." Su Yunrou was taken aback, her voice trembling. "What do you want?" The man replied, "Hand over the formula for your latest shower gel, and I will let her go." Su Yunrou was momentarily stunned. The latest shower gel formula? Our company indeed produces shower gel, but that is an outdated formula. The kidnapper retorted, "Do not play coy with me. You have 1 hour to have your assistant, Lu Tian, deliver the formula to the New Yuan Square on New Yuan Street. Provide me with Lu Tian's phone number. Once he arrives at the designated location, I will contact him." Su Yunrou, not daring to delay, hurriedly explained the situation to Lu Tian and provided him with his phone number. The kidnapper hung up. Su Yunrou turned to Lu Tian, urgency in her eyes. "You must help me save her." Lu Tian nodded, declaring that he would set off to rescue her. However, the individual insisted that he produce the formula for the new shower gel, which he did not possess. "The formula you sent me? When did you send it to me?" he inquired. "It was during that occasion when the Zhao family intended to annex your company, and you drowned your sorrows in drink." A realization dawned upon him. "Was that truly a formula for shower gel you provided?" "Indeed," came the response. "You set the formula aside to drink with me, and I failed to locate it on the sofa, mistakenly believing you had tucked it away. I apologize. I never considered that formula held any significance. I assumed you mentioned it merely to console me. Had you not brought it up, I would have completely forgotten." The situation was perplexing. How did the kidnappers know about this formula, and why did they specifically demand that he deliver it? Let us not dwell on that for now. Rescuing Yu Xian is paramount. You must exercise caution as well. Very well, I shall draft a new version of the formula and then proceed to her rescue. Chapter 58. Unraveling the Mystery. Lu Tian departed from the company with a newly revised shower gel formula. In less than half an hour, he arrived at the New Yuan Square. Shortly thereafter, he received a phone call from the kidnapper, who provided him with a new location to visit. Upon reaching this new address, the kidnapper altered the location once more, instructing him to proceed there again. Lu Tian understood that this was a common anti-tracking tactic employed by kidnappers, frequently depicted in films and television dramas. After a series of address changes, the kidnappers ultimately instructed him to bring the formula to an abandoned warehouse located on the outskirts of the city. Lu Tian arrived at the abandoned warehouse, where more than a dozen bandits encircled him. Not far ahead, Zhao Yuxuan was bound to a chair. "Did you bring the formula?" one of the captors inquired. "I did," Lu Tian replied. "Lu Tian, quickly hand over the formula, or they will kill me," Zhao Yuxuan exclaimed urgently. Lu Tian handed the formula to the kidnapper, inquiring if they could release the hostage. The kidnapper received the formula and responded, "Wait a moment." He then took out his phone, captured a photograph of the formula, and sent it to someone while making a phone call. "Hello, I've sent you the formula. Please confirm if it is what you were seeking." Zhao Yuxuan's face turned pale, and she shouted at the kidnapper, "How could you?" but quickly silenced herself, though her astonishment lingered. If he was not mistaken, these kidnappers were in cahoots with Zhao Yuxuan. The formula he had previously penned must have been discovered by Zhao Yuxuan and subsequently handed over to the Zhao family. They likely consulted professionals who recognized the formula's immense value. Su Yunrou was entirely oblivious to the formula's significance. Thus she displayed no particular reaction to its disappearance. However, those from the Zhao family might assume that Su Yunrou possessed a more advanced formula of the same nature, and therefore they were indifferent to the loss of this one. In pursuit of the so-called superior formula, the Zhao family orchestrated this kidnapping. As for why he was summoned to deliver the formula, Lu Tian surmised it was due to the Zhao family's resentment towards him, intending for the kidnappers to deal with him. According to the Zhao family's plan, the kidnappers were to take the formula, use force against him, and simultaneously release Zhao Yuxuan. Subsequently, the kidnappers would hand over the acquired formula to Zhao Yuxuan or other members of the Zhao family. The earlier kidnapper, after obtaining the formula, sent the photograph to another party. This unexpected action startled Zhao Yuxuan, prompting her astonished outburst. Fearing the charade might be exposed, she hastily fell silent. As Lu Tian had anticipated, these brigands were indeed hired by the Zhao family to retrieve the formula, enacting this ruse. Events did not unfold as the Zhao family had envisioned, causing Zhao Yuxuan to grow increasingly anxious. Just then, the warehouse doors were flung open, and two men entered. One of them was Yan Shufei, the young master of the Yan family. The other, a robust man in his 30s, exuded an aura of a martial artist. Zhao Yuxuan gazed incredulously at the young man. Yan Shufei? What brings him here? Yan Shufei and the martial artist approached the kidnappers, casting unfriendly glances at Lu Tian. The lead kidnapper remarked, "Young Master Yan, what brings you here in person?" Zhao Yuxuan suddenly yelled at the kidnappers, "You took money from our Zhao family. Why are you being untrustworthy and working for others?" Yan Shufei smiled at her because I offered them more. Their exchange clarified the situation. Initially, the kidnappers were hired by the Zhao family, only to be subsequently bribed by Yan Shufei. Yan Shufei then addressed the lead kidnapper. "I examined the photograph of the formula you sent me. It is identical to the one I previously obtained from the Zhao family, and it is not the latest version. Lu Tian Dao, so you also have designs on the formula." Yan Shufei coldly laughed. "Not only do I intend to obtain the formula, but I also wish to settle the score for the grievances you have caused me before. You should call Su Yunrou immediately and have her bring the latest formula. Perhaps I might show you some leniency." Zhao Yuxuan shouted sternly, "Lu Tian, hurry and call my mother. Instruct her to bring the new formula to rescue me. If anything happens to me, the Zhao family will not spare you, and my mother will despise you. Lu Tian Dao, contrary to your belief in a new formula, this old formula was indeed authored by me. Naturally, I am capable of composing more advanced formulas. However, I shall refrain from sharing them with you." Zhao Yuxuan retorted angrily, "Lu Tian, what era are we in? Yet you still speak with such audacity?" Lu Tian cast a cold glance at her, proclaiming, "I am here to rescue you. You would do well to treat me with a modicum of respect." Zhao Yuxuan found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she shouted towards Yan Shufei, "Young Master Yan, since you intend to deal with Lu Tian and use him as leverage to coerce my mother into surrendering the formula, all you need to do is keep him here and let me go." Yan Shufei nodded, acknowledging her previous assistance in exposing Lu Tian's pretentiousness and in acquiring the last formula. "I shall let you off this time," he declared. He gestured to the thugs, signaling them to release her. The thugs untied Zhao Yuxuan's bindings, and without casting another glance at Lu Tian, she hastily exited the warehouse. Once outside, Zhao Yuxuan called Su Yunrou. "Mother, they have let me go. That's wonderful. Are you unharmed?" "I am fine. What about Lu Tian? Did he manage to leave safely?" "He is still held captive by those thugs. They said you must hand over the new formula for his release. I believe they will only beat him up a bit, and nothing more, so do not surrender the formula." "But I don't possess any new formula. Your insistence suggests you no longer wish to save him, doesn't it?" "I don't want you to rescue him either. That scoundrel is not worth sacrificing such a valuable formula." "Yuxuan, what are you saying? He is in danger. How can I possibly ignore that? I assure you there is no new formula. You must know where those kidnappers are. Tell me quickly, and I shall confront them." "Absolutely not. It would be futile for you to go. The mastermind behind this is Yan Shufei. It is the Yan family that seeks the formula. You cannot contend with them, and you may even implicate the Zhao family. The Yan family? They are utterly brazen. Tell me where they are." I understand your inquiry is to retrieve the formula to save him. Even to protect the formula, I shall not disclose the address to you. Chapter 59. Bankrupt them within a day. Meanwhile, back at the warehouse, Yan Shufei looked at Lu Tian with a smug expression. At last, you have fallen into my grasp. Who was on the phone? Yan Shufei inquired. You wish for me to call Su Yunrou, don't you? How fortuitous, for she just contacted me, Lu Tian replied. Perfect timing. Have her bring the formula now, or I will end your life. Yan Shufei warned with a menacing tone. Lu Tian answered the phone. Hello, Aunt Su. Su Yunrou inquired anxiously. Lu Tian, how are things on your end? After Zhao Yuxuan hung up, she attempted to call again, only to be met with a notification indicating the phone was turned off. Consumed by worry, she could not help but reach out to Lu Tian. Lu Tian Dao, there is nothing to worry about here. Once I have dealt with these adversaries, I shall speak with you again. With that, he ended the call. Upon hearing his words, Yan Shufei was consumed with rage. I instructed you to have her bring the formula to rescue you. Yet you dare to suggest that I should be dealt with first? Truly, you are courting death. It is you who is courting death. I spared you once, yet you still dared to provoke me. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy now. What? Do you intend to intimidate me with that counterfeit emperor's card of yours? You will soon discover the authenticity of that card. Humph! I shan't waste my breath on you. It is time to incapacitate you. With that, Yan Shufei gestured to the thugs he had bribed, commanding, take him down. The thugs, armed with daggers, surged forward in a frenzy. In an instant, Lu Tian appeared before a kidnapper and swiftly seized the dagger from his grasp. A flash of steel illuminated the scene, followed by a spray of crimson mist. The kidnappers clutched their wounded arms, writhing in agony, as the daggers they once wielded clattered to the ground. The entire encounter transpired within a mere 5 seconds. Terrified by his formidable prowess, the thugs collectively knelt in supplication, pleading for mercy. Spare us. We are merely common ruffians. Initially, we accepted money from the Zhao family to assist them, and later, we took funds from young Master Yan to contend with you. We acknowledge our wrongs. We beseech you to grant us clemency. Yan Shufei's countenance shifted drastically as he beheld Lu Tian advancing toward him. He hurriedly concealed himself behind a martial artist standing nearby. Master Qi, please teach him a harsh lesson. Master Qi, known as Qi Wanshan, was a martial arts grandmaster recently enlisted by the Yan family. There is no need for concern, young Master Yan. Witness how I compel him to kneel and plead for your mercy. Qi Wanshan proclaimed with a smile, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Tian. Lu Tian coldly smiled, discarding the dagger, and beckoned to Qi Wanshan with a mere gesture of his fingers. Without hesitation, Qi Wanshan clenched his fist and charged forward, unleashing a blow with no intent to hold back. Bang! The two men struck simultaneously, their fists colliding with tremendous force. The impact generated a powerful shockwave that reverberated through the surroundings. Qi Wanshan spat out a mouthful of blood. His body hurled backward, crashing into the shelves behind him and landing heavily on the ground. Yan Shufei, taken aback, was filled with dread, his legs trembling in fear, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the floor. He was aware of Lu Tian's formidable combat skills, yet he never anticipated such overwhelming prowess. Qi Wanshan, after all, was a martial arts master they had hired at an exorbitant price. Yet he was so easily vanquished by Lu Tian. As Lu Tian approached him once more, Yan Shufei urgently called out to Qi Wanshan, Master Qi, please come to my aid. Qi Wanshan struggled to rise, but before he could steady himself, he once again coughed up blood and collapsed. Young Master Qi, I am truly sorry, but I lack the strength to assist you any longer. Yan Shufei, gripped by terror, was drenched in cold sweat, inching backward in a desperate retreat. Lu Tian approached him, placing a foot upon his face. Ah! Yan Shufei cried out in pain, toppled to the ground. He trembled, pleading, please, spare me. I swear I will never provoke you again. If you continue this, our Yan family. Before he could finish, Lu Tian pressed down harder. Yan Shufei felt a piercing pain in his head, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. Did you think to intimidate me with the name of your Yan family? Do you not realize that the power of your clan will soon dissipate? What do you mean by that? You will find out soon enough. Lu Tian picked up his mobile phone, noticing several missed calls from Su Yunrou. He returned her call, reassuring her not to worry and explaining the sequence of events. After ending the call, he dialed another number, which was promptly answered. "Hello, Mr. Lu. What are your instructions?" The young master of the Yan family, a top-tier family in Jiangzhou, has repeatedly provoked me. This time, I intend to retaliate by striking at their business interests. For our Tianxia business alliance, this will be exceedingly simple. What level of force does Mr. Lu wish us to employ against them? Spare no effort. Within a day, orchestrate their bankruptcy. Understood. I shall make arrangements immediately. After hanging up, Lu Tian departed the warehouse. Yan Shufei was beginning to comprehend the formidable strength of Lu Tian. However, he dismissed Lu Tian's earlier assertions, viewing them as mere bravado. Bankrupt the Yan family within a day? Who would believe such a claim? Yan Shufei certainly did not. His father, Yan Kai, stormed up to him and slapped him across the face. "You fool, who have you angered?" Yan Shufei, bewildered, stammered, I merely followed our plan to intercept the Zhao family and secure the formula while dealing with Lu Tian. I did not provoke anyone else. Provoked no one else? Then why has our Yan family's business suddenly faced unprecedented turmoil? Unprecedented turmoil? What on earth is happening? Yan Kai seethed, his teeth clenched. What situation could lead us to bankruptcy? Our raw material suppliers have abruptly terminated all cooperation with us. Our clients are not only withdrawing their partnerships but also canceling all orders. Our company's savings have been frozen under various pretenses. The new project we invested heavily in is facing the same plight, teetering on the brink of total loss. Our headquarters and branches are inundated with calls, either terminating contracts or demanding payments, and the situation is escalating. At this rate, we shall be bankrupt within a day. Yan Shufei's complexion shifted dramatically, and upon hearing the last statement, his mind was seized by a thunderous shock. He recalled Lu Tian's words, "Within a day, I will bring about your bankruptcy." Chapter 60. No chance for mercy. I know who is attacking our business. It must be Lu Tian. He has orchestrated this through the Tianxia Business Alliance. Yan Shufei said, trembling. Are you jesting? Yan Kai was incredulous. We know that the Emperor card of the Tianxia Business Alliance in Lu Tian's possession is counterfeit. What authority does he have to command them? You do not understand. We have severely underestimated him. Yan Shufei then recounted the events that transpired in the warehouse. As Yan Kai listened, the realization dawned upon him. Their attempt to seize the formula had failed. The revelation that the martial arts master Qi Wanshan, whom they had hired at great expense, had also been defeated by Lu Tian left him astounded. Yan Shufei continued, after defeating Qi Wanshan, Lu Tian made a call, declaring he would bankrupt our Yan family within a day. At the time, I thought he was merely attempting to intimidate me, but now, the repercussions are evident. Our business has faced such severe impacts in such a short span. I cannot believe this is mere coincidence. It must be Lu Tian who instructed the Tianxia Business Alliance to act against us. In the commercial sphere, there is no one else capable of wreaking such havoc upon our business but the Tianxia Business Alliance. Yan Kai was overwhelmed with shock. It appeared that Lu Tian's Emperor card was indeed genuine. This meant that even the Tianxia Business Alliance would heed his commands. Had they pursued an alliance with him, the future of the Yan family would have been boundless. However, at this juncture, Yan Kai glared at Yan Shufei. This is all your fault. It is because you naively believed Zhao Yuxuan's words, thinking Lu Tian was merely bluffing, that we abandoned our alliance with him and chose to confront him. This is the predicament we now face. The more Yan Kai spoke, the angrier he became, and in a fit of rage he struck Yan Shufei again. Yan Shufei was filled with regret. It is my fault. I should not have trusted Zhao Yuxuan's one-sided account, but now it is futile to lament. The most pressing matter is to plead for Lu Tian's mercy. Yan Kai urged sternly, you must call Lu Tian now and beg for forgiveness. Put it on speaker. I want to hear every word. Initially, during their encounter at the auction, Yan Shufei had exchanged phone numbers with Lu Tian to curry favor. He quickly retrieved his phone, located Lu Tian's number, and dialed it, activating the speakerphone. Lu Tian promptly answered the phone. Hello, Yan Xiao, what do you need from me? I have given you opportunities in the past. It is you who disregarded me. Initially, you sought to seize my pharmaceutical company, and now you wish to appropriate my boss Su Yunrou shower gel formula and attempt to deal with me. I shall no longer grant you the chance to plead for mercy. Mr. Lu, we regret our earlier lack of discernment and underestimated you. If you spare us this time, we shall certainly obey your every command in the future. Obey my command? Do you believe you have the qualifications to be my subordinates? This, we are willing to pay. 10 billion. How does that sound? 10 billion is nothing. Once I dismantle your business, seizing your assets, my returns will exceed 100 billion. This. Pleading for mercy is futile. As I stated, I will not grant you the opportunity to beg. Ah! Yan Kai erupted in a fit of rage, his voice hoarse with despair. He glared at Yan Shufei. It is your incompetence that has led to our downfall. Our vast family enterprise is on the brink of destruction. Just as they found themselves in a dire predicament, another visitor arrived to settle scores. A woman in her 30s approached them, clad in a slightly loose white suit that did little to conceal her voluptuous figure. Her hair was elegantly styled, and her mature, calm gaze exuded both poise and an imposing presence. She was Bai Yun, the head of the Bai family, one of the 3 prominent families in Zhongbei. Upon learning of the matriarch's arrival, Yan Kai and Yan Shufei hurried out to greet her respectfully. Madam Bai. Bai Yun coldly regarded them. I have received word that Qi Wanshan is here. Surrender him at once. Yan Kai and Yan Shufei dared not delay, quickly summoning Qi Wanshan. Qi Wanshan stood before Bai Yun with utmost deference. Madam Bai. Bai Yun's voice was icy as she spoke. I assigned you to Jiangzhou to manage the martial alliance and consolidate local martial forces. Yet, you have turned a blind eye to the affairs of the alliance, taking private jobs for money as a thug for the wealthy. I have learned that before coming to the Yan family, you accepted over 10 such private jobs in other cities, each time harming the innocent. The late alliance leader held you in high regard and entrusted you with significant responsibilities. This is how you repay him in the afterlife. Qi Wanshan's expression shifted dramatically. His clandestine dealings had been uncovered by Bai Yun. Madam Bai, I will not dare to act this way again. Please spare my life. Considering that the late alliance leader once regarded you as a prized disciple, I shall grant you mercy, but I will strip you of your internal power as a warning to others. With that, Bai Yun swiftly approached Qi Wanshan, forming her right hand into a sword-like gesture, targeting his dantian. Ah! Qi Wanshan screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. Simultaneously, he felt a force severely injuring his dantian, causing his internal power to dissipate entirely, rendering him unable to gather it again. Bai Yun coolly glanced at Yan Kai and Yan Shufei. Though you are not martial artists, you should understand that Qi Wanshan is affiliated with the Zhongbei Martial Alliance. You may utilize him as your ally, but employing him as a thug is an affront to our alliance. If I do not discipline you, I will have no justification to the disciples of the alliance. How much do you pay Qi Wanshan monthly? If you compensate me tenfold, I shall let you off. Yan Kai did not dare to hesitate, promptly offering to pay the fine. He had been giving Qi Wanshan 5 million a month. Thus he would need to pay 50 million as restitution. This matter is verifiable and he dared not falsify it. Although their company's bank account was frozen, they still possessed some funds not held in the bank, allowing them to cover this sum. However, once paid, their available funds would dwindle significantly. Chapter 61. A response is due after Bai Yun accepted the Yan family's 50 million in compensation. She departed from the Yan residence. Bai Yun was not alone. A man in his 60s accompanied her. His name was Yang Qiu, an important advisor to Bai Yun, providing her with substantial guidance, particularly in martial matters. He possessed master-level strength, albeit inferior to Bai Yun's, his knowledge of martial theory surpassing her own. Madam Bai, from the technique you employed to incapacitate Qi Wanshan, even a peak master might not execute it so cleanly. Have you transcended into the realm of Grandmaster? Yang Qiu inquired. Indeed, Bai Yun replied, Master Yang, you truly are a living encyclopedia of martial arts. You discerned that immediately. Yang Qiu's expression turned grave. You have forcefully broken through the final barrier to Grandmaster level using the method I provided, which may not be fully mature and could lead to side effects. Bai Yun nodded, The leaders of the 4 major martial factions under the Zhongbei Martial Alliance have all reached the master level. I must elevate my strength above theirs to command their respect and facilitate the consolidation of the alliance. Thus, I took the shortcut you suggested, but so far, I have not encountered any adverse effects. Yang Qiu sighed, this is far too risky. If side effects occur, it may severely harm your health. Bai Yun responded, if such side effects arise, do you possess a solution? Yang Qiu pondered carefully before stating, the method I devised for rapid advancement is based on your cultivation of the frost palm. The frost palm is an extremely cold and yin technique, and utilizing it to enhance your power may lead to your constitution becoming excessively cold and yin. This could result in a cold physique, causing your cultivation to decline, potentially even below your previous level. Bai Yun remarked, there is no time to deliberate further. We shall address any side effects as they arise. By the way, have you secured the formula for the concentration pill? Your nephew, Bai Ziqian, is currently negotiating with the people from the Miracle Pharmacy. He assures me he will finalize the deal. Excellent. The concentration pill has the effect of enhancing a martial artist's cultivation. Acquiring its formula will greatly aid me in re-establishing control over the alliance. At the Zhao family residence, Su Yunrou stormed in, filled with rage. Zhao Jinming and other core members of the Zhao family arrived in the courtyard, confronting her. Su Yunrou, did you not proclaim your severance from the Zhao family? What brings you back here? Zhao Jinming inquired. After Lu Tian triumphed over Qi Wanshan in the warehouse, he placed a call to Su Yunrou to enlighten her on the intricacies of the situation. Consequently, Su Yunrou became aware that the root of the entire affair stemmed from the Zhao family's orchestrated kidnapping, aimed at seizing what they deemed to be the latest formula from her. In fact, the Zhao family was already cognizant of the developments, as Zhao Yuxuan had informed them after her release by Yan Shufei. Zhao Jinxiong feigned ignorance, questioning when they had ever plotted against her, insinuating that Lu Tian must have spoken ill of them, thus provoking her misunderstanding. Su Yunrou retorted, do not feign ignorance before me. I am well aware of the circumstances. It is you who devised this kidnapping in order to extract what you believe to be the latest formula from me. You intended to exploit my concern for Yuxuan to deceive me. Yuxuan is in cahoots with you as well. You dispatched Lu Tian to deliver the formula to confront him. I have drawn a clear line with you, yet you persist in your schemes against me, even refusing to spare Lu Tian. Let me make this unequivocally clear. I do not possess the formula you seek. The formula you previously acquired was, in fact, a gift from Lu Tian. That formula rightfully belongs to me, and you are forbidden from utilizing it. With that, she cast a furious glance at Zhao Jinxiong and others before storming away. Zhao Yuxuan exclaimed, Mom, I just heard you say that formula was given to you by Lu Tian. Are you deliberately trying to glorify him? There's no need for you to quarrel with my father over that scoundrel. Zhao Yuxuan gasped, I haven't done anything to provoke you? Why do you hit me? You must have struck me because I advised you against using the formula to save Lu Tian. You would strike your own daughter for him. You are utterly heartless. Woe is me. Self-centered as ever, Zhao Yuxuan never reflected on her own actions, feeling immensely wronged, and broke into tears. Su Yunrou cast a disappointed glance her way before departing from the Zhao residence. Aware of their own culpability, Zhao Jinxiong and others felt too ashamed to reproach Su Yunrou for her actions. Little did she expect that Yuxuan would also conspire with them against her. Seated on the sofa in the living room, Su Yunrou pounded the armrest in frustration, her face etched with sorrow and disappointment. Lu Tian sat beside her, gently embracing her shoulders. Lu Tian always stood by her side during her moments of helplessness and despair, prompting her to lean unconsciously against his shoulder. Although she did not regard him as her pillar of support, the psychological solace he provided was enough to warm her heart. Lu Tian, how did you come by that formula you gave me? I composed it myself. Given the Zhao family's reaction, that formula appeared to hold significant value. I cannot believe you could create something so precious. Then who do you believe authored it? It must have been your mother. The formula is an entirely herbal concoction, and your mother possesses remarkable expertise in traditional Chinese medicine. She must have penned that formula for you to present to me. What are you contemplating? What is it? Are you evading the issue again? 3 days ago, I asked you if you would be willing to be with me. You said you would think it over and provide me with an answer in 3 days. Now that the time has elapsed, you should offer your response. Chapter 62. No refusal. Su Yunrou sighed. In truth, I have given it considerable thought and have formulated my reply for you. Lu Tian hastily remarked. Then your response is? Su Yunrou uttered merely 4 words. Let it be. I knew it. You would continue to be evasive with me. I am earnestly replying to you. How could it be considered evasion? Although you have never explicitly stated how to navigate our relationship. You have indeed been interacting with me in a manner of letting things unfold naturally. So you believe that my response is tantamount to no response at all? Is there truly no distinction? There is a distinction, at the very least. Su Yunrou paused. Her cheeks flushed as she said, At least I have not expressed any rejection. Lu Tian was momentarily taken aback, but then a glimmer of understanding dawned upon him. I see. You are suggesting that there exists a possibility for us to be together. I never stated such a thing. Su Yunrou replied. I did not reject you, yet I did not affirmatively accept you either. If you neither reject nor accept, what do you wish for? I do not know. Hence, I propose to let things unfold naturally. Su Yunrou offered a faint smile tinged with bitterness and continued. The progression of our relationship to this point has already placed me in a rather awkward position. Although I have subtly come to terms with this outcome. If you wish to pursue a romantic relationship, I fear I may not be able to comply. You are likely inclined to argue that it is my lack of courage that hinders us, and you would be correct. I indeed lack that courage. We have broached this subject more than once, and I shall refrain from elaborating further. When I say to let things unfold naturally, I am merely clarifying that I have accepted the current state of affairs. Lu Tian nodded slightly, acknowledging her acceptance of the current situation. Shall we then maintain the status quo for the time being? He proposed, tightening his embrace around her. Su Yunrou was clad in a crisp white blouse paired with a figure-hugging black pencil skirt, her elegant legs adorned in nude stockings gracefully extending from beneath the hem of her skirt. Lu Tian's other hand rested upon her thigh. Su Yunrou cast him a glance, reminding him that dinner had yet to be consumed. Let us finish our meal and freshen up before. Before what? Lu Tian replied with a teasing smile. You are feigning ignorance. Su Yunrou huffed in playful annoyance, pinching his arm lightly. The news of the Shin family's commercial struggles soon circulated within the elite circles. Who had the Shin family offended for their business to suffer so severely? It was rumored that Bai Yun, the head of the Bai family in the provincial capital, had visited the Shin family and dealt a blow to their highly paid master, Qi Wanshan. It was likely that the Shin family had crossed Bai Yun, who retaliated by striking at their business. The influence of the Bai family undoubtedly surpassed that of the Shin family. However, it seemed remarkable that they could devastate the Shin family's business so swiftly. Is it so surprising? With the Bai family's connections, they can easily rally support from other affluent families, making such an outcome entirely plausible. Similar conversations echoed throughout the local elite circles. The Zhao family, a second-tier aristocracy, had also caught wind of the news, with Zhao Jinming and others believing that the Bai family was indeed targeting the Shin family's business. At this rate, it seemed the Shin family would face bankruptcy within a day. Zhao Jinming convened a meeting with the core members of his family, including Zhao Jinming, Zhao Jinhao, Zhao Jinxiong, Zhao Yusong, and Zhao Yuxuan. Fortunately, the Shin family has called off their engagement with us. Otherwise, we might have been entangled in their misfortunes. This can be considered a stroke of luck amidst calamity. Zhao Yuxuan remarked, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The Shin family had previously sought a union, likely aiming to acquire the formula for a certain shower gel. Had it not been for my disclosure of the formula to Shin Shufei, the Shin family might not have retracted their proposal so hastily. I have effectively aided the Zhao family in averting this crisis. Zhao Yusong chimed in with a tone of schadenfreude. Previously, the Shin family looked down upon us, even attempting to snatch our formula. Their current predicament serves as poetic justice. Indeed, Zhao Jinhao added, with the impending bankruptcy of the Shin family, they lack the means to lay claim to our formula. It now rightfully belongs to us. I gathered you here to discuss this very matter. Zhao Jinming declared. Our orchestrated kidnapping has already informed Su Yunrou that the formula, which was purportedly gifted to her, is now in our possession. Not long ago, as she left, She insisted that the formula belonged to her and forbade us from using it. However, she cannot substantiate her claim. Thus, it is evident that whoever possesses the greater power can command the formula. Su Yunrou stands no chance against the Zhao family. Therefore, even if she makes such fierce declarations, she cannot prevent us from utilizing the formula. At this juncture, Zhao Zhiming turned to Zhao Jinxiong, give her a call, and dissuade her from harboring notions of contesting our claim to the formula. Zhao Jinxiong picked up his phone, poised to make the call, but suddenly recalled something and stepped out of the room. He was already aware of the relationship between Lu Tian and Su Yunrou, yet he had never mentioned it to anyone for the sake of his own pride. At this moment, it seemed the two were indeed in the same room. After finishing dinner and freshening up, Lu Tian had taken Su Yunrou to his room on the first floor. They had already nestled beneath the covers. Su Yunrou's last garment was just placed outside the blanket by Lu Tian when her phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, she saw it was Zhao Jinxiong calling. I shall take this call, Su Yunrou said. Lu Tian noticed the name Zhao Jinxiong displayed on the phone screen. On the other end of the line, Zhao Jinxiong directly informed Su Yunrou that she should relinquish the formula for that body wash to the Zhao family. With a cold tone, Zhao Jinxiong stated, Su Yunrou, I do not wish to engage in an argument with you. I merely want to convey that you are no match for the Zhao family. It would be wise for you not to oppose us. Allow me to speak with him. Lu Tian took the phone from Su Yunrou. Zhao Jinxiong recognized his voice and asked, Lu Tian, are you in the same room as Su Yunrou? Lu Tian Dao, not just in a room, but also on a bed. Chapter 63. An awkward situation. Zhao Jinxiong nearly lost his breath. He had long suspected that Su Yunrou would be with Lu Tian Dao. However, confirming this fact still ignited his fury. Don't get too pleased with yourself. I will not let you off easily. Zhao Jinxiong seethed into his phone. Not let me off easily? Do you truly believe you possess the capability to do so? Consider this a warning. Should you dare to provoke me, I assure you will come to regret it. Let us see about that. First, hand the phone to Su Yunrou. I must have a word with her. What more is there to discuss? Don't you merely wish to coerce her into surrendering the formula to you? I am not coercing her. I am merely enlightening her on the disparity in strength between her and the Zhao family, urging her not to sever ties with us. Hand her the phone. I need to speak with her earnestly. If you wish to converse, do so an hour from now. An hour from now? Indeed. We have matters to attend to, which will likely take us an hour to conclude. Zhao Jinxiong was seething with rage. He was acutely aware of what the other party was implying. The very thought of them being together with Su Yunrou infuriated him further. Upon hearing this, he felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. However, for the sake of his dignity, he refrained from displaying his anger. Otherwise, he would become a laughingstock for Lu Tian Dao. As you said, I have already divorced her. Whatever you do with her is of no concern to me. Zhao Jinxiong feigned nonchalance, continuing, and what do you mean by concluding in an hour? Who would believe that? At that moment, Su Yunrou interjected. I do, for I have experienced it firsthand. Zhao Jinxiong was instantly incensed. Su Yunrou, you wretched woman. Su Yunrou retorted. What? Feeling embarrassed? Haha, I can understand. After all, you struggle to last even 3 minutes. As she spoke, Su Yunrou felt her cheeks burn with shame. Previously, she had made every effort to maintain a facade of harmony with Zhao Jinxiong. However, now, he was scheming against her alongside the Zhao family for the sake of so-called family interests, leaving her both furious and disheartened. Zhao Jinxiong's threatening tone, urging her to relinquish the formula, pushed her to her breaking point. Thus, in her fury, she revealed Zhao Jinxiong's most sensitive weakness. Ah! Zhao Jinxiong exploded with rage, smashing his phone to the ground. After finishing the call with Zhao Jinxiong, Lu Tian Dao turned to Su Yunrou, whose face was flushed with embarrassment, and smiled. Aunt Su, are you feeling embarrassed about what you just said? Of course, I have a delicate disposition. This is the first time I have spoken so directly about such an embarrassing matter. In truth, even without your words, I could discern from Zhao Jinxiong's demeanor that he is lacking in that regard. Did you think I was saying it for your benefit? I was utterly disappointed with his actions and deliberately made those remarks to disgust him. Oh, I thought you were trying to highlight my formidable prowess through comparison. Enough of this conversation. It's quite embarrassing. Then let us change the subject. I need to demonstrate my formidable prowess to you. Haha. Wait. There is something I need your assistance with. What is it? I ask you, do you have any evidence proving that the formula for that body wash was given to me by you? I know you seek evidence to prevent the Zhao family from seizing this formula. Worry not. Everything is under my control. They shall not take the formula, and I will ensure they pay a price while helping you profit handsomely from them. You are boasting again. It seems conversing with you on this matter is futile. Lu Tian indeed had a strategy to confront the situation. However, he was acutely aware that even if he divulged his plan, the opposing party would merely dismiss it as boastful bluster. Thus, he opted to remain silent, confident that in due time, he would demonstrate his approach effectively. He turned over and launched a passionate advance towards Su Yunrou. She had tacitly accepted their current state of affairs. After a moment of feigned modesty, she raised her arms to embrace him, welcoming his fervent overtures. Meanwhile, within the Zhao family, Zhao Jinxiong's furious exclamations startled Zhao Zhenming and others gathered in the conference hall. They stepped outside to ascertain the cause of the commotion. What has transpired? Why the sudden outburst? Zhao Zhenming inquired. Zhao Jinxiong, feeling somewhat embarrassed to reveal the reason, offered a dismissive response. Su Yunrou is refusing to heed my counsel and stubbornly insists on withholding the formula from us, which vexes me greatly. Zhao Jinxiao remarked. But must you resort to smashing your phone? That seems an excessive display of temper. Zhao Jinxiong forced a sheepish smile, explaining, I've been beset by numerous annoyances lately, and it's been difficult to rein in my emotions. Enough, Zhao Zhenming interjected. In any case, we have already acquired the formula. Her verbal claims to deny us its use are inconsequential, as she cannot substantiate her ownership of it. Thus, even if she is reluctant to relinquish it, she is ultimately powerless against us. However, Zhao Jinxiao countered. There is a possibility that Su Yunrou could utilize this formula to produce shower gel. What is there to fret over? Zhao Zhenming chuckled. Although she runs a cosmetics company, seemingly possessing an inherent advantage in manufacturing shower gel, our Zhao family, as a prominent second-tier clan, is undoubtedly better positioned to seize the initiative. Yet, Zhao Zhenming's tone shifted. One must always be cautious. We need to ascertain her circumstances to prepare for any eventuality. As previously stated, Zhao Yuxuan placed great importance on her identity as a Zhao family heiress. Despite her self-perception as respectful towards Su Yunrou, she would not hesitate to assist her family in scheming against her for the sake of what she deemed family interests. Having departed from the Zhao family estate, Zhao Yuxuan made her way to Su Yunrou's residence. Equipped with a key to the villa, she arrived and opened the door to the living room on the first floor. Just as she was about to ascend the stairs, she abruptly halted, having heard a woman's voice emanating from one of the bedrooms on the first floor. That was Lu Tian's bedroom. Zhao Yuxuan's brow furrowed, her expression shifting to one of indignation and embarrassment. Though she had not personally experienced such situations, she had gleaned enough from other sources to recognize the nature of the sounds she was hearing. Clenching her fists, she strode purposefully to the bedroom door and knocked forcefully. As she approached the door, Lu Tian and Su Yunrou had already sensed the footsteps. Today, Zhao Yuxuan had conspired with the Zhao family against them, and their ruse had been uncovered. Su Yunrou's heart raced with anxiety. She realized that Zhao Yuxuan must have heard the sounds emanating from their vicinity. Consequently, the other party would undoubtedly deduce the nature of her relationship with Lu Tian. Blushing profusely, Su Yunrou found herself at a loss for how to navigate this profoundly awkward situation. Chapter 64. Prepared in advance. Su Yunrou felt somewhat bewildered and helpless. Lu Tian remained calm and composed, secretly wishing that Zhao Yuxuan would discover his relationship with Su Yunrou. However, he had to take Su Yunrou's feelings into account and do his utmost to help her navigate the situation. If Zhao Yuxuan ultimately found out, there would be no recourse. Lu Tian, I can hear a woman's voice coming from your room. Zhao Yuxuan called out while knocking on the door. Upon hearing this, Su Yunrou became increasingly anxious and flustered. Lu Tian remained remarkably composed. What do you wish to do? Zhao Yuxuan retorted angrily. What do you think I want to do? I do not concern myself with what you watch, but cranking up the volume so that others can hear is simply lacking in decorum. I could hear it from outside. Su Yunrou secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Yuxuan presumed Lu Tian was watching such videos. However, The thought that the sound had reached her ears caused her considerable embarrassment, for it was indeed her own voice that had emanated. I apologize. I will lower the volume, Lu Tian assured her. Humph. Do not let me hear such sounds again, or I shall inform my mother, and she will undoubtedly hold you accountable, Zhao Yuxuan declared. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian cast a playful glance at Su Yunrou, who lay beside him. Su Yunrou, visibly flustered, shot him a resentful look before quickly turning her head away in shame. I shall be more mindful in the future, Lu Tian promised. Zhao Yuxuan huffed in annoyance and then turned to leave. Yuxuan, there is something that Aunt Su asked me to convey to you. What is it? I understand. Zhao Yuxuan exited the first-floor living room and ascended the stairs to her third-floor residence. Lu Tian and Su Yunrou, upon hearing the footsteps fade into the distance, surmised that Zhao Yuxuan had departed from the first floor. That was a close call. Su Yunrou sighed with relief. Let us continue with our unfinished business. Lu Tian chuckled, embracing her once more. You still have the spirit to carry on? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? I have never feared such things. I am merely assisting you in maintaining discretion. I informed her that you were working late at the office, so she won't suspect your presence in my room. You certainly are considerate. Please, be a bit gentler with me. Within the confines of the room, the air was once again filled with tantalizing sounds. Given the soundproofing here, Zhao Yuxuan, who had ascended to the third floor, could not hear a thing. The following morning, Lu Tian received a call from Nielon. The other party mentioned that there was crucial intelligence to report to him and invited him to meet at the Lanyi bar. Lu Tian arrived at the Lanyi bar, specifically to Nielon's office located in the second-floor office area. I have gathered some rather old information from your senior sister. Yet for you, it shall be considered new revelations. As Lu Tiangang arrived at the office, Nielon straightforwardly inquired, What news? Lu Tian responded, 3 years ago, an agent named Liang Tang was sent to the Zhangbei area to investigate the Shadow Gate. At the time of his tragic demise, he was 30 years old, and the perpetrator was a master from the Shadow Gate. To conceal his identity as an agent, Liang Tang worked as a salesperson at a branch of the Chu family, one of the 3 prominent families in Zhangbei. The War Dragon has been diligently probing the circumstances surrounding his death and has recently confirmed the existence of a branch of the Shadow Gate concealed within the Zhangbei region. Your senior sister has requested my assistance in investigating the experiences of that agent during his time in Zhangbei. She specifically asked me to focus on Liang Tang's network. It is possible that Liang Tang uncovered critical intelligence related to the Shadow Gate and entrusted it to certain individuals he held in high regard before his demise. However, my investigations reveal that he did not maintain many friendships. Yet, no one knows to whom he gifted flowers, leaving it uncertain whether he ever had a girlfriend. If he did have a romantic partner, it is conceivable that he might have entrusted her with the vital information he had discovered. At this point, Nielon handed Lu Tian a dossier containing Liang Tang's photograph and profile. Lu Tian glanced at the document before putting it away, affirming that he would also investigate the matter. Indeed, under the commercial onslaught of the Tianxia Business Alliance, the Yen family had gone bankrupt within a single day. Numerous prominent business magnates sought to seize this opportunity to acquire the Yen family's assets. However, without the explicit consent of the Tianxia Business Alliance, they dared not lay claim to those enterprises. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Wanhai, the president of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, received a communique from the Tianxia Business Alliance. They conveyed their approval for the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce to proceed with the acquisition of those assets. Upon receiving this news, Zhang Wanhai also learned that the Tianxia Business Alliance's intervention was executed at Lu Tian's behest. The fact that even the Tianxia Business Alliance was adhering to Lu Tian's directives left Zhang Wanhai utterly astounded, compelling him to harbor even greater respect for Lu Tian. As a diamond member and someone closely associated with Lu Tian, Yi Chenxue was granted the most profitable subsidiary acquired from the Yen family by Zhang Wanhai, as a gesture of goodwill towards Lu Tian. Simultaneously, the pharmaceutical company established with Lu Tian's assistance was now officially operational. Lu Tian named this company Tianyun Pharmaceuticals. It is widely acknowledged that the character Tian is derived from his own name. However, what remains unknown to many is that the character Yun is actually taken from the name of Su Yunrou. 5 days have elapsed since the bankruptcy of the Yen family. Zhang Wanhai, the president of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, has been diligently investigating the business activities of the Zhao family at Lu Tian's behest, primarily to ascertain the application status of the bathing lotion formula. On this particular day, Lu Tian received a call from Zhang Wanhai, who informed him that the Zhao family had commenced production of the bathing lotion. On the other end of the line, Zhang Wanhai spoke with utmost reverence. Lu Tian coldly remarked, a sly smile playing upon his lips. In truth, when devising the formula for this shower gel, he had already contemplated how to respond should the formula fall into others' hands. This shower gel is a purely traditional Chinese medicinal concoction, with one of its principal ingredients being a proprietary medicine known as Qingmai Dan. Remarkably, this Qingmai Dan was crafted by him, and he has exclusively authorized its use to Miaoyao Hall. Thus, should the Zhao family produce this shower gel, they must procure Qingmai Dan from Miaoyao Hall as a raw material. If he were to cease the supply of Qingmai Dan to the Zhao family, he could effectively halt their production of this shower gel. Nevertheless, the Zhao family's actions have infuriated Lu Tian, and he is unwilling to let the matter rest. He has also conveyed to Su Yunrou his intention to make the Zhao family pay a price, seizing this opportunity to profit handsomely from them. He has meticulously devised a specific plan, and now he is prepared to execute it. Chapter 65. He lacks the strength to overcome my challenge next. Lu Tian is set to embark on the first step of his plan. To accomplish this initial phase, he needs to make certain arrangements through his newly established Tianyun Pharmaceutical Company. Recently, Zhang Wanhai recommended an employee from the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce to assume the role of general manager at Lu Tian's pharmaceutical company, thus taking over the management of the firm. Not long after Lu Tian arrived at his office, a knock echoed through the room. "Please come in," Lu Tian called out. The door swung open, revealing a striking woman in her early 30s, clad in a fitted white blouse and a black pencil skirt that accentuated her figure. Her long legs were elegantly encased in black stockings. This combination of beauty, attire, and her astute demeanor rendered her exceptionally alluring. "Hello, Mr. Lu. I am the general manager, Xiang Bing," introduced by President Zhang. "Here is my resume." As she handed over her resume, a thought crossed her mind. Mr. Lu appears extraordinarily youthful, perhaps even younger than I am. According to President Zhang, he is the pillar of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Achieving such a position at such a young age surely suggests he did not rise from humble beginnings. He must hail from an esteemed family, leveraging their influence to attain his current standing. This company was likely established by his family to provide him with experience. President Zhang also mentioned his remarkable capabilities. It seems that was merely flattery, as his current status is likely a result of familial support. How impressive can that truly be? Lu Tian glanced at the resume and gathered a general understanding of Xiang Bing's background. Xiang Bing, 32 years old, unmarried, excels in finance and corporate management. The resume indicated that her previous position was as the executive vice president at a subsidiary of the Chu family, one of the three prominent families in Jiangbei. This information piqued Lu Tian's interest. Years ago, in order to conceal his identity as an operative, Liang Teng had worked at a subsidiary of the Chu family, specifically the one mentioned in Xiang Bing's resume. It was possible that Xiang Bing might be acquainted with Liang Teng. Of course, the likelihood of this was relatively slim. After all, Xiang Bing held a higher position as the vice president, while Liang Teng was merely a salesperson. The chances of their paths crossing were minimal. Nevertheless, this represented an investigative opportunity for Lu Tian. Although the chances of Xiang Bing and Liang Teng intersecting were low, they were not entirely non-existent. What if they did know each other? What if Liang Teng's former girlfriend was Xiang Bing? If that were the case, Xiang Bing might possess information that Liang Teng had uncovered. Thus, Lu Tian could not directly inquire about Liang Teng's situation, lest he provoke misunderstandings. Therefore, he could only proceed gradually, seeking an opportune moment to investigate. "I rarely have time to come here. The company's affairs will mainly be entrusted to you. Chairman Zhang believes you are capable of handling the responsibilities, and I choose to place my trust in you," he remarked. "With more of President Lu's trust in me, I shall ensure the work is executed well." Humph. How disappointing it is to see someone neglect their own company and act as a mere figurehead. At that moment, Xiang Bing's phone rang. "Apologies, I must take this call. It is the owner of Miaoyao Hall. I had previously proposed a collaboration, and he may be calling to respond. I'll take it here." With that, she answered the phone. Hello, President Chun. Ah, you do not wish to cooperate with us? President Chun, please reconsider. The quality of our pharmaceuticals is absolutely guaranteed if your Miao Yao Hall becomes our client. Hello, President Chun. The other party had already hung up. Xiangbing sighed and turned to Lu Tian, saying, the few pharmaceutical products from our company have received acclaim in the medical community. Yet President Chun remains unconvinced and has declined my proposal for collaboration. Lu Tian Dao. What a coincidence. I happen to have another matter to discuss with General Chun. The matter he refers to is also related to his strategy against the Zhao family. Lu Tian continued, let us proceed together to seek out General Manager Chun. Surely, he will consent to collaborate with our company out of regard for me. He accompanied Xiangbing to the headquarters of the Miracle Pharmacy. The Miracle Pharmacy stands as the largest establishment of its kind in the Jiangbei region, boasting numerous branches in every city throughout Jiangbei. This esteemed pharmacy specializes in an array of rare elixirs and miraculous medicines, many of which are concocted by Lu Tian himself, who has granted them the rights for production and distribution. Lu Tian has elevated the reputation of the Miao Yao Hall, significantly enhancing its profitability, and he receives an astonishing annual profit share exceeding 100 million from the establishment. The main branch of Miao Yao Hall is situated in Jiangzhou, under the stewardship of its proprietor, Chun Qingye, who is typically present to oversee operations. With great courtesy, Chun Qingye invited Lu Tian and Xiangbing to the reception room. To his astonishment, he discovered that the owner of Tianyun Pharmaceuticals was none other than Mr. Lu. Had he known this earlier, he would not only have gladly accepted Xiang's invitation for collaboration, but would have actively sought partnership with them. Observing Chun Qingye's cordial demeanor towards Lu Tian, Xiangbing mused to himself. The fact that the owner of Miao Yao Hall shows such deference indicates that Mr. Lu's family must belong to the upper echelons of Jiangbei's elite. However, amongst the first-rate families in Jiangbei, none bear the surname Lu. Could it be he hails from the Lu family of Jiangnan? This is indeed plausible. Although the Lu family of Jiangnan has seen its fortunes wane in recent years due to treachery, their deep-rooted heritage still holds considerable influence in the regions of Liangjiang. At that moment, a subordinate hurriedly entered the reception room to report to Chen Qingye. Mr. Chun, bed.She has arrived again. Chun Qingye's expression turned grave. This was troublesome indeed. Lu Tian glanced at him, inquiring, what is it? Chun Qingye replied, bed.She hails from the Bai family in the provincial city, being the nephew of the family head, Bai Yun. The Bai family seeks to acquire the formula for the Ningjin pill from us. This Ningjin pill was crafted by you, Mr. Lu, and I have been authorized to oversee its production and distribution. I have neither the authority nor the desire to sell this formula. A few days ago, bed.She visited, discussing the acquisition of the formula, which I firmly declined. His return this time likely carries ill intentions. Upon hearing Chun Qingye's words, Xiangbing's perception of Lu Tian underwent a significant transformation. Although she had never heard of the Ningjin pill before, the Bai family's interest in obtaining its formula suggested its considerable value. Earlier, Chun Qingye had mentioned that the Ningjin pill was formulated by Lu Tian and entrusted to them for production and management. Previously, she had regarded Lu Tian merely as a careless scion of a wealthy family. However, it now appeared that, even if he were such a scion, he was indeed a capable one. Given this situation, it seems bed.She has come to compel you into relinquishing the formula for the Ningjin pill, Lu Tian remarked. Chun Qingye nodded in agreement. Indeed, it must be so. Lu Tian coldly laughed and said, bring him to me. I wish to meet him. If he seeks to obtain this formula, he must first pass through me. But alas, he lacks the strength to overcome this challenge. Chapter 66. A test of strength. Do you think I cannot contend with him? Lu Tian inquired. I am aware that Mr. Lu possesses commendable martial prowess. However, the Bai family has the backing of the Wuming, and bed.She himself is a master in the martial arts, often accompanied by skilled fighters. It is likely that you may not be his match. Enough of this chatter. Summon him at once. Mr. Lu, if you hesitate to bring him here, I shall go out to meet him myself. This. As Lu Tian expressed himself in such a manner, Chun Qingye had no choice but to comply, instructing his subordinates to bring bed.She here. Xiangbing also felt a twinge of anxiety. She suspected that Lu Tian was likely associated with the Lu family from Jiangnan, whose comprehensive strength should not pale in comparison to that of the Bai family from Jiangbei. Should a conflict arise between these two prominent families, neither would likely fear the other. However, if a confrontation were to erupt in this setting, the Bai family, with their martial prowess, would undoubtedly hold the upper hand. Before long, a subordinate had ushered Bai Ziqian into the reception room, accompanied by two fellow martial artists. Is this how you entertain guests? Bai Ziqian cast a glance at Lu Tian and Xiang Bing before addressing Chen Qingye. Chen Qingye nodded, imploring Bai Xiao not to make things difficult for his guests. Bai Ziqian replied with a smile, I am here for the formula. If you hand over the recipe for the Ningjin Dan, we can discuss anything else amicably. He then directed his attention to Lu Tian and Xiang Bing, stating, I need to discuss something of great importance with General Chen. I would ask you to step outside for the time being. Lu Tian took the opportunity to introduce himself, stating, I am Lu Tian, the creator of the Ningjin Dan. If you wish to acquire the formula, it must be with my permission. What? Bai Ziqian was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Chen Qingye with a furrowed brow. Is this true? Chen Qingye, reluctant to implicate Lu Tian, hesitated. Lu Tian Dao, Mr. Chen, please speak candidly. Chen Qingye sighed and nodded. Indeed, this formula was created by Mr. Lu and subsequently authorized to our Miaoyao Hall. I see now. Bai Ziqian turned to Lu Tian. I am willing to offer you 10 million to acquire all rights to the Lu Tian Dao. With just this one type of elixir, my annual profits exceed 30 million. You wish to purchase all rights for merely 10 million. Would that not render me at a significant disadvantage? Bai Ziqian replied with a cold laugh. At the very least, this would ensure your safety. Otherwise, you may find yourself entangled in numerous troubles. Lu Tian's gaze suddenly turned icy. Are you threatening me? Bai Ziqian, with a look of disdain, replied, So what if I am? Don't think for a moment that I am merely speaking in hyperbole. When I say you will encounter trouble, rest assured, you will indeed face trouble. Lu Tian rose from the sofa, declaring, It appears we have nothing left to discuss. Do you wish for me to encounter trouble? Are you aware that by uttering those words to me, you are inviting trouble upon yourself? Bai Ziqian paused momentarily, bewildered. What trouble could I possibly have? Do you intend to confront me? At this point, he scoffed once more, then turned his gaze towards Chen Qingye. Have you not yet informed him that I hail from the Bai family in the provincial capital? Otherwise, how could he possibly dare to stand against me? Lu Tian took over the conversation, having already disclosed your identity. It was precisely because I knew you hailed from the Bai family in the provincial capital that I was certain you were not my match, allowing me to approach you with ease. What did you say? Bai Ziqian erupted in fury, realizing that without imparting a lesson, you would remain oblivious to the chasm between our strengths. No sooner had he spoken than he gestured to his two lackeys. Make sure he cannot stand up. The two lackeys immediately charged at Lu Tian. The foremost lackey, before he could even launch an attack, was sent flying by a kick from Lu Tian. Bai Ziqian was taken aback, and before he could react, he was collided into by the same lackey. With a resounding crash, Bai Ziqian, albeit a martial arts expert, found himself unable to evade such a fierce impact, tumbling to the ground. This incident made him realize that Lu Tian's prowess was not to be underestimated. However, regardless of the circumstances, as a young master of the Bai family with ties to the martial alliance, being knocked down in such a manner was a blow to his pride, igniting a flurry of indignation. Allow me to handle him, Bai Ziqian bellowed, quickly executing a graceful carp leap to rise from the ground. Yet, before he could regain his balance, another lackey was also sent flying by Lu Tian, crashing into him once more. Another loud thud echoed. Bai Ziqian found himself on the ground again. Bai Ziqian, unable to contain his fury, attempted the carp leap once more. This time, no lackey collided with him, but Lu Tian had already sidestepped in front of him, delivering a resounding slap to his face. The sharp crack of the slap resounded, sending Bai Ziqian sprawling on the ground. Ow! As Bai Ziqian staggered backward, scrambling to rise, he charged at Lu Tian in a frenzy. He aimed a kick at Lu Tian, but before his leg could even lift, Lu Tian countered with a swift kick. With a loud bang, Bai Ziqian was sent tumbling, landing on his back. At this moment, bed.She finally realized he was no match for Lu Tian. Initially, he had boasted about letting Lu Tian witness the disparity in their strengths, implying that he was vastly superior. Now, he comprehended the stark reality. Lu Tian's strength far exceeded his own. Recalling his earlier arrogance and juxtaposing it with his current beaten state, a wave of embarrassment washed over him. Witnessing the recent display of martial prowess, Chen Qingye and Xiang Bing stood in stunned silence. Chen Qingye was aware of Lu Tian's martial skills, but could never have anticipated that he would overpower bed.She and his two companions so effortlessly. Xiang Bing, who was less familiar with Lu Tian, was utterly incredulous. This spectacle not only broadened her horizons but also fueled her desire to learn more about her new boss. Do not revel in your victory. By striking me, you have not only offended the Bai family but also the Zhongbei martial alliance.
Yes, sur you.
Your fate will be dire. bed.She, though outmatched by Lu Tian, clung to the names of the Bai family and the Zhongbei martial alliance to bolster his confidence. As far as I know, the Bai family and the Zhongbei martial alliance are both under the dominion of your aunt, Bai Yun. I've heard she recently arrived in Jiangzhou. Where might I find her? I wish to speak with her in person, Lu Tian inquired. Are you hoping to plead with her for mercy? Given the matter concerns the Bai family's reputation, she certainly will not let you off easily. I am asking you where she is. If you continue to evade the question, I shall teach you another lesson. You! I actually hope you do seek her out. It would give me the chance to deal with you. She is at the headquarters of the Zhongbei Martial Alliance. If you have the guts, go find her. bed.She, fearing further confrontation with Lu Tian, mustered his courage to utter these harsh words before hastily leading his two lackeys away. I have many matters to attend to. This issue must be resolved swiftly. I shall go find Bai Yun for a discussion. However, Lu Tian gazed at Chen Qingye and Xiang Bing, stating that before his departure, he required each of them to assist him with a particular task. He intended to confront the Zhao family regarding their appropriation of the shower gel formula. The assignments he had in mind for Chen Qingye and Xiang Bing were closely related to this matter. Subsequently, he divulged his plan to the two who, upon grasping the details, proceeded to make their respective preparations. Lu Tian departed from the medicine hall and headed straight to the headquarters of the Martial Alliance to seek out Bai Yun. Chapter 67. Madame Bai's Special Plan. Lu Tian arrived at the Zhongbei Martial Alliance. Prior to this, bed.She had already reported to Bai Yun about the humiliating incident he had experienced. Upon hearing from his subordinate about Lu Tian's visit, Bai Yun promptly instructed his staff to escort Lu Tian to her office. Lu Tian entered the office and cast his gaze upon Bai Yun, who was seated at her desk. Bai Yun was adorned in her favored slightly loose-fitting white suit. Her curvaceous figure, accentuated by the attire, exuded both confidence and an undeniable presence. The dignified maturity and assertive demeanor rendered her both alluring and aloof. Are you the matriarch of the Bai family in the provincial capital, Madame Bai? Lu Tian inquired. Bai Yun nodded. I am Bai Yun. You must be Lu Tian, correct? Indeed, Lu Tian affirmed with a nod. He mused to himself, pondering the resemblance he bore to brother Lu. He appeared to be in his early 20s, likely around the same age as brother Lu's son. Sharing the surname Lu and resembling brother Lu, could he possibly be brother Lu's offspring? Is your father named Lu Heng? Bai Yun asked. Lu Tian was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. How did you come to know? It was evident that he was the son of brother Lu. Bai Yun felt a slight jolt of surprise, yet her expression remained serene and untroubled. It is because I perceive a resemblance between you and your father. In those days, my husband, Chang Meng, and your father, Lu Heng, shared a deep friendship. It was your father who played a pivotal role in uniting me with Chang Meng. So that was how it was. Lu Tian felt no surprise, as Yunrou had previously briefed him on the situation. Regrettably, with Chang Meng's tragic demise and your father's disappearance, everything has irrevocably changed. I too feel a pang of nostalgia, Madame Bai. Since my father was your friend, I shall address you as Aunt Bai. Very well. However, do not presume that this grants you any familial ties with me. You struck my nephew bed.She, and I shall not let this matter rest lightly. It was bed.She who instigated trouble first, and he was the one who initiated the confrontation. I merely retaliated to discipline him. And what of it? My nephew is not someone you can reprimand. Bai Yun rose emphatically. If he was the one to provoke and strike first, I shall apologize on his behalf. Now, it is time for me to hold you accountable for the incident where you assaulted him. Subsequently, she nonchalantly walked around the desk, leaning slightly against it, and cast a frosty gaze upon Lu Tian. Bai Yun had already heard from Bai Ziqian about Lu Tian's formidable fighting abilities, yet she did not perceive him as particularly impressive. After all, Bai Ziqian's prowess was still far from the realm of mastery. Even if Lu Tian had bested him, it did not evoke any sense of awe in her. Her own strength had ascended to the grandmaster level, rendering Lu Tian insignificant in her eyes. What do you intend to do? Lu Tian inquired. Lu Tian Dao, since you insist on being my enemy, I shall not hold back. We shall see how this unfolds. With that, Lu Tian strode directly toward the door. Impudent, Bai Yun admonished sharply. This is not a place where you can come and go at your whim. You must provide me with a satisfactory explanation for today's events, or you shall not leave here. At that moment, a knock echoed, and the door was pushed open. It was not Bai Ziqian who entered, but an elderly man, Yang Qiu, Bai Yun's deputy. Master Yang, your timing is impeccable. Please subdue this insufferable scoundrel. Upon hearing Bai Yun's command, Yang Qiu prepared to act. However, before he could make a move, he paused, scrutinizing Lu Tian intently. Noticing Yang Qiu's hesitation, Bai Yun was taken aback. Master Yang, what is the matter? Do you intend to let him go? Madam Bai, before taking any action, I must first report to you a matter of utmost importance in private, Yang Qiu replied. That depends on whether your subordinates possess the strength to stop me, Lu Tian interjected. Lu Tian chuckled coldly and then exited the office. What news do you wish to report? Bai Yun inquired, directing her question at Yang Qiu. Yang Qiu replied, I just observed that young man who just left. He possesses an exceptionally resilient physique. Bai Yun was taken aback. Are you certain? Yang Qiu nodded emphatically. I am quite sure. His physique is 1 in a million, and it is the most virile I have ever encountered. If your cultivation faces adverse effects due to your current cold physique, you will need to unite with a man of such robust constitution to restore balance. Therefore, unless you harbor deep-seated animosity, I advise against confrontation. It would be wise to win him over. You may find yourself in need of him one day. A blush crept across Bai Yun's face as she sighed. I understand. I appreciate your timely warning. Despite her calm demeanor, Bai Yun could not help but feel a bit flustered, especially since the man in question was Lu Deji's son. However, compared to Su Yunrou, Bai Yun was far more pragmatic and managed to face the situation with a level head, placing minimal pressure upon herself. As Lu Tian made his way toward the courtyard entrance after leaving the office, he was intercepted by Bai Ziqian. Bai Ziqian had just received a call from Bai Yun, instructing him to visit the office. Prior to this, he had already heard about Lu Tian's arrival at the Martial Alliance. Thus, he surmised that Bai Yun intended to assist him in confronting Lu Tian. You must be frightened and fled the office when my aunt was about to discipline you, thinking you could escape? Do you believe you can evade her? Bai Ziqian said coldly. At that moment, Bai Yun emerged from the office, striding purposefully toward them. And this scoundrel tried to flee, Bai Ziqian exclaimed, gazing at Lu Tian with a smug expression. My aunt is a grandmaster. No matter how skilled you are, you cannot match her. He then turned to Bai Yun and insisted, Aunt, you must teach this scoundrel a lesson. Bai Yun replied, You were at fault first. Although he did engage with you, he showed restraint. Bai Ziqian was left speechless, as he believed Bai Yun had called him to the office to support him against Lu Tian, only to hear her defend Lu Tian instead. Little did he know that Bai Yun initially intended to assist him in confronting Lu Tian but changed her mind after hearing Yang Qiu's advice. Chapter 68. Exorbitant penalty for breach of contract to mitigate the potential adverse effects on her cultivation in the future. Bai Yun chose to court Lu Tian. She had also devised an explanation for her earlier intentions to confront him. Lu Tian, out of respect for your parents, I cannot act against you. My earlier harsh words were merely a test of your courage. You, like your father, possess remarkable fortitude. Oh, Lu Tian nodded. I apologize for misunderstanding you earlier. No harm done, Bai Yun replied. She then turned to Bai Ziqian and said, Ziqian, you may not be aware, but but his parents are good friends of mine. You and Lu Tian have a chance to turn animosity into friendship. Let us shake hands. bed.She seethed internally but complied with Bai Yun's request and shook hands with Lu Tian. Lu Tian, shall we discuss matters in the office? Bai Yun suggested. After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Yun and Lu Tian engaged in casual conversation. Although Bai Yun appeared relaxed, she felt a twinge of awkwardness deep within, considering that she might one day have a relationship with Lu Tian. Meanwhile, Xiang Bing, the general manager of Tianyun Pharmaceuticals, arrived at Zhao Group as per Lu Tian's instructions. The Zhao family had always believed that Tianyun Pharmaceuticals was backed by the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Previously, the Zhao family had aimed to take over Su Yunrou's cosmetics company and transform it into a pharmaceutical enterprise to partner with Tianyun Pharmaceuticals and connect with the Tianqing Chamber. However, their plans were thwarted by Lu Tian's intervention. When Xiang Bing proactively visited, Zhao Zhenming, the chairman of Zhao Group, was taken aback and graciously invited her to the reception room. I am here to discuss a collaboration. Tianyun Pharmaceuticals intends to order your company's recently launched shower gel. As she spoke, Xiang Bing handed over the order form. Zhao Zhenming glanced at the order and was secretly thrilled. The total amount of this order was 50 million. It is an honor to collaborate with Tianyun Pharmaceuticals. I have prepared the contract. Please review it, Zhao Zong. If there are no objections, let us proceed with the signing. Zhao Zhenming carefully examined the contract, but two clauses left him somewhat displeased. One stipulated that their company must deliver the goods in full within 2 days. Although their production capacity could meet this requirement, it would necessitate swift preparation of materials. The other clause stated that if their company violated any part of the contract, they would pay a penalty tenfold the order amount. Despite his dissatisfaction with these terms, Zhao Zhenming was eager to connect with the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce and quickly signed the contract without hesitation. After finalizing the contract, Xiang Bing did not linger. Once outside the office building, she made a phone call. Hello, Manager Chun. I have finalized the arrangements here. The next steps are in your hands. Zhao Zhenming was immensely pleased at the prospect of the Zhao family connecting with the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. He immediately called Zhao Jinxiong and asked him to come over. The production and management of this purely herbal shower gel was overseen by Zhao Jinxiong's pharmaceutical subsidiary. Calling Zhao Jinxiong was to hand over the contract and urge him to expedite its execution. Take a look at this contract. As soon as Zhao Jinxiong arrived, Zhao Zhenming eagerly presented the contract to him. Are we collaborating with Tianyun Pharmaceuticals? Zhao Jinxiong exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement upon reviewing the contract. Zhao Zhenming nodded. We have finally achieved our goal. Collaborating with Tianyun Pharmaceuticals also connects us with the Tianqing Chamber. We must cherish this opportunity. Review the contract terms thoroughly. They require full delivery within 2 days. You are responsible for this matter. Do not allow any oversights, or we will face a tenfold penalty. Zhao Jinxiong confidently replied, Leave it to me. As long as we prepare sufficient raw materials promptly, we can fulfill the order within 2 days. I will arrange for the procurement of materials immediately. Zhao Jinxiong promptly contacted the head of the procurement department to expedite the material acquisition process. What did you say? Miaoyao Hall refuses to sell us Qingmai Dan? Zhao Jinxiong exclaimed, and Zhao Zhenming was equally startled. How could this happen? Why would they refuse to sell Qingmai Dan to us? I am not sure. They simply stated they would not part with it. Although Qingmai Dan originated from Miaoyao Hall, some companies did purchase it from there. Find a way to contact those companies and see if we can procure Qingmai Dan from them. I have already contacted several companies, and they informed me that Miaoyao Hall has given them instructions not to sell Qingmai Dan to our Zhao family. How could this happen? The formula for their shower gel includes Qingmai Dan as one of its primary ingredients, and there is no substitute for it. If they cannot procure enough Qingmai Dan, they will be unable to continue producing this shower gel, and they will fail to deliver on time. According to the contract stipulations, if they breach the agreement, they must pay a penalty 10 times the order amount. The total order value is 50 million, which means they would owe 500 million in penalties. The Zhao family's total assets are substantial, in the tens of billions. However, their liquid funds do not exceed 10 billion. If they were to pay 500 million in penalties all at once, the company would face a liquidity crisis and even risk a breakdown of its financial chain. Provide me with the phone number of the head of the sales department at Miaoyao Hall. I will inquire personally. Upon acquiring the contact details, Zhao Jinxiong directly called the sales department. Hello, is this manager's son from the sales department of Miaoyao Hall? Yes, who is this? I am Zhao Jinxiong, the head of the pharmaceutical division of the Zhao Group. Please tell me honestly, why have you ceased supplying Qingmai Dan to our company? Do you not regard the Zhao family? Are you questioning me? What if I am? No matter how impressive Miaoyao Hall is, you are merely an employee. Do you think I would take you seriously? That does not concern me. Regardless of what you say, our company will not supply you with goods. This is not my decision, but our boss's decree. Your boss said that? Give me your boss's phone number. I wish to speak with him. No need. Our boss has instructed me to relay his exact words to you. If that scoundrel Zhao Jinxiong asks for my phone number, let him roll as far away as possible. You. How dare you insult me? I am not insulting you. I am merely conveying our boss's words. His exact words were, if that scoundrel Zhao Jinxiong. Zhao Jinxiong, infuriated, shattered his phone against the ground. Chapter 69. Finish the call first. He didn't say why. I didn't have the chance to ask. Zhao Jinxiong nodded, picked up his phone only to find it broken. He then borrowed Zhao Zhenming's phone to make another call. Hello, manager son. Could you please tell me why your boss has stopped supplying us? Once more, Zhao Jinxiong lost his temper, throwing the phone down in frustration. Why are you throwing my phone? Zhao Zhenming roared, slapping him on the face. He retrieved his phone only to discover it too had been damaged. Gradually calming down, Zhao Jinxiong and Zhao Zhenming pondered whether they had offended Miaoyao Hall, leading to the cessation of supplies. After careful consideration, they both concluded that they had indeed not offended them. Thus, they contacted Zhao Jinxiao, Zhao Yusong, and Zhao Yuxuan to inquire if they had any grievances with Miaoyao Hall. So, how were they making calls when their phones were broken? The answer was simple. There was a landline in the office. Even without a phone in the office, they could borrow an employee's mobile device. After receiving the call and understanding the situation, Zhao Jinxiao and the others confirmed that they had no interactions with Miaoyao Hall and could not have offended them. They also came to Zhao Zhenming's office to brainstorm solutions to the issue. Since we have not offended Miaoyao Hall, why have they cut off our supplies? Zhao Zhenming exclaimed furiously. I have a theory. Zhao Yuxuan interjected. You all know that Lu Tian lacks competence but often stirs up trouble. I suspect he may have offended Miaoyao Hall, dragging us into this mess. This statement was met with agreement from Zhao Zhenming and the others. It must be him. Zhao Jinxiong gritted his teeth. Since he allied with Su Yunrou, he not only ruined my relationship with Yunrou but has continually brought trouble to our Zhao family. Zhao Jinxiao asserted. We cannot let him off this time. Zhao Zhenming nodded, however. Before we deal with him, he must apologize to Miaoyao Hall and seek their forgiveness to restore our supply. Zhao Jinxiao added. He is likely at Su Yunru's company. We must confront him without delay. Wait, Zhao Jinxiong warned. Lu Tian is skilled in martial arts. If a conflict arises, we will surely suffer losses. He turned to Zhao Yusong. Yusong, you should have connections in the martial arts community. Can you gather some experts to assist us? Zhao Yusong smiled. I have good news that I haven't had the chance to share with you. Our Zhao family is a second-tier affluent family, and I have garnered the support of several disciples from the Martial Alliance. I can summon at least 10 Martial Alliance disciples to aid us. With that, Zhao Jinxiong began making calls, and soon over 10 Martial Alliance disciples arrived at the Zhao group. Zhao Zhenming and the core members of the Zhao family led these disciples to confront Su Yunru's cosmetics company. They stormed into Su Yunru's office, with the Martial Alliance disciples following closely behind. Confused, Su Yunru asked, What is happening? Have I offended you? You haven't offended us, but Lu Tian has. Zhao Jinxiong fumed. Lu Tian has angered Miaoyao Hall, dragging us into this, resulting in the cessation of raw material supplies to the Zhao group. That scoundrel Lu Tian, always causing trouble. Zhao Yuxuan exclaimed. Mom, this time, please do not stop us from teaching him a lesson. Zhao Jinxiao turned to Su Yunru. Where is Lu Tian? Lu Tian has taken a leave of absence. Su Yunru replied. Zhao Jinxiao scoffed. He must have anticipated our visit and hidden away. Who says I am hiding? A voice came from the doorway. The door swung open, revealing Lu Tian. Lu Tian, you need to leave. They are here to cause you trouble. Su Yunru urged urgently. He cannot leave, Zhao Yusong declared coldly, positioning himself and the Martial Alliance disciples at the door. Su Yunrou nervously interjected. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding. There is none. Lu Tian stated firmly. Are you afraid and unwilling to admit it? Zhao Jinxiong asked coldly. This waste only knows how to stir up trouble, yet lacks the ability to bear the consequences. Zhao Yushuan said with a chilling laugh. Zhao Yusong glared at Lu Tian. You must clarify how you offended Miaoyao Hall. If you refuse to explain, we will force you to talk. Lu Tian Dao. Have you come to the conclusion that I have offended the medicine hall, thus causing a disruption in your supply of materials? Zhao Yushuan turned to Zhao Yusong. Cousin, it has now become evident that he has indeed brought trouble upon our Zhao family. It is time to take action and teach him a lesson. This scoundrel deserves to be dealt with harshly. Do not show him any mercy. Zhao Yusong nodded. Lu Tian. I am aware of your impressive combat skills, which is precisely why I have summoned so many disciples from the Zhongbei Martial Alliance to assist me in dealing with you. Lu Tian was momentarily taken aback. The Zhongbei Martial Alliance? Have you also joined the Zhongbei Martial Alliance? Zhao Jinxiong nodded and then gestured to the disciples beside him, signaling them to take action. Wait, Su Yunrou hurriedly approached Lu Tian. He can explain, but first, I must give him a beating before he does. Just as Zhao Yusong finished speaking, he led over a dozen disciples from the Martial Alliance to charge forward. He knew that in a one-on-one confrontation, he would undoubtedly be no match for Lu Tian. Therefore, prior to arriving here, he had coordinated with these disciples, agreeing that as soon as he made a move, they would follow suit. However, to his astonishment, even with the combined strength of so many Martial Alliance disciples, they still fell short against Lu Tian. A flurry of punches and kicks ensued, and the Martial Alliance disciples were swiftly knocked to the ground. Zhao Yusong was dumbfounded, nervously glancing at Lu Tian, who had just appeared before him. Not only he, but even Zhao Jinming and others were profoundly shocked by Lu Tian's prowess. These were all members of the Zhongbei Martial Alliance, and they had been so easily defeated? The incredulity was not limited to them. Su Yunrou felt the same. She was aware that Lu Tian possessed martial skills, but she had never anticipated that his abilities could be so formidable. Zhao Yusong anxiously stepped back. Brother Lu, let us speak amicably. Lu Tian chuckled. We can have a proper conversation, but it must wait until I have dealt with you first. Chapter 70. An existence they cannot afford to provoke. The crisp sound of a slap resonated as Zhao Yusong was knocked to the ground. Zhao Jinming and the others, initially brimming with aggression, were now rendered speechless by Lu Tian's formidable prowess. Lu Tian cast a cold glance at them and began to recount the events. It was I who instructed Tianyun Pharmaceuticals to engage you in the signing of that contract, which entails a penalty of 500 million. It was also I who directed Miaoyao Hall to cease their supply of Qingmaidan to your company. Had you not usurped Aunt Su's formula, I would not have resorted to such retribution against you. The statement sent shockwaves through the room. However, it was not long before the Zhao family members dismissed his words as mere bravado. In their eyes, Lu Tian possessed nothing more than formidable combat skills. He was deemed incapable of orchestrating actions from Tianyun Pharmaceuticals or Miaoyao Hall. The very thought seemed implausible. I understand that you may find it hard to believe my assertions, but soon enough you shall be convinced. With that, Lu Tian picked up his phone and made a call. You may come in now. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a man and a woman who entered the office. The man was Chun Qingye, the proprietor of Miaoyao Hall, and the woman was Xiang Bing, the general manager of Tianyun Pharmaceuticals. Expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of Zhao Jinming and the others. Lu Tianjin summoned General Manager Chun and General Manager Xiang. General Manager Chun, General Manager Xiang. Zhao Jinming and the others, caught off guard, hastily greeted the two out of courtesy. Lu Tian pulled her to sit on the sofa, suggesting she relax and watch the play for now, promising to explain later. Chun Qingye surveyed Zhao Jinming and the others, inquiring who held the ultimate authority among them. Zhao Jinming cautiously stepped forward, declaring himself the chairman of the Zhao group. And who is the second in command? Chun Qingye pressed on. Zhao Jinhao and Zhao Jinxiong exchanged anxious glances before stepping forward together, visibly tense. Chun Qingye cast a cold glance at them. Suddenly his expression darkened as he raised his hand and slapped each of them across the face. He then turned to Zhao Zhenming, saying, "You are too old, so I will spare you. Let them take your 2 slaps." Zhao Zhenming, anxious, replied, If our Zhao family has offended you in any way, please point it out and we are willing to correct it and apologize." Chen Xingye responded, "You have not offended me, but you have wronged the powerful figure behind our Miaoyao Hall." Xiang Bing interjected, "The powerful figure you have offended is also the one behind our Tianyun Company and the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce." Zhao Zhenming and the others were instantly struck with fear. It turned out that the backing of Miaoyao Hall and that of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce were one and the same. They could not fathom when they had ever offended such a formidable figure. "This must be a misunderstanding," Zhao Zhenming stammered. "Though I do not know who your powerful figure is, I frequently caution the Zhao family not to offend those more powerful than us. They have always heeded my advice and would never dare to offend this esteemed individual. Indeed, this must be a misunderstanding." Zhao Jinxiong and the others hurriedly echoed, "Misunderstanding? You come here to cause trouble for our powerful figure, and you still dare to claim this is a misunderstanding?" The hearts of Zhao Zhenming and the others trembled with shock. They had come seeking trouble with Lu Tian. Could it be that the powerful figure they referred to as Lu Tian? How could that be? The Tianqing Chamber of Commerce held a significant position in the commercial realm of Jiangzhou. Miaoyao Hall was the most powerful pharmacy in the Jiangzhou area. Lu Tian, whom they regarded as merely a practitioner of martial arts with no other notable skills, turned out to be the formidable figure behind the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce and the Miaoyao Hall. Zhao Zhenming found it hard to believe and cautiously inquired, "May I ask, who is this esteemed figure you speak of?" Chen Xingye coldly chuckled, "So you are unaware of his identity. No wonder you dared to offend him. Now, allow me to reveal his true self. It is none other than Lu Tian. Yes, the very Lu Tian who is currently seated on that sofa in this office, watching you all like a farce." Buzz. Although Zhao Zhenming and the others had suspected that this magnate might indeed be Lu Tian, the confirmation left their minds reeling with disbelief. Ever since Lu Tian had allied himself with Su Yunrou and intersected with the Zhao family, they had consistently looked down upon him. This time they had come specifically to confront him, still dismissive of his capabilities. Now, they realized that Lu Tian had always been an entity beyond their reach. Not to mention Lu Tian himself, even the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce and the Miaoyao Hall under his command, if one were to single them out, possessed strength that could easily suppress theirs. They were certain that while they had been flaunting their arrogance and deriding Lu Tian, he must have been secretly mocking them as fools. "Mr. Lu, we acknowledge our mistakes. We earnestly beseech your forgiveness." Zhao Zhenming hastily apologized to Lu Tian in a bid to plead for mercy. He then turned to the stunned Zhao Jinxiong and the others, urging, "Don't just stand there in shock. Quickly apologize to Mr. Lu." The members of the Zhao family, including Zhao Yuxuan, felt as though they had been dealt an invisible slap to the face, their cheeks burning with embarrassment. Yet, they had no choice but to follow suit, exclaiming, "Mr. Lu, we are truly sorry." Su Yunrou was taken aback by the unfolding scene, taking a while to regain her composure as she looked at Lu Tian with a complex expression. It dawned on her that he had been concealing his true abilities all along. No, in truth, he had never hidden his capabilities from me. It was I who had persistently doubted him, believing he had merely been boasting. Lu Tian gazed at Zhao Zhenming and the others, inquiring whether they wished to procure the Qingmai Dan. Zhao Zhenming and the others nodded vigorously. The matter was crucial to the future of the Zhao group, and they were eager to acquire the Qingmai Dan. Lu Tian Dao, "I have instructed Boss Chun to sell the Qingmai Dan to Aunt Su first, who will then sell it to you at 10 times the price. Do you have any objections?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhenming and the others were utterly devastated. If they were to purchase the Qingmai Dan at 10 times the price, the production costs for their body wash would skyrocket, ultimately exceeding the retail price. Consequently, their recently signed order worth 50 million would undoubtedly result in catastrophic losses. Although the order amount is 50 million, under the circumstances of acquiring Qingmai Dan at 10 times the price, their production costs would surpass 350 million. Thus, they would incur losses of at least 300 million. This is, however, more favorable than the 500 million penalty for breach of contract. Furthermore, there is a distinction. In the case of penalty payment, the money would benefit Tianyun Pharmaceuticals, whereas purchasing Qingmaidan at 10 times the price would enrich Su Yunrou. Chapter 71. Expulsion from the Martial Alliance. Mr. Lu, could we possibly negotiate a lower price for the Qingmaidan? Zhao Jinming inquired cautiously. Absolutely not. Lu Tian replied resolutely. Zhao Jinxiong took over the conversation. We understand, Mr. Lu, that you are punishing us. In light of Yunrou considering President Su's position, please show us leniency and set a lower price. Lu Tian coldly chuckled. Your Zhao family has previously bullied Aunt Su quite a bit. Do you still have the audacity to say that I should consider Aunt Su's feelings? He then surveyed Zhao Jinming and the others, declaring, I'm offering 10 times the price. If you refuse to buy, then be gone. Should you dare to haggle further, I will raise the price. Please, no. Zhao Jinming and his companions hurriedly exclaimed. We are willing to purchase at 10 times the price. In weighing the two detrimental options, it was evident that incurring a loss of 300 million was far more palatable than paying a 500 million breach of contract penalty. Furthermore, Lu Tian asserted sternly, once you have completed the production of this batch of shower gel, you shall return the formula to Aunt Su. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. Zhao Jinming and his associates nodded repeatedly, not daring to further exploit the formula. The previous suppression and schemes against Su Yunrou had left her feeling immensely exhilarated. Subsequently, Lu Tian calculated the quantity of Qingmaidan required for the production of this batch of shower gel. Following this, Chen Qingye signed a purchase contract for the Qingmaidan with Su Yunrou based on that quantity. Afterward, Su Yunrou signed a sales contract for this batch of Qingmaidan with the Zhao family at 10 times the price. Xiang Bing and Chen Qingye completed the tasks assigned by Lu Tian, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then departed the company. Zhao Jinming and his companions, dejected, signed the contract that mandated their financial loss and prepared to leave. However, just as they reached the doorway, an individual entered the office, obstructing their path. The newcomer was an elderly man of around 60 years, the assistant to Baiyun Yangqiu. Zhao Yusong was initially startled, but then approached respectfully along with the members of the Martial Alliance who had accompanied him. You scoundrel! Yangqiu bellowed angrily, and with a swift motion, he slapped Zhao Yusong across the face. Despite his age, Yangqiu was a master of internal strength, and his blow sent Zhao Yusong tumbling. I have heard you gathered a group of Martial Alliance disciples to cause trouble here. You are tarnishing the reputation of the Martial Alliance. Do you think, because you consider yourself a scion of a prominent family, we will let you off the hook? Yangqiu glared at Zhao Yusong, reprimanding him sternly. I apologize. I promise not to do this again. Master Yang, please spare me this time. Zhao Yusong pleaded as he struggled to rise, bowing his head in desperation. The Martial Alliance disciples he had called upon also joined in the pleas for mercy. Yangqiu replied coldly, you have been expelled from the Zhongbei Martial Alliance. Henceforth, in any martial arts industry related to Zhongbei, there will be no place for you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yusong and his companions turned ashen. Is that Master Yang? Su Yunrou suddenly interjected. Yangqiu paused. Turning to her, you are Su Yunrou, a friend of Madame Bai? Indeed. It has been many years since I last met Madame Bai. I recall you were her assistant back then. I am still her assistant. Are you the owner of this company now? Yes. No, the matter has been resolved. Yangqiu glanced at Zhao Yusong and the others. Get out. Zhao Yusong and the Martial Alliance disciples left the company in shame. Zhao Jinming and his associates, once again frightened, were astonished to realize that Su Yunrou knew Madame Bai and that their relationship might be quite amicable. They dared not linger any longer and left alongside Zhao Yusong. Yangqiu turned his attention to Su Yunrou, then his expression froze. Only then did he notice that the young man accompanying Su Yunrou was none other than Lu Tian, who had recently visited their Martial Alliance. Ah, Mr. Lu. Yangqiu said politely, I did not recognize you earlier. I thought you were President Su's assistant. Lu Tian smiled and said, in fact, I am merely Mr. Su's assistant. Su Yunrou picked up the conversation. Do you two know each other? Yangqiu responded. Not long ago, Mr. Lu visited the Martial Alliance to discuss matters with Madame Bai, and that is when I became acquainted with him. Chen Qingye from the Miracle Pharmacy and Manager Xiang from Tianyun Pharmaceuticals must have come to our aid out of respect for Madame Bai. You sought out Madame Bai, didn't you? to request her assistance in this matter? This statement left Lu Tian utterly speechless. In the past, whenever Lu Tian displayed remarkable talent, Yunrou would, due to various misunderstandings, assume that his achievements were not solely attributable to his own abilities. To her surprise, she found herself misjudging him once again. At that moment, Yunrou turned to Yang Qiu and asked, "Master Yang, are you aware of the situation?" Yang Qiu chuckled and shook his head. "I am not privy to the details of the conversation between Mr. Lu and Madame Bai. However, it is evident that Madame Bai holds Mr. Lu in high regard. Should he have any requests, she would likely be inclined to assist him." Lu Tian felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Yang Qiu's words only reinforced Yunrou's belief that Bai Yun was aiding them, yet Lu Tian found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Even if he were to summon Xiang Bing and Qian Qingye to clarify matters, Yunrou would suspect they had conspired beforehand to put on an act before her. Though he was not fond of drawing attention to himself, he felt a responsibility towards Yunrou and thus was quite concerned about her perception of him. "Well, I came here merely to deal with the scoundrels of the Martial Alliance. My task is complete, so I shall take my leave," Yang Qiu said politely, bidding them farewell before departing. The office was left with only Lu Tian and Yunrou. She smiled gently, looking at Lu Tian. "Your acting is quite impressive. When you portrayed the formidable figure behind the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce and the Miaoyao Hall, you exuded such charisma. Why the sulking? Is it because I uncovered your pretense of being a big shot? Think what you will. Regardless of how much I explain, you will only believe what you wish to believe," Lu Tian retorted. "It matters not. I bear no ill will toward your actions. Even if you relied on Bai Yun's assistance, your own efforts cannot be overlooked." With that, Yunrou approached him, giving a gentle pat on his shoulder, preparing to take a seat beside him. Just as she settled down, Lu Tian wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her onto his lap. Chapter 72. Quite thrilling, Yunrou gasped in surprise, casting a reproachful glance at Lu Tian. "This is the office. Please refrain from such behavior." "I wish to do so, especially since you persist in misunderstanding me," he replied. "When have I ever misunderstood you?" "This time, you have. Lu Tian, you aren't still pretending to be a big shot, are you? Don't get too caught up in your role." Yunrou's tone carried a playful undertone, as she sought to lighten the atmosphere. However, unbeknownst to her, Lu Tian, feeling further misunderstood, grew even more displeased. Noticing his sour expression, Yunrou realized her words might have inadvertently embarrassed him. In her eyes, Lu Tian relished being in the spotlight. Otherwise, she wouldn't perceive him as someone who enjoyed boasting. "Please, do not be upset. In truth, you have demonstrated a commendable level of skill this time." Yunrou consoled him. "Of course I possess strength, particularly in this regard." Lu Tian gently laid her down on the sofa, his hands upon her body becoming increasingly audacious. Yunrou had tacitly accepted this romantic entanglement with him, and under his fervent advances, she soon found herself captivated. Blushing, she said, "Please, draw the curtains." Lu Tian immediately rose to draw the curtains. Yunrou approached the door and locked it from the inside. "We should go." "Ah!" Yunrou intended to say to the break room, but before she could finish, Lu Tian pressed her down onto the desk. After leaving the cosmetics company, Yang Qiu called Bai Yun. He first mentioned expelling those traitors from the Martial Alliance, then brought up his encounter with Yunrou and Lu Tian at the company. Yunrou and Lu Tian. At the same company? Indeed. Yunrou is the owner of that company, and Lu Tian stated that he serves as her assistant. "I see. Please have someone investigate Yunrou's phone number for me." Yunrou is renowned in Jiangzhou as a business beauty and a prominent figure in the corporate world. Her phone number is not a secret. Shortly thereafter, Yang Qiu obtained her number and relayed it to Bai Yun. Bai Yun dialed Yunrou's phone. "Hello, Yunrou. Can you guess who I am?" "You are Mrs. Bai?" "Yes, it's me. You are too polite. Just call me Bai Yun. I remember we are the same age, but you are 2 months older than I am. So how about I call you Sister Bai? All right. I heard from my subordinates that you are the owner of Yunrou Cosmetics. When I have time, I will come to visit you." "Ah, no problem. You are always welcome. Are you exercising? Why do you sound so out of breath?" Yes, I am. I had some spare time today, so I did some simple exercises in the office, like push-ups. Well then, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll visit when I have time. After hanging up, Bayun sat quietly for a moment, then thought to herself, since I have nothing to do now, I might as well go see her. She glanced at the time and mused. It's almost noon. I'll visit her shortly, and we can have lunch together. The location is the Zhao group. I never expected Lu Tian to be so capable. He had purposely concealed his abilities before us, waiting to see us make fools of ourselves. Zhao Yuxuan exclaimed angrily. What abilities does he possess? Zhao Jinxiong scoffed. Can't you see that Mrs. Bai is assisting him? Zhao Jinhao chimed in. During that encounter when the so-called Master Yang expelled Yusong and the others from the Martial Alliance, Su Yunrou exchanged a few words with him. From their conversation, it is evident that Su Yunrou knows Bayun, and their relationship might be quite amicable. Zhao Jinming nodded. So this matter must be part of Bayun's scheme. She is assisting Su Yunrou against us, while Lu Tian merely seized an opportunity to showcase himself. So that's how it is. Zhao Yuxuan finally understood. Her face was filled with anger. Lu Tian, that good-for-nothing, is truly fortunate to have someone aiding him every time he pretends to be impressive. Zhao Jinhao gritted his teeth. With Su Yunrou having Bayun as her backing, does that mean our Zhao family will have to heed her whims? If we do not provoke her, she might not make things difficult for us. However, due to her involvement, we have suffered significant losses this time. I do not wish to let this go. Zhao Jinxiong sighed, but as you said, she has Bayun supporting her. We cannot afford to offend her. Zhao Jinming's expression darkened. For now, we must concede. Until we find a more powerful ally, we must not antagonize her further. We already have a new ally, and this ally is even more formidable than Bayun. Zhao Yusong continued. Not long after we were expelled from the Martial Alliance, other martial forces sought to recruit us. Other martial forces? Zhao Jinming inquired, puzzled. Zhao Yusong nodded. A martial leader from the provincial capital, Chao Yuanfeng, has established a new martial faction called the Yuanfeng Society. The Yuanfeng Society is actively poaching members from the Zhongbei Martial Alliance, and due to their generous offers, many disciples have already left the Zhongbei Martial Alliance to join them. Those with substantial backgrounds will be given prominent roles in the Yuanfeng Society. With our Zhao family's wealth, joining the Yuanfeng Society will undoubtedly lead to significant opportunities. Even though Bayun is in charge of the Martial Alliance, the martial force led by Chao Yuanfeng has already surpassed hers. Even if her Bai family is one of the 3 prominent families in Zhongbei, Chao Yuanfeng would not regard her highly. Once I officially join Chao Yuanfeng's Yuanfeng Society, we will have the strength to settle scores with Bayun, and at that time, we can conveniently deal with Lu Tian as well. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinming and the others' eyes brightened, urging Zhao Yusong to join the Yuanfeng Society promptly. Yunrou Cosmetics Company, Su Yunrou's office. Lu Tian and Su Yunrou had moved from the table to the sofa. After an hour of effort, they had just completed their task. Lu Tian sat on the sofa, while Su Yunrou, breathless, leaned against his shoulder. Gradually regaining her composure, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her at the thought of their earlier encounter in the office. Simultaneously, she experienced a sensation that made it difficult for her to face him. An exhilarating thrill. You scoundrel! How dare you behave this way in the office? You still have the audacity to criticize me? Just moments ago on the sofa, you were clearly enjoying yourself and taking the lead, uttering rather provocative words. You! Be quiet. Su Yunrou's cheeks flushed crimson as she pinched his shoulder. At that moment, her phone, resting on the desk, rang. I need to take this call. She rose and approached her desk, momentarily taken aback by the caller ID before promptly answering. Hello, Bai Jie. You're here? Great. I'll notify the security at the entrance to let you in. After hanging up, Su Yunrou turned to Lu Tian with an expression of urgency. Bayun has come to the company to see me. Hurry and get dressed. We need to tidy up the office. The two hastily donned their clothes, and Su Yunrou took out a small mirror to arrange her hair. Subsequently, she tidied her desk. Lu Tian was not idle either. He smoothed the sofa and drew back the curtains. A knock resounded at the door, followed by Yun's voice calling out, Yunrou, it's me. Come in. Su Yunrou replied. However, as soon as she uttered those words, a shiver ran down her spine as she realized the predicament. Oh no. The door was still locked. If the other party discovered she was inside the room with Lu Tian, they might easily surmise what had transpired between them. Chapter 73. An awkward situation exposed standing outside the door. Yun twisted the doorknob, but the door remained steadfastly shut. The door is locked? Yunrou quickly concocted an explanation. I have a break room in my office, and I just took a nap in there. I locked the door to avoid being disturbed. Then, she quietly urged Lu Tian, you should hide in the break room for now. Lu Tian nodded, stepping lightly into the lounge and gently closing the door behind him. Sister Bai, please hold on a moment. I will open the door shortly. Yunrou glanced once more at the office, ensuring everything was in order before hastening to the entrance and opening the door. Yun walked into the office. The two ladies bore some resemblance in stature, both voluptuous and fiery in nature. Their temperaments were also somewhat similar, blending maturity and dignity with an air of cold elegance. However, Yun appeared somewhat more aloof, while Yunrou exuded a gentler demeanor. They sat side by side on the sofa. Yunrou felt a twinge of embarrassment, as Yun had taken the very spot where she had recently shared an intimate moment with Lu Tian. Yunrou, it has been nearly a decade since we last met, has it not? Yun inquired. Indeed, Yunrou replied. Sister Bai, you look unchanged from a decade ago, perhaps even more radiant. Not as much as you. You appear vibrant and flourishing. Yunrou understood that her improved complexion was a result of her relationship with Lu Tian. The rosy glow on her cheeks was largely due to the lingering effects of their passionate encounters. Flattered by the compliment, she felt a hint of awkwardness. By the way, I heard from Master Yang that Lu Tian is also working at your company. Yes, indeed. Why not invite him to join us for a chat? Yunrou's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively glanced toward the lounge. This gesture did not escape Yun's notice. A playful smirk graced Yun's lips. Yunrou, you are hiding something from me. Startled, Yunrou stammered. I have not concealed anything from you. Oh, come now, do not deny it. I have already pieced it together. First, I can smell the scent of saliva on you. Surely, you did not apply it yourself? Second, the spot I occupy is still warm, indicating someone was here not long ago. You might argue it was me who sat here, but that contradicts your earlier claim of resting in the lounge. Thus, I deduce that you were engaged in some activity with a man here. Third, when I inquired about Lu Tian's whereabouts, you nervously glanced toward the lounge. If I am not mistaken, Lu Tian is inside. He must have been unable to leave before my arrival, thus hiding in the lounge. You likely did not have the chance to lock the door, so you fabricated a story about needing privacy to rest. It seems that the one with whom you shared this clandestine moment is indeed Lu Tian. As Yun recounted the events, Yunrou's expression shifted from shock to embarrassment. The revelation of her secret left her feeling both anxious and flushed, her face glowing with a deep crimson. Yun chuckled softly, glancing toward the entrance of the lounge. Lu Tian, I know you are in there. Come out. Lu Tian opened the door and entered the office. Bai is truly remarkable. She could deduce this. Yunrou, already feeling immensely embarrassed, wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Yun gazed at Yunrou with a teasing glint in her eyes. No wonder you look so radiant. Blushing, Yunrou replied, since you've discovered it, there's no need for me to conceal anything. I just hope you won't tell Lu Jie about this. Yun set aside her playful demeanor and spoke earnestly. I can keep your secret, but I believe there's no need for such concern. Even if Lu Jie were to find out, what of it? As long as you both wish to be together, no one has the right to intervene. Should Lu Jie oppose it, I will assist in persuading her. She has always looked after you. I trust she will support your relationship. Lu Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Yun would reprimand the two of them, yet to his surprise, she expressed her support. Unbeknownst to him, Yun's actions were also a means of self-preservation. She remained uncertain whether her cultivation would yield adverse effects, but should such effects arise, she would require a union with a man possessing an exceptionally robust constitution to mitigate them. Such men are exceedingly rare, and fortuitously, Lu Tian was precisely of that caliber. Should that day ever come, Yun might indeed find herself in need of Lu Tian to alleviate her potential afflictions. This realization weighed heavily upon her. Yet learning about the relationship between Su Yunrou and Lu Tian alleviated some of her burden. By supporting Lu Tian and Su Yunrou, she was also endorsing a future possibility for her own connection with him. I do not yet have the courage to let Sister Lu know about this. Please keep our secret for now. Su Yunrou implored earnestly. I understand. Bai Yun nodded. She then turned her gaze to Lu Tian. Yunrou is over 10 years your senior. Do you find yourself attracted to mature women? Indeed, Lu Tian replied candidly. Bai Yun felt a surge of delight, thinking to herself, how wonderful! This will make it much easier for me to seek his assistance in the future. Lu Tian remarked, it's been a long time since you old friends have met. There must be much to discuss. I shall not intrude. With that, Lu Tian exited the office. How embarrassing! Su Yunrou exclaimed. How did you and he come to develop your relationship? Bai Yun inquired, seeking to glean some insight for her own future endeavors. Su Yunrou did not hold back, recounting the journey that led her and Lu Tian to their current state. Then they began to converse about Lu Tian. Yunrou, are you aware that Lu Tian possesses remarkable martial skills? Indeed, I believe that a martial arts master of his caliber is somewhat wasted as your assistant. Bai-Je, since you oversee the martial alliance, do you intend to introduce him there? Yes, I have that intention. When the time comes, I will keep him close and utilize his talents. And how do you plan to do that? Well, I must admit, my understanding of the martial arts realm is somewhat limited. I am curious how you would cultivate him. Naturally, I would provide him with guidance in martial arts and assign him tasks related to combat. That is too perilous. I cannot allow him to accompany you. Rest assured, I do not intend to send him into battle. My plan is for him to assist in training disciples within the martial alliance. I see, but I still believe it would be more suitable for him to develop in the commercial sector alongside me. Yet, his strength lies in martial prowess. How about this? You continue to have him as your assistant, but grant him more freedom to visit me and receive my guidance. Together, we can cultivate him into a well-rounded talent. What do you think? Chapter 74. Inciting hatred after a moment of contemplation, Su Yunrou expressed her agreement with Bai Yun's proposal. She summoned Lu Tian to the office, elucidating Bai Yun's suggestion and inquiring if he would be willing to accept it. Lu Tian immediately expressed his agreement. Bai Yun harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Shadow Gate. According to Lu Tian's conjecture, Bai Yun's arrival in Jiangzhou to consolidate the martial alliance was aimed at amassing strength to confront the Shadow Gate. He too held a grudge against the Shadow Gate, and by fostering closer ties with Bai Yun, he would also enhance his chances of dealing with this formidable adversary. The following morning, Lu Tian received a call from Bai Yun, who requested his presence at the martial alliance. She mentioned that she wanted to introduce him to the esteemed experts of the alliance, hoping that they would extend their support to him in the future. Given Lu Tian's remarkable prowess, he certainly did not require their assistance. By his standards, the so-called experts of the martial alliance were hardly worthy of even being his subordinates. Nonetheless, in pursuit of greater opportunities to confront the Shadow Gate, he was willing to engage with the individuals from the martial alliance. Lu Tian arrived at the martial alliance, courtesy of his connection with Bai Yun. The disciples of the alliance treated him with great respect. After introducing him to everyone, Bai Yun assigned him a task, to accompany Bai Ziqian in delivering invitations. Under the banner of the Zhongbei Martial Alliance, there are over 20 martial arts sections. The content of the invitations is to summon the heads of these sects to attend the Martial Alliance conference scheduled for the following day. Although Bai Yun oversees the alliance, she primarily does so in her capacity as the widow of the former leader, Changmeng. Her position as the head of the Bai family, combined with her prowess in martial arts, earns her a degree of respect among the others. However, she is not the true leader of the Martial Alliance. The purpose of this conference is to select a skilled individual to assume the role of the alliance's leader. Among the 20-plus sects, four stand out as the most powerful, collectively referred to as the four great sects of Zhongbei. Only the leaders of these four sects have attained the realm of Grandmaster, making them the most recognized candidates for the leadership position. The heads of these four sects are Mo Chong of the Tiger Might sect, Du Lang of the Sky Eagle sect, Yu Kaihe of the Fist Shadow sect, and Dong Zhen of the Black Iron sect. The task assigned to Lu Tian and bed.She is merely to deliver the invitations to these 4 sects, after which members of the 4 great sects will distribute the invitations to the other sections. These martial arts sects are spread throughout Jiangbei, with only 3 smaller sects located in Jiangzhou. Fortunately, the cities housing the 4 great sects are not far from Jiangzhou, allowing them to complete the deliveries within a day. Bai Yun handed the invitations to bed.She, saying, "The invitations are here. You and Lu Tian can set off. All right. By the way, have you found any news regarding the Martial Alliance disciples defecting to Chao Yuanfeng?" "Not yet, but I suspect this is merely a rumor spread by Chao Yuanfeng to sow discord within the alliance. We must not let our guard down. Continue to investigate, and notify me immediately if there are any developments." "Understood. Additionally, you must properly introduce Lu Tian to the heads of the 4 great sects, emphasizing that he is a talent I intend to cultivate. This will encourage them to look after him." "Got it." bed.She nodded, took the invitations, and exited the office. As soon as he stepped outside, a fleeting expression of displeasure crossed his face. Not long ago, he had led a group to stir trouble at the Miracle Medicine Hall, only to be taught a lesson by Lu Tian, which left him seething with resentment and seeking an opportunity for revenge. However, Bai Yun's favoritism towards Lu Tian made it difficult for him to find a chance to retaliate. Shortly after leaving the office, bed.She received a phone call from a subordinate. The caller said, "Young Master Bai, we've uncovered new intelligence. There is indeed a sect within the Martial Alliance that has defected to Chao Yuanfeng, and it is one of the 4 great sects." "Which sect?" "The Fist Shadow sect. Their leader, Yu Kaihe, has already met with Chao Yuanfeng in secret." "Yu Kaihe? How audacious of him." "Additionally, there have been numerous Martial Alliance disciples recently defecting to Chao Yuanfeng, and he has assigned Yu Kaihe to lead those traitors." "I understand. I will report this information to my aunt immediately." After hanging up, bed.She prepared to inform Bai Yun of the news. However, after taking a few steps, he paused, a cold smile creeping onto his lips as he thought. Since Yu Kaihe has allied with Chao Yuanfeng, he is now an enemy of the Jiangbei Martial Alliance. Lu Tian and I are just about to deliver the invitations to the 4 great sects. I might as well hold off on reporting this to my aunt and use this traitor, Yu Kaihe, to deal with Lu Tian. He refrained from informing Bai Yun and called for Lu Tian to proceed with the delivery of the invitations. Among the 4 great sects, the Fist Shadow sect is the closest to the Martial Alliance's headquarters. By 4 in the afternoon, they had delivered the invitations to the other 3 sects and were en route to the Fist Shadow sect. Lu Tian was responsible for driving. As they approached the Fist Shadow sect's headquarters, bed.She suddenly announced that he had an upset stomach and needed to quickly find a restroom, requesting that Lu Tian pull over. After Lu Tian parked the car, bed.She exited. Lu Tian nodded and then drove away. bed.She did not go to the restroom. Instead, he found a quiet corner and made a phone call. The location was the reception room of the Quan Ying sect stronghold. The sect leader, Yu Kaihe, was receiving a guest, who happened to be the head of the Lung family, Lung Tai. "Leader Yu, do you have any objections to Mr. Chao's plan?"
No objections.
"I will temporarily relinquish the position of sect leader to you just before the Martial Alliance conference begins, allowing you to compete for the position of alliance leader. Once I secure the alliance leader position, I will return the sect leader title to you. Mr. Ling, are you truly confident in your ability to defeat those competitors and claim the leadership?" "Of course. Mr. Chao will secretly assist me. I find it hard to believe I could lose. Then I'm reassured. Additionally, Mr. Chao recently informed me he is arranging for a group of Martial Alliance disciples to come under your command. Are there any young masters from prominent families among these disciples?" "Yes, there is one named Zhao Yusong, who is the young master of the Zhao family, a second-tier affluent family in Jiangzhou. Then I shall treat such noble offspring favorably, as per Mr. Chao's prior instructions. Indeed, make it clear to the other disciples to be courteous to Zhao Yusong when the time comes." "Understood. It is rather strange, however, why Mr. Chao would extend such preferential treatment to them. With his strength, he need not concern himself with the whims of these young masters. Do not question what is unnecessary. That group of disciples will arrive in about an hour. You may promote Zhao Yusong and manage the others as you see fit." At that moment, Yu Kaihe's phone rang. It was bed.She calling. Hello. Bye. Do you have any instructions? It seems you are already aware. Indeed, this news is true. Chao Yuanfeng is our adversary. Are you assisting him against us? And if I am, since I dare to ally with him, I am unafraid to oppose you. Ha! I only fear you lack the strength. I should inform you that my aunt has dispatched a powerful individual to settle accounts with you. What? She has sent someone to deal with me so quickly? Are you afraid? It is too late. That expert will soon arrive at your stronghold. Prepare to beg for mercy. bed.She hung up, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Upon learning that someone was coming to confront him, Yukaiha was instantly furious. To dare come to my territory to challenge me? They seek death. He relayed what bed.She had just told him to Lu Tian. Shortly thereafter, a subordinate arrived with news. Leader, a representative from the Martial Alliance has come to deliver invitations for the conference. Yukaiha strode towards the door with a fierce demeanor. Wait, Lu Tian called out to him. What is it? Yukaiha asked. Lu Tian gestured for the reporting disciple to leave. Once alone, he said, Bayun must be aware of your strength. Since this expert has been dispatched by Bayun to deal with you, their prowess may very well surpass yours. Upon hearing this, Yukaiha appeared remarkably relaxed. That is of little concern. I have numerous disciples here. If I cannot prevail, I can call upon them for assistance. Such a course would diminish your prestige. If your reputation suffers, it will become more difficult to attract other Martial Alliance disciples to our side. That is indeed a valid point. What do you propose, Mr. Lung? Simple. Feign ignorance and invite him here. At that moment, I shall assist you in dealing with him. A splendid idea. Both of us possess mastery-level strength. We will undoubtedly handle him with ease, and the other disciples will not perceive our advantage in numbers. Yukaiha acquiesced to Lu Tian's suggestion. Before long, a subordinate escorted Lu Tian to the reception room. Once the subordinate exited, Yukaiha promptly closed the door, exchanging dark glances with Lu Tian as they regarded Lu Tian. Ha! You truly have guts to come here alone to confront me. Yukaiha sneered menacingly. Lu Tian was momentarily taken aback. Am I here to deal with you? Who said that? He scoffed. Stop pretending. Just watch how I handle you. As he spoke, Yukaiha cast a glance at Lu Tian, who stood not far away, signaling him to join forces against Lu Tian. Wait, Lu Tian waved his hand. Lu Tian was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. You know my situation so well. Have you investigated me? Of course. Lu Tian replied coldly. You struck one of my family members. How could I possibly let you off the hook? It's just that I've been preoccupied with many matters lately, which is why I haven't sought retribution until now. However, now that our paths have crossed, I will undoubtedly settle this with you. Lu Tian then turned to Yukaiha and remarked, It seems we previously overestimated his capabilities. According to the information I have gathered, it is evident that he is merely the assistant to the owner of Yunrou Cosmetics. If he were truly formidable, he would not be serving as an assistant in such a small enterprise. In my opinion, he indeed came merely to deliver an invitation, not as a pawn sent by Bayun to deal with you. Since Bayun sent someone to extend an invitation, she likely remains unaware of your alliance with Mr. Chao. However, bed.She must already be aware. He surely harbors some grudge against him and is intentionally misleading you, hoping to use you as a means to confront him. Lu Tian possessed a keen ability to discern the nuances of one's demeanor, and at that moment, he realized that bed.She did not appear to be harboring ill intentions. Initially, he surmised that bed.She's absence was a deliberate ploy to covertly incite Yukaiha against him. Given his own formidable capabilities, he felt little cause for concern and proceeded as usual to fulfill the task entrusted to him by Aunt Bai of delivering invitations. It was only after hearing Lu Tian's assertions that he came to understand the treachery of Yukaiha. bed.She was not orchestrating Yukaiha's actions, but rather manipulating the situation to turn Yukaiha against him through subterfuge. Lu Tian's remarks also led Yukaiha to underestimate Lu Tian, dismissing him as anything but a formidable opponent. With a disdainful glance towards Lu Tian, he turned to Lu Tian and declared, Since he is so easily dealt with, I shall handle him alone. No. Lu Tian interjected. He attacked members of the Lung family. I shall be the one to deal with him. Lu Tian gazed at Lu Tian, inquiring, What are your intentions? A sinister smile crept upon Lung Tai's lips, his eyes flashing with a hint of murderous intent. What do I intend? I shall take your life. This is the price you pay for provoking the Lung family. I shall also seize this opportunity to instill fear in the Zhongbei martial alliance. Then I shall leave this to you, Master Lung. I will return shortly with others to manage the scene, said Yukaiha as he made his way towards the office door. You need not return later, nor bring anyone with you. Soon, he shall be reduced to mere ashes, and you alone can handle the aftermath. Lu Tian interjected. What did you say? Lung Tai seethed with rage, perceiving the other's words as a complete mockery of him. Without further ado, he channeled his inner strength and charged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Lu Tian's chest. Lu Tian raised his hand with remarkable swiftness, effortlessly seizing his opponent's fist. To the onlookers, it appeared deceptively simple, yet for him it was indeed a trivial task. In that instant, he comprehended that he was no match for Lu Tian. In a moment of desperation, Lung Tai called out to Yukaiha for assistance. Yukaiha, having been momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events, finally regained his composure upon hearing Lung Tai's urgent plea and dashed towards Lu Tian with fervor. Get away! As Lu Tian spoke, he waved his other hand. What appeared to be a casual strike sent Yukaiha flying, crashing against the wall. Both Lung Tai and Yukaiha were engulfed in shock and terror. Despite being masters of their craft, the combined strength of these two formidable warriors was utterly insufficient to withstand Lu Tian's seemingly nonchalant move. Had Lu Tian's prowess ascended to the level of a Grand Master? Even for one of such caliber, this was an extraordinary display. Though they too were martial artists, it was their first encounter with such overwhelming martial prowess. At that moment, Lung Tai suddenly felt an intense searing sensation emanating from the fist that was gripped by the opponent. Ah! Upon closer inspection, he realized that his own fist had turned to ashes. Yet this was not the end. The scorching force began to spread along his arm. Wherever this power spread, too was reduced to ash. Please do not kill me. I beg you, spare my life. Lung Tai trembled as he pleaded for mercy. Lu Tian gazed coldly at him. Cold Tai's entire arm swiftly disintegrated into ash, and then that force spread to envelop his body. Just moments ago, Yukaiha had struggled to rise, but he was now paralyzed by fear, collapsing to the ground. Soon, Cold Tai's entire being was consumed by the power of Zhongyang. Reduced to a mere pile of ashes, Yukaiha, terrified and trembling, knelt on the ground, his forehead slick with cold sweat, pleading for mercy, begging for his life. Lu Tian's prowess has utterly transformed his understanding of martial arts. This strength is truly unparalleled. Is it not? Chapter 76. A Counterplot. Lu Tian pulled a chair and sat down. Before I arrived, what were you discussing with Lung Tai? Yukaiha dared not conceal the truth. Lung Tai conveyed to me Chao Yuanfeng's scheme. This plan entails that I relinquish the position of sect master to Lung Tai before the commencement of the Martial Alliance Conference. At that time, Lung Tai will represent our Fist Shadow sect in the contest for the position of Martial Alliance leader. He asserted that Chao Yuanfeng would assist him in seizing the leadership. He is working for Chao Yuanfeng, and once he becomes the Martial Alliance leader, it will signify that Chao Yuanfeng has gained control over the Martial Alliance. Lu Tiandao inquired, apart from this, does Chao Yuanfeng have any other schemes? Yukaiha responded anxiously, all I am aware of is that he is dispatching individuals to entice the members of the Martial Alliance to pledge their allegiance to him. Perhaps it is a matter of commercial strategy. If members of the Martial Alliance hailing from affluent families were to side with him, they would undoubtedly receive superior treatment. Beyond that, I am at a loss. If I were privy to further details, I would certainly not conceal them. Lu Tiandao, do you feel a pain in your chest? Yukaiha, yes. It is the result of the blow Mr. Lu dealt me. I foolishly overestimated my abilities in attempting to confront you. When I struck, I channeled a surge of energy into the meridian at your chest. In 3 days, that force will surge against your heart, leading to your demise. Upon hearing this, Yukaiha was instantly taken aback, his face paling in disbelief. He certainly did not perceive Lu Tian as one given to idle threats. Lu Tian continued, I can provide you with treatment, provided that you agree to perform tasks for me. Yukaiha nodded repeatedly. I am willing to serve Mr. Lu. I beseech you to spare my life. Lu Tian Dao. You shall continue to feign allegiance to Chao Yuanfeng. Yet your true intention is to assist me in gathering intelligence from his side. Inform me as soon as you acquire any news. Subsequently, Lu Tian imparted his mobile number to the other party. Yu Kaihe diligently noted down the number, nodding repeatedly, I shall certainly comply. Lu Tian handed over the invitation he had brought. Regarding the matter of Lung Tai's demise here, do you intend to conceal it from Chao Yuanfeng? Or will you fabricate an excuse to elucidate the situation? I shall inform him that after departing from this place, he vanished without a trace. Chao Yuanfeng trusts me and is unlikely to harbor any suspicions. Should you heed my counsel, I might spare your life. However, your prior betrayal of the martial alliance and your intent to harm me cannot be overlooked. I shall render your internal energy useless. As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Tian delivered a powerful kick to Yu Kaihe's dantian. Boom! A surge of energy erupted from Yu Kaihe's body. With his dantian rendered ineffective, he could no longer gather internal energy. Thus, he ought to express his gratitude to Lu Tian. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your mercy in sparing my life. Master Yu, you must be aware that, given your current strength, you are no longer qualified to lead the boxing shadow sect. I comprehend this. After the Martial Alliance conference concludes tomorrow, I shall relinquish the position of sect leader. Mr. Lu, do you have a suitable candidate to assume the leadership? For the moment, no. Until then, I shall temporarily oversee the boxing shadow sect myself. Very well. As one of the 4 great sects of Jiangbei, your boxing shadow sect must possess numerous enterprises. Correct? Indeed. Understood. Though Yu Kaihe was reluctant, he had no choice but to acquiesce for the sake of his own life. At that moment, a knock resounded, and a subordinate called from outside. Report, Master. Zhao Yusong and others have arrived. Understood. Have them wait at the entrance. I shall join them shortly, Yu Kaihe replied. Lu Tian was somewhat perplexed. He inquired whether the Zhao Yusong he mentioned referred to the Zhao Yusong from the prominent Zhao family, a second-tier aristocracy in the region. Indeed, Yu Kaihe elaborated. This group of martial artists, including him, has severed ties with the Martial Alliance and pledged allegiance to Chao Yuanfeng. Chao Yuanfeng has entrusted me with the management of these newly allied disciples from the former Martial Alliance. Lu Tian Dao, I have a task for you. Send Zhao Yusong and the others to deal with someone. Who are we targeting? Yu Kaihe inquired, astonished. bed.She. Lu Tian Dao replied, he is a pivotal figure in the Martial Alliance, and if you send someone to teach him a lesson, it will certainly earn you the trust of Chao Yuanfeng. bed.She is plotting against him, and he will not let the matter rest. However, if he were to take action personally, it would be difficult to explain to Bai Yun, so he intends to have Yu Kaihe send someone to take care of it. While feigning a trip to the restroom, bed.She had told Lu Tian Dao he would wait for him by the roadside. Yet, bed.She believed that Lu Tian Dao would undoubtedly suffer greatly at the hands of Yu Kaihe and surmised that he would be unable to come to his aid. Therefore, he should call his subordinates to drive and pick him up. Regardless, bed.She would likely continue to wait at the designated spot for the vehicle. Lu Tian could also surmise these matters. Thus he disclosed the location where bed.She alighted from the vehicle to Yu Kaihe, urging him to send someone to deal with bed.She. However, Yu Kaihe found himself in a predicament. bed.She was the nephew of Lady Bai, and should he harm him, Lady Bai would not let him off easily. Lu Tian smiled and remarked, I have long devised a rationale to explain to Madame Bai, and moreover, should you fail to heed my counsel, I shall not spare you. Yu Kaihe steeled his resolve and nodded firmly. I shall abide by Mr. Lu's instructions. He exited the meeting room and, in accordance with Lu Tian's directives, proceeded to relay commands to Zhao Yusong and the other new disciples. Shortly after Zhao Yusong and his companions set off in response to the orders, Lu Tian also departed from the boxing shadow sect. As anticipated by Lu Tian, bed.She awaited him at the roadside upon his arrival. At that moment, 3 sedan cars halted by the curb. A group of martial artists, including Zhao Yusong, disembarked and charged towards bed.She with an imposing demeanor. bed.She was taken aback, exclaiming, What do you intend to do? Zhao Yusong replied coldly with a smirk, We come on behalf of Master Yu to extend our greetings. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Yusong and his fellow martial artists surged forward, raining blows upon bed.She. Ah, don't hit me. Hell, spare me. Please. Ah. Although bed.She possessed considerable strength, he was unable to withstand the onslaught of over a dozen martial artists, and soon found himself battered and bruised. After a while, another vehicle came to a stop at the roadside. The door swung open, and out stepped none other than Lu Tian. Lu Tian smiled and walked towards them. Just as Zhao Yusong was engrossed in his game, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. He then saw a fist hurtling towards his face. Bang! A howl erupted. Zhao Yusong was sent sprawling to the ground, and at that moment, he realized that it was Lu Tian who had struck him. You bunch of bastards. How dare you lay a hand on someone from the Zhongbei Martial Alliance? Lu Tian feigned indignation, though inwardly he was amused. His expression of rage appeared somewhat contrived. With swift strides, he advanced, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that left Zhao Yusong's companions incapacitated. Bang! He delivered a decisive kick that sent Zhao Yusong tumbling into the nearby thicket. Consumed by anger, Zhao Yusong recognized his own inadequacy against Lu Tian and lacked even the courage to utter threats. Bai Shao, are you alright? Lu Tian helped bed.She to his feet and feigned concern as he spoke. bed.She was taken aback upon seeing his adversary appear unscathed. What on earth was happening? He had called upon Yukaiha to deal with Lu Tian, yet here stood Lu Tian unharmed while he himself had been left battered and bruised by Yukaiha's men. Chapter 77. Returning to the residence before long, bed.She sensed that something was amiss. Prior to the skirmish, those martial artists had claimed they were sent by Yukaiha. This led him to ponder how either Yukaiha or these warriors had managed to locate him. A singular possibility emerged in his mind. Lu Tian must have divulged his whereabouts to Yukaiha, intending to have him dispatched to confront bed.She. As for why Lu Tian remained unscathed, bed.She surmised that Yukaiha had recognized Lu Tian as merely a messenger, not worthy of engagement. This realization filled bed.She with indignation. However, he was no match for Lu Tian and dared not openly display his animosity. "Ziqian, what happened to your face? Who struck you?" Bayun inquired, alarmed. "It was Yukaiha's men who attacked me," bed.She retorted angrily. "It was only after I was assaulted that I received the news. Yukaiha has betrayed the martial alliance and allied himself with Chao Yuanfeng." Bayun gasped in astonishment. "Are you certain?" bed.She nodded. "I was feeling ill and had to make a stop at the restroom halfway through. I let Lu Tian deliver the invitation alone. Shortly afterward, I was ambushed." He then pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Tian. "He must have deliberately revealed my location to Yukaiha, which indicates his betrayal of the martial alliance as well." Bayun turned her gaze toward Lu Tian. "Do you have anything to explain?" Lu Tian Dao. "Indeed, it was I who disclosed my position to Yukaiha, yet I did not betray the martial alliance." bed.She, filled with rage, retorted, "As a member of the martial alliance, you have set him upon me. Is this not a betrayal?" At this juncture, he turned to Bayun and, "The matter has become abundantly clear. He is a traitor to the martial alliance." Bayun, her expression grave, directed her gaze at Lu Tian Dao. "You must provide me with a reasonable explanation." Upon hearing the content of the recording, bed.She's countenance shifted dramatically. It was precisely what he had conveyed to Yukaiha during their prior conversation, aimed at sowing discord between Lu Tian Dao and Yukaiha. Firstly, he had learned of Yukaiha's betrayal of the martial alliance, aligning himself with Chao Yuanfeng. Secondly, Bayun had dispatched a skilled individual to confront Yukaiha. "I instructed you to inform me immediately upon discovering such news, yet you failed to do so. Moreover, you claimed that I sent someone to deal with Yukaiha. What was the intent behind your words to him?" At that moment, I had no inkling of his betrayal, so how could I possibly send someone after him? Unable to conjure a justification, bed.She lowered his head in silence. At this point, Bayun raised her hand and struck bed.She across the face. "Is this not the case?" With the situation having reached this juncture, bed.She found himself bereft of any defense. Realizing it would be wiser to admit his fault and seek forgiveness, "Yes, I acknowledge my mistake." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he glared at Lu Tian Dao. "You have yet to explain why you divulged my location to Yukaiha, thereby granting him the opportunity to target me." Lu Tian Dao. "In truth, under my persuasion, Yukaiha has chosen to abandon the darkness and return to our side. Had he claimed that he intimidated Uchiha by sheer strength, Bai Yun would surely have disbelieved him and misjudged his intentions. Thus, he framed it as a matter of persuasion. He continued addressing Bai Ziqian. I intend for him to feign continued allegiance to Chao Yuanfeng to aid us in gathering intelligence from that quarter. My suggestion for him to confront you is aimed at earning Chao Yuanfeng's trust, thereby facilitating his investigation into the latter's movements. Bai Ziqian retorted with indignation. Humph! I suspect you merely seek to exact revenge upon me. Furthermore, I refuse to believe that Chao Yuanfeng would heed your counsel. He then turned to Bai Yun. Aunt, you must not take his word at face value. He has betrayed our trust by revealing my whereabouts to the treacherous Uchiha, thereby demonstrating his disloyalty to the martial alliance. You must hold him accountable. I believe him, Bai Yun asserted. Bai Ziqian was taken aback. Why do you place your faith in him? Upon finishing her words, she cast a frigid glance at Bai Ziqian. Do you have any further excuses to offer? Bai Ziqian lowered his head, rendered speechless. Bai Yun seethed. You prioritize your personal grievances over the safety of the entire martial alliance, delaying the reporting of crucial intelligence. Are you prepared to bear the consequences? My apologies, Bai Ziqian reiterated contritely. You have always acted on your whims, disregarding the greater good. Were you not my nephew, I would have expelled you from the martial alliance and even from the family. Begone. Bai Yun, consumed by fury, struck Bai Ziqian's face with a forceful slap. Bai Ziqian, having failed to implicate Lu Tian, found himself chastised and receiving 2 slaps, nearly beside himself with rage. Yet he dared not utter a word, leaving the office in despondence. Thank you, Aunt Bai, for your trust, Lu Tiandao remarked. However, Bai Yun sighed and replied, Uchiha is a man prone to grandstanding. If my conjecture is correct, he initially feigned allegiance to Chao Yuanfeng to aid the martial alliance in intelligence gathering. This would bolster his prestige within the alliance, furthering his ambition to compete for the position of alliance leader. Regardless, he has contributed to the martial alliance, thus earning some merit. You certainly have a way with words, framing it as though you persuaded him to return to our side. In fact, during my conversation with Yunrou, she mentioned your penchant for boasting, and she urged me to keep a close watch on your troublesome habit. Lu Tian was utterly speechless. He had not anticipated that Aunt Su not only continued to misunderstand him, but had also conveyed this misunderstanding to Aunt Bai. Chapter 78. Bai Yun's visit. Bai Yun paused for a moment, realizing that she was indeed heading to Yunrou's villa. She invited me over for dinner tonight, and I will be staying there for the night. Did she not inform you? Ah, I see. Aunt Su did not mention it to me. Let us go then. It is getting late, and we shouldn't keep Yunrou waiting too long. Lu Tian arrived at Su Yunrou's villa in Bai Yun's car. Is your daughter Yushuan not at home? Bai Yun inquired. Ah, she's out dining with friends every night, and today is no exception. I told her to go out less often, but she simply refuses to listen. Su Yunrou complained, letting out a helpless sigh. She then turned to Lu Tian and said, Lu Tian, your culinary skills are superb. Would you like to showcase your talent to your Aunt Bai? Absolutely, Lu Tian responded, making his way into the kitchen. Bai Yun glanced at Su Yunrou with a hint of amusement, remarking, with him accompanying you at work and catering to your needs in life, your second spring is indeed blossoming beautifully. Su Yunrou instantly flushed. What second spring? Bai Jie, please don't jest. And it's not that I intend to order him around. It's simply because he cooks better than I do. I want to ensure you are well taken care of. Don't be shy. Since you've reached this stage with him, you should embrace it openly. So, does Yushuan remain unaware of your relationship with Lu Tian? Well, I can't bear to let her know. If she discovers I'm with a man close to her age, how awkward would that be? You're overthinking it. There's nothing to evade in such matters. It's easy for you to say. If the tables were turned, would you be able to face it calmly? Of course, I have no children, so I wouldn't bear your concerns. Lu Tian is Lu Jie's son. If Lu Jie finds out, do you think you could face her without hesitation? Absolutely. I would explain everything directly to Lu Jie. You only say that now. When faced with Lu Jie, you might lack the courage. You doubt me? When we meet Lu Jie, you'll what? It is you who has developed this relationship with Lu Tian, not me. What can I do? Bai Yun suddenly realized, having taken the conversation too seriously, that the other party was merely hypothesizing. Is this Yushuan? Bai Yun asked as she looked at Zhao Yushuan, then turned to Su Yunrou. Bai Yun and Su Yunrou were not particularly close, only acquainted through Lu Jie. Previously, Bai Yun had never met Zhao Yushuan, though she had heard Su Yunrou mention her. Yes, this is Yushuan, Su Yunrou said, looking at Zhao Yushuan. Yushuan, this is your Aunt Bai. Aunt Bai? Zhao Yushuan asked. Are you the Bai from one of the three prominent families? That's me, Bai Yun replied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yushuan eagerly approached. Hello, Aunt Bai. I've heard so much about you from my mother. I admire you greatly. You look even younger and more beautiful than I imagined. You certainly flatter me. Even if I maintain myself well, I cannot compare to your mother. That's impossible. You are far more beautiful than my mother. Zhao Yushuan, having inherited the knack for social climbing from Zhao Jinxiong, remained respectful, even flattering Bai Yun, despite her belief that Bai Yun had undermined their family. Unbeknownst to her, her attempts to ingratiate herself did not leave a favorable impression on Bai Yun, who merely smiled perfunctorily in Su Yunrou's presence. Speaking of the young master, Zhao Yushuan's face beamed with pride. I won't keep you in suspense. That young master is none other than Chu Jian, from the Chu family, one of the three great families in Jiangbei. Chu Jian? Bai Yun interjected. If I recall correctly, the Chu family has no enterprises in Jiangzhou. What brings him here? He mentioned that the Chu family intends to expand their business into Jiangzhou, and has entrusted him with this task. He also plans to establish a business organization here, inviting young individuals from prominent local families to join. At this point, Zhao Yushuan turned to Su Yunrou, saying, The young master has already indicated he will invite me to join, and I have accepted. Please do not hinder me. Su Yunrou replied, I'll first need to understand the nature of this business organization before making any decisions. Bai Yun added, Although I have no direct dealings with Chu Jian, I have heard that he is quite cunning and strategic. Yushuan, it would be wise to exercise caution in your dealings with him. I will be careful. Thank you for the warning, Aunt Bai. Having always enjoyed climbing the social ladder, she began contemplating how to win over Chu Jian. The allure of his prestigious background, combined with his handsome appearance and charismatic demeanor, ignited within her a desire to pursue him actively. After Lu Tian prepared the meal, he dined with Su Yunrou and Bai Yun. Zhao Yushuan, having already dined during an outing, felt a strong aversion towards Lu Tian and promptly ascended to the third floor. Following their meal, Su Yunrou escorted Bai Yun to the second floor, where Bai Yun would be spending the night. Although the villa boasted numerous rooms, there were no extra bedding available, prompting Bai Yun to decide to share a room with Su Yunrou. This raised an intriguing question. Why hadn't Su Yunrou procured new bedding for her? Bai Yun believed it was merely a temporary arrangement and that sharing a room sufficed, rendering any expenditure unnecessary. This double bed is quite spacious, Bai Yun remarked upon entering the room. Su Yunrou nodded in agreement. Indeed, even with two people, there remains ample space. With a playful smile, Bai Yun inquired, Have you and Lu Tian ever slept on this very bed? Chapter 79. The misunderstanding deepens. Su Yunrou felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Could you refrain from constantly bringing up my relationship with Lu Tian? Bai Yun chuckled. Just one more question. When Lu Tian stayed here, which side of the bed did he sleep on? I'd like to reserve that spot for you. If I occupy it, it would be rather awkward for both of us. That side. Su Yunrou gestured towards the outer edge of the bed. Bai Yun grinned. So you two have indeed shared this bed. How tiresome. Su Yunrou shot her a glance. Why don't you rest for a moment while I wash some fruit? I plan to take a shower as well. Do you have an extra robe? I would like to wear it afterward. Yes. Let me find one for you. Soon, Su Yunrou retrieved a robe from the wardrobe. At that moment, Bai Yun had already removed all her clothing. Her mature, voluptuous, and alluring figure caught Su Yunrou's eye, compelling her to steal a few glances. Of course, her interest was not in Bai Yun's physique but rather a subconscious comparison to her own. To her surprise, she found their figures quite similar. Bai Yun entered the bathroom within the bedroom to take her shower. Su Yunrou, intending to shower as well, opted for the restroom in the living room since the bedrooms was occupied. The funds for the spirit gathering disc had originally been provided by Yan Shufei, who later received the money back directly from Li Zhengfeng. Thus, this spirit-gathering disc was essentially a windfall for him, and he made quite a profit from it. The disc had the ability to gather spiritual energy, though it required the application of profound techniques to harness its potential. Lu Tian traced a formation with his fingers in the air, and with a casual wave, silver needles descended upon the spirit-gathering disc. Instantly, the disc activated, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. He then placed his hand upon the disc, absorbing the energy it offered. Concurrently, he channeled his true qi, merging it with the spiritual energy, and commenced his cultivation at the foundation establishment stage. The side effect of his Cangyang power required suppression through true qi, which had made him cautious about expending too much energy in his daily practice. However, he felt a sense of reassurance now, for he could manage this through his union with Su Yunrou. Thus, he proceeded to cultivate with confidence, drawing upon his true qi. Despite the drawbacks of his Cangyang power, it enabled him to advance swiftly in his cultivation. According to his estimations, if all went well, he would breach the foundation establishment barrier and elevate his cultivation to a higher realm within 2 months. After a little over 10 minutes, he completed his cultivation, having consumed a significant amount of true qi, and he sensed a tangible increase in his prowess. Just as he prepared to rest, a sudden burning sensation surged in his chest. Alas, the side effects of the Cangyang power had re-emerged. He had presumed that his earlier harmonization with Su Yunrou in the office would mitigate any rapid recurrence of these effects. Yet now, he realized he had overlooked a crucial factor. His recent cultivation had not only enhanced his strength, but had also inadvertently intensified the Cangyang power, amplifying its side effects. Another factor that had slipped his control was his relentless use of the Cangyang power to expedite his progress, inadvertently triggering its side effects. Historically, he had managed such occurrences with ease. However, having reached the foundation establishment stage, he found himself unable to rely on past experiences. This lack of proficiency led to the current episode of Cangyang power spiraling beyond his control. Fortunately, the manifestation of Cangyang power was not overly severe, and with his existing true qi he could suppress it. Nevertheless, he desired a more comfortable approach to resolving this issue, by seeking out Su Yunrou. He temporarily suppressed the surging Cangyang power with his true qi and exited his bedroom, making his way to the second floor. At this hour, Aunt Su should have already retired for the night. Upon reaching the living room on the second floor, he noticed the bathroom light was on, accompanied by the sound of running water, indicating someone was bathing. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Yun was staying with Su Yunrou that evening. Thus, he assumed the occupant of the bathroom was Bai Yun, considering that Su Yunrou's room was equipped with its own bathroom, rendering an external wash unnecessary. At that moment, Bai Yun had just finished her shower, donned the nightgown Su Yunrou had prepared for her, turned off the light and nestled into bed. Just then, a knock resonated at the door, followed by its opening. She mused to herself about Su Yunrou's courtesy in knocking before entering her own room. With the lights dimmed and Bai Yun's figure closely resembling Su Yunrou's, coupled with the comfort of the blanket, Lu Tian failed to discern that the person lying in bed was not Su Yunrou. Lu Tian approached the bedside, removed his shoes, and climbed onto the bed. He then lifted the covers and nestled closely against what he believed to be Su Yunrou. Bai Yun was suddenly taken aback. What was happening? Why was Yunrou embracing her? Could it be that she had a particular inclination? As she stood there in a daze, the arms that held her began to venture beneath her robe. Bai Yun instantly felt a pair of large hands gripping her, sending a jolt through her body that nearly escaped her lips. Soon, she realized that these hands did not belong to Su Yunrou. Hers were not so large. These felt like a man's hands. There was only one man in this villa. That is to say, Lu Tian. She also understood that it must be Lu Tian who had mistaken her for Su Yunrou, which explained his actions. Aunt Su, your figure is truly exquisite. It never fails to captivate me. As Lu Tian spoke, he continued his passionate and gentle advance. Bai Yun gritted her teeth, striving to stifle any sounds that might escape her lips. She wished to conceal from Lu Tian that he was touching her, as revealing this would not only render her embarrassed but might also lead to misunderstandings with Su Yunrou. She had contemplated the possibility of a future development with Lu Tian, believing she could face it with composure. However, The current misunderstanding and the resulting physical contact made her realize that she was not as composed as she had imagined. She pondered how to respond next. Remaining silent was not a viable option, for if this continued, Lu Tian would truly possess her. What should I do? Yun struggled to devise a solution, yet the situation left her utterly at a loss. Chapter 80. The challenge at the door. While Yun sought a resolution, she endeavored to maintain her composure. Yet, the circumstances rendered her utterly unable to remain calm. Lu Tian continued to regard her as Su Yunrou, and his fervent advances only intensified. Under such provocation, Yun found herself unable to contain the fiery sensations coursing through her body and mind. No, she could not allow this to persist any longer. Yet, just as she resolved to take action, hesitation gripped her. In her view, it was highly likely that she would need Lu Tian to progress to that stage in the future. Naturally, this would require Lu Tian's consent. If he were to realize her needs, he would likely be willing to assist her. However, even if Lu Tian was inclined to help, the prospect filled her with embarrassment. Rather than waiting for that moment of discomfort, perhaps it would be better to seize this opportunity to approach him now. Such thoughts left Yun blushing fiercely. Eventually, she devised a strategy that would allow her to subtly distance Lu Tian while alleviating the awkwardness. She feigned a drowsy demeanor and remarked, "I didn't expect Yunrou to be such a restless sleeper. She's even affecting my rest." As she spoke, she gently removed Lu Tian's hand from her body. Lu Tian was suddenly startled, realizing that he had mistaken Yun for Su Yunrou. He cautiously got out of bed, put on his shoes, and quietly exited the room. Yun, who had just experienced his fervent advances, felt an inexplicable void the moment he moved away. Her husband had passed away a decade ago, and since then, she had remained single. The depth of her solitude was undoubtedly greater than that of Su Yunrou before her encounter with Lu Tian. The recent events had made her acutely aware of Lu Tian's powerful physique, igniting a torrent of imagination about what might have transpired had the moment continued. Yun greeted her and then rose from the bed, intending to wash her face to regain composure. Su Yunrou turned on the light, glanced at her, and paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "What are you laughing at? Look at yourself, so disheveled, with your robe's collar undone and your belt loose. Oh, this happened when I turned over in my sleep." She continued to ponder. To prevent any misunderstanding, he surely wouldn't he divulge the earlier incident to Yunrou, would he? I hope he remains silent. Previously, I thought Yunrou's avoidance of the situation with Lu Tian was a sign of weakness. Now I realize I am just as lacking in resolve. After suppressing the surge of emotions, he finally had the leisure to reflect on having confused Yun with Su Yunrou. He was aware that he had made a mistake, and Yun knew he was aware of it as well. One could only wonder what the encounter with Yun would be like the following day. The next morning, Lu Tian, Su Yunrou, and Yun gathered at Su Yunrou's residence to enjoy breakfast together. Zhao Yuxuan had made plans to dine outside with her close friend Lin Mengting and subsequently left. Yun exhibited a remarkable sense of ease, displaying no signs of awkwardness even in the presence of Lu Tian. Lu Tian could not discern whether she was genuinely composed or merely feigning calmness, as if the events of the previous night had never transpired. Perhaps Aunt Bai believed that mentioning the matter would only serve to heighten her own embarrassment, leading her to adopt such a facade of nonchalance. Lu Tian felt considerably relieved. It was quite agreeable for this matter to have passed. After finishing dinner, Lu Tian accompanied Su Yunrou to work. The Martial Alliance conference was scheduled to take place today at 4 in the afternoon, within the confines of the Martial Alliance's headquarters. Lu Tian planned to wait until the afternoon, just before the Martial Alliance conference commenced, to head to the venue. Unless circumstances dictated otherwise, the leaders of over 20 sects, including the 4 major sects, would be in attendance. Each leader was permitted to bring 10 disciples. Many leaders and their disciples had already arrived that morning. An unexpected visitor appeared at the Martial Alliance stronghold, Chao Yuanfeng, who had openly declared himself an enemy of the alliance. Yun, accompanied by her subordinates and a few attending leaders and their disciples, confronted Chao Yuanfeng and his followers in the courtyard. Yu Kaihe, feigning allegiance to Chao Yuanfeng, stood beside him, thus officially masquerading as a traitor in front of the Martial Alliance members. Aside from Bai Yun, Bai Ziqian, and Yang Qiu, the majority of the alliance members were unaware that Yukaiha's betrayal was merely a ruse. Consequently, most members unleashed a torrent of verbal condemnation upon him. Standing beside Chao Yuanfeng was a young man exuding an aura of charm and menace. Gao Han, a former disciple of the Shenmen sect, who had now allied himself with Chao Yuanfeng. Chao Yuanfeng wasted no time, stating, "Madam Bai, I am here to inform you of my intention to participate in your martial alliance conference." Bai Yun retorted coldly, "Only those from our alliance are qualified to join the conference." "I am aware." Chao Yuanfeng grinned. "The Fist Shadow sect is under your alliance, and I have now joined it, replacing Yukaiha as its leader." Chao Yuanfeng had initially planned for Leng Tai to represent Yukaiha at the conference, but Leng Tai had since vanished. According to Yukaiha, after instructing him on a plan during their last meeting at Fist Shadow sect, he had lost contact with him. Trusting Yukaiha, Chao Yuanfeng accepted his account without question. After careful consideration, he decided to personally attend the conference as the leader of the Fist Shadow sect, vying for the position of alliance leader. Should he succeed in claiming this title, it would facilitate his control over the martial alliance. According to the rules of the alliance, I believe I am now qualified to contest for the position of alliance leader, Chao Yuanfeng declared with a smile. Bai Yun recognized his malicious intent. However, if she were to refuse his participation, it would undermine the alliance's regulations and tarnish her reputation. Confident in her ability to manage the situation, she nodded, affirming, "Indeed, you are qualified." She then shifted her tone, adding, "However, you may not possess the necessary strength." Chao Yuanfeng chuckled. "I have come here to demonstrate my prowess in front of so many witnesses. Madam Bai, I challenge you to a duel. Will you accept?" Chapter 81. An unexpected traitor due to Yu Kaiha's prior warning. Bai Yun anticipated Chao Yuanfeng's arrival. She assumed he would merely announce his participation in the conference, but was taken aback when he challenged her at that moment. "Very well. I accept your challenge," Bai Yun responded sharply. In front of so many members, declining the challenge would diminish her authority. Her mission in Jiangzhou was to consolidate control over the alliance, making her presence formidable crucial. Being a Grand Master, she held confidence in her abilities. Without further ado, Chao Yuanfeng lunged, throwing a punch at her. Bai Yun immediately countered, engaging him in a fierce exchange of blows. Bang! The seemingly simple clash of fists was imbued with immense inner strength, unleashing a potent force. Chao Yuanfeng was taken aback, sent hurtling away by her overwhelming power, colliding with several of his subordinates behind him. Bai Yun, however, only staggered back a couple of steps before regaining her composure, her expression remaining unfazed. As Chao Yuanfeng was thrown back, a gasp rippled through the crowd. As martial practitioners, they recognized Chao Yuanfeng's formidable prowess, possessing the strength of a master. Yet Bai Yun had effortlessly bested him with a single strike, leaving them in awe. Until that moment, they had been unaware of her status as a Grand Master. However, witnessing the recent confrontation revealed the truth. It was unequivocal that only a Grand Master could achieve such a feat of overpowering a master in one blow. Bai Yun scoffed, looking at Chao Yuanfeng. "You have demonstrated your strength, which is commendable. Humph! Do not get ahead of yourself. We shall see." Chao Yuanfeng seethed, gritting his teeth. Struggling to his feet, he led his followers away. Observing Bai Yun's remarkable capabilities, the surrounding members of the martial alliance felt a surge of exhilaration. As the de facto leader of the alliance, her strength signified a promising future for them all. "Master Yang, please accompany me to my office. We need to discuss our forthcoming plans." "Of course." Yang Qiu nodded, following Bai Yun to her office. Upon entering, Bai Yun suddenly paused, a spurt of blood escaping her lips. "Madam, what has happened? Did Chao Yuanfeng injure you?" Yang Qiu exclaimed, quickly assisting her to the sofa. "It was not his assault that harmed me. Rather, it is a side effect stemming from my previous attempt to hasten my cultivation," she explained. "During the clash with Chao Yuanfeng, I unleashed an excess of inner power, and due to the instability of my foundation, I could not control it effectively, resulting in a backlash. Under Yang Qiu's guidance, she had utilized her unique skill, the Ice Palm, to break through to the Grand Master level. This backlash had left her feeling a chilling sensation coursing through her body. She relayed these developments to Yang Qiu. Perhaps we should summon Lu Tian to assist you in that manner.
Yang Qiu suggested.
Hearing this, Bai Yun blushed slightly. She waved her hand, saying, "It is not yet at a stage where that is absolutely necessary. The cold energy from the current side effects is manageable. I can expel it using my inner force. What concerns me more is another matter." "Another matter? What do you mean?" Yang Qiu inquired, puzzled. "The backlash has inflicted internal injuries on me. While I can still expel the cold energy, my strength has significantly diminished. Even facing a half-step master, I may not stand a chance. This is troubling. The Martial Alliance Conference is imminent, and with your strength diminished, should Chao Yuanfeng decide to create further chaos, the others may struggle to maintain order. Do not worry. Our knowledge of my injury is confined to us. As long as this information does not leak, Chao Yuanfeng will not learn of my condition. He has witnessed my strength and would surely refrain from causing further disturbances." Bai Yun coughed again, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Just then, the door swung open, and Bai Ziqian entered the office. "Aunt, you are injured?" Bai Ziqian exclaimed, rushing forward to inquire about her condition. Bai Yun explained the situation and cautioned him to keep her injury a secret. "I assure you the safety of the Martial Alliance is paramount, and I will not divulge anything," Bai Ziqian vowed. "That is reassuring." Bai Yun nodded, placing her trust in him. Chao Yuanfeng deemed the Lung family's grand residence as his temporary stronghold in Jiangzhou. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, slamming his palm against the table. He then cast an indignant glare at his most trusted subordinate, Gao Han. "Did you not assert that with my strength and your covert assistance through mystical arts, no one in the Jiangbei Martial Alliance could rival me? Yet, I was so easily defeated by Bai Yun. How do you account for this?" As he spoke, Chao Yuanfeng removed a circular pendant that had been concealed beneath his clothing, slamming it onto the table. This pendant, a magical artifact gifted by Gao Han, was a subsidiary of the formation disc that Gao Han wielded. During the confrontation with Bai Yun, Gao Han had secretly employed his main disc to channel power into the pendant, thereby amplifying Chao Yuanfeng's strikes. Yet, despite this enhancement, he still fell to Bai Yun. Gao Han's side, we underestimated Bai Yun's prowess. Based on her performance during your bout, it is evident she has attained the level of a Grandmaster. Grandmaster? Chao Yuanfeng clenched his fist in frustration. If she possesses such strength, we are at a loss against her. At that moment, a subordinate entered to report, "Mr. Chao, Bai Yun's nephew, Bai Ziqian, has arrived unexpectedly, claiming he has important matters to discuss with you." "What?"
Gao Yuanfeng sờ bờ rào phù rào.
"What does he want?" Gao Han inquired of the subordinate. "Did he come alone?" "Yes," came the affirmative reply. Gao Han turned to Chao Yuanfeng. With his limited strength, he should not dare to cause trouble alone. His sudden visit may very well be an offer of assistance. Chao Yuanfeng nodded and instructed his subordinate, "Bring him in." Shortly thereafter, Bai Ziqian was ushered into the room. "I was informed you have important matters to discuss." "What is it?" Chao Yuanfeng asked. "You may find it hard to believe," Bai Ziqian began, "but my aunt was injured during her bout with you, and she no longer possesses sufficient strength to oversee the Martial Alliance Conference. This is your opportunity to seize control of the alliance." Chao Yuanfeng was momentarily taken aback, skepticism evident in his voice. "You are Bai Yun's nephew. Why would you betray her? Do you not trust me, Mr. Chao?" Bai Ziqian queried. "Not at all." Chao Yuanfeng responded without hesitation. The recording played back the very words Bai Yun had uttered when speaking of her internal injuries.
Gao Yuanfeng chúc cờ.
Bai Yun must never have anticipated your betrayal. Frankly, I too find it hard to believe you would turn against the Martial Alliance. What benefit do you gain from this treachery? The benefits I seek are unrelated to the Martial Alliance, Bai Ziqian declared. What I truly desire is control over the Bai family. Precisely, Bai Ziqian nodded. Moreover, it appears that Yu Kaihe has not genuinely betrayed the alliance. He merely pretended to align with you while secretly assisting the alliance in monitoring your movements. Oh? Chao Yuanfeng's expression faltered, then shifted to a grin. That is somewhat unexpected. However, I cannot deal with him just yet. Doing so would only heighten Bai Yun's defenses. Once I have secured the martial alliance, it will not be too late to settle with him. bed.She asserted. Bai Yun is our greatest adversary. Whether or not we can eliminate her depends entirely on your capabilities, Mr. Chao. Chao Yuanfeng's demeanor grew serious. Bai Yun no longer poses a significant threat to me. As for the sect leaders possessing Grand Master strength, I can handle them as well. My greatest concern is whether there are other formidable experts covertly aiding Bai Yun. Other experts? None. bed.She replied. The only recent addition to her ranks is Lu Tian, who possesses some strength. Yet, in my estimation, he does not reach Grand Master level and will pose little challenge. However, as he spoke, bed.She's countenance darkened. Even if he lacks the power to obstruct us, I do not wish to spare him. I ask for your assistance in eliminating him when the time comes. That is easily arranged. Chao Yuanfeng said nonchalantly. It seems that following this Martial Alliance conference, the Jiangbei Martial Alliance will fall entirely under my command. Indeed, bed.She replied with a smile. At that time, the Bai family will be governed by my father and me. We are mutually beneficial. Laughter erupted between Chao Yuanfeng and bed.She, each reveling in their triumph. As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, the Martial Alliance Conference was set to commence in an hour. Representatives from various sects began to arrive at the Martial Alliance's stronghold, where a stage had been erected for the competition to determine the leader of the alliance. Bai Yun was absent, tending to her injuries in her residence, entrusting the conference's proceedings to Yang Qiu. She feared that her presence might reveal her condition. Little did she know, news of her injury had already circulated through the Martial Alliance community, disseminated by bed.She's loyal subordinates to undermine the alliance's morale. Upon arriving at the Martial Alliance, Lu Tian quickly learned of the troubling news. He made his way to Yang Qiu's office, seeking clarification. Master Yang, is it true that Madame Bai has been injured? Yang Qiu, understanding the gravity of the situation, responded, Indeed, Madame Bai is injured. He recounted the circumstances, omitting certain sensitive details, particularly the necessity for Madame Bai to find a man of exceptional vigor to counteract the adverse effects of her condition, and the possibility that Lu Tian might be involved in that regard. Such matters, he felt, were best broached by Madame Bai herself. How did the disciples of the Martial Alliance come to know of this? Lu Tian inquired. Initially, only I, bed.She, and Madame Bai were aware. My loyalty to her is unwavering, and she would not divulge such information. Therefore, the only plausible explanation is that bed.She has spread this news. The rapid dissemination of the information suggested intentional malice on bed.She's part. Lu Tian added, I suspect he has colluded with Chao Yuanfeng to sabotage the Martial Alliance convention. Fear not, I shall not allow them to disrupt the gathering. Wait and see how I will deal with them. Yang Qiu, however, wore a wry smile, unconvinced of Lu Tian's capability to manage the situation. Just then, a knock echoed through the office, and 3 sect leaders entered. Mo Chong of the Hu Wei sect, Du Lang of the Tianying sect, and Dong Zhen of the Heitai sect. These prominent contenders for the position of alliance leader had come to inquire about Madame Bai's condition. Master Yang, we have heard that Madame Bai is injured.
Du Lang startet.
No, this must be a deliberate rumor spread by Chao Yuanfeng to undermine our morale. Yang Qiu insisted, unwilling to disclose the truth to maintain their spirits. If she is not injured, then why is she absent from such a critical event as the Martial Alliance Convention? Dong Zhen questioned. She has family matters to attend to.
Yang replied.
Mo Chong scoffed. In my view, Madame Bai is indeed injured and fears her condition might be discovered. Dong Zhen interjected. I heard that she faced off against Chao Yuanfeng this morning. She must have been wounded by him. While this assertion was not entirely accurate, Yang Qiu refrained from clarifying, as doing so would imply an admission of Madame Bai's injury. Du Lang remarked, the rumors surrounding Madame Bai's injury are rampant, and Chao Yuanfeng is surely aware, likely seeking to disrupt our convention. He spoke with conviction, though internally, he felt uncertain about how to respond should Chao Yuanfeng choose to intervene. Regardless, the paramount concern is to devise a strategy to address any potential troubles.
Du Lang insisted.
Mo Chong replied, if even Madame Bai has been injured by Chao Yuanfeng, we are no match for him, especially given his formidable martial prowess. Should he decide to confront us, we would be utterly defenseless. Indeed, Dongjin concurred. I must state my position clearly. If Chao Yuanfeng arrives, I will not engage him, nor will I, Mo Chong added. To oppose him would not only be futile but could severely weaken my sect. Yang Qiu slammed his hand down in frustration. Are you truly willing to stand by and allow the martial alliance to fall under Chao Yuanfeng's control simply to preserve your sect's strength? We merely wish to avoid pointless resistance.
Montag Chong retorted.
Who claims it is pointless?
Du lang Chellenget.
If we unite against him, even if we cannot defeat Chao Yuanfeng, we can still inflict significant losses upon him. Furthermore, even if Madame Bai is currently injured, once she recovers, we can regain our momentum. If you wait until he forces your submission, it will be too late for you to resist. Dongjin scoffed. If that time comes, aligning with Chao Yuanfeng would not be such a terrible fate for us. Indeed, Mo Chong chimed in, with our strength and the size of our sect. Even siding with Chao Yuanfeng could lead to substantial advantages, perhaps even greater than remaining with the martial alliance. Yang Qiu was incensed, on the verge of striking them. Du Lang, equally furious, exclaimed, Your sects have thrived thanks to Madame Bai and the support of the martial alliance. Now, in a time of crisis, you wish to distance yourselves or even ally with our adversary. You are unworthy of being martial masters. Yang Qiu declared, You two are unfit to participate in the martial alliance convention. Leave. Dongjin coldly laughed. Do not speak so lightly. Even Chao Yuanfeng would be qualified to attend as the new leader of the Fist Shadow sect. When he arrives, let us see if you have the courage to expel him. Mo Chong asserted, I will certainly contend for the position of alliance leader. If it comes to it, I shall relinquish my claim to him. Dongjin nodded in agreement. That is my plan as well. Yang Qiu, seething with rage, declared, I shall not tolerate this. Just as he prepared to act, Lu Tian intervened. Master Yang, do not act impulsively. The martial alliance convention is imminent. I will address them in the arena.
Montag Chong,
Taken aback, retorted, Who are you to speak so boldly to us? Lu Tian Dao. My name is Lu Tian, and I am a new member of the martial alliance. Mo Chong Dao. I have heard of a newly joined member of the martial alliance, who is being given special attention by Lady Bai due to his connections. Is that you? Lu Tian nodded, affirming the situation. Ah! Mo Chong scoffed. You only gained entry through connections. What strength do you possess to contend with us? Dongjin replied with a smile. With such ostentatious characters, I am eager to teach him a lesson. Impudent. Yang Qiu retorted angrily. If you dare to lay a finger on Mr. Lu, I shall not spare you. Although Yang Qiu did not believe in Lu Tian's prowess, he felt compelled to protect him for Bai Yun's sake. Just based on you? Dongjin remarked, though you have profound knowledge of martial arts, your personal strength may not surpass ours. If we join forces, you would only find yourself on the ground. What if I ally with Master Yang? Lu Tian countered. How much chance would you have then? You two surrendering factions have no reason to be so arrogant.
Suddenly, Du Lang spoke.
His gaze icy as he regarded Dongjin and Mo Chong. He then turned to Lu Tian. I will await you in the arena. If you have the courage, come and face me. Let us see how I will deal with you. Your name is Lu Tian, right? Once Master Mo handles you, I shall take my turn as well. Dongjin coldly declared. Then he and Mo Chong swaggered out of the office, both convinced that the martial alliance would inevitably fall into the hands of Chao Yuanfeng. They had already considered defecting to him. To curry favor with Chao Yuanfeng, they immediately incited the leaders of various sects outside not to oppose him. Thus, the morale of the martial alliance was further shattered. Despite Yang Qiu and Du Lang's fervent pleas for unity against their foes, they could not halt the increasing number of sects leaning toward capitulation. As Bai Yun's nephew, Yang Qiu found himself unable to confront Lu Tian in public in his absence, and the members of the martial alliance would not believe he would betray them. At this moment, only 10 minutes remained before the martial alliance conference commenced. Just then, Yu Kaihe, feigning allegiance to Chao Yuanfeng, arrived with 10 disciples. These disciples were all members of prestigious families designated by Chao Yuanfeng, including Zhao Yusong. You should know that Master Yu has long since allied with Chao Yuanfeng. Mo Chong asserted. Now, both Dongjin and I plan to do the same. Among the 4 great sects of the martial alliance, 3 have already chosen to sever ties. Upon saying this, he surveyed the leaders who insisted on remaining with the martial alliance. If you continue to stay, not only will you find no future, but you will also be dragged down by it. Dongjin interjected, given your current predicament, the most advantageous choice for you is to join us in defecting to Mr. Gao. Their words swayed two more sect leaders to their side. At this moment, Lu Tian spoke next. I wish to address those leaders who have chosen to side with our enemies. If your aim is merely self-preservation and you choose to leave the martial alliance, I will not hinder you or hold it against you. However, if you join the enemy, I assure you that I shall show no mercy when it comes time to deal with you. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yusong suddenly erupted in laughter. He looked down at Lu Tian with disdain. What are you, to challenge the leaders of various sects? Your audacity is laughable. He is merely an assistant at Yunrou Cosmetics. Hardly a figure in the martial arts world. If he possessed profound skills, he wouldn't be working there. In my estimation, he is a second-rate master, significantly better than the average disciples of the sects, yet leagues behind you leaders. Therefore, there is no need for you, esteemed leaders, to regard him with any seriousness. At this juncture, Zhao Yusong turned to Yu Kaihe. Master Yu, this scoundrel has insulted the leaders intending to ally with Mr. Chao. Why not teach him a lesson? It would serve as a message to Mr. Chao. Yu Kaihe regarded Zhao Yusong seriously. You seem quite concerned for Mr. Chao. Zhao Yusong nodded vigorously. Absolutely. My loyalty to Mr. Chao is unwavering. Yu Kaihe suddenly smiled. Since you are so loyal, you shall be my enemy. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yu Kaihe's smile vanished, and he swiftly slapped Zhao Yusong across the face. Chapter 84. You cannot withstand even one of my strikes. Yu Kaihe's slap sent Zhao Yusong sprawling. Despite having lost his internal energy, the natural strength he possessed remained formidable. Even in a straightforward confrontation, Zhao Yusong was no match for him. From Yu Kaihe's previous remarks, Zhao Yusong realized that Yu Kaihe was merely pretending to ally with Chao Yuanfeng. Master Yu, you haven't truly defected to Mr. Chao? Zhao Yusong exclaimed in shock. Yu Kaihe laughed coldly. I have always stood with the martial alliance. My previous defection was a ruse to gather intelligence on Chao Yuanfeng. As he spoke, he felt a twinge of shame, for he had indeed been the first to betray the martial alliance. He had transformed from a genuine traitor to a false defector only because Lu Tian held sway over his life and death. The members of the martial alliance stood momentarily stunned, just realizing that Yu Kaihe had not actually allied with Chao Yuanfeng. Yu Kaihe, you will eventually regret your decision.
Montag Chong Fumet.
Zhao Yusong scrambled to his feet and joined Mo Chong and Dongjun's faction, glaring at Yu Kaihe with malice. Yu Kaihe, since you refuse to ally with Mr. Chao, I shall not follow you any longer. He then turned to the disciples surrounding Yu Kaihe. Those of you with sense should align with me. The 10 disciples looked at each other, contemplating their loyalties. You'd best not be swayed by him. Yu Kaihe warned his disciples. Mr. Lu's strength is unfathomable. With him here, Chao Yuanfeng cannot threaten us. He then addressed the other sect members. I am not exaggerating Mr. Lu's capabilities. I speak only the truth. Chao Yuanfeng is no match for him. I hope you will continue to stand with the martial alliance, or you will surely regret it. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yusong laughed derisively once more. He cast another scornful glance at Lu Tian. How desperate you must be to elevate Lu Tian to your backbone. Zhao Yusong then surveyed the crowd. Do not listen to Yu Kaihe's nonsense.
Yes, you.
This Lu Tian possesses no real strength. The 10 disciples around Yu Kaihe made their decisions. 8 of them aligned with Zhao Yusong, joining Mo Chong and Dongjun's faction, while only 2 remained loyal to Yu Kaihe. As for the remaining sect leaders, only 10, including Du Lang and Yu Kaihe, stood with the martial alliance. Given the circumstances, Yang Qiu, tasked with presiding over the martial alliance conference, found himself at a loss. After all, the traitors had not explicitly declared their betrayal. They merely expressed support for Chao Yuanfeng's leadership over the martial alliance. Thus, according to the rules of the martial alliance, they still retained their eligibility to participate in the conference. Yang Qiu felt utterly helpless, realizing he could only take things one step at a time. He glanced at the time and declared, "It is already 4 o'clock. I hereby announce the commencement of the Martial Alliance Conference. Seems I have arrived just in time." A voice rang out. Chao Yuanfeng arrived, accompanied by his subordinates. He intended to contend for the position of leader in the name of the martial alliance, adhering to its customs by bringing only 10 followers. Mr. Chao, Zhao Yusong exclaimed, it appears that Yu Kaihe is not genuinely aligning with you. His primary objective is to assist the martial alliance in assessing your intentions. What? Chao Yuanfeng furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Yu Kaihe. Are you truly so oblivious to the situation? I am quite aware of the circumstances, Yu Kaihe replied, which is precisely why I continue to stand with the martial alliance. Chao Yuanfeng's expression darkened. So, you will not adhere to my plan and relinquish your position as leader to me, thus allowing me to vie for the position of alliance leader as the head of the Fist Shadow sect. Of course not, Yu Kaihe retorted. Therefore, you do not qualify as a member of the martial alliance and are ineligible to participate in this assembly. Who says so? Dongjin interjected, then respectfully turned to Chao Yuanfeng. Mr. Chao, I am willing to temporarily cede the position of the Black Iron Sect's leader to you, thereby granting you the eligibility to partake in the Martial Alliance Conference. Mo Chong quickly seized the opportunity to flatter Mr. Chao. If you do not mind, you may also temporarily assume the leadership of my Tiger Might sect. Ha ha ha. Chao Yuanfeng laughed triumphantly. His gaze then hardened as he looked at Yu Kaihe. You see, there are plenty willing to relinquish their positions to me. Once I secure the title of alliance leader, you shall be the first to face my wrath. Chao Yuanfeng continued, now that 2 leaders are willing to yield their positions to me, it matters not which sect I choose. I am qualified to participate in this martial alliance gathering regardless. My goal is solely the position of alliance leader. He then addressed Yang Qiu, stating, the current situation is that the experts from your faction are competing against me for the title of alliance leader. Whoever among you is most formidable, step forth and engage me directly. The victor shall claim the title of alliance leader. I shall fight you, Du Lang declared, stepping forward.
Yang Qiu looked at Du Lang.
Among us, you are the strongest. Exercise caution. Du Lang nodded and advanced toward the arena, only to suddenly halt in his tracks. For someone from their faction had already ascended the stage during their conversation. Lu Tian, come down immediately, Yang Qiu called out anxiously. Though he had heard that Lu Tian possessed considerable martial prowess, he believed that the latter was merely stronger than an average warrior and would stand no chance against Chao Yuanfeng. Lu Tian Dao, I shall speak after I have brought Chao Yuanfeng to his knees. Ha ha ha. Those disciples and leaders who had sided with Chao Yuanfeng erupted into laughter. They had already heard from Zhao Yusong that Lu Tian was merely a second-rate master, and upon witnessing Lu Tian's audacious challenge to Chao Yuanfeng, they deemed him hopelessly overestimating his abilities. Zhao Yusong, filled with delight, remarked, are you tired of living? He then turned to Chao Yuanfeng. Mr. Chao, he dares to claim he will defeat you. He clearly holds you in contempt. It is time for him to witness your formidable prowess. He chuckled. Dealing with such a minor character does not warrant Mr. Chao's direct intervention. Mo Chong interjected. Mr. Chao, allow me to handle him for you. Very well. Chao Yuanfeng replied with a disdainful expression. I have no interest in squabbling with such a trifling opponent. Lu Tian, you should withdraw quickly. This place is far too perilous. Du Lang rushed towards the arena, intent on forcing Lu Tian off the stage. However, before he could reach the arena, Dongjin obstructed his path. He voluntarily stepped into the arena and openly provoked Mr. Chao. We shall not let him off easily. If you wish to impede me, you must first get past me. Du Lang seethed with indignation, yet felt powerless. He needed to conserve his strength for an eventual confrontation with Chao Yuanfeng, so he could not afford to engage Dongjin at this moment. Meanwhile, Mo Chong had already ascended the stage, looking down at Lu Tian with contempt. Within 5 moves, I shall render you incapable of standing. Lu Tian smiled and said, you will not have the opportunity to exchange 5 moves with me, for you cannot withstand even a single strike. Chapter 85. It is your turn to receive a beating. As Lu Tian's words faded, those who supported Chao Yuanfeng were momentarily taken aback, only to burst into laughter soon after. Did I hear that correctly? Did he just assert that Master Mo could not withstand even a single blow? Ha! I see not a display of bravado but rather a gross underestimation of his own capabilities. He exhibits a woeful ignorance of martial arts, failing to comprehend the terrifying prowess of a grandmaster. Otherwise, how could he dare to utter such words against Master Mo, a true paragon of martial arts? Amidst the crowd's jeers, Mo Chong grew increasingly disdainful, acknowledging the truth in their words. His lack of understanding of martial arts has led him to make such audacious claims against me. Dongjin called out to Mo Chong, urging, Master Mo, do not show any mercy. Let him truly witness the might of a grandmaster. Lu Tian cast a glance at Dongjin and remarked, once I have dealt with him, I shall attend to you. Dongjin responded with a disdainful smile. Deal with me? You will not have that opportunity. After facing Master Mo, you will find yourself unable to rise. Zhao Yusong interjected, saying, Lu Tian, I am astonished by your profound ignorance in the realm of martial arts. It seems that my previous assessment of you as a second-rate master was indeed an exaggeration. Mo Chong turned his gaze toward Lu Tian, declaring, I shall now demonstrate the vast chasm that exists between your strength and that of a true master. Following this declaration, Mo Chong scoffed contemptuously and swiftly charged toward Lu Tian, gathering his inner strength, poised to strike. Lu Tian rushed towards him, his speed surpassing that of his opponent, and his strikes were swifter as well. Bang! Lu Tian executed a swift side kick. Mo Chong, taken by surprise, was unable to counter, defend, or evade the strike, and was sent sprawling off the stage. The audience was left in stunned silence. The entire event transpired in the blink of an eye. The mocking laughter that had filled the arena abruptly ceased. Many of the sect leaders and disciples who had just ridiculed Lu Tian found their smiles frozen in shock. Mo Chong's disciples hurried to help him to his feet. It took Dong a moment to regain his composure, exclaiming, Master Mo, how could you be so careless? It's not that I was careless. Mo Chong coughed up blood again, weakly retorting, His strike was too swift. I simply couldn't react. Mo Chong had finally witnessed Lu Tian's prowess. Just moments ago, he had boasted of defeating Lu Tian within 5 moves, and laughed when Lu Tian claimed he could not withstand a single strike. Yet, he had indeed suffered a humiliating defeat from that very blow. Both he and those who had mocked Lu Tian, including Dong Zhan and Zhao Yusong, now felt an intense heat on their faces, as though invisible slaps had struck them. Dong Zhan seized Zhao Yusong by the collar, demanding, Didn't you say Lu Tian was merely a second-rate expert? Not our match? Zhao Yusong appeared even more bewildered. In a fit of anger, Dong Zhan slapped Zhao Yusong across the face. Chao Yuanfeng's expression darkened as he turned to Gao Han, saying, Previously, Bai Ziqin claimed Lu Tian was not formidable. Yet even a martial arts master like Mo Chong was so easily defeated by him. Gao Han replied, with my assistance. Bai Yun was injured by you. Thus, Lu Tian is certainly not your equal. Chao Yuanfeng countered, according to Bai Ziqin. Bai Yun was injured due to taking shortcuts in her martial training, leading to adverse effects from overexerting her internal energy.
Gao Han hukled, Lu Tian.
At such a young age, should not possess such high cultivation under normal circumstances. His strength must also stem from taking similar shortcuts, likely resulting in comparable side effects. When he faces you, if he doesn't exert excessive force, he cannot hope to best you. Yet, if he does unleash too much power, he will suffer backlash. Moreover, I find it hard to believe his abilities surpass Bai Yun's. In fact, he should be easier to handle. Chao Yuanfeng pondered this analysis, quickly coming to accept it. Suddenly, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Chao Yuanfeng's eyes. Regardless, this person must be eliminated. Leaving him alive will spell endless trouble for us. I will deal with him directly. The prowess demonstrated by Lu Tian just now left many sect leaders astounded and anxious. However, for those sect leaders who remain aligned with the martial alliance, their astonishment was accompanied by a sense of delight. Du Lang was particularly invigorated, realizing that Mr. Lu's claim of being able to subdue Mo Chong was not mere bravado, but a genuine capability. Yang Qiu, on the other hand, still harbored some concerns, uncertain whether Mr. Lu could prevail against Chao Yuanfeng. Meanwhile, on the arena, Lu Tian approached the edge of the arena, casting a glance down at Dong Zhan. Dong Zhan, do you recall what I once said? The words sent a tremor of anxiety through Dong Zhan. Of course, he remembered. The other had warned him that once he dealt with Mo Chong, he would come for him.
Mr. Gao,
Save me. Dongjin, acutely aware of his inferiority to Lu Tian, urgently called out to Chao Yuanfeng for assistance. However, Chao Yuanfeng paid him no heed. Recognizing the formidable strength of Lu Tian, he was rather inclined to let Lu Tian confront Dongjin. Should Dongjin manage to deplete Lu Tian's stamina, it might enhance his own chances of victory. Meanwhile, Lu Tian seized the rope fencing from the stage, wielding it as a whip and striking down towards Dongjin. Realizing that Chao Yuanfeng would not intervene, Dongjin disregarded his own master's dignity and shoved Zhao Yusong in front of him. Crack! A howl erupted. Zhao Yusong was struck on the face by the rope, toppling to the ground, his visage marred and bloodied. Dongjin took to his heels, but after only a few strides, he found the rope hurled by Lu Tian ensnaring his legs. Lu Tian casually waved his hand, unexpectedly pulling Dongjin onto the arena. Slap! 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 With the other end of the rope, he struck Dongjin's face repeatedly. The anguished cries of Dongjin echoed relentlessly, his face reduced to a bloody mess as he begged for mercy. Zhao Yusong, fearing he might suffer a similar fate, stumbled and fled in a panic. Get out of the way! Don't block my path! He shouted at a woman standing at the back of the crowd as he hurriedly tried to escape. He presumed she might be a female disciple from some sect, and in his desperate bid for freedom, he attempted to shove her aside. To his astonishment, the woman effortlessly overturned him onto the ground. With no time to ponder which sect could possibly possess such a formidable female disciple, he struggled to rise and dashed out of the Martial Alliance courtyard as if his life depended on it. Meanwhile, back at the arena, after delivering a thorough beating to Dongjin with a rope, Lu Tian then sent him tumbling off the stage with a powerful kick. Dongjin and Mo Chong found themselves in a state of camaraderie, both supported by their disciples as they remained seated on the ground, unable to rise. Furthermore, they were acutely aware that they could no longer harness their internal energy. It was evident to them that Lu Tian's kick had rendered their dantians incapacitated, consequently crippling their cultivation of internal power. Lu Tian glanced at Chao Yuanfeng, declaring, "It's your turn to face the blows." Chapter 86. No longer daring to oppose Lu Tian, Chao Yuanfeng smirked. "You will soon discover who is truly on the receiving end." With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Gao Han before ascending the arena. The spectators were utterly engrossed in the unfolding events on the stage. This forthcoming contest not only determined the outcome for the two individuals but also held significant implications for the fortunes of their respective factions. On the arena, Lu Tian and Chao Yuanfeng stood face to face. Known for his ruthless demeanor and few words, Chao Yuanfeng charged forward, launching a fierce punch. Simultaneously, Gao Han discreetly grasped the formation plate hidden in his pocket, subtly employing arcane techniques to covertly bolster Chao Yuanfeng's efforts. Lu Tian emulated Bai Yun's approach from the morning's duel, launching a direct strike. However, a question arises. How did he come to know of Bai Yun's tactics against Gao Han, given his absence during that encounter? The answer is simple. It was Yang Qiu who recounted the events surrounding Bai Yun's injury to him. Although Bai Yun was not genuinely injured by Chao Yuanfeng, her wounds were indeed related to that confrontation. Nonetheless, Lu Tian possessed unwavering confidence in his own strength and preferred to engage his adversaries in a straightforward manner. With a resounding clash, their fists collided, sending a shockwave through the air. Chao Yuanfeng was sent sprawling onto the arena floor. In stark contrast, Lu Tian remained perfectly still, showing no signs of faltering. The audience erupted in astonishment. The sect leaders supporting Chao Yuanfeng were rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Gao Han wore a smug expression, convinced that although it appeared Chao Yuanfeng was at a disadvantage, Lu Tian, like Bai Yun, must have suffered injuries from his own power's backlash. However, his satisfaction was short-lived. Just moments later, as Chao Yuanfeng staggered to his feet, he abruptly halted, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, Lu Tian darted forward, delivering a punch to Chao Yuanfeng's chest. The force unleashed from his fist not only knocked Chao Yuanfeng to the ground but also shredded his garments into tattered remnants. The circular pendant that hung from Chao Yuanfeng's chest was revealed, emanating a radiant blue glow. This was a result of Gao Han channeling his arcane abilities through the main disc of his formation to the subordinate disc. Lu Tian had discerned Chao Yuanfeng's true prowess through careful observation of his complexion, realizing that he was not as formidable as he appeared. Consequently, he surmised that someone was employing mystical techniques to augment Chao Yuanfeng's striking power. Lu Tian let out a cold laugh and stepped forcefully onto the circular disc. Bang! The radiance emanating from the disc instantly dissipated. Gao Han, who was holding the formation plate and casting a mystical spell, was struck by a powerful backlash, injuring his hand. Under the influence of this force, his hand was violently ejected from the formation plate and withdrew from his pocket. He gazed in disbelief at his hand, which was now injured and bloodied from the impact. Lu Tian gazed at Gao Han, realizing that it was he who employed mystic arts to assist him. Mystic arts? Many members of the Martial Alliance displayed expressions of astonishment. Most of them were unfamiliar with such practices, yet from the earlier scene involving the circular disc on Chao Yuanfeng, it was evident that he was enhancing his own strength through mystic arts. This could be deemed a form of cheating in the arena, where martial prowess is paramount. Even more astonishing was the fact that, despite resorting to deceit, Chao Yuanfeng was still no match for Lu Tian. Master Gao, quickly, use your ultimate technique to deal with him.
Cao Yuanfeng shouted.
Gao Han nodded, retrieving a formation disc from his pocket, employing his uninjured hand to harness his mystic arts. The formation marks on the disc instantly emitted a blue radiance. He forcefully amplified the mystic energy, releasing the formation mark from the disc. Under his command, the formation mark ascended and ultimately hovered just above Lu Tian. This astonishing spectacle left the members of the Martial Alliance utterly dumbfounded. This is the Thousand Gene Falling Gate Formation.
Yang Qiu exclaimed in astonishment.
He had heard of this formation, which contained the power of 1,000 genes. The practitioner could, through mystic arts, manipulate the force of the formation to press downward, even crushing an opponent. Chao Yuanfeng looked at Lu Tian with a smug expression. How does it feel? Do you sense a force pressing down upon you? Even if you possess the strength to resist it, you will be unable to engage with me, and I shall seize this opportunity to eliminate you. Yang Qiu shouted to Du Lang, we must hurry to assist Mr. Lu. Du Lang and Yang Qiu dashed toward the arena. Want to help? There's no time. Once I dispose of him, I'll join forces with Gao Han to deal with you. Chao Yuanfeng retorted sharply, then concentrated power into his fist and charged at Lu Tian. Gao Han directed the power of the Thousand Gene Falling Gate Formation squarely at Lu Tian, ensuring that even if Chao Yuanfeng approached beneath the formation, he would remain unharmed by it. Lu Tian let out a cold laugh, casually waving his hand as a surge of energy erupted from his palm, crashing into the formation seal. Boom! The seal trembled violently under the force, soon shattering into fragments that dispersed into the void. Gao Han, who was in the midst of arranging the formation, was once again thrown back by the backlash, tumbling to the ground. Chao Yuanfeng, who had just rushed forward, was left dumbfounded, and then knelt down, pleading for mercy. Just moments ago, Yang Qiu and Du Lang, who had rushed onto the stage to assist Lu Tian, were utterly stunned by the spectacle they had just witnessed. Such a formidable formation had been effortlessly dismantled by Lu Tian with what appeared to be a mere flick of his hand. Mr. Lu's potential is beyond their wildest imagination. Upon witnessing Chao Yuanfeng kneeling in submission, his subordinates, as well as the former sect leaders and disciples who had previously allied with him, all fell to their knees. They no longer dared to oppose the Martial Alliance. To be precise, they no longer dared to confront Lu Tian. Lu Tian gazed at Chao Yuanfeng and inquired, "Is your primary objective to control the Martial Alliance?" "Yes." Indeed, Chao Yuanfeng nodded, "But I am merely following orders. It is the Shadow Gate that has instructed me to act thus." At the mention of the Shadow Gate, many members of the Martial Alliance exhibited expressions of shock and trepidation. They had all heard tales of the Shadow Gate and its notorious reputation. Upon learning that Chao Yuanfeng was working for this sinister organization, those who had previously allied with him felt a sudden surge of regret for their choices. The Shadow Gate was an evil entity. If they were to ally with it, they would undoubtedly be coerced into actions they would rather avoid, leading to an inescapable predicament. "What do you know about the Shadow Gate?" Lu Tian queried. I am the external liaison for the Zhongbei branch of the Shadow Gate. I possess some knowledge of its inner workings. If you spare my life, I shall divulge all I know. If the information you provide holds value for me, I may consider granting you clemency. Very well. I shall speak. The Shadow Gate. Suddenly, Chow Yuanfeng clutched his chest, letting out a cry of agony. Blood spewed from his mouth, and he collapsed, lifeless. The surrounding members of the Martial Alliance were struck with disbelief. Why did Chow Yuanfeng perish just as he was about to disclose vital information about the Shadow Gate? Chapter 87. The female sect master of the Mystic Gate. The unfolding scene left the members of the Martial Alliance in utter astonishment. Their collective astonishment mirrored Lu Tian's own surprise. Nevertheless, this did not entirely sever the thread of investigation. As a prominent figure in the provincial capital, Chow Yuanfeng wielded considerable influence and commanded numerous enterprises. The Shadow Gate would undoubtedly dispatch someone more formidable to assume control over the enterprises and power structures that Chow Yuanfeng had left unfulfilled. This implied that whoever took over those assets would be an agent of the Shadow Gate. Witnessing Chow Yuanfeng's sudden demise sent his subordinates, including Gao Han, into a state of panic. As Chow Yuanfeng's principal accomplice, Gao Han realized that the Martial Alliance would not spare him. He turned and fled. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps before being abruptly overturned by an unknown assailant. The onlookers were taken aback, gazing at a woman who had stealthily appeared and effortlessly dispatched Gao Han with a mere flick of her hand. This woman, in her 30s, sported shoulder-length hair and donned a form-fitting trench coat, complemented by elegant black heels, exuding both style and poise. Her appearance and figure were nothing short of exquisite, yet her chilling demeanor instilled an intimidating distance. Notably, she wore an orange jade thumb ring, adorned with intricate and enigmatic engravings, hinting at its significance. Had Zhao Yusong been present, he would have instantly recognized her, for she was the same woman who had effortlessly thwarted him during his escape. Gao Han's face turned pale with fear. "Master!" he exclaimed, hastily kneeling and presenting the formation plate with both hands in a gesture of respect. This woman was named Situ Feng, the master of the Mystic Gate, known as the Phoenix sect leader. Gao Han was one of her disciples, holding the position of the second disciple within the Mystic Gate. Situ Feng accepted the formation plate, her voice cold as she stated, "You have betrayed the Mystic Gate and stolen its formation plate to follow Chow Yuanfeng and assist in his malevolence. Correct?" Gao Han lowered his head. "I am sorry." His prior betrayal stemmed from the belief that with Chow Yuanfeng's affiliation with the Shadow Gate, he would be shielded from the Mystic Gate's repercussions. Now that Chow Yuanfeng was deceased, he had no means to connect with the Shadow Gate. Stripped of his protection, he dared not defy the Mystic Gate or his master. Situ Feng's voice turned icy. "You should be aware of the punishment prescribed by our regulations for your transgressions." Gao Han was drenched in cold sweat. "Master, I recognize my mistakes. Please grant me mercy." Suddenly, the jade thumb ring on her hand radiated a brilliant orange light, which enveloped Gao Han's head. Following his agonized scream, the light dissipated, leaving Gao Han in a state of dazed confusion. "From this moment forth you shall heed only my commands. Whatever I instruct you to do, you shall perform, understood?" Situ Feng inquired. "Yes." Gao Han replied, his expression vacant, responding mechanically. It was evident that he had lost his normal consciousness, reduced to a mere puppet at Situ Feng's behest. "Fetch the auxiliary formation plate," Situ Feng commanded. "Yes." Gao Han complied without hesitation, ascending the stage to remove the auxiliary plate from Chow Yuanfeng's body, before descending and presenting it to Situ Feng. "Let us depart," Situ Feng said nonchalantly as she turned to leave, with Gao Han following closely. The members of the Martial Alliance, intimidated by Situ Feng's presence and her displayed prowess, hastily cleared a path. Chow Yuanfeng's subordinates carried his lifeless body away. Upon realizing that the Shadow Gate aimed to control the Martial Alliance through Chow Yuanfeng, those who had contemplated allying with him were now divided into two factions. One faction believed that the Shadow Gate's true intention was to dominate the Martial Alliance. As long as they distanced themselves from it, the Shadow Gate would pose no threat to them, prompting their decision to sever ties with the Martial Alliance. Mo Chong and Dong Jun, having been stripped of their internal strength, were no longer capable of leading and expressed their intention to withdraw. Lu Tian, akin to his previous dealings with Ukaiha, assumed control of their sect and its enterprises. The disciples were subsequently divided into two factions, aligning themselves with distinct camps. Though the number of disciples who accompanied them to this side was minimal, it was anticipated that the remaining disciples of their sect would eventually split into these two factions as well. Those willing to remain within the martial alliance chose to join Du Lang's Tianying faction and other sects that continued their affiliation with the alliance. Conversely, those desiring separation from the martial alliance aligned themselves with factions that had distanced themselves from it. Thus, in a truer sense, Lu Tian merely utilized the pretext of taking over the sects of Emochong and Dongzhan to seize their assets. Naturally, he was disinclined to manage these enterprises personally. In due course, he intended to transfer these assets directly to the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce in exchange for monetary gain. Yang Qiu, Du Lang, and others unanimously nominated Lu Tian to serve as the leader of the Jiangbei Martial Alliance. Lu Tian politely declined their nomination. Previously, during his development in the Jiangnan region, he had been invited by the four ancient martial arts sects to assume the position of leader, all of which he had turned down. In comparison to those ancient sects, the Jiangbei Martial Alliance could only be regarded as an ordinary martial arts coalition, rendering the position of leader unappealing to him. He suggested to Yang Qiu that Du Lang should take on this role. Yang Qiu had no objections, but it was necessary to consult Madame Bai first. Her approval was essential. After the Martial Alliance conference concluded, Lu Tian followed Yang Qiu to visit Bai Yun, who was recovering from her injuries. "Aunt Bai, I heard you were hurt," Lu Tian remarked as they entered the living room. In truth, he had already assessed her condition earlier and discerned the extent of her injuries. "Yes, it's just a minor injury. A few days of rest will suffice," Bai Yun replied. Yang Qiu interjected, "Madam Bai, this Martial Alliance conference was fraught with peril, and it was entirely thanks to Mr. Lu's efforts that we averted disaster." Prior to arriving, Yang Qiu had already briefed Bai Yun over the phone about the events that transpired at the conference to alleviate her concerns. Bai Yun smiled and nodded. "Master Yang, please rest in the living room for a moment. I need to speak with Lu Tian privately in the bedroom." She then turned to Lu Tian and said, "Follow me." With that, she proceeded toward the bedroom. Lu Tian was momentarily taken aback, then followed her. Chapter 88. Matters difficult to confront. Bai Yun led Lu Tian into the bedroom and instructed him to close the door. "Aunt Bai, what would you like to discuss with me?" Lu Tian inquired. Bai Yun gazed at him and said, "I heard from your mother that she has taught you some medical skills." Lu Tian nodded. Indeed, he had been taught. Although he had learned some medical skills from his mother, most of his expertise in medicine stemmed from the cultivation legacy he had mastered. Given his current medical prowess, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a miraculous doctor. "Years ago, when I suffered from internal injuries, your mother had treated me with acupuncture, enabling my recovery within a day. Can you assist me in healing my internal injuries?" "Yes, I can restore you to health within an hour." "Is that for real?" "Absolutely. However, judging by your complexion, it appears you not only have internal injuries but also exhibit symptoms of bodily coldness." "You can discern that?" "You are not mistaken. I indeed have symptoms of bodily coldness. Aunt Bai, if you trust me, I can first treat your internal injuries, and we can address the issue of your bodily coldness later." "All right, let us treat the internal injuries first. How should I cooperate?" "There are two treatment methods, acupuncture or massage therapy. Which do you prefer?" "Massage? How does that treat internal injuries?" "I will channel my internal energy into your body and utilize massage to regulate the flow of that energy to mend your injuries." "So, compared to acupuncture, is this massage therapy more comfortable?" "Indeed. Is it more comfortable for me or for you?" "Well, both of us will feel comfortable, hee. I choose acupuncture." Bai Yun wished for a more comfortable treatment, but felt embarrassed to have a man massage her body. "Very well, as you wish. Next, I will insert needles at various points on your body, so you will need to remove your clothing." "What? Remove? Remove my clothes? Is it impossible to locate the acupuncture points without undressing?" "I could find them, but it wouldn't be as hygienic. Furthermore, my acupuncture technique is unique. It relies on the vibrations of the silver needles to transmit internal energy to your body and regulate your injuries. If done over clothing, it would hinder the effectiveness of the needle vibrations and the energy transfer." "That sounds rather mystical." You aren't concocting this excuse just to see my body, are you? Not at all. If you prefer not to expose your body to me, you could consider the massage therapy, which doesn't require undressing. Bayun was somewhat speechless. Both treatment methods presented her with awkwardness. Either she would have to strip before him or allow him to touch her body. She couldn't quite determine which option was more acceptable. Nonetheless, she soon made her choice. Massage therapy. Since both methods were rather embarrassing, she opted for the one that felt relatively more comfortable. Before we begin the massage, let me share something with you, Bayun stated. What is it? Lu Tian inquired. Yang Qiu has already called me to discuss the events of the Martial Alliance Conference. I am aware that you displayed remarkable bravery, but you may have overestimated your own capabilities. If I hadn't made prior arrangements, you would have surely faced dire consequences. Overestimating my capabilities? You made prior arrangements? Aunt Bai, I find your words a bit unclear. Let me first ask you, was there a woman in a deep gray skirted trench coat with a ring on her finger present at the venue? Yes. She performed an arcane technique that turned an assistant of Chao Yuanfeng named Gao Han into an imbecile. In fact, Gao Han was a traitor of the Xuanguan. And that woman is the sect leader, Situ Feng. I could infer that from their conversation. This morning, before engaging with Chao Yuanfeng, I recognized Gao Han, who was by Chao Yuanfeng's side, and I was aware he was a traitor. Did you inform Situ Feng of Gao Han's whereabouts? Yes. Not long ago, Situ Feng came to see me. She had heard that the traitor Gao Han had arrived in Jiangzhou and asked me to utilize the connections of the Martial Alliance to help her investigate his whereabouts. So I took this opportunity to strike a deal with her. The content of your deal was that you provided her with clues about the traitor in exchange for her support at the Martial Alliance Conference. Correct? Precisely. According to Yang Qiu, Mo Chong, Dong Zhen, and Chao Yuanfeng all fell before you in succession, and everyone believes you possess unfathomable strength. In truth, it was Situ Feng aiding you from the shadows with her arcane techniques. Situ Feng did not intervene on my behalf. Perhaps she discerned that with my strength, her assistance was unnecessary. If you don't believe me, you may call her to verify. I do not have her phone number. I do not think you are boasting. Rather, it is you who are unaware of the situation, mistakenly believing you defeated those adversaries on your own. This matter concerns your reputation and that of the Martial Alliance, and I shall not disclose it to others. Lu Tian felt quite displeased, yet he found it difficult to articulate his feelings. The other party doubted his capabilities, and any explanation he provided might only lead them to believe he was boasting. Please give me a massage therapy, Bayun added. Lu Tian began to massage her, first instructing her to lie face down on the bed as he worked on her back. Soon, Bayun could feel her body becoming increasingly relaxed under his skilled hands, with her injuries gradually healing. While she marveled at this unexpected relief, she was also delightfully stimulated by his extraordinary technique. Once he finished with her back, Lu Tian asked her to turn over, commencing the massage on her front. This part of the process was significantly more awkward than the previous one. Although Bayun attempted to maintain her composure, she could not conceal the flush that crept across her cheeks, nor could she suppress her quickened breaths. If not for her diligent self-control, she might have involuntarily let out a sound. Her struggle to restrain herself, coupled with her instinctive reactions, only served to ignite a fervent desire within Lu Tian. Lu Tian diligently eliminated distractions and finally completed the massage. Bayun also let out a sigh of relief, although the flush on her face had yet to dissipate. After the previous therapeutic session, she could distinctly feel an improvement in her injuries, and it seemed that, as the other had suggested, she might indeed recover within an hour. Perhaps to mask her embarrassment, Bayun deliberately adopted a playful expression as she turned to Lu Tian. How did it feel when you were giving me the massage? She inquired. It felt quite good, he replied. And compared to last night? She pressed. That time, without clothing in between, felt even better, I suppose? Ah well, Aunt Bai, why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? He stammered. What? Are you too shy to confront this matter? She teased. I am a bit embarrassed, but that incident was a misunderstanding. Hearing Bayun mention the topic made Lu Tian feel somewhat awkward. From her earlier demeanor, it seemed as though she had already chosen to forget that incident. He never anticipated she would suddenly broach the subject while they were alone together. Chapter 89. By Yun's request, Bai Yun sighed softly and said, "Since you can discern that I have a condition of coldness in my body, can you also perceive how this condition originated?" Lu Tian Dao, I can only discern your symptoms from your complexion. I cannot ascertain their origin. A pulse diagnosis is necessary to further comprehend the situation. Bai Yun extended her arm, allowing him to take her pulse. Lu Tian grasped her wrist, recalling the earlier massage. Even the mere contact of their wrists made him feel somewhat bashful. The sensation is quite pleasant, isn't it? Bai Yun remarked with a teasing smile. Lu Tian offered an awkward smile, explaining that he was primarily focused on sensing her pulse, rather than considering the tactile sensation. Bai Yun nodded, acknowledging that her arm merely brushed against his, lacking the allure of the areas he had touched the previous night. Lu Tian, after the pulse diagnosis, I deduced that in your pursuit of martial arts, you were overly eager for success and took shortcuts, resulting in adverse effects, which have led to a backlash from the extremely cold technique you practiced. You have hit the nail on the head. Given your medical expertise, can you provide me with treatment? At present, that is not feasible. Your condition is quite unique, and I cannot devise a medical remedy. However, there exists an alternative method, which you may find difficult to accept. The method you refer to, I am aware of. It involves uniting with a man possessing a physique of utmost rigidity and intensity, correct? Indeed, that is the only solution I have contemplated. Lu Tian, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. I am aware that you possess such a physique. If I were to request your assistance in this manner, would you be willing? Aunt Bai, you summoned me to your chamber to discuss this matter, did you not? If you are amenable to this approach, I would certainly be willing to assist you. Let us agree on that. I am still uncertain if I will require your help, but should the need arise, I hope you will not decline. Very well. However, I fear this may lead to misunderstandings with Aunt Sue. If she misconstrues the situation, you must aid me in clarifying matters with her. I understand. Thank you for your consideration. Bai Yun has already recognized Lu Tian's medical prowess and has no doubts regarding his judgment. After finalizing this arrangement, she felt a considerable sense of relief, though the thought of advancing their relationship to that level left her feeling somewhat bashful, making her hesitant to continue their private conversation. Thus, she exited the chamber with him. In the living room, Yang Qiu proposed Du Lang for the position of leader of the Martial Alliance, which Bai Yun readily endorsed. Madam Bai, there is another matter that may astonish you, Yang Qiu stated. What is it? Bai Yun inquired. Before the Martial Alliance conference commenced, news of your injury had already spread. Aside from you, only I and bed.She are privy to this information. You should know that I would never betray you. Yang Qiu sighed and continued. I suspect bed.She is the source of this leak. Bai Yun's expression immediately turned grave. It is likely that Chao Yuanfeng heard this information from him, emboldening him to disrupt the Martial Alliance conference. bed.She's intention must be to seize control of the Bai family's assets. He aims to utilize Chao Yuanfeng to eliminate me as the head of the Bai family, thereby allowing him and his father to dictate terms. Yang Qiu nodded, asking, How do you intend to deal with him? Without hesitation, Bai Yun declared, I will expel him from the family. After exchanging a few more words, Lu Tian and Yang Qiu departed the villa. The news of Du Lang's ascension to leadership swiftly spread throughout the local martial arts community. Later that evening, around 6, Lu Tian received a call from Yi Qianxue, who suggested they dine together to discuss certain matters. Lu Tian arrived at the restaurant designated by Yi Qianxue, where she was already waiting at a table in the lobby. The last time they were together, Yi Qianxue had assisted him in alleviating the side effects of the Cangyang power using her own body. Upon their reunion, Yi Qianxue felt an involuntary sense of embarrassment. Lu Tian sat opposite Yi Qianxue, surprised that she would take the initiative to invite him for a meal. Yi Qianxue shot him a glance, cautioning him not to misinterpret her intentions. I invited you to discuss matters, she clarified, reaching into her bag to retrieve a document. Our Yi Group intends to offer you 20 million shares. If you have no objections, please sign here. This shouldn't be your own idea, right? He inquired. Indeed. It is my father's decision. He holds you in high regard and has already deemed you suitable to become a member of the Yi family. Inviting you to invest is also to solidify our relationship. So, you are merely asking me to play the role of your boyfriend? Just moments ago, You advised me against being overly sentimental. Why would you be willing to grant me shares? Because I genuinely acknowledge your capabilities. Do not misunderstand. I only appreciate your talent. Haha, I indeed possess considerable ability. You have witnessed it long ago, Yi Jie. You scoundrel. What I meant was that you are quite capable and have aided our Yi family significantly. Not that kind of ability. I did not imply that. It is you who is thinking along those lines. Why are you so lewd? Do you or do you not want these shares? Given the sincerity of the Yi family, how could I possibly refuse? Lu Tian glanced at the agreement presented to him, and after ascertaining its validity, he inscribed his signature upon it. Yi Shui. Yi Qianxue? A familiar figure passed by and halted. It was Zhao Yuxuan's confidant, Lin Mengting. Lin Mengting had intended to address Yi Qianxue as Senior Yi, but due to a recent incident at Yi Qianxue's soiree where she offended Lu Tian and was subsequently dismissed, she harbored a lingering resentment and refrained from bestowing the honorific title. Lin Mengting continued, I thought your relationship with Lu Tian was merely a charade, yet here you are meeting him privately. You can't possibly have developed genuine feelings for this unsophisticated bumpkin, can you? Her words dripped with derision. Yi Qianxue furrowed her brows and cast a frosty glare in her direction. Warning, should you utter another disparaging remark about him, I shall not be lenient. Lin Mengting scoffed disdainfully before turning on her heel and departing. She ascended to a private room on the second floor, where a young man awaited her. His name was Meng Xiaoqing, her new boyfriend. Meng Xiaoqing was a martial artist, a disciple of the Tianying sect, one of the 4 major factions. However, he was not a core disciple, which explained his absence from the Martial Alliance conference today, accompanied by the sect's leader. Xiaoqing, I wish for you to teach someone a lesson, she proclaimed. Who is the target? He inquired. His name is Lu Tian, and he is dining in the hall below. Lin Mengting's animosity towards Lu Tian was palpable. She later learned from Zhao Yuxuan that Yan Shufei had sought to curry favor with Lu Tian, only to be outsmarted, resulting in his humiliation. Following the bankruptcy of the Yan family, she had previously enlisted Meng Xiaoqing as assistance to retaliate against Yan Shufei. Now, encountering Lu Tian, she resolved to seize the opportunity for revenge. Chapter 90. They cannot conquer me. You may recall, when I asked you to deal with Yan Shufei, I mentioned that he struck me to impress someone. That someone was Lu Tian. Lin Mengting articulated. Ah, I see. Meng Xiaoqing exclaimed, slamming his palm on the table. Daring to offend my girlfriend, I shall take care of him post-haste. Wait, I have heard he is skilled in martial arts. Perhaps you should gather more allies? She cautioned. What of his martial prowess? As a disciple of the Tianying sect, I need no assistance to handle him. Our sect leader, Du Lang, has ascended to the position of Martial Alliance leader. The mere mention of the Tianying sect will strike fear into his heart. He grasped Lin Mengting's hand and strode toward the door, declaring, watch as I make him kneel and beg for mercy, just like Yan Shufei. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Tian and Yi Qianxue were engaged in a different discourse. Allow me to show you something, Yi Qianxue said, extending a folded piece of cardstock towards Lu Tian. Lu Tian unfolded the paper, momentarily struck dumb by its contents. It was a marriage contract. According to the date inscribed, this contract had been signed 3 years prior. The name of the groom was Chu Jian, and the name of the bride was Yi Qianxue. So, you were already betrothed. Is this Chu Jian the young master of the Chu family, one of the 3 prominent families in Zhangbei? Lu Tian inquired. Indeed, replied Yi Qianxue. This contract was established 3 years ago, while my grandfather was still alive, to formalize my engagement with the Chu family. However, after that year, the Chu family withdrew from the engagement. The reason I have kept this contract is that for the past 2 years, my second uncle has been oppressing our family, and my father has clung to the hope that the Chu family would support us out of respect for the former engagement. Yet, the Chu family has never made any statement. Until 2 days ago, when someone from the Chu family suddenly came to our home, expressing a desire to reinstate the engagement. Lu Tiandao inquired, what are your intentions? Yi Qianxue replied, to be candid, I held a rather favorable impression of Chu Jian at that time. Had the Chu family not called off the engagement, I would likely have accepted his proposal. However, she shifted her tone and continued, now, I certainly do not harbor such intentions. From what I gather, Chu Jian is cunning and malicious. I refuse to be involved with someone of his ilk. His willingness to renew the engagement may very well conceal ulterior motives. Furthermore, I possess my own dignity. It was the Chu family that annulled the engagement, and even if he were to plead with me now, I would never consider fulfilling that promise. Although you are merely pretending to be my boyfriend, many have misconstrued our relationship as genuine. Should word of this reach Chu Jian, he would undoubtedly perceive you as a rival and seek ways to undermine you. I wish to avoid implicating you in this matter. Thus, our charade as a couple must come to an end. As for the shares I intended to offer you, that was merely the Yi family's attempt to establish a connection with the Li family in the provincial capital through you. It is entirely separate from our pretense of romance. This may sound somewhat callous, but after considerable contemplation, I believe this is the most advantageous decision for both of us. Lu Tian, you have come to suspect that Chu Jian intends to fulfill the marriage contract anew, perhaps with ulterior motives. You should also be able to deduce that his primary objective may be to seize the assets of the Yi family. Not long ago, I was struck by backlash from my own power, and you devoted yourself to me, saving my life, a gesture for which I have yet to express my gratitude. In token of my appreciation, I am willing to assist the Yi family in navigating this predicament. Let us continue to pretend to be a couple. This way, I can help alleviate his hostility towards the Yi family and simultaneously devise a strategy to confront him. Yi Qianxue was taken aback. She had previously believed that Lu Tian was solely motivated by self-interest, but now she realized he would extend his hand to help her in her time of need. In truth, Lu Tian's willingness to aid her stemmed not only from a sense of gratitude but also from another reason. According to information previously disclosed to him by Nielan, there was once an agent named Liang Tang who investigated the Shadow Gates branch in the Jiangbei area, only to meet with an untimely demise. During his investigation, Liang Tang concealed his identity by working as a salesman at a subsidiary of the Chu family. Lu Tian believed that Liang Tang's actions may not solely be to conceal his identity. It is also possible that the Chu family is in collusion with the Shadow Gate, and Liang Tang took a position at the Chu family's company to secretly investigate them. Lu Tian's assistance to the Yi family in dealing with the Chu family was also an opportunity for him to investigate whether the Chu family had any collusion with the Shadow Gate. Yi Qianxue was not well acquainted with Lu Tian's abilities and remained concerned about implicating him. It's not that I look down on you, but the Chu family is one of the 3 prominent families in Jiangbei. You cannot contend with them. Cannot contend with them?
What ist?
It is they who cannot withstand me. I am not boasting. Even if 100 families of the Chu scale were to come at me, they would still be no match. Yi Qianxue certainly thought him to be speaking arrogantly, and was about to continue her persuasion when she suddenly spotted Lin Mengting striding towards them, accompanied by a man, exuding an air of aggression. It was Lin Mengting who had come with her boyfriend, Meng Xiaoqing, to take revenge on Lu Tian. That's him, Lin Mengting exclaimed, pointing at Lu Tian as she addressed Meng Xiaoqing. Meng Xiaoqing turned to Lu Tian and said, "You have quite the audacity to offend my girlfriend." Lu Tian Dao, when did I offend her? He then turned to Lin Mengting. Could it be that Yan Shufei slapped you earlier and you hold a grudge against me for it? Lin Mengting huffed in anger and replied, Yan Shufei struck me to curry favor with you. Thus you share the blame. Lu Tian Dao. At that moment, it was your sarcastic remarks that provoked Yan Shufei into striking you. I must clarify that it was he who initiated the altercation, not I who incited him. Enough of this nonsense. Meng Xiaoqing slammed his hand on the table, his voice icy. The commotion attracted the attention of other patrons in the restaurant. The manager and several waitstaff hurried over to mediate the situation. All of you back away. Meng Xiaoqing glared at them, his tone laced with fury. Meanwhile, he produced a card from his pocket, his identification as a disciple of the Tianying sect, a martial arts faction to which he belonged. Lin Mengting chimed in with a triumphant smile. My boyfriend is a disciple of the Tianying sect. If you wish to avoid trouble, you should steer clear of our affairs. At this juncture, the manager and the waitstaff dared not approach any further. The surrounding customers, concerned about being caught in the fray, either kept their distance or chose to leave outright. Lu Tian gazed at Meng Xiaoqing, stating clearly, I have elucidated the matter thoroughly. If you possess any discernment, you ought to recognize that the responsibility does not lie with me. Lin Mengting interjected. It seems you are fearful of my boyfriend's retribution and are attempting to evade accountability. Aren't you fond of putting on airs? Why, then, are you trembling now? Lu Tian Dao. I am not afraid. I am merely attempting to reason with him, hoping he will not be as unreasonable as you. You! Lin Mengting seethed with anger, baring her teeth. Meng Xiaoqing's expression darkened to an extreme. Do you dare to speak so condescendingly here? I will not spare you. Lu Tian coldly remarked, it appears you, much like her, lack reason. Therefore, do not blame me for being impolite. Chapter 91. You have missed the opportunity to apologize as the two were on the verge of a confrontation. Yi Qianxue hurriedly intervened, urging them to speak amicably. Her primary concern was for Lu Tian, fearing that he might attract trouble. After all, when Lin Mengting was making a fuss, she had mentioned that her boyfriend was a disciple of the Tianying sect. Although Yi Qianxue was not a martial artist, she possessed some knowledge of the martial arts realm, recognizing that the Tianying sect was one of the 4 major factions of the Zhangbei Martial Alliance. A conflict between Lu Tian and the disciples of the Sky Eagle sect may very well result in retaliation from them. Lin Mengting discerned Yi Qianxue's concerns, remarking, Yi Qianxue, are you worried that Lu Tian might suffer? Ha! He is undoubtedly destined to face misfortune today. She then turned her gaze towards Lu Tian, adding, not long ago, my boyfriend dealt with Yan Shufei for me. He not only gave him a beating but also compelled him to kneel and beg for mercy. Your fate will be no different. Stop wasting your breath on him. Meng Xiaoqing interjected, cracking his knuckles. He was rude to me earlier, and I can hardly contain my eagerness to teach him a lesson. No sooner had he spoken than Meng Xiaoqing launched a punch directly at Lu Tian. With a casual flick of his hand, Lu Tian struck his opponent's face before the latter's fist could even make contact. The sound echoed. Meng Xiaoqing fell to the ground in response. Lin Mengting, taken aback, hurriedly rushed forward to assist Meng Xiaoqing. She had only heard from Zhao Yuxuan that Lu Tian possessed some martial skills, but she never anticipated that he would be so formidable. Meng Xiaoqing, a disciple of a martial arts sect, was unexpectedly no match for Lu Tian. This was nothing short of astonishing to her. Rising from the ground, Meng Xiaoqing, filled with indignation and fury, once again charged at Lu Tian, fists raised. With a swift motion, Lu Tian struck again, delivering a resounding slap across Meng Xiaoqing's face before his fist could even land. The force of the blow sent Meng sprawling, forcing him into a state of calmness where he dared not retaliate. However, he still regarded Lu Tian with disdain. Unable to match his opponent's strength, he resolved to invoke the name of the Tianying sect to bolster his own stature. After being assisted to his feet, once more by Lin Mengting, Meng gritted his teeth and declared, I am a disciple of the Tianying sect. By laying hands on me, you have offended our sect. Given the might of the Tianying sect, dealing with you would be a mere child's play. Furthermore, you may be unaware that our sect's leader, Du Lang, has ascended to the position of the Martial Alliance's chief. Our power and status have risen significantly since then. If you know what is good for you, you will kneel and beg for mercy. Otherwise, I assure you, your fate will be dire. Lin Mengting laughed derisively, saying, Lu Tian, no matter how formidable you are, it matters not. If the Tianying sect decides to deal with you, you would stand no chance. Yi Qianxue, visibly concerned, grasped Lu Tian's arm, urging, let us leave this place at once. With a mocking tone, Lin Mengting retorted, Yi Qianxue, do you intend to summon the power of the Yi family to aid him? Do not harbor such delusions. Even if your Yi family possesses greater wealth than the Tianying sect, the martial alliance that the Tianying sect belongs to is under the protection of Madame Bai. Madame Bai, the head of the Bai family, one of the 3 prominent families of Zhangbei, is far beyond your Yi family's standing. She then turned her gaze back to Lu Tian, taunting, you must be quaking in fear now, right? If you wish for us to show you leniency, you ought to kneel and plead for mercy. Lu Tian smiled, casting his gaze upon them. I shall grant you a chance for mercy. Should you kneel and apologize, I will spare you, otherwise. He first turned his attention to Meng Xiaoqing. You will be expelled from the Sky Eagle sect and placed on the blacklist of the Zhangbei Martial Alliance. Then he shifted his gaze to Lin Mengting. In that case, your boyfriend will find himself ostracized in the martial arts world of Zhangbei. You may come to feel he is unworthy of you and choose to part ways. Or he might perceive your association as a burden and decide to leave you. Meng Xiaoqing retorted furiously. You are nearing your end. Yet you dare to speak so arrogantly? Lin Mengting added. He is merely posturing. To my knowledge, he delights in boasting. Lu Tian concealed his smile and spoke coldly. It seems that you refuse to act according to my instructions, which also signifies that you have missed the opportunity to apologize. He then picked up his phone and called Du Lang, the leader of the Tianying faction, to inform him of the situation at hand. After hanging up, he turned to Meng Xiaochen, saying, Your leader will be contacting you. Consider how you will explain this to him. Meng Xiaochen sneered dismissively. Do not pretend. You think you can actually speak to our leader? You lack even the qualification to carry his shoes. At that moment, Meng Xiaochen's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression changed dramatically. It was indeed a call from Du Lang. Impossible. A mere nobody like him could not possibly reach the leader. It must be a coincidence that the leader happened to call him at this moment. Although Meng Xiaochen thought this, he could not help but feel anxious as he cautiously answered the phone. Meng Xiaochen, how dare you provoke Mr. Lu? Upon hearing Du Lang's reprimand, Meng Xiaochen was left dumbfounded. He realized that Lu Tian had indeed managed to contact Du Lang. Leader, is there some misunderstanding? I heard from my girlfriend that this Lu Tian is nothing special. He only boasts. He probably said something exaggerated and tricked you. Shut your mouth. You are the one trying to deceive me. Does Mr. Lu's strength require boasting? Not to mention, even I, the leader of the Martial Alliance, was granted the position by Mr. Lu out of his indifference. Meng Xiaochen was left in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. Although he had not attended the Martial Alliance conference that day, he had heard from others about the events that transpired. He had learned of a master who defeated Mo Chong, Dong Zhan, and Chao Yuanfeng. The disciples speculated that this master, who was too disdainful to accept the leadership, had relinquished the position to their leader, Du Lang. Du Lang spoke of this master with utmost reverence. He had not anticipated that the master, whom even their leader revered, was the very Lu Tian he and Lin Mengting had looked down upon. You must kneel and apologize to Mr. Lu immediately. If he does not forgive you, I may also suffer the consequences, and then I will not spare you. After a furious tirade, Du Lang hung up. Meng Xiaochen, now drenched in cold sweat, collapsed to his knees. Lin Mengting was taken aback. Xiaochen, why are you kneeling? Meng Xiaochen glared at her. You should kneel as well and apologize to Mr. Lu. What? Lin Mengting exclaimed in shock. Are you joking? You are a disciple of the Tianying faction. How can you fear him? Meng Xiaochen retorted angrily. Not just me. Even our leader is afraid of him. If you do not kneel, I will make you. In utter disbelief, Lin Mengting quickly knelt down alongside him. Chapter 92. Not to be underestimated, the turn of events stunned those around them. Not long ago, Meng Xiaochen and Lin Mengting had displayed remarkable arrogance. Because of Meng Xiaochen's status as a disciple of the Tianying faction, even the manager and staff who sought to mediate were intimidated. The duo's haughty demeanor had incited anger among the surrounding patrons, who dared not voice their discontent. Now, witnessing their kneeling and pleading for mercy, both the restaurant staff and customers felt a sense of relief. Mr. Lu, we were blind and did not recognize your greatness. Please do not hold it against us. Meng Xiaochen said nervously. Lin Mengting hastily added, Mr. Lu, I apologize. Meng Xiaochen continued, we have knelt and apologized as you instructed. Please spare us. Lu Tian coldly chuckled. Had you knelt and apologized back then, I might have spared you. Yet, you persisted in your arrogance before me and squandered that opportunity. Upon hearing this, Meng Xiaocheng and Lin Mengting felt a surge of anxiety gripping their hearts. At that moment, Lu Tian's phone rang. It was a call from Du Lang, the leader of the Skyhawk sect. Lu Tian answered the call and activated the speakerphone. Hello, Mr. Lu. It appears that our members of the Skyhawk faction have offended you. I sincerely apologize for my inadequate supervision and earnestly request your forgiveness. I shall not hold you accountable, yet I will not let him escape unscathed. What does Mr. Lu plan to do with him? Just give me your orders. Expel him from the Skyhawk faction and place him on the blacklist of the Martial Alliance. Understood. I will take care of it immediately. I am on speakerphone, so you may address him directly. Indeed, Meng Xiaochen, as of this moment, You are no longer a disciple of the Skyhawk faction. You shall find no foothold in any realm associated with the Martial Alliance. Meng Xiaoqin's face turned ashen. He had anticipated that by standing up for Lin Mengting, he would establish his dominance. However, he found that rather than gaining prestige, he had irrevocably jeopardized his future in the martial arts domain. Lu Tian glanced at him and Lin Mengting, declaring, "This matter no longer concerns you. Leave." Lin Mengting, her face marred with embarrassment, had no choice but to accept the outcome. Meng Xiaoqing, unable to thrive in the martial arts realm, was suddenly deemed unworthy in her eyes. Meng Xiaoqing, how utterly useless you are. You are not deserving of being my boyfriend. We are breaking up. Lin Mengting said coldly, refusing to cast another glance at him as she stood up to leave. Furious, Meng Xiaoqing shot to his feet and grasped her arm. If it weren't for my efforts to defend you, would I have ended up in this pitiful state? And yet, you ruthlessly cast me aside? How dare you blame me? Had I known you were so inept, I would never have engaged with you in the first place. With my capabilities, I could easily find someone superior. It is you who squandered my time. In a fit of rage, Meng Xiaoqing struck Lin Mengting's face repeatedly, delivering a flurry of slaps before storming out. Lin Mengting, her face swollen and filled with humiliation, felt she could no longer remain there and fled the restaurant in tears. Observing the arrogant and domineering woman being publicly humiliated, the onlookers felt no sympathy. Rather, they were filled with a sense of relief. With the troublemakers gone, Lu Tian and Yi Chenxue resumed their meal. Yi Chenxue was still reeling from the earlier events, astonished that the leader of the Tianying faction would show such deference to Lu Tian. Du Lang had mentioned during a phone call to Meng Xiaoqing that it was Lu Tian who had relinquished his position as the leader of the alliance, and he had not been on speakerphone at that moment. Yi Chenxue had missed what was said, yet the respectful tone Du Lang employed when addressing Lu Tian indicated the latter's significant standing within the local martial arts community. She recalled the numerous instances where Lu Tian had rescued her from peril, leading her to believe that he was indeed extraordinary. Previously, Yi Chenxue had contemplated advising Lu Tian against assisting the Yi family in their conflict with the Chu family, fearing it would bring trouble upon herself. However, she dismissed this thought, realizing that he might genuinely possess the strength to help her family through their difficulties. Subsequently, Yi Chenxue broached the topic of shares, inviting him to the Yi Group's shareholder meeting at 9 o'clock the following morning to sign the agreement for the change in shareholders. It was noted that her great-uncle, Yi Hongnan, had lost his influence within the Yi family. Those who had previously supported him had shifted their allegiance to Yi Chenxue, driven by their own interests. Yi Hongnan had schemed for years to seize control of the family business, only to see his plans thwarted, leaving him deeply resentful. That evening, he visited the Lung family, where significant changes had also transpired. The head of the Lung family, Lung Tai, was currently missing. However, the family members were aware that Chao Yuanfeng, who had been controlling the Lung family, had been eliminated, and it was suspected that Lung Tai had met the same fate. The direct heir, Lung Baiyu, had been dealt with long before. Presently, there were no suitable candidates among the direct lineage to assume the headship of the family. Lung Tai's cousin, Lung Xian, seized this opportunity to take control of the family's affairs. With Chao Yuanfeng gone, his subordinates had retreated from Jiangzhou, allowing the Lung family to free itself from his influence. Eager to establish his authority, Lung Xian convened a family meeting before nightfall to nominate himself as the new head of the family. The other family members dared not voice any objections and readily expressed their support. Lung Xian's son, Lung Haokong, swiftly became the presumptive heir, brimming with pride as he faced the visiting Yi Hongnan. "I have heard that your father has become the new head of the Leng family. Congratulations! Is this how you come to offer your congratulations? Empty-handed? Not at all. The gift I bring will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. However, it has yet to arrive, and I require your assistance to obtain it. Do tell what this gift is." Shares in the Yi Group. If your family can support me in taking control of the Yi Group, I will grant you 30% of the shares. Upon hearing of the 30% shares, Lung Haokong's interest was piqued. He immediately summoned his father, Lung Xian, to explain the situation. The Yi family was a leading power in the region, and given their current state, the profits from 30% of the shares would amount to billions annually. Lung Xian, upon understanding the situation, sought to leverage this opportunity for greater gain. If you are willing to relinquish 40% of the shares, I will assist you in this endeavor, he declared. Yi Hongnan gritted his teeth and nodded. Then it is settled. Lang Xian inquired, do you have a specific plan? Indeed, Yi Hongnan replied. Tomorrow morning, the Yi Group will hold a shareholders' meeting, and at that moment, we will strike. Chapter 93. Unreasonable disturbance. Yi Hongnan proceeded to detail his plan to Lang Xian and Lang Haokong. After listening, Lang Xian said, I am willing to help execute this plan. However, I have my reservations. What if, after the success, you retract your promise of 40% of the shares? Yi Hongnan asserted firmly, I assure you, I will keep my word. Besides, your family is stronger than I. I wouldn't dare deceive you. Lang Xian replied, while your words are noted, I still find it difficult to place my trust in your promises. How much of the shares do you currently hold in the Yi Group? 30%, Yi Hongnan responded. Lang Xian nodded. Since you have promised us 40%, you must first transfer your existing 30% to us. Once we have helped you secure control of the Yi family, you can then provide us with an additional 10%. This posed a dilemma for Yi Hongnan. What? Are you afraid we will take the benefits and not deliver? Lang Xian's displeasure was evident. Absolutely not. I have no such fears. Yi Hongnan insisted, though he felt the weight of anxiety. I trust you completely. Lang Haokong interjected. If you trust us, what is there to hesitate about? Simply transfer your 30% to us. I could offer you 1% first, Yi Hongnan proposed cautiously. Lang Haokong glanced at Lang Xian. It appears he still does not trust us. Lang Xian nodded. In that case, there is nothing left to discuss. Kindly show him out. Wait, Yi Hongnan exclaimed, panic rising. If the Yi family refused to assist him, he would lose his chance to seize power. In desperation, he gritted his teeth and said, I agree to your terms. Excellent. Lang Xian smiled. Time is of the essence. Let us sign the share transfer agreement tonight. Yi Hongnan nodded. I will prepare immediately. Unexpectedly, he found Zhao Yuxuan, who had always held disdain for him, waiting in the living room on the first floor. To his astonishment, as soon as he entered, she berated him mercilessly. Lu Tian, you scoundrel! I just received a call informing me that you laid hands on my friend Mingting's boyfriend, leading to their breakup. Prior to this, I also heard that you injured my cousin Zhao Yusong at the Martial Arts Alliance conference. You think you can act so brazenly just because Aunt Bai is a friend of my mother? Do you think this makes you appear impressive? In my eyes, you are merely a bully relying on others for support. Su Yunrou, who was on the second floor, heard Zhao Yuxuan's furious tirade and hurried downstairs to assess the situation. Yuxuan, why are you berating him? Su Yunrou glared at Zhao Yuxuan, her voice sharp with indignation. Ask him yourself. Zhao Yuxuan gestured towards Lu Tian. Lu Tian Dao. I attended the Martial Alliance conference, where Zhao Yusong was also present. Not only did he betray the Martial Alliance, but he also openly ridiculed me, which prompted me to take action against him. At that moment, Lu Tian used the ropes of the arena as a whip to strike Dong Zhen, who, in a desperate move, pushed Zhao Yusong forward to shield himself. In truth, given Lu Tian's prowess, he could have easily circumvented Zhao Yusong to confront Dong Zhen directly. However, he chose not to do so, as he saw this as an opportune moment to teach Zhao Yusong a lesson. Lu Tian continued, at that time, many adversaries fell into my grasp. In comparison to those foes, I had shown him considerable leniency. Zhao Yuxuan retorted angrily, what are you boasting about your exploits? Although I was not present at the scene, I have already heard from my cousin about what transpired. It was due to someone covertly assisting you that you seized the opportunity to display your might. Lu Tian was momentarily taken aback and inquired who was assisting him. Later, he overheard friends who had attended the Martial Alliance conference mention that the woman in question was the leader of the Flying Phoenix sect from the Shenmen, sent to cleanse the ranks. Initially, my cousin expressed his bewilderment, questioning how a mere second-rate master could possibly triumph over those esteemed masters. It must be that the leader of the Flying Phoenix sect had forged an agreement with Aunt Bai. She provided her with the opportunity to cleanse the ranks while the sect leader ensured Aunt Bai's safe passage through the Martial Alliance conference. As for your impressive performance on the arena, it is likely that Aunt Bai orchestrated it to elevate your standing within the alliance. enlisting the Flying Phoenix sect leader to subtly aid you in securing victory. Lu Tian found himself at a loss for words, astonished by the vivid imagination of Zhao Yusong. However, Zhao Yusong had always maintained that he was a second-rate master, so such speculation was hardly surprising. At that moment, Su Yunrou spoke up, saying, Yuxuan, since it was Zhao Yusong who betrayed the martial alliance and ridiculed Lu Tian, his punishment at Lu Tian's hands is merely a consequence of his own actions. You have no grounds to blame Lu Tian. And what about his treatment of my dear friend's boyfriend, Meng Xiaoqing? Zhao Yuxuan retorted, her voice brimming with indignation. She glared at Lu Tian, asserting, Meng Ting has informed me of the entire situation, and you will undoubtedly argue that they provoked you first. Humph. If it weren't for the fact that you previously caused Meng Ting to be humiliated by Yan Shufei, would they have sought revenge on you with Meng Xiaoqing? Lu Tiandao remarked, that time she was slapped in the face, it was entirely her own doing. Zhao Yuxuan retorted angrily, even if she was at fault, do you not bear any responsibility? Especially as a man, must you be so petty in your calculations against her? Lu Tian was directly amused. If I do not hold her accountable, will she take advantage of me? Moreover, this time she has gone too far. Had it not been for my capabilities, she would undoubtedly have made things exceedingly difficult for me. You possess no true strength. Zhao Yuxuan retorted coldly, is it not merely because you have aunt by backing you that the newly appointed leader of the Eagle sect, Du Lang, concedes to your demands and expels Meng Xiaoqing from the Eagle sect? Lu Tiandao, you may think as you wish, but one thing is certain. They have thoroughly provoked my ire this time, and I shall not show them any mercy. Zhao Yuxuan, gritting her teeth in fury, retorted, do you not realize how outrageous your actions are? Meng Xiaoqing merely sought to teach you a lesson for the sake of his girlfriend, and yet you have jeopardized her future. Meng Ting only wished to retaliate against you, and instead, you have caused her to part ways with her boyfriend. If you falter, the worst that may happen is a reprimand. Yet they stand to lose their futures and their love. Upon hearing such hypocritical and nonsensical arguments, Lu Tiandao's temper flared. Zhao Yuxuan, do not push your luck. From this moment forth, should you continue your unreasonable antics, I assure you I shall strike you across the face. Chapter 94. Taking responsibility to the end. Lu Tian was on the brink of losing his temper. If Zhao Yuxuan continued her unreasonable antics, he would truly be unable to restrain his anger and would slap her. Observing the increasingly fierce glint in his eyes, Zhao Yuxuan felt a twinge of anxiety and ceased her outcries. Enough of this bickering.
Su Yunrou admonished sharply.
With a sigh, she added, from your earlier exchange, I have gathered the general circumstances. She turned to Zhao Yuxuan and stated, in this matter, you should not blame Lu Tian. You! How can you speak in his defense? Every time I argue with him, you always side with him. Zhao Yuxuan protested indignantly. I am merely stating the facts. Su Yunrou retorted. You are simply being unreasonable. I understand your pride, so I compel you to apologize. But if you dare to blame him once more, see how I will discipline you. Fuming, Zhao Yuxuan bared her teeth in anger and glared at Lu Tian. If you wish for me to refrain from criticizing you, then leave our home at once and seek out your girlfriend. Yi Qianxue. What did you say? Su Yunrou exclaimed in shock. Yi Qianxue is his girlfriend? Zhao Yuxuan nodded. When Meng Ting clashed with him earlier, he was dining with Yi Qianxue. Previously, I had thought Yi Qianxue merely hired him to pose as her boyfriend, but it seems they are genuinely in a relationship. As the daughter of a prominent family, Yi Qianxue holds a distinguished status. I cannot fathom why she would be attracted to someone of Lu Tian's obscure background. Although I currently find myself at odds with Yi Qianxue, the thought of her being with Lu Tian still makes me feel a sense of loss. Upon hearing this revelation, Su Yunrou stood frozen in place, a fleeting shadow of despondency crossing her face. Lu Tian discerned the change in her expression and hurriedly said, Aunt Su, the matter between Yi Qianxue and me is not as it appears on the surface. I shall explain it to you later. Zhao Yuxuan turned to Lu Tian and declared, let me tell you, today's events are far from over. You possess no real ability, yet you constantly rely on others for support. When the time comes for you to regret your actions, I will not show you any mercy. Having said this, she pivoted and strode towards the staircase. intent on returning to her room on the 3rd floor. Halt! Lu Tian commanded sternly. Upon hearing his rebuke, Zhao Yuxuan's anger flared once more, and she spun around, glaring at him defiantly. If you have something to say, spit it out quickly. In a moment of shock, Zhao Yuxuan gasped and instinctively closed her eyes in fear. Lu Tian. No! Su Yunrou cried out in alarm. Lu Tian turned to Su Yunrou and declared, I have warned her. If she continues to act unruly, I shall strike her. He added, Aunt Su, even if you plead for her, I will not show her mercy. If you are concerned that I might be too harsh, you may take action on my behalf. With that, Lu Tian seized Zhao Yuxuan's arm and flung her in front of Su Yunrou. Without hesitation, Su Yunrou delivered a resounding slap to Zhao Yuxuan's face. You actually hit me, Zhao Yuxuan exclaimed, clutching her stinging cheek. Disbelief etched across her features as her eyes welled with tears while she glared at Su Yunrou. Su Yunrou raised her hand once more, striking her again. You are becoming increasingly uncouth. Lu Tian has shown you enough forbearance, yet you persist in your aggression. You have gone too far. Even if he forbids me from taking action, I shall still discipline you. I hope these 2 slaps will instill some sense in you. If you continue to behave so outrageously in public, let's see if anyone will indulge you. Su Yunrou exuded an aura of authority, and witnessing her wrath, Zhao Yuxuan dared not retaliate further. However, being self-centered, Zhao Yuxuan failed to recognize her own faults and harbored resentment within. With a petulant expression, she retreated to the 3rd floor where she was staying, declaring, I am going to rest now. Su Yunrou turned to Lu Tian and said, before ascending the stairs herself. He realized he had yet to explain to Su Yunrou about his pretense of being in a relationship with Yi Qianxue. In haste, he made his way to the 2nd floor to Su Yunrou's room. What are you doing here? Leave. You have a girlfriend now. Do not come looking for me again. As soon as he entered, Su Yunrou scolded him. Su Yunrou had always shied away from acknowledging their romantic relationship and was steadfast in her refusal to engage with him formally. Yet, for reasons she could not fathom, the news of his involvement with Yi Qianxue left her feeling particularly despondent. Aunt Su, please let me explain. Lu Tian first closed the door and then recounted to the other party the matter of being hired by Yi Qianxue to impersonate a couple. After attentively listening to his account, Su Yunrou's emotions settled somewhat, though not entirely. Yi Qianxue is younger and more beautiful than I am. You are far more suited to her than to me, Su Yunrou sighed, then seated herself on the edge of the bed, speaking with a hint of self-mockery. Lu Tian sat beside her, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. I have mentioned that our relationship is merely a pretense of being a couple. She may be younger than you, yet you possess a sophistication that she lacks. In terms of beauty, you are certainly her equal. At this juncture, he took Su Yunrou's hand in his own. In truth, I have longed to officially establish our romantic relationship, but it is you who has hesitated to confront it. Su Yunrou comprehended Lu Tian's intentions and felt a warmth spreading through her heart. She was aware that she had been evading the matter, and even now, she lacked the courage to face it. With a faint, bittersweet smile, she replied, earlier, you inquired about how we should navigate our relationship, and I advocated for a natural progression. My answer remains unchanged. With a sigh, Su Yunrou continued, to be honest, I find great joy in being with you, but my evasion will only hinder you and render me unworthy of the devotion you have shown me. Su Auntie, what nonsense are you speaking? Lu Tian placed his hand gently on her cheek, urging her to meet his gaze. To be frank, you are evading the truth. However, what you are truly doing is engaging with me without regard for societal labels. I shall take full responsibility for you. Lu Tian, I comprehend your feelings towards me, yet I believe you should not squander your time on an older woman such as myself. You claim to be an older woman, yet I find your charm utterly captivating. What of it? Please, no more. It is far too embarrassing, she replied, a blush creeping across her cheeks. I shall simply maintain the status quo with you. With a hint of shyness in her voice, Su Yunrou cast him a fleeting, reproachful glance. Her face flushed as she realized his intentions. Lu Tian embraced her once more, and I longed to savor your lingering charm. You are insufferable, Su Yunrou exclaimed with a tone of complaint. Yet, despite her words, She could not help but wrap her arms around Lu Tian's back, her actions betraying her compliance. Chapter 95. How should this be explained? Whenever Su Yunrou was with Lu Tian, her emotions were always in turmoil, and this occasion was no different. Although she had tacitly accepted their relationship in this manner, deep within her heart, she still found it difficult to confront these feelings. It was only in moments of intimacy that she could momentarily release her pent-up emotions. Perhaps in this particular setting, the sentiments within her were granted a fleeting reprieve, allowing her to be more liberated than usual. Lu Tian passionately engaged with her, eliciting a more fervent response from her. That night, Lu Tian stayed in her room. Early the next morning, before 6 o'clock, Su Yunrou roused Lu Tian from his slumber. "What time is it? Could you allow me another hour of sleep?" he pleaded. "If we wait another hour, Yuxuan might awaken. How would I explain your departure from my room if she discovers you? Hurry and leave." "Understood." Lu Tian sat up from his bed, stretched lazily, and began to don his attire. At that moment, Su Yunrou also slipped into her garments. Lu Tian donned his attire and made his way to the door. Just as he was about to turn the lock, Su Yunrou called out to him. After a moment's hesitation, she offered a faint, bittersweet smile and said, "I have contemplated our situation and come to the conclusion that it is truly inappropriate for us to be together openly. I have already shared my reasons with you. Firstly, your mother and I are good friends, and I would feel uncomfortable facing her. Secondly, you are significantly younger than I. Yuxuan is only a few years your junior, and I wouldn't want her to be aware of our affair. Since I am evading this matter, being with you would only hinder your future. You ought to seek a suitable partner and engage in a proper romance. I believe Yi Qianxue would be a wonderful match for you. Given that she has asked you to pretend to be her boyfriend and has invited you to dine alone, it seems she holds a favorable impression of you. If you pursue her earnestly, who knows, she might just accept you. Do not concern yourself with me. Once you have a girlfriend, I will willingly step aside without any grievances." While uttering these words, Su Yunrou feigned a carefree smile, yet Lu Tian could discern the forced cheerfulness behind it. She had developed feelings for him and was reluctant to withdraw, but she wished to avoid causing him any delays from a pragmatic standpoint. Lu Tian approached her, gazing intently into her eyes. "Without my consent, do not even think about withdrawing." His words were deliberately firm, a testament to his resolve to remain by her side. As for the potential progression of his relationship with Yi Qianxue, he could not make any promises. After all, it was Yi Qianxue who, in her selfless act to save him, restored his honor. As a transcendent cultivator, he could shoulder the responsibilities of multiple women if necessary. Provided that Yi Qianxue harbored no objections, he was willing to take responsibility for her. Furthermore, there was another woman, Bai Yun, with whom he might eventually reach a similar level of commitment. Until he attained a certain level of cultivation, he dared not reveal his identity as a cultivator to Su Yunrou, for she would likely dismiss his claims as mere folly, leading to an inexplicable misunderstanding. Lu Tian continued, "At present, I am unable to divulge much of my thoughts to you. However, my commitment to you remains unwavering. No matter the circumstances, I shall always take full responsibility for you." Su Yunrou nodded earnestly. Although she still lacked the courage to confront her feelings, she had tacitly accepted to continue their relationship in this manner. Lu Tian approached and embraced her, kissing her tenderly. Suddenly, the door swung open with a loud crash. Zhao Yuxuan stood at the threshold, her face a mixture of shock and fury as she beheld the scene before her. Su Yunrou, taken aback, immediately extricated herself from Lu Tian's embrace, her expression turning to one of acute embarrassment. Lu Tian remained relatively composed. The fact that Zhao Yuxuan discovered the situation was indeed a considerable coincidence. Last night, Zhao Yuxuan called Lin Mengting to invite her for a morning jog today, hoping to take this opportunity to console Lin Mengting, who had just parted ways with her boyfriend. As she passed by the second floor, she happened to overhear Lu Tian conversing with Su Yunrou in that room. The soundproofing of the room was quite effective. However, Su Yunrou began her conversation with Lu Tian just as he was unlocking the door, preparing to step out. Lu Tian did not lock the door again, and it was left ajar, allowing Zhao Yuxuan to overhear the conversation. Initially, due to the distance, she could only discern that two people were conversing without catching the specifics. However, Lu Tian's prolonged presence in Su Yunrou's room early that morning bewildered her. Out of curiosity, she approached the door and soon grasped the essence of their dialogue, realizing the nature of their relationship. Enraged, she burst through the door and witnessed the two of them sharing a kiss. "You two have been together for some time, haven't you?" Zhao Yuxuan exclaimed angrily. She first cast a glance at Su Yunrou. "No wonder you would rather have my father leave than send Lu Tian away. It was to facilitate your relationship with him. Lu Tian is only a few years older than me, and his mother is a good friend of yours. Don't you feel embarrassed being with him? Even if you don't feel ashamed, I feel embarrassed for you." As Zhao Yuxuan's reprimands echoed, Su Yunrou's face flushed with shame. "Yuxuan, please let me explain," she urgently pleaded. "What is there to explain? Regardless of your reasons for being with him, it makes me feel ashamed," Zhao Yuxuan retorted vehemently. Su Yunrou lowered her head. Upon reflection, she found herself at a loss for words. "Let me speak to her," Lu Tian interjected. He turned to Zhao Yuxuan, stating, "I must clarify that my relationship with Yi Chenxue is merely a facade. I am currently single. Your mother has been divorced for some time and is also single. There is nothing wrong with her seeking companionship. Our mutual affection is genuine, and why should you cast aspersions upon her?" Zhao Yuxuan shot back. "Don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions. You play the role of her kept man merely to indulge in the luxuries she offers. Yuxuan, don't speak nonsense. He is not my kept man. I truly am in a relationship with him," Su Yunrou insisted. At this point, despite her embarrassment, she had to confront the situation head-on. Chapter 96. Coercive Tactics. Zhao Yuxuan was entirely unconvinced by Su Yunrou's explanation. "Do you think merely claiming to be in a relationship will persuade me? Although you are divorced and not particularly young, your own circumstances are commendable. With your advantageous position, it is unthinkable that you would choose to be with a man devoid of wealth or influence. You are simply enamored with his youth and compliance, and have taken him on as your kept man. To put it nicely, you are indulging yourself. To put it bluntly, you are behaving immorally." Faced with such accusations, Su Yunrou nearly broke down. Yet, in front of her daughter, her authority had evaporated. Though misunderstood by her daughter, she still felt an overwhelming sense of shame. After her outburst, Zhao Yuxuan stormed out of the room. "Yuxuan!" Su Yunrou hurried after her. She grasped Zhao Yuxuan's arm. "You have truly misunderstood us. I am genuinely in a relationship with him. Let go." Zhao Yuxuan shook off her grip. "Your desperate denial reveals your fear that I will expose your affair with your kept man. Doesn't it? Rest assured, I will remain silent as I am your daughter, and I cannot afford to lose face." No matter how Su Yunrou implored, Zhao Yuxuan paid her no heed and left the villa in a huff. Su Yunrou sat dazedly on the sofa in the living room, unable to suppress her tears. Lu Tian sat beside her and said, "Do not place excessive pressure upon yourself. In truth, this matter is not as complicated as it seems. Please do not let this misunderstanding lead you to forsake our relationship." Su Yunrou took a deep breath, wiped away her tears, and her expression grew serious. "Am I truly so fragile? Furthermore, if I were to give up now, wouldn't that amount to admitting that I am keeping a toy boy? Even if others perceive you as my toy boy, I will not relinquish you for." She gazed earnestly at Lu Tian. "You are my man." Lu Tian nodded, embracing her with excitement. "At last, you are no longer evading this matter." "Who said that?" Su Yunrou replied. "Although I feel quite embarrassed about Yu Xian discovering our relationship, it has also granted me the courage to confront this issue. However," she sighed and continued, "if your mother were to learn of this, I would undoubtedly lack the courage to face it. Therefore," Su Yunrou sighed once more, "I still cannot bring myself to formally engage with you. Let us continue to let things unfold naturally." Lu Tian nodded, acknowledging her sentiments. "Once again, I assure you that I will take full responsibility for you, no matter the circumstances. By the way," Su Yunrou interjected, "I received a call from your mother while at work yesterday. She mentioned that she would be coming to Jiangzhou in 3 days. Turning to Lu Tian, Su Yunrou continued, "Out of courtesy, I will certainly arrange for her to stay at my home. I wish to keep our relationship from her knowledge, so you must maintain your distance when the time comes." Lu Tian felt a twinge of disappointment. Su Yunrou, with a gentle smile, patted his shoulder reassuringly. Fear not. I have 2 villas at my disposal. We shall easily create opportunities to be together. Lu Tian's eyes brightened. It made perfect sense. That morning, Yunrou went to the company on her own, while Lu Tian headed to the Yi group. Yi Chenxue had invited him yesterday, and today he was to attend the shareholders' meeting at the Yi group to sign the shareholder transfer agreement. Meanwhile, at the Yi group, this shareholders' meeting would be presided over by the company's chairman, Yi Wei, who is also Yi Chenxue's father. In the conference room, the company's shareholders began to arrive one after another. Lu Tian is on his way here and is expected to arrive in about 10 minutes. Yi Hongnan, the second largest shareholder of the company, is also attending the shareholders' meeting, accompanied by his son Yi Xiao. Once Yi Hongnan is seated, he declares, "Everyone is here. Let us commence the meeting." However, it is Yi Chenxue's mother, Xie Zuoran, who interjects, "Not everyone has arrived yet." Yi Wei picks up the conversation, stating that Chenxue has yet to arrive, and neither has our new shareholder Lu Tian. "No need to wait," Yi Xiao retorts coldly. With a dark expression, he casts a menacing glance at Yi Wei, revealing that someone has taken Yi Chenxue to a secret location, and she will only be released after the shareholders' meeting concludes, provided they comply with their demands. "What did you say?" Yi Wei exclaims in shock. Xie Zuoran gasps. "Have you arranged for someone to kidnap her?" Yi Xiao does not deny it, coldly laughing as he states, "As long as you are willing to transfer all the shares you control to us, I guarantee her safety." Yi Hongnan chimes in, "As for the new shareholder Lu Tian, when he arrives, we will demand he relinquish those newly acquired shares and leave." To confirm whether he is being deceived, Yi Wei calls Yi Chenxue, only to find that her phone is turned off. Enraged, he storms over and grabs Yi Xiao by the collar, threatening, "You will release Chenxue immediately. If anything happens to her, I will take your life." "Yi Wei, you would do well to be courteous to us," Yi Hongnan responds leisurely. He then shouts, "You must be aware that Li Zhengfeng from the Li family in the provincial capital is backing us. Do you think you can scheme against us without fearing that young Master Li will come for you?" Yi Xiao scoffs disdainfully. "Do you think you are the only ones with support? I am not afraid to tell you that our backing is the Lung family of martial artists. While the wealth and connections of the Lung family may not match those of the Li family, we acknowledge that much. However, this is Jiangzhou. The Li family has no footing here and is certainly no match for the Lung family." Yi Hongnan tosses the prepared share transfer agreement across the conference table towards Yi Wei, stating, "The agreement is ready. Sign it." Xie Zuoran, visibly anxious, urges Yi Wei, "We must prioritize our daughter's safety. We have no choice but to relinquish the shares." With a heavy sigh, Yi Wei reluctantly signs the agreement. Ha. Yi Hongnan and Yi Wei exchange triumphant glances, both filled with satisfaction. Yi Hongnan intends to elevate his son Yi Xiao to the position of family head, and the agreement signifies Yi Wei transferring his shares to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao rises and confidently strides to the chairman's seat at the head of the table. "We have relinquished the shares. You must release Chenxue at once," Yi Wei demands angrily. Yi Hongnan chuckles. "Once I finish the meeting and reorganize the company's shares, she will be released." Yi Xiao glares at Yi Wei and Xie Zuoran, declaring, "You are no longer shareholders here and have no right to participate in the shareholders' meeting. Leave. You are going too far." Yi Wei grinds his teeth in fury, yet feels helpless. Just as he and Xie Zuoran prepare to exit the meeting room, the door swings open. It is Lu Tian who has arrived to attend the shareholders' meeting. Chapter 97. Answer my question. Seeing Yi Xiao seated in the chairman's position, Lu Tian is taken aback. "They have kidnapped Chenxue," Yi Wei exclaims, his eyes filled with rage. Lu Tian's gaze darkened as he coldly regarded Yi Hongnan. "I shall not engage in futile dialogue with you. Release her immediately, or I will take action against you this very moment." Yi Hongnan scoffed dismissively. "Do you dare to speak to me in such a manner? Have you resolved to abandon her?" Hearing this, Yi Xiao grinned triumphantly. "Now, you must heed our commands. You are the new shareholder here, are you not? I hereby demand that you relinquish your shares at once. Furthermore, you struck my face before, and I have yet to settle that score. Once I have fully taken control of the Yi family, I shall ensure you pay for that transgression." Lu Tian disregarded Yi Xiao and turned his gaze directly to Yi Hongnan. I wish to discuss a transaction with you. Yi Hongnan was momentarily taken aback, but soon responded with a scornful smile. With Yi Qianxue in my possession, it signifies that I hold the upper hand over you. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Yi Xiao interjected forcefully. Lu Tian, you lack the standing to engage in discussions with us. If you know what is good for you, hand over your shares and leave at once. Lu Tian, do not provoke them, Yi Wei said with evident concern. Lu Tian's expression grew increasingly grim as he addressed Yi Hongnan once more. The transaction I propose is straightforward. You release Yi Qianxue, and in return, I shall liberate the hostage you have in my possession. Yi Hongnan was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend this declaration, as he was unaware of any hostage being in the hands of his adversary. The other attendees in the conference room were equally bewildered. Yi Xiao scoffed and interjected. You claim to have a hostage? One of our own, no less? Who is it? I fail to see anyone. Do you believe that mere bravado will persuade us to relinquish Yi Qianxue? I suspect you are merely dreaming. Subsequently, he turned to his father. Dad, do not heed his nonsensical claims. I am well aware of his penchant for bluster. Lu Tian still ignored Yi Xiao and continued to address Yi Hongnan, saying, What do you think? Would you consider my proposal? Yi Hongnan's expression was equally disdainful as he replied, I am already well aware of your shameless boasting. Do you truly believe I would heed your nonsensical words? I shall not indulge in idle chatter with you. If you wish to ensure that Yi Qianxue remains unharmed, promptly relinquish your shares and vacate the conference room. Lu Tian let out a sigh and declared, In that case, I must take care of the hostage you left in my possession. As soon as the words left his lips, his gaze transformed into one of icy severity, and he swiftly advanced towards Yi Xiao. Bang! Just as a flicker of astonishment crossed Yi Xiao's face, Lu Tian seized him by the back of the head, forcefully slamming his face onto the table. A howl erupted. Blood gushed from Yi Xiao's nose, and his front teeth were knocked out, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. The sudden turn of events caused those around them to collectively gasp in shock. Yi Hongnan trembled in fright, finally realizing that the hostage Lu Tian referred to was none other than Yi Xiao. They had initially believed that by taking Yi Qianxue hostage, they could exert pressure on their opponent. However, they had not anticipated that upon their arrival, they had themselves become the captives of the other party. Whether Yi Hongnan was the one being held hostage, or it was Yi Xiao depended solely on Lu Tian's whims. Lu Tian seized Yi Xiao's hair, yanking his head back. Simultaneously, Lu Tian raised his other hand, grasping the ashtray from the table, poised to strike Yi Xiao's face. Stop! Yi Hongnan's heart trembled as he hurriedly gestured for him to desist. Lu Tian Dao, where has Qianxue been taken? Yi Hongnan replied, Lu Tian, although you are quite formidable, however. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Tian smashed an ashtray onto Yi Xiao's face. Ah! Yi Xiao screamed in agony as one side of his face was brutally injured, and several of his molars were knocked out. Yi Hongnan's mouth twitched as he hastily continued with the unfinished part of his sentence. But we have the support of the Lung family. If you know what's good for you. Bang! Lu Tian struck the other side of Yi Xiao's face with an ashtray. Ah! Yi Xiao once again lost a few molars, and this side of his face now resembled the other. Yi Hongnan spoke with increased urgency. You must contemplate carefully. You stand no chance against the Lung family. If you escalate this matter, it will only bring you greater troubles. Therefore, I advise you. Bang! 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 Lu Tian held the ashtray and relentlessly hurled it at Yi Xiao's face. Ah! Please stop. I beg you. Cease this. He howled, his voice a raw wail of despair, hoarse from the intensity of his cries. Yi Hongnan could no longer maintain his composure. Since Lu Tian was undeterred by his threats, it was likely that once Lu Tian had dealt with Yi Xiao, he would turn his attention to him next. Lu Tian halted, stating, as he gazed upon the disfigured Yi Xiao, that Yi Hongnan was seething with indignation. His lips twitched as he vehemently declared, I do not wish to escalate this matter. Thus I shall only divulge the address of Yi Qianxue to you alone. I shall only acquiesce to this, for even should you take Yi Xiao's life, I will not yield. Yi Hongnan's reluctance to share this information with anyone else stemmed from his apprehension that if Yi Wei were to discover the location, he might bring along more individuals, exacerbating the situation. This abduction was a scheme he had orchestrated in collusion with the Lung family, and he feared that the circumstances might spiral out of control. Lu Tian gazed at Yi Wei and declared, I shall go rescue Qian Shui. You remain here to keep an eye on Yi Xiao. Should Yi Hongnan deceive us, I will call you, and then you shall deal with Yi Xiao. Having just regained his composure, Yi Wei nodded and replied, Be cautious. Subsequently, Lu Tian instructed Yi Hongnan to lead the way to the location where Yi Qian Shui was being held captive. The mastermind behind her abduction was none other than the young master of the Lung family, Lung Haokong. Yi Qian Shui had been brought to one of his villas. Yi Baicheng, her cousin, was also involved in this nefarious scheme. Thank you, young Master Lung, for your assistance. With her in our possession, Yi Wei will certainly comply and relinquish his shares to us. Yi Baicheng beamed at Lung Haokong in the villa's living room. Lung Haokong replied, Do not forget, you have only provided us with 30% of the shares. You still owe us an additional 10%. Understood. Yi Baicheng affirmed. Once we secure Yi Wei's shares, we shall promptly deliver the remaining 10% to you. Lung Haokong nodded approvingly. That is satisfactory. Yi Baicheng then proposed, Young Master Lung, I have a suggestion. Previously, Lu Tian struck you, and our family has also suffered at his hands. Let us seize this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Although he is formidable, you possess a multitude of capable subordinates. With so many underlings working together, it should be more than sufficient to subdue him. If we threaten him with Yi Qian Shui, he will surely come to rescue her. And when he arrives, we shall overpower him. Lung Haokong's eyes glinted mischievously as he smirked. Excellent. Let us proceed with this plan. Chapter 98. Intentions to deal with him. Lu Tian, having been invited by Yi Wei, was to become one of the shareholders of the Yi Corporation, and he would undoubtedly attend the upcoming shareholders' meeting. Yi Baicheng stated, Your grandfather mentioned that once we acquire Yi Wei's shares and reorganize the board of directors, he will call you, and that is when we shall summon Lu Tian. Yi Baicheng nodded to save Yi Qian Shui. He will definitely come. Once he arrives, he shall not leave unscathed. Lung Haokong chuckled and said, You stay here and await your grandfather's call. I shall go have a word with Yi Qian Shui. With that, a glimmer of greed crossed his face as he made his way to the room where Yi Qian Shui was confined. Lung Haokong had long coveted Yi Qian Shui's beauty and sought to take advantage of the situation. Although Yi Baicheng, as her cousin, wished to prevent Lung Haokong from exploiting her, he refrained from interfering, knowing their faction needed the support of the Lung family. Upon entering the room where Yi Qian Shui was held captive, Lung Haokong found her bound and gagged, tied to the foot of the bed. As he locked the door behind him, he licked his lips and grinned wickedly at her. Yi Qian Shui's heart raced with terror as she shook her head and struggled, unable to voice her plight due to the gag. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever laid eyes upon. Soon, you shall become the most exquisite among those I have known intimately. Lung Haokong boasted with a malicious laugh, advancing towards her with a sinister grin. Bound to the bed frame, Yi Qian Shui could not escape, her eyes filled with panic and dread. To facilitate the tearing of her garments, Lung Haokong untied her ropes, confident in his ability to overpower her. Once freed, Yi Qian Shui dashed towards the door, managing to loosen the gag and shout for help. However, just as she reached the door, Lung Haokong seized her arm, and she was violently thrown onto the nearby bed. Trying to escape? Ha! You must first appease me before I even consider letting you go, he sneered, lunging at her to tear at her clothing. Let me go. I will fight you. Yi Qian Shui cried out in fury, struggling desperately and swiftly kneeing Lung Haokong in his lower region. He howled in pain and fell to the side, clutching himself. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qian Shui made another bid for the door. You dare to resist and strike me there? Lung Haokong glared at her menacingly, delivering a harsh slap to her face. She staggered back, only to be kicked in the abdomen, crashing against the wall. Enjoying the defiance, are we? I shall ensure you cannot resist before I have my way with you, he growled, baring his teeth as he whipped out his belt, using it as a makeshift whip against her. Meanwhile, Yi Baicheng was growing anxious. His grandfather, Yi Hongnan, had promised to call once they secured Yi Wei's shares and reorganized the board, yet he had not received any communication, which seemed suspicious. Just as he prepared to inquire about the situation, he noticed his grandfather arriving at the villa. Lu Tian has also arrived. Although Yi Baiqing had already suggested to Leng Haokong the idea of using Yi Qianxue to lure Lu Tian here in order to deal with him, they had yet to execute this plan. Therefore, upon seeing Lu Tian's arrival at this moment, he immediately surmised that the situation had progressed in an unexpected manner. Yi Baiqing guessed that Lu Tian was here to rescue Yi Qianxue, and he hurriedly led Leng Haokong's subordinates to the courtyard. Baiqing, save me! Yi Hongnan shouted as he ran towards Yi Baiqing's camp. Lu Tian did not impede. After all, these scoundrels could not escape his grasp. He directly turned to Yi Baiqing and inquired, "Where's Qianxue?" Yi Baiqing snorted coldly and replied, "You cannot even save yourself, yet you wish to rescue her?" Yi Hongnan interjected, "Baiqing, stop wasting words with him. This scoundrel has injured your father. Let us incapacitate him first." "What?" Yi Baiqing's expression changed drastically. He then glared at Lu Tian with fierce intent, exclaiming, "We were just planning to deal with you, and now you have delivered yourself to us." A smirk crept across Yi Baiqing's face as he gestured to the subordinates brought by Leng Haokong, commanding, "Disable him." The subordinates of Leng Haokong were all martial artists from the Leng family. Aware of Leng Haokong's intent to confront Lu Tian, they surged forward in unison. These martial artists possessed commendable abilities, barely qualifying as third-rate experts. However, when faced with the unparalleled prowess of Lu Tian, their skills were rendered insignificant. Lu Tian, in a state of urgency to rescue Yi Qianxue, executed his moves with remarkable precision, sending the martial artists sprawling. Yi Hongnan and Yi Baiqing were immediately taken aback, their foreheads slick with sweat. Although they were aware of Lu Tian's formidable skills, they had not anticipated that even a coalition of so many adept warriors from the Leng family would be no match for him. These martial artists were all affiliated with the Leng family. To strike one of their own was to invite dire repercussions. Summoning his courage, Yi Baiqing attempted to intimidate Lu Tian by invoking the name of the Leng family. However, a resounding slap echoed as Yi Baiqing was sent crashing to the ground, his face marred and bloodied. In an instant, as Yi Baiqing lay on the floor, Lu Tian brought his foot down upon the other side of his face. Yi Baiqing let out a pitiful scream, fervently pleading for mercy. Yi Hongnan, paralyzed by fear, collapsed onto the ground. "Where is Qianxue?" Lu Tian demanded sharply. In the room at the far east end of the second floor of the villa," Yi Baiqing stammered, now terrified and devoid of any inclination to conceal the truth or make further threats. Lu Tian glanced at the room at the far east end of the second floor, where the curtains were drawn, and then rushed into the villa with a heart full of anxiety. It is said that Leng Haokong had mercilessly beaten Yi Qianxue with his belt dozens of times, leaving her battered and bruised. "You can no longer resist, can you?" Leng Haokong sneered with a sinister grin, then lunged forward to tear at Yi Qianxue's clothing. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a loud bang. Leng Haokong was taken aback, his gaze darting towards the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Tian burst into the room, a look of sheer horror washed over his face. Chapter 99. The overconfident Fo Leng Haokong was acutely aware that he was no match for Lu Tian. His scheme to retaliate against Lu Tian was predicated on enlisting his subordinates to confront him collectively. Now that Lu Tian had invaded his domain, he could only surmise that his men had already fallen prey to Lu Tian. In a moment of desperation, he resolved to use Yi Qianxue as a hostage to threaten Lu Tian. Lu Tian would certainly not grant him such an opportunity. Before he could make a move, Lu Tian had already appeared before him, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! Leng Haokong was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth, as his body shattered the glass window and crashed onto the ground in the courtyard. He fell from the second floor, a cloud of dust billowing up, and his legs were broken upon impact. In excruciating pain, Leng Haokong found himself devoid of strength even to struggle. In the courtyard, Yi Hongnan, Yi Baiqing, and the subordinates of Leng Haokong, who had been knocked to the ground, were all rendered speechless by the shocking scene. "Help! Help me!" Leng Haokong weakly called out to them. Despite having suffered disfigurement from the assault, Yi Baiqing was still agile and quickly lifted Leng Haokong, rushing towards the exit. Yi Hongnan followed closely behind. Not long ago, the Leng family's martial artists, who had been thrown to the ground by Lu Tian, struggled to rise and fled in disarray. "Baiqing, you take Leng Xiao to the hospital," Yi Hongnan instructed. "I will go inform Old Master Leng of the situation. He will surely mobilize the full force of the family to seek retribution against Lu Tian." "Wait!" Lung Haokong gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with fury. With a sinister expression, he declared, "I want to see my father bring people to deal with him. I want to witness his demise." Lu Tian hastened to tend to Yi Qianshua's injuries, forgoing the pursuit of Lung Haokong and his companions. He was well aware that the Lung family would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. It was likely that the head of the Lung family, Lung Xian, would personally lead the elite warriors of his clan to confront him. Thus, he chose to remain here, biding his time until those formidable adversaries arrived, at which point he would strike decisively to eliminate them. Lu Tian gently laid Yi Qianshue upon the bed. Her body was marred with wounds, and she appeared exceedingly frail. Lu Tian, with no time for embarrassment, swiftly removed the other's garments and applied the miraculous healing ointment he had concocted to the wounds. The setting was the Cold family mansion, where a plethora of valuable items lay before Cold Xian. Precious medicinal herbs, gold and silver treasures, as well as antique calligraphy and paintings. "Cold Master, are you truly willing to part with such a wealth of valuable items to curry favor with the Jiangbei Martial Alliance?" inquired a steward. "Of course. If I do not appease them soon, the Cold family will find it increasingly difficult to maintain our standing in the martial arts community." Cold Xian sighed and continued. Previously, Chao Yuanfeng had taken control of the Cold family and provoked the Martial Alliance, likely inciting their animosity towards us. Although I have fortuitously become the head of the Cold family, I must confess that my capabilities pale in comparison to my predecessor, Cold Tai, and certainly to his son, Cold Baiyu. Cold Baiyu has already fallen to our enemies, and Cold Tai has vanished, likely meeting a similar fate. I lack full knowledge of the circumstances at that time, yet I suspect our adversaries were most likely the Martial Alliance. With our two most formidable experts gone, the strength of the Cold family has drastically diminished. If the Martial Alliance seeks retribution, they could effortlessly obliterate us. Moreover, I have heard rumors of a mysterious master within the Martial Alliance, whose prowess likely surpasses even that of Bai Yun. It is said that this enigmatic figure effortlessly defeated the master-level warriors Mo Chong, Dong Jun, and Chao Yuanfeng at the recent Martial Alliance conference. While we remain unaware of this master's identity, the presence of such a figure within the Martial Alliance renders our Cold family, despite our martial lineage, completely unworthy of comparison. To implore the Martial Alliance for mercy towards the Cold family, I must exert every effort to win their favor. Just then, Cold Xian received a phone call from Yi Hongnan, who informed him of the incident where Lu Tian had thrown Cold Haokong from the second floor. Cold Xian was instantly